At the end of the third way, from the expropriation of the expropriators to the dual character of solidarity, by Arend Langley Heinlein. In response to the SPD's losses in the NRW local elections, Minister President Clement has presented a paper, NRW 2000+, with which he intends to demonstrate his party's ability to lead opinion. According to the subtitle, the aim is to provide orientation for NRW in the 21st century. In it, Clement demands, social justice and orientation towards the common good must be redefined today, as must political and civic responsibility. The German model is to be given a new social culture. Social justice is to be subjected to the criterion of usefulness for the location, in this case NRW. By usefulness, we mean work. In addition to the highly productive economic sector, a further low productivity and therefore low gross wage level is to be established. Citizens should do service, either alongside their gainful employment as unpaid civic engagement, or what Clement is probably primarily aiming for a minimum wage for the low-skilled and underperforming. Beyond class thinking and competing interests, all parts of a self-governing unit should bear individual responsibility. In the event of unsuccessful exploitation in normal employment relationships, the reverse path of technological progress is recommended. Instead of simply replacing people with machines, the machines should now be put under competitive pressure by cheaply working people. The purpose of work is not to achieve a wage equivalent but, similar to sheltered workshops or programs to combat youth unemployment, to participate in society, Clement, through employment. Usefulness for and belonging to the collective become the decisive criterion for justice instead of social need and securing status. This modernization can refer to a long German tradition in which the engagement of the relevant social forces resulted in service to the community. The bourgeois state draws its strength from the fact that almost every social group links its material interests to the functioning of the economy it guarantees. The good citizen must, after deducting all reservations, regard the state as his own. This also applies to the working class, which as a labor movement declared itself to be the great antagonist of the system, without therefore becoming an enemy of the state. In this way, the proletarian with a clenched fist was transformed from a bourgeois terror into the hope of the nation. By virtue of its very existence, the proletariat appeared to deny any promise of equality. Formerly, the workers saw themselves as a subversive power that, like Barbarossa, was presented as a sleeping but awe-inspiring giant. But Barbarossa, the symbol of slumbering German greatness, actually woke up when Bismarck established the German Empire, for which the old emperor had to wait 700 years in the Kiffhauser. The Iron Chancellor was then depicted in a popular portrait as a strong blacksmith with an apron, anvil, and sledgehammer. Physical labor, otherwise an attribute of the dominated classes, Bismarck was not depicted as a proletarian but as a craftsman, was intended to express reverence for a political leader in Germany and not expose him to ridicule. In Wilhelmine Germany, work did not bring much income and may have been a torture, but with its help the subject demonstrated his usefulness, which was the only way to justify his existence. The cult of the working man was promoted by the importance of manual labor in Germany's rise to industrial power. The self-image of the first generation of factory workers corresponded closely with the social demands on their physical performance. In a world of manual labor, an understanding of personality prevailed in which the ability to work to one's full potential and to secure one's own livelihood was paramount. In particular, the consciousness of the skilled worker, shaped by the cult of work, sought to defend itself against all challenges to progressive proletarianization. The skilled worker fought against slipping into the subproletariat. In his revolutionary governments, he wanted to secure his position. Just as the peasant tried to wrest the land from the parasitic feudal lord, he wanted to wrest the factory from the landlord in order to make it serve his aims. The traditional social democratic, paternalistic worker abhorred radicalism, which he associated with chaos. His utopia was based on the united and powerful German workers' movement, which had to enforce fair wages, expropriated expropriators, and the worker state. The struggle served to conquer the state. Order and especially discipline were considered necessary for success. The reaction to a strike that took place in the Ruhr area in 1899 illustrates this. At that time, 7,000 to 10,000 miners in and around Herne went on strike for 14 days militantly against intolerable working conditions until the strike was broken by state repression, which claimed several lives. The industrial action, known in social democratic historiography as the Herne riot or Polish strike, prompted the trade unions to conjure up the idea of the culturally superior German worker in their newspaper. Quote, unorganized Polish miners with only a limited knowledge of our language, brought in by thousands by the company's agents, were forced to strike by their situation. Organized labor did not initiate this strike. Without contacting the leadership of the organization or having any other contact with the organized workers, the strikers joined their movement. They belong to that section of the working class which is not available to our organization and which stands indifferently aloof from us. Social democracy has no interest in the ill-considered actions of these unorganized workers.
End quote.
Just like the indiscipline of foreigners, the Social Democrat hated the globally active finance capital that Rudolf Hilferding had analyzed and whose taming seemed to make the conquest of the state all the more necessary. Quote, as soon as finance capital has brought the most important branches of production under its control, it is sufficient for society, through its conscious executive organ, the state conquered by the proletarian, to seize finance capital in order to obtain immediate control over the most important branches of production. On these branches of production all others are dependent, and the domination of large-scale industry thus already means the most effective social control even without any further immediate socialization.
End quote.
Discipline and state orientation combined to form a cultural mission, with which the workers' movement identified. Education and cultural formation of the masses were seen as the task of this cultural mission. Socialist criticism, the ideal of humanity and nationalism were intertwined. For example, the testimony of a worker singer from 1911, it is workers who are struggling for the palm tree here. In the interests of their class, it is important to emphasize this. It is a credit to the nation. It is necessary to develop the tendency song into a work of art, to strive for ever more beautiful, captivating and solemn expression for our ideal desire. You composers, create for us the oratorio of work.
End quote.
The folk and workers' culture movement worked with verve on changing the structure of values and identity, as the incipient intensification of production also required the mental participation, ennoblement, of the worker. The development of productivity through the symbiotic interaction of man and machine became the real content of the social question in Germany. Social democracy confidently represented the side of labor, as for example the social democratic politician Paul Kampffmeyer, 1908. Social democracy is the party of the labor aristocracy, of the revaluation of labor. An aristocratic principle of work, a special appreciation of mental and physical labor, has been written on the banners of social democracy.
End of quote.
For the proletariat, it is generally true that the workers lose themselves as individuals in the labor process in order to exist as a class in the system. Since in the struggle against capital, they present themselves only as bearers of the commodity of labor power, they remain what capital has made of them. Instead of an appropriation of production by the worker, it comes to his incorporation through the progressive process. It is no longer the worker who works the raw material and directs his efforts towards the intended effect. Now it is the raw material that works the worker. In the process, the proletarians internalize their dispossession in order to express their total dependence and demand their total sustenance. Because everything has been taken from them, everything must be given to them. Because their labor is useful to society, society must provide for their needs. Because the working class can do nothing for itself, the state must be prepared to do everything for it.
End quote.
The peculiarity in Germany was that this imminent tendency was understood as a radical program of revolution. The First World War gave social democracy the opportunity to transform its indispensability for state affairs into institutionalized political influence. The imperialist war was to become a proletarian liberation strike through service and sacrifice. The great appearance of the trade unions came in 1916 with the Law on National Relief Service, which laid the foundations for the War Office's job creation, e.g. all men aged 17 to 60 were obliged to work. This also sealed the transition to a controlled war economy. At the same time, this put an end to the state's negation of and fight against the labor movement. In October 1918, Max von Baden's government created a Reich Labor Office for the first time and placed it under the leadership of the Social Democrat Gustav Bauer. Even after the suppressed revolution, the social democratic efforts at the time to establish an economic democracy attempted to make use of a state that was considered neutral. The trade union concepts of a national collective economy initially led to a company community. From 1916 to 1920, the cornerstones of collective labor law were established: the recognition of trade unions by the state and employers, collective bargaining law, and the Works Constitution. The Works Constitution agreed between trade unions, employers' associations, and the government was directed against wild works councils not bound by trade unions. It turned the works councils into appendages of the trade unions. The works councils were thus obliged to safeguard, as it was called, the common economic interests of the employees, vis-a-vis the employer, and to support the employer in the fulfillment of the company's objectives. They were also required by law to support the management by providing advice in order to ensure the highest possible standard and the most economic efficiency of the company's services.
End quote.
In 1921, the Imperial Court of Justice ruled that the establishment of works councils had created a social working and operating community, which meant that the workers even had to share the operating risk. As early as 1919, the Social Democratic Economics Minister Rudolf Wissel, together with Rathenau's inspirer for the formation of the war commodity companies Moellendorff, had submitted a memorandum to the Reich Cabinet on the development of the public economy, which also became the basis for the legislation on the establishment of works councils. It stated, Germany's external power, under whose protection the German economy thrived before the war, has collapsed. The economy, which until then had been united as a whole only in the political state and held together to a certain extent externally, must now seek to replace what it has lost in external means of protection by increasing its internal consistency as much as possible.
End of quote.
The establishment of an additional economic parliament, the Reich Economic Council, corresponded to the company community at Reich level. These self-governing bodies of the common economy were to enable economic management and establish German socialism, which was characterized by recognition of basic duties alongside basic rights as well as in perpetually tangible considerations of the individual against the community. German socialism must reveal itself as early as possible in all its harshness and beware of nothing so much as the appearance that it could produce a real Schlaraffia.
End quote.
Self-management and co-determination were to take the place of class struggle. In 1924, a period of increased rationalization and taylorization began in German industry. This also increased the importance of internal company integration. The industry-related German Institute for Fair Technical Work Training, DINTA, founded in 1925 and incorporated into the German Labor Front in 1935, supplemented the technical side of rationalization with a specifically German contribution. The DINTA dealt with questions of people management and company social policy and wanted to promote education in reconciliation with work, the joy of work and the joy of being a creative person. Institute director Arnhold wanted to enable workers to be more than just an appendage to the machine. Or, as he put it in 1938, since technology merely incorporated the working man as a factor in the operational world of things, he wanted to promote the productivity of the German man, so that he could complement the world of things at work with attitude, efficiency, experience, loyalty, and a sense of duty. Instead of being a technical rational entity, the company should become a living unit. In contrast to classical Taylorist rationalization, this living unit was to lead to a specific German rationalization, the special feature of which lay in the high level of commitment of the workers, who did not simply produce goods for exchange, but worked with the trustees of the people's wealth, i.e. the entrepreneurs, as soldiers of labor to achieve optimum technical and economic performance. The changes made in the course of rationalization up to the end of the Weimar Republic only affected individual companies and workshops, and even these were not always complete. In 1930, 80% of 1,600 metalworking companies had not introduced flow production or assembly line work. In a third of these companies, no new machines had been purchased, Ludke 248. In German companies, skepticism about the rigorous dismantling of work in Taylor's sense prevailed. Instead, advances in productivity were achieved by changing the organization of work and machine equipment in connection with stimulating the work ethic of German workers. Henry Ford's high-wage policy also met with little approval from German entrepreneurs. Instead, there was a mixture of driving and appeals to company patriotism and German workmanship. Work as a service apparently saved many an investment. Parallel to company integration, a more or less planned state wage policy was pursued via the state arbitration system. In 1925 and 1926, around a third of all wage settlements and up to 60% of all wage increases were achieved through compulsory state arbitration. In 1928 and 1929, the wages of more than half of all industrial workers were fixed by arbitration awards. The state was seen by the Social Democrats as the guardian of national interests above the collective bargaining parties and as an ally against industry. Most of the arbitrations were even initiated by the trade unions. The National Socialists later received the greatest mass support from the occupational groups that demanded strong state protection and whose representatives invoked compulsory arbitration particularly frequently: mining, the textile industry, agriculture, and retail. As the dissolution of the global economy progressed from 1928 onwards and unemployment rose from 1 million to officially around 6 million, 1932. The collapse of the system of reproduction through wage labor was met not only with an expanded set of state instruments for economic control, but also with a developed community ideology that presented itself as a practiced utopia in the face of the catastrophic development and the demands of a radical left. In view of the worsening economic crisis, the organized labor movement called for state intervention in most cases. Despite all the government's cuts in social spending and austerity measures, the proportion of national income spent on Social Security rose, from 11% in 1929 to 15% in 1932. Expenditure in the national budget for social purposes rose from 33%, 1929, to 40%, 1932. The voluntary labor service for young people was also established at that time, which had already become militarized before 1933. The armaments boom after 1933 demonstrated for all to see that the state was able to defeat the economic crisis. After 1945, the newly emerging trade union and social democratic structures were supported almost exclusively by the older members who had already joined during the Weimar Republic or earlier. They brought their pre-war understanding of class representation into post-fascist Germany. It took an intermediate step before the concept of the People's Party was developed, with which the SPD drew its lessons from the Nazi and Weimar periods in the Godesberg program of 1959. The community is best served not by centralized bureaucracy, but by responsible cooperation between all those involved. The employee must be transformed from an economic subject into an economic citizen. The Social Democratic Party of Germany has changed from a party of the working class to a party of the people.
End of quote.
The intermediate step of integrating the Hitler Youth generation into the party is part of the prehistory of the Godesberg program. The Bergheimer Kreis, founded in the Hamm-Una sub-district, is an illustrative example of this. Following quotations, Holtmann. The Circle, which was founded with the help of a leader's file from the Jungvolk H.J. and was led by Hubert Bernat, a highly decorated Social Democratic staff officer in the Wehrmacht, and a new SPD member, the likewise highly decorated and wounded frontline officer Alfred Gleisner, was intended to promote the positioning of the party as the People's Party of all creative people, as it was called at the time, and to promote the spiritual foundation of a renewed SPD. Party leader Kurt Schumacher was a credible role model because of his nationalist policies. The Social Democrats offered the Hitler Youth a perspective of purified national politics and negated the guilt of the seduced. The body snatching of some neighbors was denounced because they tended to tamper with the weak body of the German people now. They would regret this very much, because they would remain our neighbors, and the German people would not always remain at ground zero.
End quote.
Interested parties were recommended to enter social democracy via Lassalle, because he was a supporter of the state, unlike Marx. The new SPD generation thus returned to the task and purpose of the state to facilitate and convey the great cultural progress of mankind. They advocated the Socialist People's Party, which, in contrast to the Workers' Party, was capable of breaking into new sections of the population. With the passing of the Works Constitution Act, which was rhetorically opposed by the DGB, in 1952 at the beginning of the economic upswing, the companies were designated as the place of trusting cooperation between the Works Council and the employer. The trade unions sealed the Social Partnership and the Growth Pact in 1953 with the decision to make trade union and Communist Party membership incompatible. Every concept that was applied in the FRG had to emphasize its qualities that promoted the common good. At its core, the formed society consists of an accumulation pact between trade unions, capital associations, and the state, in which no distinction is made between service and freedom. In the 1966-67 crisis, the hour of Keynesianism struck, allowing wage demands to present themselves as beneficial to the community, as they stimulated the economy by promoting demand, true to the motto, for the economy to function, everyone must be doing well. Crises are thus defined as exogenous factors against which it is necessary to stand together as an external enemy. The social forces promptly moved closer together in a grand coalition. From 1973, the symptoms of the crisis intensified. Wage earners were expected to make cuts as an investment in the future of the system. This included the promise that the sacrifice would pay off once the crisis subsided. This was least understood by foreign workers with limited periods of residence, who became a mainstay of the strikes in the 1970s. In the international race for national wealth creation, the social democratic milieu guaranteed the success of the German model. Serving the most productive national economy is not only a remnant of what was once the strongest labor movement in Europe, it is also the concern of what is now the largest single trade union in the world, IG Metall. As its head Zwickel recently emphasized, an annual average of 32 working days per 1,000 employees were lost to strikes in Germany between 1970 and 1997, compared to 237, 7.4 times, in the USA, 169, 5.3 times, in Denmark and 49, 1.5 times, even in Japan. The fiercest competitors of the German economy in international competition bear a higher risk of industrial action.
End quote.
The German model has produced such deserving trade union representatives as former IG Chemie boss Hermann Rapp, who managed not to lead a single strike in the 13 years he headed the union. In his keynote speech at the 19th Ordinary Trade Union Congress in Hamburg on October 6, 1999, IG Metall boss Zwickel placed service to the state on an equal footing with trade union interest politics. In my view, we need to discuss the dual nature of solidarity, even within our own ranks. Solidarity initially places demands on society, on the state. But solidarity also places demands on the individual in a society based on solidarity. It is not just a question of, what does society do for the individual? Everyone must also ask themselves, what behavior can I adopt to relieve the burden on the community of solidarity?
End of quote.
The answer should be clear, not to make any demands that go beyond reproducing the capabilities necessary for the Volksgemeinschaft. Quote, if society's interest in existence is indeed generalized throughout society, then all members of society are both bearers of and addressees for community ideology.
End quote.
The community ideology becomes the counter-design of a world that has been made into a thing, the result of which is the community ideology in the first place. Like the Volksgemeinschaft, it is directed against the barter-based organization of social work without calling it into question. Ideas of community have long since developed to such an extent that even self-organized affected initiatives such as unemployment and tenants associations or neighborhood support groups have become civically recognizable and have lost their last vestiges of political innocence. On the one hand, they have become the necessary side effects of precarious survival. On the other, they serve to practice a gang-like esprit de corps or merely to promote acceptance for the restriction of social services. Beyond the class experience, work has long since ceased to be an individual, super commodity, but has become a common good that the community can demand. The dwindling integrative power, loss of membership and function, autonomous collective bargaining, of the trade unions means that the state is increasingly acting as a direct shaper. Last year, with around 300,000 formerly unemployed welfare recipients, twice as many as in 1996 were called into work, incidentally, mainly by welfare organizations and local authorities. The demands to waive benefits in the 1970s were still declared to be temporary. Subsequently, there was to be double compensation as the economy picked up. The waiver demanded today by NRW Minister President Clement, for example, is intended to be permanent. There is no longer any prospect of future compensation. Hence the search for a supporting community ideology. And that is why Clement is looking for an additional community obligation in NRW below the national one, because unpaid community work as well as infrastructure and environmental improvements can only be mobilized in regional competition. Regionalism is claimed as the basis of community consciousness. Thus, what Theodor Heuss, who was later to become the first federal president of the Federal Republic of Germany, demanded for the Weimar state as early as 1921 seems to be coming true today. It is important to independently integrate local and group-limited individual interests into the broader state interest and to want a strong state and at the same time a life that is supplied with blood and as independent as possible for its parts. What Oscar Lafontaine wrote on his banners and in his recently published scandalous treatise Das Herz schlägt links, The Heart Beats on the Left, is the surest way to become a celebrated tribune of the people in Germany. In fact, his firm rejection of the Anglo-American capitalism of uncontrolled financial flows and his insistence on the state and the common good give expression to a German common sense. Quote, the neoliberals of all countries have united and gone on the attack. Those who do not participate in social cuts will be punished by the financial markets. That is why the social market economy must be openly defended today. We need to project and implement a European welfare state model that is superior to Anglo-Saxon capitalism in the global competition between systems. After the fall of communism, the social market economy is now on the left pole position. The Anglo-American concept of the market economy is opposed to the European version of the social market economy.
End quote.
The right has failed in this battle. It has given itself over to unrestrained liberalism, against its own traditions, i.e. Ludwig Erhardt's formed society. Quote, the Kohl government had already noticed in 1982 that something was wrong in our society. It promised a spiritual and moral turnaround. It promised more decency, more public spirit, more cohesion. By the end of her time in government, however, things had not improved. Under the guise of liberalism and individualism, egotism and self-centeredness triumphed. Social theorists lament the progressive decline of values. Those who, like the Kohl government, geared their policies towards market radicalism and deregulation had to put the social consensus at risk. And further, it is urgently necessary to restore a greater sense of community in economic life as well. Nothing else is the task and goal of the democratic left.
End of quote.
What makes him a bogeyman today, even among brothers in spirit such as Gunter Grass, is due to the same phenomenon that always made Kohl wish for Lafontaine as an easily defeated election opponent. Lafontaine does not fit the spirit he constantly invokes. German virtue accuses him of a lack of decency and public spirit, but egotism and self-centeredness in excess. Although Grass, the moral authority of the social liberal nation, gives the same diagnosis as Lafontaine, trade union leaders and church leaders, he condemned the former Dear Oscar in the name of the same morality. Grass writes, if younger authors saw the 4 million unemployed, if they realized that in a rich country a growing number of children have to live below the poverty line, then they would be able to recognize the consequences of neoliberalism. Then they would see that we have willfully broken a social contract, the social market economy, according to Ludwig Erhard, who today, measured against what the neoliberals trumpet, would be a leftist. The control of the means of production and capital flows is much more important today than the socialization of the means of production. But that is taboo.
End of quote.
The Nobel Prize winner admonishes the author Lafontaine, who as an immature 50-something, should keep his mouth shut. Lafontaine was showered with invective from all sides, as if by order. Other fellow campaigners against neoliberalism and friends of the strong state also joined in. There was talk of egomaniac Epler, not used to hard work Apel, attack on the SPD's reputation Clement, serial offender who leaves nothing and no one out in the Chainsaw Massacre FR, and much more. Since Lafontaine himself stylized his work as a struggle, daring to rise up against the neoliberal mainstream, that was the core of my work as party chairman of the SPD, and did not hold out like a tragic hero until the final victory or downfall, but deserted, it is clear that the resentments served are turned against those who want to make use of them. Lafontaine is too similar to the egoists who have forgotten the common good, whom he also ostracized. The Munich SPD city councillor Norte Kreitel merely echoes the voice of the people when he announces that he will only reluctantly buy the book, although I don't really want to shove the money down his throat. The whole thing is just a money-making exercise. SZ, May 10, 1999. There can hardly be a worse suspicion of someone in Germany than when they blatantly do what is normal in capitalism and indispensable for their own reproduction, earning money. Because there are no royalties to be made for the common good, not even for talking down to the supposed victims of neoliberalism. Sacrifices have to be made for the common good. More than an expense allowance is considered obscene. The failed hero Lafontaine is far too much like the traitors. The monthly column German Questions, German Answers in the FAZ has rarely lived up to its motto as it did on October 13, 1999, under the headline Vaterlandsloosgesellen, Die Deutschen trauen den Unternehmer wenig Interesse am Gemeinwohl zu Trust, an opinion researcher states. The deep-seated mistrust of many as to whether the reform discussion about Germany as a business location is about the country or about particular interests disguised in rhetoric about the common good. The majority of respondents, 72%, are convinced that the business community's plea for reforms is exclusively about its own interests, not about securing a good future for the country.
End quote.
This majority does not fail to recognize that the entrepreneur is first and foremost committed to his company, but denies that this necessarily entails a consequent focus on profit maximization. 67% demand that an entrepreneur or manager must also have the welfare of the country in mind in addition to the welfare of the company.
End of quote.
Kreitel does not speak for published opinion, but for public opinion. Lafontaine, who is only concerned with his own advantage, wants to withdraw as a private citizen during the people's difficult neoliberal time of trial, and not into a solitary, secluded forced exile, but into quite comfortable surroundings. A German tribune of the people, however, cannot simply resign himself without being broken by this resignation, because as a good German he has to be one with his task. Lafontaine, who values the German identity so highly, was and remains suspicious of this. Quote, after all, the surveys on Germans' awareness of values allow the conclusion to be drawn that the basic positions for broad approval of a value-emphasizing left-wing policy are also present in Germany.
End of quote.
What's more, income equality and social security are more firmly anchored historically and culturally in Germany and Europe than in the USA. For understandable reasons, citizens primarily equate German identity with the welfare state.
End quote.
Even the role of Helmut Schmidt, indeed that of Stammheim Schmidt, must also be reassessed from the point of view of the left. If one accepts the market as a principle of order, he was the first to recognize the challenges of the post-national constellation. After the collapse of Bretton Woods, they created the European monetary system. While the European left was still preoccupied with Vietnam, Nicaragua, and the Third World, Helmut Schmidt provided the first social democratic answers to the new situation created by the deregulation of the global financial markets.
End of quote.
But neither the reference to Helmut Schmidt, nor the knowledge of German domestic life, nor even the offensively demanded continental European strong welfare state, which finally sets limits to the Americans, since the anarchistic disposition of the Anglo-American market economy hinders the development of public spirit and social solidarity, protect Lafontaine from the traitor projection. The Germans share Lafontaine's anti-Americanism wholeheartedly, but they don't like French friends either, despite the statism and cultural anti-imperialism to the left of the Rhine that actually makes Germans feel at home. The suspicion that people there want to create work in order to live well and not to live in order to create work is too obvious. The German common good, on the other hand, is per se an ideology of renunciation. People are prepared to accept that everyone is worse off, but only if everyone is actually worse off. In other words, everyone is equally badly off. The Francophile sensualist that Lafontaine produces himself as, on the other hand, evokes the figure of the cowardly corn and cattle Jew who later mutated into a banker who dared to be fat when bread was expensive. The people do not forgive such people, especially not when, like Lafontaine, they have had a reputation for being unpatriotic since 1989-90 and then also commit desertion. Tagesspiegel. This is why Lafontaine was unable to make any real political capital out of the fact that nobody really liked Eichel's and Schroeder's austerity message, since, in good German fashion, the propaganda was backed by the particular interests of the rich. Even Schroeder's amateurish staging mistakes did Lafontaine no favors. Of course, proclaimers of the national emergency are not allowed to wear expensive suits or appear in lifestyle shows. But the fact that the state's ability to act must be restored is actually the right way for Schroeder and Eichel to sell the austerity package. The ideal state is the opposite of particular interests and balances them out for the common good, for this highest good one could also endure material hardship in favor of the higher goal. This is why Jospinnism is not even needed in Germany, one reason why the German corporatist model is so highly valued in France. The great caution and circumspection with which Jospin sells the renunciation of Keynesianism, the final rejection of deficit spending as a state employment policy, i.e. that the state shows creative will in the introduction of cheap entry-level wages and the rapid privatization policy, this tightrope act would not be necessary in Germany. In Germany, such a policy has to be staged like a Christmas of war and a winter of turnips. Everyone, but everyone, has to share in the suffering of the people, or at least pretend to do so. The leader should no longer necessarily wear a uniform, but sackcloth and ashes to demonstrate that he is a victim, just like his subjects. The fact that Lafontaine was no good in this sense as a failed enragement against international finance capital prevents him from becoming a truly popular martyr myth. Only people who have had to struggle with problems similar to his, namely Gregor Gysi, or even those who have long since been relegated, such as Tony Benn, see Lafontaine as the first great sacrifice among elected politicians that banks demanded and that was made to them. But it is highly questionable whether Oscar Lafontaine was even looking for an exit as a victim or whether by leaving he was not rather trying as a good grandson to continue to rally behind him the majority which, according to Willy Brandt, was on the left in Germany, or at least loyal supporters who were pursuing with him the goal to which Das Herr Schlachtlinks is quite openly dedicated, to realize in opposition what seems to have failed as a mandate given by the voters to the social democratic governments of Europe, namely to confront Anglo-Saxon capitalism with a European welfare state and to give the deregulated world market a regulatory framework.
End quote.
With the attempt to establish a canon of values that is in no way aimed at socialism, but at the preservation of a capitalism that remains tamed and thus presents an alternative to the specter of speculative predatory capitalism, according to Klaus Zwickel at the IGM Congress on June 10, 1999. Lafontaine has easily become the bearer of hope of a left whose socialism has been absorbed into post-fascism. This left's idea of socialism is limited to capital, which has been taken into service by the state, together with the images of the enemy, with the help of which it extraterritorializes its own functional principle, which becomes dysfunctional for those condemned by necessity to the post-industrial reserve army, to America, or to parasites. Lafontaine's internationalism is that of the closed fortress Europe, or more precisely, that of the closed national economy. The same realism that led him to oppose the rapid annexation of the GDR in 1990 also led him to take a stand against so-called uncontrolled immigration, since the main victims of immigration are the socially weaker. Quote, since many foreign families generally have more children than German families, older people in particular calculate what this means for foreign families they know every time child benefit is increased. If such decisions are linked to pension cuts, Anyone can imagine how older citizens will react. I am therefore one of those who worked for many years in the SPD to achieve a compromise between the major parties on the asylum issue.
End quote.
However, this should by no means disqualify him for the friends of the social question, who in all seriousness derive a justification for clapping from the loss of professional prospects, and who themselves do not find it strange to see burning asylum seekers' homes as an alienated reaction to alienation. Friends of the alternative economy of the third sector also find an important place in Lafontaine's blueprint for the future, so that support for Lafontaine can also be expected from the camp of post-Keynesianism. Quote, principles or guiding principles for sustainable development in Germany could be the aforementioned principles of longevity, quality instead of quantity, and use instead of possession.
End of quote.
It is not to be expected, however, that anyone here would be bothered by the dogged defense of the location. On the contrary, the actual ABM archipelago, just like the dreamed of subsistence money paradise, requires clear access regulations, a definition of the community within which solidarity must apply. Lafontaine brings community and justice together, so that one cannot exist without the other. He focuses inwardly on community through the defense against threats, be it in the form of speculative capital, refugees, crime, or unemployment. If the state assumes responsibility for ensuring that every citizen can exercise his right to work by ensuring full employment, the state must be allowed to oblige those citizens to work who, although they live off society, wish to deny it their services.
End of quote.
Lafontaine speaks of values, which he provides with offers for all in accordance with his intention, namely to create community. The state that curbs neoliberalism must be a strong one. Kurt Biedenkopf rightly stated about Lafontaine 10 years ago, in order to put his party on the new path into the future, Lafontaine accepts irritations as well as the supposed necessity of demarcating the left from conservative and Christian democratic positions, even where such demarcations must seem nonsensical.
End quote.
Not demarcation, but integration into the common project is on Oscar's agenda, because only in a corridor of reliability will old positions be cleared and new risks taken. Lafontaine approvingly quotes Schroeder from times when they were still together. Ventures require solidarity against the enemies of the community of solidarity. The inner values, the authenticity and the tradition of the fight against financial capital in Germany correspond to the revival of the necessary enemy images, which can only ever vary between the eternal Jews, the cosmopolitan speculators and the criminal poor, the socially parasitic immigrants. What is considered German is not only the culture of production, the terror of the general mobilization of labor, but the way in which it is carried out, as a turn towards the higher, with the stamina to bring a cause to its end, however murderous. Because community in Germany must always be a community of hostility towards foreign bodies, not least because people already dislike each other, Lafontaine lacks the necessary secondary virtues of a Helmut. Despite his professions of community and his pragmatic racism, Lafontaine had rightly castigated them as those that would have enabled Schmidt to lead a concentration camp. It was precisely these secondary virtues that Germany offered and continues to offer in exchange for selfishness and pleasure without remorse or responsibility. Lafontaine, who as prime minister still had the aura of a self-confident frontiersman, is rejected by the conjured-up community, not only because he is staged as a troublemaker by the media, but because he has betrayed the unconditional service to the community, to the common good incarnated in state policy. How the journals cheered and how Schroeder won on the Spiegel politician scale when he played state of emergency at the beginning of the Kosovo War, demonstrating seriousness. How popular Eichel of all people is, who should actually be the neoliberal bogeyman, precisely because of his colorlessness, his bureaucratic seriousness. Being accused of bowing to special interests means the end when Germany is faced with crises. Lafontaine, who ostentatiously preached the common good, forgot that even the private sphere is public in the land of compulsory confession. Anyone who even retreats to it in the hour of need falls victim to the verdict of particularity, as an apostasy from the common good. What Schroeder can learn from Lafontaine's failure is not only to hang up the Armani suit in the closet, but also to stop playing ball with the perfidious Albion, where the high priests of social coldness live. The virulent stereotypes of National Socialism must be taken into account, then the people will not only put up with austerity packages, but will remain loyal until, as the German hit song put it, the world collapses. The same projection must apply against the particular interests at home. National Socialist anti-Semitism took on the citizen, the working citizen as the counter-principle at work within, which it identified in the Jew. Schroeder can sell himself as a man of the people's motorization, but not as a lobbyist for the car industry, because he represents the higher, the state. The fact that Lafontaine, although a climber himself, looks too much like a citizen has stamped him as the public enemy. He does not fit in where renunciation is required. Strict illiberality and hostility to pleasure are called for. To evade hard work, as ex-Defense Minister Apel accuses him in Die Welt, July 10, 99, is not only a betrayal of the national mission of renunciation, but also an impertinence towards those fighting for recognition and employment. Gluttony and extramarital sexuality, time-honored accusations against Lafontaine, they reflect the mood of those who voluntarily and compulsively no longer allow themselves anything, not only because they are tired after a 12-hour working day, but also because they want to and have to embody functionality, adaptability, and the ability to suffer with body and soul. In difficult times, the varnish of postmodern savoir-vivre is thin over the folk stew, the German secondary virtues, loyalty until death. Only someone who indulges in asceticism that is as unnecessary as it is indispensable becomes folkdom. This is the only way he can become a martyr. There must be no satisfied smile on his face, but rather the lines of strength of the nation, which are slowly but surely revealing themselves in Schroeder. When the SPD uninhibitedly applauded its own defeat on election night, it was already the second, albeit clearly escalated, repetition of an already familiar spectacle. A year earlier, when the SPD became the third strongest party in Saxony, far behind the CDU and PDS and just ahead of the NPD, the comrades were strangely intoxicated by a trend reversal that was supposedly evident in the election results. On May 22, the day of the state elections in NRW, the announcement of new elections sent a party that had just been horrified into euphoria, as the newspapers reported the next day. The comrades had just as little reason for euphoria then as they do now. They could neither continue to govern in their home state of NRW, nor did there seem to be any realistic prospect of an election victory in September. Now, after the early federal election, the reason for the euphoria is becoming clear. After all, those who can run an election campaign with no prospects of winning sometimes have a decisive advantage. With the prospect of victory, the need to establish a plausible connection between the campaign phrases on the one hand and the previous and expected government policy on the other is lost. This opens up the possibility, freed from the suspicion of not wanting to keep the election promises afterwards, of being able to serve the resentments of the clientele unhindered. Goal number 1 of the re-election campaign was achieved immediately, as it consisted of creating the well-dosed state of emergency that prevails in every election campaign. The effect of this state of emergency is intensified when the decision to hold elections is made out of a higher political necessity and on the edge of legality. This is no trifling matter. The basic law does not allow the Bundestag to decide to dissolve itself without further ado. There must be a valid reason for this, namely a situation in which it is impossible for the government to continue to conduct government business. The opposition, the federal president, and the Federal Constitutional Court went to great lengths to legalize the process. The SPD, whose leader openly admitted the fictitious nature of the loss of confidence in the Bundestag on July 1, was different. Muntefering said, "Why don't you try proposing a constructive vote of no confidence? Then you will see that the SPD parliamentary group stands behind the Chancellor."
End of quote.
This political state of emergency has led to the collapse of all opposition within the party. A party in which there was grumbling about the government's course and which was already thinking aloud about the time after Schroeder was successfully transformed back into the united mouthpiece of the Chancellor that it normally is. Either you back me or we lose the election. The party, which had just been at odds with the Chancellor, did not have to be told this a second time. The reason why the party accepts such authoritarian behavior is probably to be found in the social democratic soul. The social democratic psyche is such that even severe dissatisfaction with the party line does not result in a serious loss of loyalty. No matter how much they grumble about the party leadership and its government, no matter how regularly they threaten the ultima ratio available to SPD members, withdrawing their votes or even leaving the party, at the moment of danger, the comrades stand by their head comrade. Because the worst thing a German social democrat can imagine is a split or even the downfall of the SPD, because then he would lose all his footing in the world. Loyalty to the SPD is not primarily based on political conviction, but on social democratic identity. The party is not a club from which you leave if you no longer like the line, but a large surrogate family. Members' party also means participatory party. A participatory party means achieving common goals in a large community, reads an SPD leaflet. The ability to survive any betrayal of one's own convictions results from this warmth of the party collective. The SPD is the oldest of the German parties, and that means that it is the only party that has easily shrugged off all the catastrophes of the 20th century and regards every opportunistic swing as a gain in realism. The prerequisite for this flexibility and incredible robustness is a consciousness that protects itself against experience by not knowing the past and only ever looking to the future. The comrades actually believed that the end of the red-green government also meant the end of the SPD as a people's party, and that the end of the SPD as a people's party would inevitably be followed by the invasion of globalizing locusts. The Red Heidi Weekzorek elevated the election to the status of a fateful election, in which the last battle against neoliberal globalization would be fought. The feat that the SPD had to accomplish was to reconcile the slogans against social cuts and the seemingly opposing slogan for Agenda 2010. A feat that could only be accomplished by applying considerable doses of German community spirit and irrationalism. The German Social Democrats already proved that they are capable of this in the 2002 anti-American election campaign. This time, the comrades went to great lengths to act even more irrationally, demagogically, and nationalistically. Initially, the SPD was able to benefit from the above-mentioned lack of a past, which, as will be seen, the Greens share with the SPD. Both parties conducted the election campaign as if they had been in opposition for the last 7 years and as if Agenda 2010 was an invention not of the Red-Greens, but of Black-Yellow. With slogans such as for social justice, against social cuts, the SPD presented itself as a party that had found its way back to social democratic language, as one newspaper commentator wrote. The price for this rediscovered loyalty to its own convictions, however, is a complete loss of reality and the crossing of inhibition thresholds that are usually observed by representatives of democratic parties in election campaigns. Probably for the first time in German post-war history, a daily newspaper close to the incumbent government, the Taz, printed stickers caricaturing the opposition's lead candidate as a pig betraying the fatherland. The projective nature of the slogan printed on one of the stickers, "Fi social cuts. Ferkel must go," becomes clear when you realize that the Taz has been doing nothing other than demanding the very cuts in its business section for a decade that it is now accusingly blaming on the CDU/CSU. Another sticker showed Merkel with a steel helmet in front of a US flag, and this in the very newspaper that had been actively preparing for the Kosovo War for 10 years. There is not the slightest indication that a CDU/CSU-led government would have participated in the war against the Ba'ath regime. At best, it would have skillfully stayed out of the conflict. However, a CDU government would hardly have fueled the longing for peace, devoid of all reason, which broke out in the anti-US marches.
The party in the Madhouse, Henrik M.
Broder, would have been a lot more sober. This is exactly what the Taz resents Angela Merkel for. At an election campaign rally, Franz Muntefering spoke as if he wanted to provide practical illustrative material for the Adorno quote quoted above. The SPD has never led Germany into a war and it will stay that way. And he was not laughed at but applauded. This lie is now believed not because the memory of the invasion of Yugoslavia has been erased, but because it is all too present, even if people are very reluctant to talk about it. With a twinkle in his eye, Muntefering and his followers agree on how the war in Yugoslavia should be viewed. Firstly, no war was waged at the time, and secondly, Germany did not even want the war, but was forced into it by other powers, not only by Yugoslavia, but also by the USA. German social democracy's concept of truth expresses a relationship to the facts, as Hannah Arendt observed in Germany after 1945 and in which she identified the lasting effect of National Socialist propaganda. Quote, "Probably the most striking and also the most frightening aspect of the German flight from reality, however, lies in the attitude of dealing with facts as if they were mere opinions. The lies of totalitarian propaganda differ from the ordinary lies that non-totalitarian regimes resort to in times of emergency, above all in that they constantly deny the value of facts at all. All facts can be changed and all lies can be made true. The Nazis shaped the consciousness of the Germans above all by trimming them to perceive reality no longer as a sum total of hard, inescapable facts, but as a conglomerate of constantly changing events and slogans, whereby what may be true today may already be false tomorrow. We are not dealing here with indoctrination, but with the inability and unwillingness to distinguish between fact and opinion."
End quote.
Just as it is not a contradiction for the SPD to talk about peace while the Bundeswehr is bombing Belgrade or the Friedrich Ebert Foundation is conferring with Hezbollah, it is a breach of social democratic principles to demand the preservation of the welfare state and at the same time starve the unemployed with Hartz IV. The reason for this can be found by reading the lyrics of the SPD's party anthem, the Internationale. Even then, the Social Democrats were less bothered by the drudgery of wage labor than by the idleness of the capitalist class. Quote, "In Germany, a social democracy that has felt folkish and patriotic since its beginnings has always spread the illusion that prosperity is above all a question of character. Where modest, responsible entrepreneurs and industrious, ambitious workers are bound to each other as social partners under wise, strong social democratic guidance. The economy must flourish and no one must fear for his job as long as the idle is only successfully defended against speculators, financial sharks, rapacious parasites and communist subversion. The German workers were only too willing to exchange the right to revolution for the promise that the fatherland would grant them a right to work, a right which in its origins in the First World War had not been a right but an obligation to serve, a right which also amounts to the freedom to be able to bow to the coercion to which one is subjected, and which therefore belongs to those phenomena of German history for which one can give many causes, but no sufficient reason.
End quote.
In the discussions that preceded the announcement of Agenda 2010, Rudolf Scharping made it clear that social democracy is also willing to regard unemployed people who do not make enough effort as idlers who need to be pushed aside. There is no right to be lazy, meaning welfare recipients who are unwilling to work. Agenda 2010 is not a contradiction to social democratic values at all, but rather their consequent expression. In this respect, the slogan for €1 jobs against idleness would have fitted quite well on the SPD's election posters.
Unfortunately, no one could think of the slogan, instead the party put up a poster based on the Nazi slogan, Gemeinnutz geht vor Eigennutz, für den Gemeinsinn, gegen die Gier.
This had the advantage that the viewer could choose whether lazy unemployed people, Polish illegal workers, nasty locust capitalists or all three should be pushed aside to save the German national welfare state. Anyone who wants to organize those obsessed with resentment against those at the top to follow them in order to gain power in the state must inevitably present themselves as a man of the people. A role that Schroeder, himself a climber from the very bottom, knows how to play excellently. The usual and often lamented personalization in election campaigns escalated among the Social Democrats into a personality cult around the Chancellor, who was presented simultaneously as a statesman and a tribune of the people. On the election posters of the federal SPD, there was only one picture besides slogans, Schroeder, Schroeder and Schroeder again in various poses, each matching the sentence printed next to it. Once Schroeder, looking at the viewer, powerful, courageous, humane, once Schroeder in a general's pose if you want peace, you must stand firm, then Schroeder again as a popular speaker in an open shirt, talking into a microphone with a clenched fist and photographed from below, if you want justice, you must secure social welfare. A well-known German proverb says Schadenfreude is the most beautiful joy, and expresses, albeit affirmatively, a widespread mood in this country. Unable to enjoy their own successes, the gloating person feels the humiliation of others as the deepest satisfaction. Even Jürgen Elsasser felt reminded of the Nazis in the face of Schroeder's malice towards Angela Merkel. Quote, "It is politically unfair, but atmospherically obvious. The last time there was such an insane drunkenness of victory in the face of one's own heavy losses was in the Sportpalast when Goebbels spoke.
Do you want a total Chancellor?"
The fanatical party people would have shouted yes to this question. In the SPD, the democratic structures have given way to a relationship of leader and followers.
End quote.
And Frank Schirmacher attested in the FAZ, a stunned nation felt for the first time what it could be like when someone wants to override the rules of democracy without further ado. The night before yesterday, Schroeder, consciously or endorphin-saturated, played the role of the charismatic ruler for a few moments, who can build on an approval rating that is, as it were, even higher, even more substantial than the election result itself.
End quote.
No sooner had the first forecasts been broadcast on election night than the SPD stepped up its authoritarian rebellion against the opposition to the point of putschism. In his appearances on election night, the Chancellor presented himself as a tribune of the people who had been washed in all the waters of demagoguery. In particular, the elephant round on ARD caused quite a stir. After the presenter addressed Schroeder with the words, "You are still Chancellor," the Chancellor lost his temper. He lambasted Merkel, Westerwelle, Stoiber and the presenters and developed the arguments with which the SPD was to justify its claim to power in the following days despite losing the election. With the help of his loyal followers, the Chancellor, as a solitary fighter for justice surrounded by enemies, once again managed to put his opponent, who was thought to be overpowering, in his place. Quote, "We have achieved something that many professional observers thought was completely impossible. From a supposedly hopeless, defensive situation, the SPD has turned the result around with the help of alert citizens. I am proud of the people in our country. I am proud of a democratic culture that has proven that media power and media manipulation do not shake democratic consciousness." This and the following quotes are Schroeder's own words from the evening of the election and the following day. Although he did not win the election, he was still its moral victor, because he had the superiority of the media against him. In addition to the actual election, a second secret election had taken place, namely in the opinion polls that had just been criticized, from which he, Schroeder, had emerged victorious over Angela Merkel. That is why such trifles as the majority situation must be put aside. Quote, "Just take a look at what really caused the catching up process in the society during the election campaign. That was not only a comparison of the content but also a comparison of the people involved, and that is why this cannot be about making any claims to power for formal reasons, however close they may be to you. That will not be accepted.
End quote.
Having thus declared the election result to be an irrelevant trifle, he presented himself as the strong man who is the only one capable of averting the impending chaos and downfall of the nation. Me or the deluge, nobody but me is capable of forming a stable government.
End quote.
This is a self-fulfilling prophecy and contains the open threat of thwarting the Union's attempt to form such a stable government. He and his party have affirmed the will to lead. This will is not merely subjective, but results from the mandate of a higher power, the people or fate. Our task is to implement this declared will of our entire party.
End quote.
He thus derives his claim to power from the will of his party. This is the expression of putschism. Because he, Schroeder, is the chancellor appointed by fate, the opposition is obliged to follow him and must renounce its claims, as otherwise it would be shirking its political responsibility. It is not the CDU/CSU that is the strongest party, but rather the SPD, as the Union parties are two parties. The SPD would therefore be entitled to the chancellorship in a grand coalition. Schroeder fails to mention that the CDU/CSU would have to agree to this deal. In the style of Jörg Haider, who, when confronted with criticism, backs down on a minor point but intensifies the main attack, Schroeder also regretted his appearance a few days later. He had not wanted to accuse the presenter of biased reporting. But his appearance had been honest, said Schroeder. This is exactly what the followers of a charismatic leader always like to hear. Over the next few days, SPD functionaries were able to study how things could play out if the democratically legitimized rule based on compromise between the power groups were to be replaced by a plebiscitary form based on orders, and from a safe vantage point, since there is no serious fear that the SPD's delusion of power will prevail, but the only question is how long it will take, days or weeks, before the delusion is shattered by reality and the claim to power is renounced. Until that happens, the party's lower and middle ranks, led by Muntefering, will be allowed to play a bit of a coup d'état. Their appearance and physiognomy will not remain unaffected. Anyone who has heard the snappy officer's tone that Muntefering adopted on the day after, or the one with which Ludwig Stiegler seconded, "We have a chancellor, all the others are just sausages," or who has observed the boastful gestures with which all sorts of backbenchers echoed the words of the chancellor and the great chairman, has an idea of this. Sigmar Gabriel ingeniously formulated the state of the social democratic soul after this election campaign. Quote, "There are many in the SPD who are now certain that Schroeder can also walk on water. And I freely admit, I am one of them."
End quote.
Schroeder is the higher being who saved the party from the misery of poor poll results, the higher being whose existence was still vehemently denied in the second verse of the Internationale. With this new savior at the helm, German social democracy still has a great future ahead of it. Austria is undoubtedly a post-fascist country, but the post-fascist normality of Austrian society is not the same as that of the FRG. After 1945, Austria is both a post-fascist and a post-national socialist society. Austria was already an authoritarian clerical fascist country at the time of the so-called Anschluss in 1938. The organized labor movement had been largely destroyed, and the liberal capitalist, democratic mediation and resolution of conflicts of interest had been abandoned in favor of a romanticist, Catholic agrarian ideology of the estates. Debates about post-fascist continuity in Austria refer almost exclusively to the period of Austrofascism, i.e. the period from 1934 to 1938. The period from 1938 to 1945 is only mentioned in passing. This is logical insofar as National Socialism in Austria was officially regarded as genuinely German and alien to the Austrian soul until a few years ago. Austria is the country in which the population, in close solidarity with the government, managed to simply deny the former community of robbing and murdering people's comrades after 1945. What can only be observed on a massive scale in Germany since reunification, namely the transformation of Nazi followers into victims of Allied bombing terror etc., has been a reality in Austria, and with a much more consequent justification, since 1945. In their self-perception, the Austrians were not only not perpetrators and also not simply victims of the Allied acts of war, but simply victims of the Nazis. Max Horkheimer noted in the mid-1960s, the Germans' confession of guilt after the defeat of National Socialism in 1945 was a brilliant way of preserving the folkish sense of community in the post-war period. Preserving the we was the main thing. In Austria, this acknowledgement of guilt did not exist at all until the 1990s. The we feeling of the Nazi Volksgemeinschaft, cemented by the joint mass murder of Jews and the war of extermination in the East, was able to survive into the post-fascist democracy through the construction of a national collective of victims. Against the postulation of perpetual neutrality, which was demanded above all by the Soviet Union, the victors of the Second World War agreed to elevate the monstrous lie that the Austrians had been the first victims of National Socialist expansionism to the status of a historical fact. However, the Austrians were by no means grateful to the Allies for their lenient treatment. Even before they were released into neutral independence, the Austrian leadership attempted to strengthen the weak Austrian nationalism by agitating against the Allied troops who were in the country until 1955. In line with this history of the development of nationalism in the Second Republic, it is still often said today that the period of occupation in Austria lasted 17 years. The actual liberation therefore did not take place in 1945, but only in 1955. The close cooperation between the previously hostile camps of Social Democrats and Christian conservatives did not, as a popular founding myth of the Second Republic claims, result primarily from the so-called spirit of the camp road, i.e. the shared experiences in the Nazi concentration camps, but rather from the common struggle against the new occupiers. In the 10 years from 1945 to 1955, the Republic succeeded in declaring its own clientele to be victims of National Socialism across the board and at the same time, in the fight against the Allies, who were described as occupiers, to give the Volksgemeinschaft feeling a new sign, Austrian instead of Greater Germany. Although this policy was accepted with a wink as necessary by the people's comrades who had just been enthusiastic about the Nazis, it took quite a long time for the Greater German delusion to become a halfway normal Austro-nationalist craze in the long term. The distancing from Germany, as the stigmatized loser and criminal, corresponded with a mild to ironic rejection of Germans. The anti-German resentment cultivated after 1945 can sometimes be very sympathetic, and one is therefore always pleased to hear the backhanded grunts of Austrian waiters when a German tour group wants to pay in Deutschmarks as a matter of course. But the anti-German reflexes, e.g. in the form of Prussian jokes, should not be believed to have an anti-Nazi quality. There was never any mass resistance to the German occupation by the people of the Alps. The Austrians also told pief jokes during the Nazi era, but euphorically welcomed the Anschluss and at the same time organized such pogroms against the Jewish population that even those in power in Berlin were surprised. In Austria, anti-German resentment always refers to the bigotry of the Germans, but never to their anti-Semitism and racism. The salvation of the we feeling that Horkheimer spoke of not only took place in Austria through the transformation from a collective of perpetrators to a collective of victims, but was also reinforced after 1945 by a consequent anti-liberal economic and political model. While the Greater German we feeling of the Nazi era, trimmed for expansion, was replaced after 1945 by the Mir San Mir, which was already characteristic of Austrofascism and aimed at fending off external influences and always came across as somewhat offended and grumpy, the major parties SP and VP were a prime example of what Johannes Agnoli described in his Transformation of Democracy as the plural version of a single party. Ruth Beckerman has pointedly described the basis for the Grand Coalition mood in post-fascism. The socialists renounced the class struggle and the conservatives renounced public Dollfuss worship. They all renounced the Jews. The Grand Coalition, which was never completely abolished informally even in times of SP all-party government, corresponds to the Austrian social partnership that exists and operates alongside parliamentarianism. It is characterized by a strong corporatism, which to this day ensures that the representatives of capital in Austria hardly have to deal with strikes and similar inconveniences. As early as 1946, the Central Wage Commission was constituted in the Ministry of Social Affairs, to which the powers of the Nazi trustees of labor were essentially transferred. This laid the foundation for the modified continuation of the public benefit comes before self-interest ideology. Against the background of his study of Italian fascism, Agnoli wrote, "If fascism is reduced to the formalized barbarism of totalitarian rule, conquest and extermination, then any discussion of what is generally technocratic about the West German program of social symmetry or the policy of French planification, for example, and what is specifically fascist corporate, becomes superfluous." End quote. This discussion, if it were to take place at all, would probably reveal one of the central differences between corporatist models in the successor states of National Socialism on the one hand and, for example, Sweden or Holland on the other. Of course, in the latter countries too, the social partnership is not simply a technocratic democratic administrative option, but also has corporatism as a model or at least a precursor. In Germany and Austria, however, it is always also a container for the lost community of fellow citizens, a construction that not only creates a harmonious relationship between labor, capital and the state and thus attempts to homogenize and form society, but also a national umbrella under which anti-Semitism and racism, which allegedly contradict democracy, are also perpetuated and thrive. Austrian academics are busy researching the prehistory of the social partnership. They are looking for precursors in the 18th century, structural preconditions in the 19th century, the first corporatist attempts in the First Republic, and in the case of left-wing historians or political scientists, Austrofascism. As a rule, no mention is made of National Socialism in this context. Corporatism after 1945 is seen as a continuation of the first attempts at rapprochement between the social camps in the early years of the First Republic. Although Austrofascism is seen as a structural forerunner, it is rightly emphasized that there was no universal agreement between the state, the bourgeoisie, and the proletariat, and that social partnership was imposed. The major difference between fascist corporatism and the social partnership after 1945 is seen in the fact that capital and labor voluntarily entered into a harmonious relationship with each other and with the state. This overlooks the fact that Austrofascism and, above all, National Socialism modified the conditions precisely in such a way that all relevant social groups voluntarily agreed to the commitment of all to the common good. What is supposed to make the difference to fascism is confirmed by its after-effects. The ideologues of the New Austria are involuntarily right when they point out that fascist corporatism was based on a corresponding ideology, while the post-fascist social partnership emerged more from the practice of the immediate post-war period. The commitment of all to the common good was therefore so second nature to all those involved that the corporatist model was a matter of course for them. The fact that even left-wing academics in Austria see an after-effect of Austrofascism beyond 1945 in the subordination of particular interests to so-called general interests, but do not say a word about National Socialism, can only be explained by the overall social effectiveness of the thesis of supposedly un-Austrian National Socialism. The Nazis were successful in establishing total socialization, which Austrofascism never quite achieved. However, a central prerequisite for the social partnership orientation was the pre-Nazi ideological nationalization of the labor movement. Because it appeared in the form of state-focused parties, as representatives of the working people and thus of the common good, it almost inevitably came close to fascist concepts of the common good. Austrian political scientists generally assume that the social partnership can be assigned to different traditions, a fascist one, embodied for example in Ottluner Span, and a Marxist one, embodied in Otto Bauer. This overlooks the partial agreement between genuinely fascist and right-wing social democratic principles, the fanatical state fetishism, the inherent binding of interests to the general public, the restriction of every particular need by the needs of the overpowering monopolist of force. In post-fascist Austria, too, the state was seen as the reliable guarantor of material provision for the entire population of the state, at least until the more serious signs of crisis since the beginning of the 1990s. Irrespective of all this, the social partnership is nevertheless an expression of the relative strength of the Austrian labor movement, which knows how to secure its extensive rights to have a say in many areas, including those that are not of immediate economic or social policy importance. The Austrian social partnership has created a particularly submissive civic consciousness that perhaps even surpasses the aggressive corporate mentality of the Germans and their worship of a superior, values-based concept of the free democratic basic order. Incidentally, this convention is not known in Austria, even if individual politicians occasionally talk about an imaginary constitutional arc. With regard to the FRG, it is quite correct, not least in view of the emergency legislation, to speak of the fascist state of emergency being integrated into democratic normality and politics being practiced as a permanent state of emergency. This form of active crisis prevention does not exist in Austria. The sublimation of the class struggle through the social partnership, as Kreisky once called it, has been so successful here that emergency scenarios of any kind are hardly conceivable anyway. In the 1970s, a credit-financed economic and social policy created the material conditions that finally helped Austro-patriotism to prevail over Germanism in large sections of the population. So-called Austro-Keynesianism provided the basis for the fact that today most Austrians regard the history of the Second Republic as a success story, and that even Jörg Haider felt compelled to no longer demand the abolition of the Second Republic in favor of a third, but only the radical reform of the Second Republic. Since the beginning of the 1990s, however, the Republic has no longer been so successful in feeding its people, which has led to corporatism increasingly falling into disrepute. However, it is not being attacked by communist workers, as in the 1950s, but by the FP, which has converted from German nationalism to aggressive Austrian patriotism. When Jörg Haider is not inciting against foreigners, one of his favorite topics is criticism of the Austrian social partnership. The FP is almost inevitably benefiting from the crisis of Austro-Keynesianism, which is bringing the potential for racism and anti-Semitism inherent in the bourgeois subject ever more openly to light. To the value and state fetishist subject, which is unable to understand its own socialization and therefore permanently hallucinates dark powers, it must appear as if social democracy is betraying its corporatist promises and backing neoliberalism out of pure meanness or in anticipatory obedience to international powers that cannot be pinpointed. This opens the door to the schizophrenic propaganda of the Freedom Party. What is schizophrenic about this propaganda is Hader's actions as a radical critic of the chamber state, the red felt, the Pakalai, anti-benefit social benefits, in short the social partnership and its consequences on the one hand, and as an advocate of the labor force containers allegedly cheated by social democracy in harmony with the international financial mafia on the other. Today, the FP leader passes as the legitimate successor to the social democratic corporatist hero Bruno Kreisky. However, the economic underpinning of the Volksgemeinschaft by means of a sudden increase in state demand, as exemplified under National Socialism, no longer seems possible today. On the contrary, the so-called streamlining of the state, already pursued by the other parties, is the order of the day. In Hader, a modernized and democratized type of leader emerges from post-fascist normality, who presumably does not really know how to reconcile the consequent deregulation of society and the protection of the indigenous déclassés or threatened by declassification. The Freedom Party wants to abolish the traditional social partnership structures and replace them with a community of the capable, which is easily recognizable as the archetype of a racism of the productive. According to them, post-fascist corporatism protects the supposed and actual unproductive to too great an extent. Nevertheless, they are more than simply the spearhead of economic liberalization and deregulation, as which they are constantly outed by traditional Marxist groups. On the contrary, not inconsiderable sections of the Freedom Party vehemently demand the introduction of protective tariffs and other, not at all liberal restrictions on the movement of goods and people.
Hier, the Freedom Party unitis a contradiction a rising from the crisis of Austro-Keynesianism.
Whereas the corporatist state of Austro-Keynesianism was seen as the guardian and advocate of honest labor and capital committed to the common good, today most commodity monads see it as a robber of honest labor and increasingly as an antisocial representative of vagabond finance capital. In his essay on the regional competitive state, Uli Krug described the contradictory community of those who believe they have been permanently cheated, some, who continue to profit to a not inconsiderable extent from the production of surplus value, mistrust the state because it still provides for the paupers at all by means of transfer payments, while others, who are exposed to increasing impoverishment, see themselves betrayed because the state is constantly cutting back on these transfer
payments.
This community, which is partly divided along party political lines, is united in Hader and the Freedom Party. The different clienteles are all reflected in Hader, who not only demonstrates his versatility when it comes to clothing. Politically, too, Hader is a changeling who radiates both unbearable communal warmth and threatening cordiality for careworn people and is a leading figure for the successful, callous, nouveau riche hedonists. As such a hedonistic ascetic, modernist anachronistic type of leader, he could certainly serve as a model, not least for social democrats, who have played no small part in Hader's rise through their constantly propagated authoritarian allegiance to the state and have already largely adapted to him with their leaders Klima, Schroeder and Blair. The Social Democrats have contributed to the success of the FB. With Karl Schlogel, it has an interior minister who has been complying with almost all the demands of the liberal racists and police fanatics for some time now. With Franz Versatnich, the chairman of the Austrian Trade Union Federation, GB, the SB also has a man in the National Council Parliamentary Group, the Party Presidium and the Party Executive Committee who attests to Hader being a docile student of the GB in matters of foreign policy. The voters also seem to see it this way, with a 47% share of the vote in the National Council elections in October 1999, the Freedom Party is number one among workers and thus the true representative of variable capital. And what do the representatives of the other, supposedly better Austria think of the rise of the first real neo-fascists? On November 12, they demonstrated against the competition from the right with the defiant battle cry, "We are Austria." The absurdity of their endeavor to run against nationalism in the name of the nation does not even seem to occur to democratic anti-fascism. Anyone who, as in the call for the demonstration, is only ever able to see the FB as old-fashioned and unenlightened, but not as modern, democratic fascist and therefore also exemplary and attractive for crisis managers from other parties, will not be able to understand its success. According to Junge Freiheit, the German state is subject to a restriction of its sovereignty in its Austrian policy. Instead of simply inviting more courageous politicians, the boycotter Michel Friedman, who had factually blackmailed Christensen into disinviting Hader, was allowed back on the show, a cheap confirmation of the simplest anti-Semitic prejudices. Friedman dictates who can and who cannot take part in a talk show, that is the bottom line. Junge Freiheit, February 4, 2000. What the central organ of old young Nazis dresses up in the language of persecuting innocents is also well known at the commanding heights of official politics, but here the alleged reservation of sovereignty is formulated as a probationary task. It is simply the case that foreign countries and our European partners are very sensitive to the German reaction to the Hader affair. Our history is still very present, Chancellor Schroeder stated according to the SZ, and also explained more precisely what was meant. At the Holocaust conference in Stockholm, he had perceived the Jewish community as so agitated, I would not have thought that. This circumstance ultimately led to the decision to come down hard on Hader. Nazi and Soci, two camps, one paranoia. Because Jewry is suspicious of it, Germany, in order to be a major European power, is forced to succeed as the best in class in anti-fascism. Because it was believed to owe it to Germany's position, the federal government spoke out in favor of the EU measures against the Austrian government after the FB and VP formed a government. The FAZ was severely irritated by this. For the FAZ, the federal government's support for EU sanctions against Austria comes too close to what it has long been agitating against, an anti-fascist commitment to the West. After all, anti-fascism was disposed of in an anti-totalitarian way after reunification. The old 68 heirs were responsible for such dirty work. At the time, Antonia Grunenberg postulated in the Wochenpost, January 12, 1994, anti-fascism was not only opposed to Nazism, but also to democracy. Anyone who professes anti-fascism today carries on its totalitarian legacy.
End of Quote.
Wolfgang Kraushaar also discovered in Anti-Fascism, Zeit November 3, 1994, the root of the blindness towards the communist system. As 68 heirs, they had thoroughly civilized the FRG, i.e. made the Allies' supervision of the Germans superfluous, which in turn was a prerequisite for approving war operations in the name of the civil religion of human rights. Conservatives are therefore worried about the German government, which is occupying a leading role in anti-fascism with public apologies and postulated obligations because of Auschwitz. But their concern is probably exaggerated. Anti-fascism as German state doctrine will be and remain anti-totalitarianism. Incidentally, the anti-fascist ethos of the German government is entirely in line with the approach that the Germans have been successful with worldwide since reunification. They want to avoid a special role for Germany, as has been said in government circles and in the press on other occasions. And to this end, attempts are being made to generalize a recipe for success, to assert the principles of democracy and human rights as substantive values, and that means on an international scale, as a power to intervene. Fischer's readjustment of German foreign policy, FAZ November 26, 1999, must also be understood in this context. Contrary to the announcements made when he took office, it has not been transformed into a clever self-restraint, but has become a scoop in the human rights war because it leads directly to the great power in Europe postulated by Schroeder. International Herald Tribune, September 13, 1999. Fischer's foreign policy is more clearly directed against the USA than Kohl's was. This policy requires a unified stance by the EU, especially its pacesetters Germany and France. Unlike National Socialist Germany, Austria occupies a special position in the historical political field of forces. Austria, which, as the FAZ wrote, secretly slipped away from German history in 1945, November 2, 2000. In the spirit of Austro-patriotism, the Second Republic is derived from the first, precisely omitting the Greater German interim period. The Volksgemeinschaft, which was affirmed after 1945 and had already been realized by the Nazis, is celebrated as a break with the past, as a lesson from history. The community is contrasted with the times around 1934, with the inter-Austrian disunity that led to the Anschluss in the first place. Almost everyone felt like a victim of National Socialism, even though the country was teeming with Nazis. Karl Renner, the Greater German Social Democrat of 1938, said about integrating the Nazis together with the Austro-fascists in 1945. In September 1945, he announced at a meeting of the SP party executive, the political battles are to be conducted with a certain restraint. The unity of the three parties, then the SP, VP, and for a short time, the KP, must not be torn apart now. That would prove in the eyes of the Allies that we cannot govern ourselves, and they would conclude that they must stay here and intervene. We must come to terms with our opponents, albeit grudgingly. That, too, is a revolutionary act.
End of Quote. Better Austrian Nazis tan American Soldiers.
Could be called Renner's motto. In this way, the Second Republic was created as a project of all Austrians, which was left to its own devices by the early withdrawal of troops, as desired by Reimer. Hader takes up these successes of Austro-patriotism. He explains the attainment of sovereignty through the conclusion of the State Treaty in 1955 as a real liberation, as in a speech on the 50th anniversary of the Republic of Austria, liberation from Hitler was by no means freedom for us. It was the freedom of the Soviets, the freedom of the rapes, the freedom of Stalin, and thus perhaps the freedom of those who call the shots at the ORF. Our liberation was the liberation from Hitler and Stalin.
End quote.
Reimer's revolutionary policy was accompanied by the exclusion of returning displaced persons and the continued confiscation of Jewish property. As late as 1999, a branch of the Rothschild family had to be handed over works of art that had been claimed after 1945 for the Kunsthistorisches Museum for exported assets. Thus, in good Austrian style, the core elements of the Nazi view of life were saved through the difficult times: that community makes you strong and conflict makes you weak, that you have to look out for who belongs to it, that the successful and proven must be continued, and that everything somehow had a purpose. A peak in Austrian reconciliation was reached when Bruno Kreisky, who had been threatened by the Nazi racial laws in 1938 and had fled to Sweden, was elected federal chancellor in 1970. Kreisky included 5 old Nazis in his first cabinet and always liked to agitate against the state of Israel, much to the delight of his fellow countrymen. What Kreisky, and not only he, sold as proof of a successful anti-fascist course was in reality only proof of the fact that in Austria surviving Jews, if they want to be successful in public, have to entertain the tormentors of their parents and relatives in both senses of the word. The Second Republic was a cozy place, with social partnership, state-owned enterprises and the predictable collusion of the major parties, from which one benefited immediately, provided one was loyal. But on the 50th anniversary of the Republic, Federal President Klestel noted with resignation that foreign countries were disturbing this peace, and had been doing so since the time when Austria sovereignly insisted on retaining Kurt Waldheim as federal president. Waldheim was a Wehrmacht officer and holder of the Croatian Quisling Order for bravery in the battles against the bandits in western Bosnia. Klestel complained, "All these questions have caught up with us, the refusal to deal with the victims, and some late answers were then distorted and without understanding for the constraints of a dictatorship. Without understanding for the countless Austrians who were put into a foreign uniform against their will. And also without understanding for the determination of the post-war politicians not to tear the Republic apart again in the times of reconstruction."
End quote.
Since the policy was committed to corporatist and Volksgemeinschaft integration, it was left to the artists to make both historical and current fascism recognizable. However, their work was subject to the constant suspicion of betraying Austro-patriotism. Its public thematization was by no means a hater monopoly. When, for example, the Secretary-General of the Association of Austrian Industrialists, Herbert Krejci, compared Austrian writers' criticism of Waldheim with the cleverly conceived National Socialist camouflage organization Bund Deutscher Schriftsteller Österreichs and called for more resistance to intellectual treason today than half a century ago, Zeit August 5, 87, this was no exception. The current Secretary-General of the Association, Lorenz Fritz, recently took advantage of an invitation from his colleague Henkel to assure in Berlin that in essence, he is right, Fr. February 24, 2000. Hader only draws a conclusion from Austro-patriotism when he recently stated at the New Year's meeting, 9.100, "Today we have become an indispensable part of this democracy, and I say that in the knowledge that we, of course, as Freedom Party members and as the third camp in the First and Second Republics, the Nazis were again omitted in between, have not only always made a contribution to democracy, but that we have also been partly responsible for the fact that stability and democracy have sometimes been endangered. We do not need to make a revolution in this country. We only need to make a new positive start for a good future."
End quote.
And that also consists of proclaiming the truth, go out and tell everyone the truth. That there were and are former National Socialists in our party, as well as in the other parties. And that we are proud that they became Democrats.
End of quote.
Shortly before, he also considers the following to be the truth: there were proportionally as many Austrians as Germans involved in the crimes of the Nazis, and there were just as many active or passive members of the resistance. Many, here and there, had been misled in good faith. All too many perceived the racism and anti-Semitism prevalent in almost all political camps at the time as normal.
End of quote.
Such so-called taboo breaking is a parade of lazy anti-fascist legends. All too often Hader actually speaks the truth when he counters critics of his person and the FP, as he did a few years ago, with the argument that his party is not the NSDAP, because if it were, it would have the majority in the country. When he points out, as he did recently, that he is nothing other than an Austrian Tony Blair, then this really gets to the heart of the matter. What speaks from such sentences, however, is not the bitter cynicism of a critic of the situation, who would conclude all the worse from such findings, but the tongue-in-cheek chumminess with infamy, the smiling encouragement to stop making a murder pit out of one's heart, but to make a pact with the recognized evil. Hader's art is this lying with the truth, and its medium is the demonstrative gesture of "I'll show you how it really is." This is how Hader organizes the Great Agreement. If Hitler was the barbaric critic of liberalism, Adorno, then Hader is the critic of post-fascism. Lying with the truth is a central characteristic of totalitarian propaganda, and in this Hader is closer to Hitler than is generally admitted. If it is pointed out that Hader, in contrast to the Führer of unhappy memory, is essentially an opportunist and has no clear program, then it must be countered that historical fascism was already characterized by the absence of any clear program and the lack of a consistent ideology. Welding together one's own kind by eliminating those alien to it, that is the entire content. Any clearer definition would contradict the essential character of fascism as a movement. What is supposed to justify the difference is in fact the agreement between Hader and Hitler. If Hader continues to be referred to as a right-wing populist, i.e. as someone for whom nothing is eaten as hot as it is cooked, then this is another act in the democratic comedy of smears, when populists call populists populists. Fascism is necessarily populist, and to the extent that the First People's Party, the NSDAP, has pluralized in the system of post-war people's parties, populism has also democratized. Populism has been an objective structural feature of democracy ever since, and Hader is actually inheriting and radicalizing something that he has found. Presumably Hader would also freely admit this, again lying with the truth, and acknowledge it with a coldly smiling "so what?" In Hader's populism, and this is the crux of the matter, the fascist origins of post-war German and Austrian democracy, which it had never discarded and preserved with its means, are revealed and put into the right. This corresponds to the needs of his electorate. The uncertainty caused by the far-reaching changes in Europe and beyond is forcing a longing for what George Cieslin once called the old happiness. This old happiness, the truth that is not only valid because it used to be and is therefore surrounded by the gloriole of the venerable past, but is even more valid because it is no longer supposed to be valid today. For Hader's growing proletarian electorate in particular, the old happiness can be the historical German worker state, which found its successful continuation in the Austrian national community project of the post-war period, and which is now considered endangered in the Europeanization process by the rundown red-black kleptocracy. The old happiness also stands for the desire to be able to rely on something in times of crisis, to be able to cling to what is absolutely valid, solid, and immovable. In order not to be among the losers, people's solidarity, community, and homeland require an alliance with economic modernity for a healthy modernity. G. Cieslin. Hader raises expectations, as was shown in the Berlin talk shows organized to mark the formation of the FP/VP government. Many felt unexpectedly addressed and were sometimes shocked to realize how nice it is to agree with a Hader. The mixture of rabulism, insistence, social reformist demands, deep-seated resentment, attachment to his homeland, and, last but not least, the appearance of a ski instructor presented by him is entertaining and enticing. Hader's smart fascism is more commonplace and therefore more popular than fascists acting as such could ever be. The boot Nazi as a propagandist of violence, defiance, and as a caricature of a governor of proletarian community and peasant master success is treated by the public more as an example of botched youth. The brown cleaning squads are suitable for terrorizing ticks and canics, for waving flags and protecting halls. The rest is done by the police and accepting social work. The bourgeois public treats Hader like a family member who occasionally misbehaves and has to be called to order. When he once again defends our fathers and grandfathers, this is what the whole world expects of him, but what follows is a shrug of the shoulders and business as usual. In other words, the bourgeois public cannot grasp Hader's fascism, because it is flesh of their flesh. It is true that Hader's propaganda is inconceivable without reference to German tradition and National Socialism, as expressed in his tribute to the fathers and grandfathers. That is what makes it so specific. Nevertheless, what Hader propagates stems from the pool of European neo-fascism, as a glance at the publisher's own summary of the book Aufstand der Kulturen, Uprising of Cultures, by the French mastermind of neo-fascism, Alain de Benoist, published by Edition Junge Freiheit, may shed light on. In the world of networks, revolt is possible, but not revolution. Against the backdrop of the certainty that the question of identity and belonging will become increasingly important in the coming decades, as modernity has overturned the social systems that assign people a place in a recognized order, the right to diversity is propagated, instead of a universalist differentialist anti-racism, in other words, neither apartheid nor melting pot, but acceptance of the other as other, against forced uprooting, for a restrictive immigration policy, for purely female rights, for a communitarian form of society, for communities that must only grant the state the power to intervene in areas in which they are not competent. Every citizen must participate in the common good, every common good must be named and defended as such in the perspective of a concrete political order, for a federal Europe, for a genuine co-determining democracy, for the reduction and sharing of working hours and a minimum income, for the establishment of a tertiary sector on the fringes of the state and private economy. Willy Brandt's slogan Dare More Democracy. could easily serve as the title of these passages and is also used in Haider's latest book. The modern fascist of Haider's stature is at the same time an immediate radical Democrat. Incidentally, not only the modern one, the Nazi Volksgemeinschaft was already the barbaric perfection of mass democracy in that it elevated the free and responsible decision of social subjects to a principle, as a free decision for lack of freedom, as a free choice of one's own oppression. This model is once again gaining momentum in times when the welfare state's promises of guarantee are being revoked everywhere. Haider organizes those released into personal responsibility, who are determined to take revenge for their fate on others, the corrupt bigwigs, the child abusers, the foreigners. The trade union mobilization against the VP/FB government's austerity measures, which calls for a return to national truce, promises the old happiness of social partnership and Austro-patriotism, but not modernity. Their promise to eliminate insecurity and defend the status quo is not seen as credible everywhere. Everyday life in Austria as a social partnership is confronted with demands for modernization in which Austrian corporatism is losing its competences vis-a-vis the EU. Schussel and Haider therefore want to reduce the responsibilities of the corporatist institutions. Fewer bodies are to act between the government and the people, and more direct democracy is to be staged. The FB and VP have created a double ministry for economy and labor, an exciting construction that does not reproduce the dichotomy of class antagonisms in the ministerial structure, but seeks to develop a holistic model of the world of work, as Schussel commented, NZZ 19/20.2.00. This is the ideal form of an alliance for work, but it does not yet disempower the bodies of the collective bargaining parties. It is also questionable how this could be enforced against the trade unions in the corporate state of Austria. It is likely that forms of integration will continue to be sought there. Although the FP, as a rallying point for disappointed workers, has pushed ahead with the delegitimization of social democracy, it has now failed in its attempt to establish a liberal trade union. So far, all that remains is Haider's announcement: the GB is just an association, it will be reduced to this level again. Courier, April 26, 97. The FB's stance against the spirit of paternalistic social democratic statism, FAZ December 2, 2000, has won its sympathy far beyond the FAZ and CSU. The Bavarian model, being able to warm up for the chancellor candidacy as a CSU state leader without having to take responsibility for policy at federal level, is now being copied by the Carinthian governor. However, the CSU's offensive partisanship for the Austrian government is arousing the suspicion of some European partners of a greater German danger. If Germany were to pull out on this issue, cooperation between France and Germany in Europe would be jeopardized. In France, the circumstances surrounding Haider in Carinthia and Austria are being taken note of, examined and discussed much more intensively than in Germany. While France has not yet adopted a compromise line towards Austria and is even flexing its muscles in view of the approaching French EU presidency, Germany has been discussing from the outset when it would be time to withdraw the EU sanctions. The understanding bridge builders are speaking out more and more frequently. Die Zeit, February 24, 2000, has even recognized their understanding for Carinthia's particular difficulties as a German border region. While the result of German politics in the medium term would be the EU-tested ability to form a coalition with neo-fascism, France, for example, is not prepared to do so across the political camps. The mere possibility of Haider's success in the next chancellor elections in Austria and Stoiber's in Germany has given the EU a new perspective on Germany. An anecdote that is occasionally circulated in left-wing publications and at pub tables tells of how Daniel Cohn-Bendit confirmed accusations against him at a discussion event at the end of the 1980s in his own defiant manner by hurling a self-confident, "I am the protection of the Constitution" at his critics. The professional 68-year-old had been accused of running the business of the German domestic secret service through his efforts to reintegrate resigned RAF combatants into the German state. This accusation was not intended as a literal compliment by the youthful left-wing radical who had become a mature constitutional patriot, but as a figurative one. The protection of the Constitution is not just a euphemistic euphemism for the lousy business of a state spy agency. As many of its critics believe, it would be better called constitutional dirt. Constitutional protection also refers to the obligation of every loyal citizen to keep their eyes, ears, and mind open at all times in order to maintain the foundations of the state that constitutes them, so that they can come up with denunciations, warnings, or suggestions for improvement, depending on the situation. Constitutional protection could therefore be defined as a matter close to the heart of anyone who understands the market economy, competition, and statehood as self-evident manifestations of meaningful human existence. Such a need seems to be psychogenetically inscribed in bourgeois people. Even in situations in which he unfortunately cannot be proud of a functioning market, unrestrained competition, and a state with the universal claim of Western democracies, he wants to be a protector of the Constitution. This is illustrated by a passage from a novel by the Cuban professional dissident Gilberto Padilla, who now lives in the USA. The hero of the novel, Julio, disappointed by the results of the revolution, indulges in a daydream of another life. In another place in some country, rent an apartment. All you had to do was buy a newspaper and you could choose the neighborhood, the size, and the price yourself.
Anuvere in Europe or America. He preferred America.
There he would open an early warning office, not against terrorists or generals, who are ultimately only a temporary fuel of the hemisphere, but against the serious fools. He knew the personal formula for discovering that grotesque alloy of which petty tyrants and novelists are made.
End quote.
At least this constitutional protector was able to incorporate the ideals of Western economics and democratic propaganda into his daydream by vocation. It is also possible that he did not worry about the affordability of his dream apartment because he assumed that by running his early warning office he would bring a product onto the market, the proceeds of which would enable him to actually freely choose his apartment, neighborhood, and price. It is also possible that the fate of his author has forced its way into the daydream of the ex-revolutionary, whose anti-communism has helped him to a lucrative life in exile in the US. But if the entire globe obeys the requirements of the market and democracy, if the serious fools are condemned to marginalization and actual foolishness, if even the Cuban government escapes the threat of US intervention because it introduces the market, competition, and the dollar currency out of an understanding of economic self-evidence, if hostility to the system becomes unsaleable in the absence of hostile systems, would Julio then give up the dream of the early warning office? Yes, perhaps as a business project, but not as a vocation. Recent events in the Northern Hemisphere support this. On February 17, the PDS parliamentary group in the German Bundestag presented a bill according to which popular initiatives, petitions for referendums and referendums were to be institutionalized at federal level. As expected, this bill was rejected by the majority of MPs because, as SPD MP Peter Enders put it, it was impertinent that the PDS wanted to obtain funds for referendums and petitions for referendums by cutting funding for the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, the Federal Intelligence Service, and the Gauck Office. The PDS had made a stupid blunder. It, too, wanted its initiative to be understood as an improvement of civic protection of the Constitution in general. The CDU donation scandal had shown, it was said in the justification of the projection, that a new combination of representative and direct democracy is necessary. The PDS had had nothing else in mind than to place institutionalized constitutional protection a little more in the hands of the citizens, i.e., to socialize it. After all, the CDU donation affair had not become a political scandal because the money that had been shifted back and forth had been used to satisfy private needs. That would have remained a purely criminal matter, perhaps also a scandal, but a minor one. The scandalous aspect of this case lies in the motivation behind the actor's violation of German party law. The self-legitimization of Kohl, Konter, and their colleagues seems to have been that it was permissible to violate the laws of the state in the interests of the state. In the eyes of other loyal citizens, this made them suspect not only of self-interest, but also of political dissent. The Green politician Mika Brumlik, who attracted attention last year with his frenzied fantasies of annihilation against Serbs, described Kohl in the TASS 22/23/01 as an enemy of the state in the exact sense of the word, because he considers his personal value decisions to be more important than the ethos of a democratically elected chancellor. In this, Kohl meets with radical animal rights activists, anarchist total deniers, and the left-wing terrorism of the 1970s, who took up arms on the basis of their own misguided values. Just a few days later, FAZ author Karl Feldmayer accused the once so revered Chancellor of Unity of monstrous treason in a guest commentary in the TASS 25.01. Countering such monstrous deviation with referendums and the like at the expense of the surveillance institutions, as proposed by the PDS, must have seemed impertinent to the parliamentary majority in the Bundestag, and rightly so. After all, the Federal Intelligence Service had also proved its usefulness in combating enemies of the state and traitors from the ranks of the CDU by snooping through Liechtenstein bank accounts. Hardly any German politician would object to the socialization of the Constitutional Protection Service, in the sense of unquestioning acceptance by citizens and a corresponding self-evident engagement. But it is not only the market and the state that are to be socialized, the citizens should of course also remain nationalized, and this requires the unrestricted operation of state apparatuses, including institutionalized early warning offices. The ideal form of such a nationalized citizen is probably embodied in those mountain hunters of the German army who last summer riddled 2 Serbs in Pristina with their rapid-fire weapons as if they were in a Sam Peckinpah film. Nobody feels remorse, wrote Der Spiegel recently about these heroes of democracy. For them, killing is more a question of the legal basis. The idea of opening an international early warning office was put forward at the end of January by German Minister of State Michael Naumann at the so-called Stockholm Holocaust Conference, an event of social democratic self-promotion. Of course, Naumann did not mean that the national offices should now subordinate their activities to a supranational company. That would also have been monstrous treason. In general, the specific details of this idea remained rather vague. An early warning system for the early detection of impending genocides was to be set up as an international early warning station, according to Naumann, which would collect and publicly disseminate genocidal alarm signals, Berliner Zeitung 29.01. After all, at least 100 genocidal acts have been documented since the German capitulation in 1945. Now the prevention of genocides seems to be something different from the professional and voluntary activities of constitutional protectors for the security of the market and the state. Provided, however, that the acts of which the objects of observation are accused, here enmity against the state, high treason their genocide, genocidal acts, correspond roughly to what is understood by this in the traditional sense. But even when Kohl is accused of being a traitor, it becomes clear that this is not a statement in the legal sense, but as Brumlich's statements make clear, an allegation forced upon him with all kinds of brute rhetoric. Genocide and ethnic cleansing, which the Germans accused the Serbs of during the Yugoslav wars, proved to be projective inversions of their own wishes at the latest after the installation of Albanian pogrom rule in the German-controlled areas of Kosovo. Furthermore, genocide, like enmity against the state and high treason, is an extremely vague term with a content that is difficult to grasp. This is shown on a practical level by its rather generous use. The Latin American generals, for example, who were celebrated in this country as saviors of democracy just 2 decades ago, are now considered genocidal, an assessment that could be turned into its opposite on a given occasion. But this term is also highly variable on a theoretical level. This is made clear by the definition of one of the leading German genocide researchers, the Bremen University lecturer Gunnar Heinzen. Certainly, people must have been killed in order to fulfill the definition. But a single murdered person who was put to death as the result of a comprehensive extermination plan is sufficient to classify this individual as a victim of genocide. If the entire plan could be stopped even before the second victim, then a democide and not just an individual murder has been committed against the first and only victim.
End of quote.
Accordingly, the Kosovar Albanian nationalists allied with Germany are a genocidal collective, just like East Germans hunting foreigners or the aforementioned mountain hunters. The vagueness of these terms points to the difficulty of having enemies in a world without political alternatives who are really different, who want to push through a program that is somehow different. The world of the global market economy is a world of absolute enmity between enemies who are as alike as 2 peas in a pod. In contrast, the past world of so-called ideological confrontation offered some advantages. There was no need to speak of necessary self-interest, democratic states fought totalitarian ones, and one could be generous in one's choice of allies and friends. Today it is a little more uncomfortable. International competition, which had to be partially put on ice during the bloc confrontation, now prevails unreservedly as a comparison of locations. Nobody can derive anything special from this anymore, neither for a specific state project nor for any citizen's existence. The conviction of being something special could be conveyed by folkish nationalism, and German politicians know this very well. However, such a project still seems too unpredictable at the moment, too much aimed at direct confrontation not only with foreigners but also with other countries. Ethnic nationalism as a binding state doctrine is currently still left to the Helot peoples, the Kosovars, Bosniaks, and whatever they are all called. Germany, on the other hand, is focusing on values. If we understand Europe as a community of values, says Chancellor Schroeder as the representative of the leading European power in an interview with Die Zeit, 1702, and even write these values into the Amsterdam Treaty, if the acceptance of these very values is even the condition for new admission to the EU, then we must act like this. Respect for freedom, the rights of minorities and human rights is not based on a solitary decision. Conservatives such as the Frenchman Chirac and the Spaniard Aznar have agreed on this, as have social democrats and liberals.
End quote.
There it is again, the cozy community, the mention of which evokes a political security still remembered from the times of the Cold War. The values that people believe they share are ideologically self-evident in any productive existence as a citizen. In order to counter their possible questioning, citizens are happy to become honorary constitutional protectors. However, there is no one left to question these values. Since no one, and certainly no state, is willing to volunteer for the role of rogue, someone must be found to whom it can be assigned even against their will. Austria has to play the current role of Euro villain. And not the Spain of Minister-President Aznar, whose party is the immediate successor to the Francoist Phalange, a Spain in whose south bloody mass riots against North African immigrants were taking place under police protection at the time of Schroeder's interview. Since the VP/FB coalition came to power, European values have been under threat from Austria.
What danger?
We don't know exactly yet. But the motto is already, resist the beginnings.
Schröder.
The Zeit interviewer may object that the new Austrian government has not yet violated human rights, but that doesn't change anything. Schroeder says, we cannot accept the fact that Mr. Haider's political positions have been made acceptable.
End of Quote.
So bring on the sanctions. Although so far only those have been applied that have not caused any great harm to the Alpine muckrakers, such as the ostentatious refusal to shake hands between politicians in public and the refusal to take photographs in which members of the Austrian government could also be seen, it was never seriously to be expected that Haider would be declared an Alpine Milosevic and Vienna would be bombarded with human rights bombs. Questions about the supposedly fundamental differences between Haider's positions and those of other European leaders, including those of parts of the extra-parliamentary anti-Haider opposition in Austria, who are given a place in the mass media in this country, remain largely fruitless. There are, of course, differences, but the grand coalition of defenders of values finds it difficult to name them. Haider is known to embody the traditional German-Austrian type of ethnic cleanser. The current Social Democrat-dominated EU governments, including the German one, represent a concept of selective integration or exclusion based on the standards of economic requirements, in contrast to the ethnic biological racism that is particularly well known from the FB's election campaigns. Haider's racist statements and his positive reminiscences of National Socialism have so far been rejected by German officials with a grand gesture of democratic indignation. In the democratic fortress Europe, the Schengen Agreement and the national immigration laws based on it have created a constitutionally watertight basis for ensuring ethnic purity. Little is thought of populism here. Instead of making incendiary speeches against an invasion of foreigners who are keen to multiply, like Haider and his people, social, democratic Europe discusses how many foreigners are acceptable to the national labor markets. Residence permits are distributed or withdrawn according to their usefulness for the respective economic location. Instead of populist demagogy, the focus is, at least for the time being, on responsible, purposeful discussion. Instead of self-defense measures against foreign infiltration, as the populist would put it, the democratic discourse speaks of the long-overdue immigration law. It's not just about, how many foreigners can we cope with? It's also always about, how can we modernize our national resources so that we not only no longer need foreigners, but also become better than all the foreigners in the world. In February, for example, when the German government felt compelled to grant entry visas to several thousand Indian computer specialists due to a domestic labor shortage, an extremely objective discussion immediately began on how to improve German computer science training in the future so that such a thing would no longer be necessary. There is no difference between Haider and the European constitutional protectors in terms of concerns and goals. But there are differences in form. That could be what matters. It could be a casus belli for the propaganda war. However, Haider does not always make it easy for his opponents on the formal level, especially not in the status of a responsible person who also wants to be a European. His recent appearances have shown that he is not only a populist, but can also master the role of a model democrat. Above all, he embarrasses his opponents by emphasizing common ground. When the social democratic human rights campaigner Freemut Duver recently thought he could use Haider's xenophobia as an argument against him on a German TV talk show, he countered with the remark, "If you accuse me of xenophobia, then you should also advocate the expulsion of your colleague Schiele from the SPD, who after all has abolished the individual right to asylum in Germany."
End of Quote.
Understandably, the eloquent Duva, to whom the German-speaking world owes the exculpatory bon mot of the Srebrenica ramp, could think of nothing more to say. It is also significant that in the same talk show another democratic wonder weapon, against the right-wing populist, the publicist Ralph Giordano, admitted the futility of the social democratic attacks after a short verbal exchange and freely admitted that he had never met a more likable young man in his 76 years of life than Haider. Perhaps it was all just a big misunderstanding. But still, caution is advised. After all, you never know. Unlike the SPD man Freemut Duva, Max Koch, chairman of an Austrian organization with the cozy name SOS Mitmensch, which according to Jungle World 1.03, has been campaigning for years for the sustainable integration of foreigners living in Austria, stands for the extra-parliamentary anti-Haider movement. When the Jungle World interviewer points out that the former Social Democratic Interior Minister Schlagel was not free of racism either, Koch replies, "Don't give me that impression." At least there was no cooperation with the Freedom Party in the past. At least more social groups were involved in the government than is the case now.
End quote.
He is then told that his organization was also involved, and came up with some very original proposals. In response, Koch records the following with a simplicity that disarms the interviewer. Yes, back then SOS Mitmensch actually offered new concepts for humane detention pending deportation. I don't know what was wrong with that. Caritas does that too. We can't be so unrealistic and claim that every foreigner could stay here.
End of quote.
This answer really needs no further comment. The question of the fundamental opposition to Haider necessarily remains a rhetorical one. Nevertheless, this commitment to the deportation of undesirables once again shows the alleged difference between the whole and the form. Humane has to be a cleansing, which means that it is not the common sense of the people that may produce pogromist collectives, to which Haider so often appealed, that has to watch over the ethnic purity of Austria and implement it if necessary, but the democratic legislator has to create a legal basis for this purpose, the provisions of which are implemented by a democratically controlled executive. Of course, the reference to the proposals of our own organization and Caritas regarding humane detention pending deportation goes even further. These are quite obviously social organizations that are treated by the supporters of civil society, Koch is probably one of them, as an enrichment of the sovereign Republican discourse. So there is already a bit of Haiderai in this proposal to socialize state repression. The self-assertions of the anti-Haider campaigners about the driving forces behind their actions are also revealing. Schroeder, for example, claims that it was the impression of the alarmed excitement of the Jewish community at the Stockholm Holocaust Conference that prompted him to take energetic action. Tagesspiegel, 18.02. This or similar arguments will probably be heard in this country in future political adventures, because they are filled with an ingenious perfidy that only a German can muster. If you are successful, you have proven yourself to be a true protector of the Jews and put all German skeptic reservations to shame as resentment. If, on the other hand, things go wrong, Jews were the instigators. It is semantics that distinguishes the German Democrat from the fascist here. Instead of international jury, Schroeder mentions the presence of a Jewish community at an international conference. Germany's fight against Haider Austria is once again being waged against its own past. Once again, the National Socialist roots of its own collective of citizens are being fought in a projected fascism of others. And unlike in the Kosovo War, the German engagement does not have to subordinate itself to an Atlantic leading power, but can instead consider itself an equal, if not a priority partner in a European anti-Haider coalition. And in complete contrast to the Kosovo War, this is not a war at all, despite the occasional martial shouting. Not even a preliminary stage. Protection of the Constitution. In the absence of real enemies of the Constitution. It is not only that the Social Democrats and the Greens, unlike their extra-parliamentary, voluntary or involuntary aid organizations, cannot come up with a serious argument against the goals of the new Austrian government that would not also apply to their own plans. For their Christian democratic rivals, Haider's violations of the rule of law were and are at most ugly petty offenses. The Christian Democrats, battered by the party donation scandal, especially their Bavarian section, are even sensing a new upswing due to the developments in eastern Austria and are turning against a nonsensical and dangerous policy of European exclusion. Bayern Courier 19.02. If this stance pays off and is approved by the people, as the success of the CSU election campaigns, which are often based on folkish racist slogans, suggest, the Social Democrats and Greens would probably also return to the concrete content of their rhetoric, and Haider would soon be just as good a Democrat as, for example, the post-Franco Prime Minister Aznar is now. After all, he can in no way be accused of having deliberately encouraged or orchestrated the Andalusian pogroms. Perhaps he did a little too little to contain them effectively and in good time, but European Democrats can understand that. After all, it is an election campaign in Spain and these masses of foreigners really are a problem. The admittedly authoritarian everyday wisdom pack fights pack gets along could soon be confirmed once again, and folkish nationalism could then prove to be, at least in tendency, the best constitutional protection for Germany and the European community of values. The prospective rehabilitation of Haider, his party and the Austrian governing coalition, provided that the democratic form is observed, represents a further step towards the folkish racist orientation of the policies of the German leading power in Europe. What this could mean for the other state members of the European community of values remains to be seen. However, optimism, for example in the form of the hope that Western Europeans will still lash out at Austria, but have long since come to mean Germany, hardly seems appropriate. The anti-fascist EU sanctions against the Austrian VP/FB government, in which Berlin participated so as not to belong to a Germanic bloc within the EU, were still ongoing when the uprising against right-wing violence broke out in the Federal Republic, an uprising with a known goal: to avert harm from Germany. As Kinkel once did with human rights, Red-Green does not want to be outdone in anti-fascism. While there were still frequent doubts during the Kosovo War as to whether the fight against Milosevic and the Serbs was a fight against Hitler and Auschwitz, the postulated new doctrine of fighting Hitler and Auschwitz with German weapons all over the world became a readiness to make troops and material available for UN missions after the mission for the independence of East Timor. Anti-fascism was also controversial during the handshake boycott against Austria, so that the doctrine of fighting the Hitlers and Auschwitz with German weapons all over the world only gained domestic political traction with the Staatsantifa campaign. It was only with the offensive of the summer of 2000 that the United Antifa country emerged as a media plebiscite in the form of mass public declarations of support for anti-fascist policies. The fact that the left-wing Antifa perceived the new mainstream as grist to their mill was in line with the old left-wing political evergreen that existing moods had to be radicalized, of course without giving an account to themselves and others of what was actually being ignited, or rather politicized. Antifa is to be called attack again with the help of the state. The term itself has changed over the years, has been adapted to the respective necessities and moods. And that is a good thing. After all, this development shows us that the radical left is still able to react to certain situations and adapt to certain social constellations. In adapting to an anti-fascist alliance policy up to the bourgeois camp, it is no longer even pretended that the process can be controlled from the left. Even the will to clearly distinguish oneself from the mainstream has been lost. Quote, however, we cannot necessarily recognize the difference between the civil society approach and the concept of revolutionary anti-fascism, which is so strongly emphasized by many anti-fascists. What's more, we consider such a distinction to be quite nonsensical. Interim July 9, 2000, page 4. Many leftists who could only muster a limited understanding for the anti-Milosevic course are now on board. In contrast to the chains of lights of the non-violent post-reunification society, the post-Kosovo War Society is calling for active intervention. This makes the state Antifa similar to the left-wing Antifa in its rhetoric. Today, xenophobia is even denounced in the daily press as a German disease. One success of reunification for Germany was the easing of anti-fascist supervision from abroad. Anti-fascism was now synonymous with the Western Allies, but above all with the Soviet regime of education and foreign domination. The delegitimization of the GDR was pursued with engagement. Its state anti-fascism was countered with an anti-anti-fascism. Liberation from the GDR was followed by liberation from anti-fascism. In 1994, for example, the ex-APO fighter Antonia Grunenberg stated, "Anyone who professes anti-fascism today carries on its totalitarian legacy." January 12, 94 Wochenpost. In the mid-1990s, there was a broad anti-fascist consensus whose aim was to immunize German society from references to the Nazi past instead of emphasizing the achievements since 1945. Since that time, however, when, for example, the preparations for the Allied celebrations to mark the 50th anniversary of D-Day in Normandy were still being described as celebrations of victory over Germany and an affront, Zeit March 18, 94, a lot has changed. A unity in the interpretation of German history was achieved. Interventions from abroad were no longer aimed at a German danger, but denounced falsely proven accusations against the Wehrmacht. Furthermore, the special role of Germany was created, which emphasized the special responsibility to legitimize foreign policy ambitions. But the Nazi attacks had the effect of unfinished denazification in a country that had set out to convert others to the values of freedom, by any means necessary. The attempt to treat militant racism as a non-political violent crime further discredited the state organs. As it became increasingly difficult to deny that xenophobia was not limited to a right-wing fringe, but was in fact a broad movement, there was always the threat of accusations of fascism, which did not mean a few unteachable people, but the Germans as a whole. The new center could not be indifferent to this. The new center government presents itself as the moderator of a consensus beyond the parties. Quote, "The often stated loosening of traditional social milieus and collective loyalties is causing society to become increasingly resistant to hierarchical, centralized models of social and political organization. A differentiated infrastructure is taking the place of a few organizations." Ulrich K. Preuss. Using the keywords common good and morality, a formulation takes place in which social institutions such as marriage, neighborhood, work, etc. are to be strengthened as opposed to regulation by the state or corporations. Instead of integrating organizations, social institutions become infrastructure, in the form of an indirect association. The common expression "the customs of society" refers to a social consensus that is in a state of flux, so to speak, and has not yet found a definitive formulation. On the one hand, the willingness to engage in racist persecution and stigmatization, and on the other, the need to ostracize these actions exist side by side. Although politics cannot abolish this contradiction, it can influence its course. The problem remains, however, that what constitutes the consensus can at the same time threaten it again and again. In fact, even today's dominant type of democracy is by no means immune to self-endangerment. It is dependent on a minimum moral level of its citizens, and this requires in particular their willingness to recognize others as equals. Where this prerequisite is missing, and it is missing in slogans such as Germany to the Germans or foreigners out, the community is disturbed. Ulrich K. Preuss, FAZ August 22, 2000. The moral minimum level that was to be affirmed with the state Antifa was the outlawing of the violence that supposedly came from the fringes of society. But the fervent imploring tone of the distancing makes it clear, you are extraterritorializing something that you know only too well is inside you. Everyone knows that the latent willingness to use violence could suddenly break out in the social center. This knowledge is also supported by the fact that this center gladly embraces all those who, as repentant converts, pray, "Father, I have sinned." The center recognizes the convert as one of them, who can be forgiven for his human weaknesses and who, by virtue of his conversion, can now play the role of moral authority. Brandenburg's Prime Minister Stolp, for example, has now admitted that he underestimated and glossed over the xenophobia that he spearheaded in Gallwitz. He is thus seen by the public as a more credible anti-fascist than the anti-fascists, who have always only been against in the eyes of others, could ever be. The state Antifa consensus thus makes use of the basic patterns that have already been tried and tested in the reappraisal of history. The insight that emerged from the middle of society was not intended to educate people about this very society, but to create empathy and understanding for the perpetrators. Thus, on the occasion of the Wehrmacht exhibition, children often develop sympathy for their Wehrmacht fathers and grandfathers, who were also loving fathers. Thanks to the efforts, often dubbed superhuman, which earned Germany the title of world champion in coming to terms with history, we are now in a position to say that someone who idealistically stood up for good brought forth evil. On the other hand, Nazis stand for a failed project of German realization and tarnish the progress of the new, not by what they say, but by how they say it. For the emphasis that there must be a limit to immigration is seen as a legitimized democratic Republican perception of self-interest. However, if the same thing is put forward as overforeignization, it is beyond that. While the CDU is dropping its slogan Germany is not a country of immigration, the Greens are saying goodbye to multicultural rhetoric and want to help develop rules for living together. R. Kunist, TAZ February 11, 2000. State anti-fascism stands for this consensus. It demands objectivity instead of agitation and interest instead of emotion. It is possible as a cross-party consensus as long as everyone strives to free foreigner policy from the moral dilemma that it is repeatedly linked to National Socialism. At the same time as the self-confident formulation of German interests, the Republican spirit of resistance known as anti-fascism is continuing on a broad intellectual front with the affirmation of Germany demanded not only by Walser. One example of this is the course book Das Gelobland, The Promised Land, from September 2000. In it, H.M. Enzensberger laments an overproduction crisis of self-criticism. He calls for a little more patriotism before M. Mosbach expands on the origins of patriotism. The propagation of a lovable Germany, which comes across as a new discovery, probably makes the statement by Green Party leader Fritz Kuhn unavoidable. Quote, "When I speak of nation, I would also like to make it clear that anything nationalistic is alien to the Greens. And I think it is right that we do not leave the concept of the nation-state in Germany to the right. That would be really dangerous."
End quote.
This love of Germany is intensified by the state Antifa. A prerequisite for the state Antifa campaign is the continuity of the red-green policy on foreigners. Schiele has long been known without contradiction as the pink-red contour. In view of the perfection of the deportation machinery, the Asylum Seekers Benefits Act, a tightening of the granting of the simplest humanitarian aid in healthcare and the agreement on the non-introduction of dual citizenship, the government won the trust of its population. It finally lived up to its claim of being centrist. However, it was this policy on foreigners that created the leeway that the Greens want to shape today. Green Parliamentary Group leader Kirsten Muller is selling this as a policy against immigration hysteria. In the past 2 years, there has been more emigration than immigration. We want to preserve the humanitarian right to asylum and we want an immigration law with a quota, which means finally shaping immigration. This is also a limitation, but it is nonsense to claim that the boat is full when it is actually getting emptier at the moment. TSP August 27, 2000. On the one hand, the years-long reduction in immigration makes the catalyst function of the Nazis to create pressure for action superfluous. The consensus on the need to limit immigration has been secured, so that there is no longer any need for escalation. This trend has also been politically implemented at European level. The EU Commission has proposed a regulation which, as part of the establishment of an area of justice, freedom and security, should replace the previous intergovernmental agreements on asylum procedures and ensure a legally enforceable minimum level of protection in Western Europe. In the EU, it was agreed to find a regulation for quota immigration by 2004. The individual right to asylum, established as a consequence of the German exile experience, will be decimated to a symbolic remnant. The approval of asylum applications will only have an influence on the composition of a fixed quota, but no longer on its size. In this context, the anti-fascist German special path is denounced, because only in Germany has the right to asylum been developed as an individual basic right. The only controversial issue is whether this can guarantee the control of the quality of immigration. On the other hand, the Nazis also stand for the demand for justice, which the coalition has had difficulties claiming for itself since La Fontaine's departure. The unfulfilled social promises of unification made the Nazis appear as the frothy crown of the national awakening, which gradually petered out in the party dispute over the reconstruction of the East and empty coffers. In contrast, lost values such as community spirit were demanded and those responsible were identified: neoliberal anti-nationalists, international corporations, parasitism, competitive pressure, and consumerism. For the coalition, reducing unwanted immigration is also the prerequisite for being identified with justice again. Another area in which the Nazis are losing ground is the nostalgia for the East courted by the NPD. The GDR, the Better Germany NPD, becomes a stronghold of justice, community and solidarity and the antithesis of the West and liberalism. This relationship is changing to the detriment of the Nazis due to the progressive integration of the PDS into the established party spectrum. Gabriel Zimmer's slogan "I love Germany" at the That a Good Germany May Flourish party conference in Cottbus in mid-October shows how the old training slogans can be put to good use today: first catch up with the Nazis, then overtake them. However, this integration is not left to the PDS alone, as can be seen in the search for new and politically opportune explanations for the emergence of right-wing radicalism. It is not youth unemployment that is the source of right-wing radicalism in the new federal states, but the declassification of parents. Those who experience their own parents as undignified look for other role models and their own standards by which to judge themselves.
End of quote.
The anti-totalitarian delegitimization of the GDR is now seen as an obstacle, and so it continues. The Federal Republic needed the GDR in order to distance itself from National Socialism. Since the wall fell, the GDR was assigned a place next to National Socialism. And now people are surprised that many East Germans think and behave accordingly. Franziska Augstein, FAZ, September 16, 2000. After 10 years of transformation, reform is now also being spelt anew. For example, when Federal President Rau preaches on the Day of German Unity 2000 in Dresden that it was a self-deception to believe that it was enough to shape the state, administration and society in East Germany according to the Western style. Moreover, with the adoption of Western structures, many a need for reform in the West also became an all-German issue.
End quote.
In future, intended innovations should not be hindered by a reference to the GDR or the Nazis. Schroeder's party colleague Kurt Beck, Minister-President of Rhineland-Palatinate, FAZ 23.800 wishes, for example, that a community-oriented corporate culture, by which the far-advanced reform of the Works Constitution Act is probably meant, should not be hindered by historical reminiscences of Nazi Germany and the GDR. This is prevented by the state Antifa, in that Reister's proposed revision, which is intended to strengthen the Works Council in comparison to industry representatives, includes an extension of codetermination to non-profit objectives such as measures to combat right-wing extremism and xenophobia. FAZ, September 16, 2000. The anti-fascist summer coincides with Schroeder's second attempt to present a new center social concept suitable for campaigning. The first, the Schroeder/Blair paper, was a failure because it was interpreted as a neoliberal counterproposal to La Fontaine. Schroeder presented his second attempt somewhat more cautiously than the first, in the Social Democratic House journal Neue Gesellschaft/Frankfurter Heft, April 2000. In the paper on civil society, the restructuring of state finances and the reform of social systems are given the gloss of a socio-political concept. Schroeder claims to represent a dynamic position against the forces of social stagnation and outdated thought patterns. His projection assumes the end of the full-time employment-based social market economy. This would entail a loosening of the tight network of social and collective agreements between capital and labor. The end of a contractually constructed society requires all the more individual responsibility that leads to the common good. Schroeder's citizen state is intended to ensure a non-formalized community bond beyond the expert state. The state institutions should take a back seat to the community experienced by citizens in their everyday lives and only secure civic engagement. Capitalism without an alternative wants to leave it to the citizens to recognize factual problems. Schroeder explicitly names right-wing radicalism as a danger because of its lack of civility and right-wing populism, which stirs up fear. The propagandists of the Third Way combine the value orientations of communitarian or conservative provenance such as marriage, family, religion, and neighborhood with the modified goals of an original social democratic ethical socialism: freedom, equality of opportunity, responsibility, and solidarity. What used to be achieved by the discipline and opinion leadership of the parties, above which the state then stood, must now be achieved by a sense of belonging, morality, and the common good orientation of citizens. The anti-fascist campaign is part of Schroeder's mobilization for a civil society. The already historically cross-milieu character of anti-fascism as a popular front makes it so valuable for the new center. In a world of insecurities and uprootedness, civil society is supposed to offer orientation to the center of society. Participation rights are emphasized over freedom rights. The envisaged welfare state model upholds the freedom of small spaces against comprehensive state-guaranteed security. The nationwide state institutions have moved away from the state's intentions, for example, in the implementation of the FRG Employment Administration in the East. Instead of making employment policy, they developed into an institution of social policy. This meant that the institutions of the West, which were already under pressure to change, had to fail according to the criteria of state effectiveness. The fact that the East has come under particular scrutiny in the ongoing restructuring of the state is not only due to the fact that too little of Schroeder's civility and too much of expectations of justice can be found there, but also to the fact that part of the hope lies in the East. Not only does the East have an internationally competitive agricultural sector, average farm size 200 hectares instead of 28 hectares in the West, the real advantage of the East for Schroeder's civil society lies particularly in the fact that state institutional structures have been able to gain a less intensive foothold there. Trust in institutions is less firmly anchored in the East than in the West. A special understanding of self-help is also widespread in the East, which not only allows a link to GDR experiences, but also leads to engagement for the community instead of the state, but in the state's interest. The formalization of social structures in the zone is rudimentary compared to the West. Accordingly, the East is also more flexible, be it in the relaxation of store opening hours, collective wage agreements, or mobility. The East German labor market is much more creative and flexible than its reputation. While effective wages in the West are significantly higher than collectively agreed wages often do not apply at all in the East or are simply ignored. Fringe benefits are noticeably lower in the new federal states than in the West. Most Eastern companies do not take part in collective bargaining. The third sector is particularly strong there, accounting for over 20% of economic activity. Bremen political scientist Lothar Probst characterizes the special quality of civic engagement in East Germany as follows: ideological impartiality, problem-oriented politics beyond tactical party interests, and community capability instead of pure interest politics. TAZ October 27, 2000. The less pronounced institutionalization also corresponds to a high level of agreement on many basic values. Since the state anti-fascist campaign focuses on the restructuring of the state, there were also proposals to end violence that are part of this framework. Kurt Biedenkopf, Prime Minister of Saxony, FAZ August 17, 2000, enthused about a state-civil partnership, and spoke out with a suggestion that demands made on society should in future be referred back to the citizen. Instead of protesting and organizing demonstrations, for example, defensive claims and claims for damages could be enforced if civil law were extended accordingly. Quote, "What we are talking about is a law to protect civil liberties, against violence and the threat of violence in political competition and against any kind of political pollution."
End quote.
Biedenkopf makes it clear that civil society is associated with more ambitious projects than raising money for the Alternative Project Workshop. In addition to funds for civil society and educational projects, it has been decided to apply for a ban on the NPD. Their ban is recognized as having an indirect purpose. Nobody seriously believes that the problem of right-wing extremist violence, especially in East Germany, could be solved by banning the NPD, FAZ October 19, 2000. It is also known that the NPD does not threaten the existence of the Federal Republic. However, What is understood as a necessary demonstration of the state's ability to act is first and foremost an impetus to renew the interpretation of the Constitution. What is the task of the state and where does civil society act? The state protection scenarios of the 1950s to 1970s are outdated and have only been partially renewed. The protection of the Constitution is looking for a new legitimization. While the German armed forces are taking the measure of a new security doctrine, such a doctrine is also being sought for defensive democracy. This is where civil society organizations come in handy. They increase the reach and intervention power of the state, as the NGOs have demonstrated in the de-Yugoslavization of Kosovo as well as in increasing the clout of the opposition in Serbia. The initiatives of civil society, and the social institutions of civil society, are by and large controlled by the state as long as it knows how to mobilize the moral codes, environmentally friendly, beneficial to the community, humane, just, etc., as in the case of Auschwitz, for example. The Greens' Constitutional Court candidate, Ulrich K. Preuss, explains that a distinctly Republican understanding of the Commonwealth also produces a specifically Republican militancy. In the French Revolution, it sometimes escalated into a terror of virtue. This is the other side of civic democracy, which could also be called a sensitive one. Since its ultimate and highest goal is not the conquest of state power, the violation of moral codes already means a serious disturbance of the community, and where this happens systematically, the Republic is basically in danger. The distinction between thoughts and opinions on the one hand and actions on the other, which is constitutive of every liberal constitution, is becoming blurred. FAZ August 22, 2000. The activation of moral codes is therefore the key to controlling the terror of virtue, as well as the power of definition over permissible thoughts and opinions. Eberhard Seidel rightly describes the state Antifa as authoritarian anti-fascism. Since the summer, Germany has been experiencing a renaissance of authoritarianism. Not a day goes by without those in power calling on the people to stand up and take notice. Seidel is shocked that 2/3 of German citizens are in favor of banning the NPD, DVU and Reps. Here, people want to eradicate with bluntness and style what is damaging Germany's reputation. TAZ October 30, 2000. However, the consensus on foreigner policy, on whose heels the anti-fascist campaign has been hitched, has long since encompassed everything beyond violence and beyond damage to Germany. Instead of eradicating radical right-wing parties, their integration is on the agenda, just as it has been in other countries. It is not the NPD but the DVU that has already won 13% of the vote nationwide. The Green Strategy paper Commune states that the strategy of parliamentarizing the right must be accompanied by a strategy of repression. As a response to the growth of racist tendencies in German society, it calls for resolute constitutional patriotism and an offensive debate on immigration, the outlawing of xenophobia and civic re-education, socio-political measures of prevention and the reconquest of the state monopoly on the use of force. Martin Altmaier. This is intended to solve the problem that the segment of the population which, according to survey results that have remained constant over the years, amounts to between 12 and 15% and is characterized by a stable right-wing worldview, is not adequately represented in Parliament. A jolt against violence as a jolt to the right. Germany's center stands up and expands. It will be as anti-fascist as Fischer, Scharping, Schroeder, and Schlier. The chances of shedding the dirty image were immediately recognized by the Reps when they loudly called for the NPD to be banned. In Germany, you can hardly get away with a more maligned offense against the general public than ripping people off. Quote, "The top politicians have lost all decency. The anger has eaten deep into the people. This is the permanent damage," said Rudolf Augstein. As in the rest of the country, there is outrage in Rathenow, a small town in the brown belt around Berlin. Claudia R., landlady of the super snack at the train station, takes the rip-off artists to task in a way that is hardly different from the headlines of state organs, only a little more rustic in tone. Some of them are really ripping you off. What can you say if your fist slips?
End of Quote.
However, this is not meant as a call for Helmut Kohl or Roland Koch to be told off, but is only indirectly directed against the politicians, the state. In Rathenow, the state lets everything go to waste, Claudia R. grumbles, because all the money goes to some earthquake victims in Turkey. So all the money is being squandered on foreigners, and they are ripping them off to such an extent that the average healthy person in Rathenow is sick to the stomach. After all, 47 asylum seekers housed in Rathenow even dared to write an open letter asking to be transferred from East Germany, formerly the GDR, just because some of them had been beaten up in a hospital on the street. They want to go to West Germany because there's more welfare there, says a young man with a beige anorak and a thin mustache, Michael the construction worker. Shameless, Rainer, the mortician, interjects. We take them in, and they even complain. They get everything here. In further conversation, everything is reduced to the fact that they carry bags of clothes from the Social Welfare Office, Tagesspiegel, February 21, 2000, but this does nothing to diminish the people's anger. As disproportionate, even absurd, as the extent of the envy is in relation to its objects, earthquake victims and asylum seekers who receive clothing aid plus 80 DM pocket money per month, the various political scandals do not actually mean any significant damage for all those who are enraged by cash donations and assumed but unproven corruption. What today triggers a state crisis, Augstein, which shakes the foundations of the community, was and is not only common practice at municipal level, the sums in question are also far below the mark set by the so-called Flick affair. Between 1969 and 1980 alone, the Staatsbürgerliche Vereinigung SV, founded by Adenauer in 1954, donated an estimated DM214 million to the CDU and FDP via Swiss and Liechtenstein accounts and expert firms, bypassing the tax authorities, presumed tax savings for companies of around DM100 million. However, the proportions between the sums under negotiation and the degree of public scandalization have shifted considerably since 1985. Back then, the Flick affair served for just 2 seasons as material from which second- and third-rate cabaret artists could carve out corny jokes and conspiracy-obsessed journalists could write exposé paperbacks, whereas today, the mere suspicion of somewhat odd financial dealings is a political neckbreaker. But anything that would actually be reminiscent of Chicago in the late 1920s, as suggested by the Stern with its Don Corleone campaign, has not yet come to light since the media-laden arrest warrant issued on November 5 of last year against the former treasurer of the CDU, Walter Leislerkeep. Even if published opinion follows a similar free associating pattern to the public opinion that can be heard in the Rathenau super snack. Quote, "It is not only the approximately 2 million marks in cash donations that Kohl has reported so far that need to be clarified. It is equally unclear where the initial 8 million marks came from that were allegedly invested so profitably by the Hesse CDU in Switzerland. And there is also no source for the 10 million marks from the federal CDU that have now been discovered."
End of Quote.
So far, so unspectacular, the real mafia flavor has to be added to the soup by the Spiegel itself. Quote, "Strangely enough, there were millions of marks elsewhere, the whereabouts of which are still being riddled by prosecutors. 13 million marks had disappeared when the conservatives' old donation laundry, the Staatsbürgerliche Vereinigung, was drained by investigators in 1984.
End of Quote.
The fact that Konter himself names the Alpine startup capital of the Hessian CDU as coming from donations, and the funds of the Staatsbürgerliche Vereinigung were nothing other than industrial donations, is ignored by Der Spiegel and Die Zeit in order to make the association with the mafia. Quote, "Only one reason seems plausible for Konter's and the prince's fear of proper accounting: the money was not clean." Zeit, April 2000. Der Spiegel no longer even cares about the chronological order of the unrelated, and from 1993, the French company Elf Aquitaine is said to have sent at least 85 million marks to Germany for the deal with the Luna refinery and the Mainol filling stations. Spiegel, April 2000. Whether there is or can be an actual connection between possible bribery in the Luna case and the undeclared, old donations to the CDU, including the 100,000 marks posse around the Schreiber/Schauble duo, which appears in the column a few lines later, is of as little interest to Der Spiegel as it is to Rathenau that 80 DM a month can hardly be described as a ripoff. It may well be that state secretaries and lobbyists have taken cash from the privatization, i.e. the sale of the Luna Petrochemical combined to Elf Aquitaine, but there is no reason for the inhabitants of the Saxony-Anhalt region in particular to feel that they have once again been lied to and cheated. Without state subsidies for the refurbishment of the plants and the addition of the Mainol filling station network, Luna would still be a mere industrial scrap heap of post-socialist proportions instead of a functioning, albeit from a market analysis point of view completely superfluous, location-disadvantaged oil processing factory, a heavy industrial ABM measure, if you like, with French participation. But on the other hand, and here of course, Gregor Gysi speaks from the soul of the representative super snack visitor, the affair is catastrophic for the consciousness of the East German workers, for example in Luna. Quote, "While they had to make do with tiny social plans, possibly millions of marks in bribes flowed." SC 29/30.1.2000. Those who claim a right to a clean, i.e. nationally liberated neighborhood are actually only demanding a clean state, whose major cleanup they take into their own hands, so to speak, for what is catastrophic consciousness supposed to mean other than open Nazism? The spirit to which Gysi is still issuing the PDS typical clean bill of health is, however, becoming increasingly sinister for the party. The disappointment at the local elections in Thuringia held shortly before, which showed that the PDS is by no means the beneficiary of the CDU and SPD affairs, and that there had been no automatic gains for the PDS so far, led the Deputy Party Chairwoman Zimmer to a remarkable insight. Quote, "As a consequence of the party and financial scandals, the PDS sees the danger of a Haiderization of German politics. The structures for this are already in place."
End of Quote.
And not only among the envious average public, the Thüringer Allgemeine laments about a society abandoned to decay. In a representative survey conducted on behalf of the Leipziger Volkszeitung, 68% stated that they had lost their trust in democracy, and as many as 82% of readers of the Magdeburger Volkszeitung wanted to abolish party donations altogether, and thus ultimately the parties themselves. Press review in the Tagesspiegel, July 2, 2000. Jörg Haider can therefore count on frenetic approval from all sides when he, as happened on Boehm's NTV talk show on February 6, 2000, smilingly counters Ralph Giordano's accusation that he is a coercive Democrat. That's not an accusation. We live in a coercive democracy and now want a real democracy, not party rule.
End quote.
That the rejected coercive democracy, in which the respondents of the Leipziger Volkszeitung are only too happy to lose a trust that never existed, actually means a coercion to democracy imposed from outside, can also be formulated empathetically. An ice wind is blowing over the delicate little plant of democracy in the East, says political scientist Werner J. Patzold.
End quote.
Because, on sober reflection, the scandal does not cause any harm to the little man. It is actually a miracle that people who, as they themselves like to say, are not interested in politics at all, take any notice of it. Patzold explains quite rightly why they do. This is the first really big scandal, it's really hitting home. And people here have a much deeper moral claim.
End quote.
A sense of morality that unapologetically allows a rushed foreigner to bleed to death in a doorway and envies the clothes of those still alive truly stems from deeper layers of character, namely its anal traits, in short pathological envy and avarice. One may, perhaps even with some justification, attribute the special moral susceptibility in the East to political corruption and party scandals to certain characteristics of everyday life in the GDR, which allowed familiar German character traits to continue instead of killing them off. The eternal, probably often self-serving organizing and the constant, probably often misplaced feeling of scarcity certainly contributed to the fact that envy could remain a way of life that never asked whether there was any reasonable cause for it at all. When Claudia R. speaks of all the money, she sees it as a fixed amount, a contingent of something of immediate use. Everyone except her who gets something has taken advantage of her, certainly a prototypical phenomenon in the land of the lied to and cheated. The monstrously inflated hate figure of the politician also has a great deal to do with this envy. The acclaiming of Kohl as the new leader and the immediate tipping of the mood into apolitical hatred, which underlies the susceptibility to the hater type that is to be assumed, points to the ambivalence of the father-leader figure for the authoritarian character, who sees himself as an honest worker, compared to the lying employee Wessie. The leader politician does what everyone wants, but is forbidden to do by him, not by the paper law tax evasion, for example. Such envy turned into morality is reflected in the exorbitant fantasies about wealth, conspiracies, and even debauchery that are attributed to the politician. At first glance, however, at least a large proportion of the old federal citizens seem to have moved considerably away from this traditional authoritarian model. The democratic paragon of the old FRG, i.e., minus its backward appendage, can now point the finger, and with a certain preference, at France in response to accusations of being particularly authoritarian, particularly nationalistic, or particularly racist, i.e., German. That's where the true statists are, with their elitist education system, their anti-Americanism, their Front National. What social democratic historians once described as an integral part of the German Sonderweg, the hardware, so to speak, of anti-Semitism and racial mania, a disturbed relationship to the market economy and speculation, in a word to financial capital, and excessive statism, an obsession with regulation, is this not practiced to a greater extent to the left of the Rhine today? As if nothing had happened with the historically unique attempt to get rid of the Jewish principle, speculation, interest bondage, profit without effort and consideration for the common good, one wave of privatization follows another and the people's share, telecom, has replaced the Volkswagen as a national symbol. Shareholder capitalism, which seems to have finally consigned the fascist planned economy to the dustbin of history, has accordingly adopted a counter-principle that is new by German standards. No longer the stock market, but the loss-making state, no longer returns but taxes and levies. It is precisely in this dichotomy between the productive community and the state, which it perceives as an external purely private troublemaker, that the structural fascism of the exchange subject has persisted despite the fact that the dichotomy looks like the liberal countermodel. As if to mock those historians who in late capitalism still relied on the civilizing power of money as a universal, In Germany, the freely convertible Deutschmark has merely led to a shift in the fascist resentment that opposed the sphere of circulation in the name of honest labor. It holds on to this division, but increasingly shifts it into money itself and its sources. The Deutschmark replaced the Reich labor service as a guarantee of being able to reproduce oneself securely by virtue of the natural characteristic of being German. In contrast to the Italian lira, for example, German money increasingly embodied the promise of stability and protection of the fascist state in a kind of transubstantiation. The less the citizen can be sure of being able to withdraw from the pitfalls of speculation under state procuration in the public sector or in industrial mass labor, the deeper he shifts DM fetishism into the lion's den. Even on the stock exchange, shares in German companies have to be different, with patriotic social ties, yielding returns in accordance with natural law and preventing crises. However, this also gives rise to a new type of circular madness, that of an authoritarian anti-statist, whose boom began with the emergence of the tax rebel in the mid-1970s. The quasi-automatization of the guarantee of reproduction through the Germanness of money and its derivatives, interest and returns, a view that is increasingly rationalized rather than justified by the expenditure of labor, results in the relationship to the state described above. On the one hand, the state, together with its technical and administrative infrastructure and the guarantee of survival expected of it, becomes a self-evident and automatic fact of nature. The Viennese Neue Kronenzeitung gives a concise impression of this perception. In view of the protracted formation of a government in Austria, it asked its readers whether we need a government at all, when buses are running and policemen are chasing criminals without it.
End quote.
On the other hand, the state, instead of merely being a free precondition for life, nature, also acts as a demanding agent. It thus assumes the role of the curtailing of the just yield, the wasteful usurer. The fact that in order to be able to continue to represent the social condition of nature, it necessarily becomes deficient and therefore necessarily ever more demanding, appears to be an arbitrary presumption. The simple train of thought that the technological pension speculated on with the telecommunication share will burden the social security systems and thus the contributors and taxpayers through the next rationalization push makes no sense to the average taxpayer or the FAZ. The latter rejoices in the imminent demise of the status juggernaut in Austria following the successful formation of the VP/FB government with a subliminal but clear anti-Semitic stereotype. Quote, the SP has extended its tentacles into almost all areas of economic and social life, from the banks, insurance companies, public service companies, the public television broadcaster to the school and university system and the federal theaters. A whole generation of Austrians, including entrepreneurs, was educated and bent in the spirit of paternalistic social democratic statism. A huge, sinfully expensive redistribution machine was created, which places an unreasonable burden on companies and citizens alike, inflates the social bureaucracy and shifts money from one person to another and from one person to another.
End of quote.
The calculated madness of the Europeans referred to here, the excitement surrounding Haider, only serves to prevent the new Austria from demonstrating the superiority of a liberal economic order over continental statism. The ideological overregulation of the EU by the paladins of statism from Chirac to Schroeder, which has come about through the blatant disregard for democratic decision-making, is an excellent weapon of the left's essentially totalitarian claim to power.
End quote.
In the defense against totalitarian continental statism, Haider even appears as a liberal avenging angel, as the administrator of the legacy of Montesquieu, Say and Tocqueville, which the French have betrayed. Quote, and then there is a third reason for the French indignation, the aversion to liberalism, generally reviled as ultraliberalism.
Long gone ase des Wehen Jean-Baptiste sei advocated Friedrich and a laissez-faire economy. Montesquieu'se separation of powers and Tocqueville an American-style democracy.
Neither the socialists nor the Gaullists want to abandon the paternalistic welfare state. The fact that Haider has taken it into his head to smash the Austrian proportional bureaucracy can only arouse disgust in a country where every fourth employee is paid from the state coffers.
End quote.
Against the Franco-Belgian anti-Haider course, both papers relied on the Anglo-American political culture, which is otherwise scolded for its notorious hostility towards Germany, a strategy that could work. The German party crisis and the rise of Haider appear to be the starting signal for cleaning up those who have allowed the state to degenerate into a den of thieves, Augstein, a Naugean stables of excessive taxes and social security contributions, paternalistic politicians, subsidized parties, lobbyist association functionaries. The Hesse CDU in particular, with its Swiss accounts, is at the center of this never-ending furioso. To my knowledge, however, only one commentator has noticed the unsurpassably grotesque features of this case. Quote, the CDU may be in the process of gambling away its credibility, but it has once again impressively demonstrated its economic competence. A party that can accept perhaps 7 or 8 million konter from members and donors, in other words savers, or better still investors, and turn them into inheritances of 13 and a remaining balance of 17 million marks through a clever investment policy. One would rather entrust the restructuring of the insecure social security systems today than tomorrow. FAZ. January 17, 2000. The Hessian State Association has not only virtually carried out its own privatization, but has also displayed precisely those qualities that are otherwise used against the public tax and subsidy mentality. Quote, thanks to his prudence, the secret treasure has steadily increased. Wittgenstein says, I am still proud of this part of history today.
End of quote.
Such behavior could easily pass as a test run for the implementation of the circulating proposals to manage public pension funds as a fund in combination with private old age provision. But Sayn Wittgenstein was not thanked for it. The authoritarian anti-statist, only seemingly the opposite of the classic German social character, rather inherits it. In both traditional and modernized form, he believes himself to be surrounded by conspirators and robbers, at the latest when it comes to money. Structurally anti-Semitic is not only the attempt to disguise the fund proceeds as Jewish legacies, but also the outrage over these fund proceeds. In the hysteria of people who are just as likely to be involved in internet broking as they are to grumble about capital gains tax, a deep-seated aversion to their own actions seems to be unleashed on the object of the scandal. The resentments of the East German envymonger and those of his oh-so-open-minded new German compatriot are more closely related than one might think at first glance. The old wives' tale of Eric and the robbers, above all Alexander Schock-Golodkowski, who enriched themselves to such an extent that there were few video recorders in the final phase of the GDR, but all the more potholes and power cuts, is too primitive to be able to determine the public perception of the West German party scandal in an identical form. Nevertheless, this parallel, which is so precarious for the CDU, is often drawn in the media. Arms dealer Schreiber is the prankster Golodkowski of the CDU. Tagesspiegel, January 23, 2000. Since 1989, the use of the corruption phantasm has become the cornerstone of the German, but also the Western world, i.e. world crisis explanation. Schock-Golodkowski is now up to mischief everywhere. The sums he allegedly embezzled to the detriment of the GDR have reached astronomical proportions, not only in the zone but also on the front pages, in order to explain how such a large backlog could have arisen within 20 years. This argument is constantly repeated, no matter what Schock-Golodkowski is actually called in each case. The function it fulfills always remains the same, no matter how real or unreal the suspicion of corruption is. Indonesia's economic collapse, for example, it is suggested, was caused by the Byzantine kleptocracy of ex-dictator Suharto. There is a consensus that the fact that socialism failed to keep pace was due to the planned economy. The fact that the post-socialist world is sinking into misery is, of course, due to the illegitimate continuation of the planned economy, to autocratic political intervention in the self-regulating course of market forces, which in itself is beneficial. The fact that even the tiger states are crashing is therefore due to their state dirigisme, with which corruption and the individual enrichment of state personnel are inextricably linked. But even the disempowerment of formerly allied autocrats, which is taking place with Western approval, naturally does not change the problem. Mere manpower, no matter how disastrously it is paid, is definitely no longer competitive with the highly mechanized work of the metropolises by world market standards. Nobody wants to admit that the resulting fight of all against all for the last remaining spots in the islands of production working for the world market is the greatest imaginable corrupter, that in this sense fair and free, deregulated competition is anything but an antithesis to corruption, that the crisis is fueling corruption and not the other way around. The fight against corruption has become the only pattern that can still be used to personalize the effect of the abstractions whose consequences the metropolises themselves are groaning under. People are tilting at windmills on all fronts. In 1997, the OECD adopted an anti-corruption convention aimed at curbing bad governance. The World Bank has been pursuing an anti-corruption program since 1994. Last year, the EU Commission scandal, combined with the collapsing economies of Eastern Europe moving closer to the heartland, led to the establishment of the Council of Europe's Multidisciplinary Group on Corruption, GMC. It is not only the former second and third worlds that are sinking into debt chaos. The crisis of the domestic welfare state also manifests itself in national debt. Accordingly, the recipes that the World Bank demands of the third world states as conditions for granting loans are similar to those of the system reformers in the first world, with the difference, of course, that saving there means starvation and independence, means a ghetto economy and child labor. In both cases, the state as monopoly holder and de facto regulator of the sale of labor must be abolished. However, this maxim, which is constantly proclaimed by official politics and bureaucracy, is grist to the mill of the proportional state smashers. Their perharescence of the intervening state makes this very policy, i.e., its supporting element, the parties, which by definition represent non-economic group interests, look all too similar to the spectre to be exorcised. The parties become prisoners of their own invention. If left-wing politics is to be made with the folkdom's hatred of corruption and rip-offs, which coincides with the official and only crisis explanation scheme, this is evidence of downright criminal naivety. Oscar Negd, for whom the half society is an abomination, also sees an opportunity in the moral decay that makes the community the prey of economic calculation, namely a learning process, through the restoration of an autonomous public space of political perspectives for action. East Germans don't have to learn how to deal with scammers and rip-off artists autonomously and brazenly in public. They have been practicing this since 1989. The fact that these scandals seem like a godsend to the current red-green coalition is likely to prove true. Quote, they should seize the opportunities, because the economic representatives are in the process of preparing themselves for a longer period of red-green government. Freitag, April 2000. However, it is not a revival of integral statism, but the liberation from the burden of its costs that is on the agenda. It is not the trade unions, but the business community that is benefiting from the scandal. The latter had already expressed undisguised displeasure at the traditional social democratic coloration of the CDU election campaign in Berlin. The CSU's tax plans to stimulate the economy, which were launched at the same time, have long since shifted the BDI's enemy image. The fact that this opportunity will be seized is something that both, still, collectively paid employees and the unemployed, not yet conscripted into forced labor, must indeed fear. As Kohl and Schäuble doubles, who are ripping off the community by preserving vested rights and shunning work, the concerted reform zeal of the employers' associations and the Schroeder government will apply to them. The modern social democrat makes use of the fact that morality cannot be used as a weapon against the reduction of the dead costs of social production, but rather as a suitable mask for antisocial aggression against foreigners and parasites of all kinds, and the old socialist will probably never understand this. The same applies to an even greater extent to the coalition of soft SED members, recorders and civil rights activists, who are now publicly attacking Kohl and the CDU in order to take revenge for the shameful exit that was prepared for the reform GDR. Pars pro toto, Hans Madro says, he categorized the exercise of power by one person over long periods of time as a system-wide problem that we already experienced in the GDR.
End quote.
Instead of feeling provoked, this parallel is gratefully taken up by the FRG media establishment.
Quote, the Crown Prince waits too long.
He should have overthrown the old man, the overlord, the long-standing party leader. For the sake of the country's future.
So this is the story of Egon Krenz. And the story of Wolfgang Schäuble.
The parallels between the crisis of the SED in 1989-90 and the crisis of the CDU in 1999-2000 are too obvious to be ignored, even if some find the comparison outrageous. Weren't they like enemy sisters?
The Cold War parties?
They both came into being after 1945, with the two states. The enemy sisters both invoked anti-fascism, and both had the traditions of the German authoritarian state in their bones. Tagesspiegel, January 23, 2000. To the disappointed farewell to a paternalism that has become a burden, the Merkur November 99 adds the analytically interesting image of the overpowering or overgrowth of the state/community by parties/paternalism, because the parties have appropriated the state more and more in recent decades. The long farewell to the father state is indispensable. The ferment of new civic alliances is the rejection of the paternalistic, guardian-like state. The notorious churches Erwin K. and Ute are not to be missed. They recommend the tried and tested to rebellious taxpayers, namely the guillotine. Quote, senior civil servants and especially political leaders are no longer the stewards of subsystems in the service of our society, they are the new nobility. Compared to the practices of feudalism, in most cases there is nothing wrong with what is still criticized here as corruption. However, the new, still illegitimate feudal caste should remember what happened to the ancien regime when the ruling class was only costly and no longer useful. FAZ, December 24, 99. It is not only that by serving up the SED equals CDU comparison one is sawing away at the last, reliable pillar of social paternalism and thus helping to solve the reform backlog, which, once broken loose, will certainly produce results that will frighten every old socialist who does not dream exclusively of work at any price. Worse still, it will further promote the anti-totalitarian depotentiation of anti-fascism. If fascism equals socialism equals state regulation, then fascism as a popular movement disappears from view. Then it is forgotten that the Keynesian/paternalistic welfare state and real socialism actually had a parallel. They certainly did not distrust the population because of its communist sympathies. Non-fascism in case 1 and anti-fascism in case 2 endured because and as long as the population was kept quiet and away from decision-making. Fascism as a populist movement can also emerge in an anti-status guise, not to question the rule itself, but to shake off its institutional moderation. A desire for liquidation, which was previously only directed against the GDR, is now coming to grips with the old FRG, the Stade Bonne Republique. The TAS, January 14, 2000, postulates in its headline, "The system itself is the fault," and continues cheerfully, "The East showed how quickly the erosion of a system can end it. So why not think of the Federal Republic from its end? Business and service provision no longer have anything in common with the old Rhineland capitalism. Why shouldn't the political system also change drastically? Why should the old-style politician be protected in a way that the conventional skilled worker has not been for a long time?"
End quote.
Just as entire branches of industry exceed the expiry date of their economic raison d'etre through state subsidies to the detriment of the tax-paying general public, so do the parties. Quote, "In recent decades, the German parties have compensated for their dwindling roots in society by transforming themselves into semi-governmental subsidized enterprises," Zeit May 2000. Who doesn't think of legacy burdens, coal pennies, political bureaucracy, and planned economy? The party state also appears to be such an obstacle to progress. The general aversion to it no longer has anything to do with the original facts of the scandal. No, the party state has become a synonym for the long infirmity of social corporatism, a synonym for the longing for ventilation, for cutting the Gordian debt, not that drives citizens. A strange alliance of proletarian bigwig hatred of the state and bourgeois desires for deregulation in the name of the unadulterated will of the people seems to be emerging. Straubhaar, president of the HWWA Institute in Hamburg, sees the CDU political scandal as a therapy against faith in the state. Quote, "It contains a painful but necessary lesson. It can curb overzealous faith in the state. It can increase a healthy mistrust of the careless delegation of powers to politicians, functionaries, or lobbyists. It can awaken reservations about creeping centralism in the European Union. In Germany, too, it may give greater weight to personal responsibility, private provision, the individual insurance principle, and local tax sovereignty. Perhaps more employees will also begin to ask themselves what interests national trade union confederations actually still serve today. Could it not be the case here, as in politics, that the representatives claim to be pursuing the interests of their members, but ultimately have their own interests primarily in mind? Here too, personal income, re-election, power, and prestige are likely to play important roles."
End quote.
However, in order to create new jobs for the unemployed who have been betrayed by union officials in service, consulting, maintenance, and repair, a flexible wage determination is needed that is based on actual individual productivity and not on abstract compromises agreed by officials at distant round tables. SZ, February 17, 2000. The structure of resentment against the abstract as the source of evil, together with its counterpart, the belief in one's own usability, is precisely met, the confirmation of not being superfluous through low wages, but employment after all, weighs more heavily than the semi-state guarantee of collective wages at the price of unemployment. This is shown by the ease with which the regional collective agreement could be virtually abolished in East Germany. There is some evidence that, at least there, a new edition of the German labor front in the higher and fire low-wage sector corresponds better to the constitution of the nationalized exchange subject than the alternative of sufficient pay or marginalization. The party state harms the general public not only by ripping off and enriching functionaries, but also by its weakness in decision-making and eternal compromising. If the state has become the prey of the parties, i.e., if when in doubt, office holders are closer to their own shirts than to their skirts, which are oriented towards the common good, the one-sided emphasis on the principle of representation that has been customary up to now loses its coherence. It is then necessary to look for effective control mechanisms, and these lie in activating the common sense of citizens.
AW with the exclusive talking shops, let the people speak.
Quote, "Without activating the people as the reserve power in representative democracy, a real reform will hardly come about." FAZ, November 2, 2000. The people, the real overall majority, would certainly not be scrupulous, reform congestion would be unknown, but presumably so would the ban on the death penalty. "We are the people" scrawls Die Zeit on the front page. An alliance would be necessary against the burdensome and vicious preponderance of the parties. In this way, the electorate can leapfrog the cartel of parties. It is not at all important whether the electorate passes all laws itself, but only that there is a swift reaction to political problems. The possibility of a plebiscite alone would give the legislature a leg up. Such a model would certainly help to break down the party political blockades of any major legislation, for example in tax reform or the conversion of the pension system.
End quote.
But it is the aging grassroots Democrat Klaus Legawi who calls most loudly for the Austrian solution, but without using the dirty word hater. The break with the state of the parents that Legawi is calling for does not, of course, refer to the state of his own parents, quite the opposite. No, Legawi is making himself an advocate of the Berlin generation, compulsively and laughably repeating the slogan of his own youth, "Don't trust anyone over 30 at the age of 50. Quote, "Many people belong to the Kohl system, who now want to forget it just as quickly as the profiteers of the Honecker system." Needless to say, it was not the systems that were the same, but the opportunism that subsequently turned Kohl's extensive network into a one-man show. However, the comfort zone in Berlin must now come to an end. What is needed is a sharp break with the political culture of the old Federal Republic. The historical permanent compromise, especially in pension and health policy, and the insistence of the social and collective bargaining partners in the Alliance for Labor on supposedly traditional rights is outdated. Proportional representation, the agony of which can currently be observed in Austria, must not be allowed to continue.
End of quote.
Haters' agitation, like that of the much less respectable political scientists, against the party-state combines and varies two basic components: the popular concretization of rule, the focus on its immediate nature in contrast to representative democracy, and the retreat of the paternalistic interventionist state. Fascism has always been grassroots democratic in the sense of people's voice, populist. The renunciation of state intervention, however, contradicts the image of classic fascism. Hader's success lies precisely in the fact that he succeeds in exploiting hatred of the abstract, while at the same time detaching fascism from its social democratic conundrum, replacing the militarized interventionist state with the militant lean state. This new synthesis corresponds to the fact that the honest Georg presents himself less as the representative of a party than of a movement, and also expropriates and reinterprets a traditional concept: we are Austria's new social democracy. This synthesis has mass appeal because the corporate, interventionist party state, which was designed precisely to transform the needs that classical fascism had brutally satisfied into more civilized forms, i.e., ultimately to eliminate racism through full employment, has suffocated under a mountain of debt. All that remains is the need, which knows all too well that it can no longer be silenced and therefore urges us to act on it. If the majority of Germans and Austrians actually believed that Jewish financial capitalism was their misfortune, 50 years later the shift of the German counterprinciple from the protective state to good money has taught them that the problem is not the return per se, but the national debt and the tax burden. The classic projection surface Jew has therefore in no way been forgotten. Nevertheless, the modernized resentment concentrated on the tax state seems to be adjusted differently than its historical predecessor, namely to the excessive consumption of the clientele subsidized by the state beyond the A, absolute necessities of life, and the B, right ethnicity, foreigners, artists, parties, here the Jews, pampered by the state, reappear. This is how the contemporary negative definition of the ethnic, who is ruining the taxpayer, works against multicultural alienation, against the bigwigs in the bureaucracy and party cartel, against the free-floating intellectuals. The FAZ puts it particularly perfidiously. Quote, "The protest actions on the streets of Vienna prove Marx right, who attributed social consciousness to social existence. State artists fear for subsidies, social engineers for state contracts, project commissioners for already approved projects, and all this in the name of the fight against fascism." FAZ, December 2, 2000. The direct will of the people no longer governs in the sense of the positive use of the state and money, but exclusively in the sense of their negative use as agents of resentment. Instead of large-scale employment programs, there is the abolition of asylum. The symbolic satisfaction of antisocial envy is an essential part of the racism of social democracy. This includes the fact that within the party there is a maximum limit of the equivalent of DM 8,600 per month for salaries paid by the state. What one earns privately, independently, is of course exempt from this. The party of the decent, hard-working, diligent goes even further. The FP obliges every single elected representative to keep the party's election promises by means of a democracy contract. In individual cases, everyone is even liable with their private assets. Tagesspiegel, March 1, 2000. In return, the Volksseele even seems to be willing to endure social selection. Hader cleverly exploits the phenomenon that those who are most at risk of social decline detest those who have already obviously suffered such a decline. The cult of efficiency follows in the footsteps of the Nazi persecution of asocials. Which populist other than Hader would dare to suggest turning the statutory pension and health insurance funds into an open multiclass system? And constantly talk about personal responsibility and independence, without concealing the fact that those who want to avoid a lot of risk must also pay a lot. Be glad that we live in a democracy, otherwise you would be up against the wall, Umberto Bossi shouted in the summer of 1993 in the direction of the divided Democrazia Cristiana. The fact that Der Spiegel leaves the final comment in its story about the disintegration of the DC to the leader of the Lega Nord, of all people, shows how much his almost murderous hatred of the bureaucratic compromise state suits the greater German mood. In Italy, as in France and Spain, those who believe that the Keynesian Leviathan hinders the fulfillment of the desire for just punishment just as much as it promotes theft from the industrious are attracted not by classical fascist movements, but by regionalism. What is already emerging in Padania or Catalonia, the combination of folkish isolationism on the outside and deregulation on the inside, held together by an authoritarian grassroots democracy, is the blueprint of the new Austria like the Berlin Republic. What in Italy, in France anyway, is still seen as an attack on the Republican nation-state, even if its insistence is becoming weaker and weaker, presents itself in Germany and Austria, on the other hand, as an overall national reform movement, which is supported by the state-supporting personnel, minus Kohl and Klima, themselves. In Germany, as in Austria, there is no significant regionalism à la Bossi, nor is there a counterpart to the authoritarian anti-status hysteria caused by the only superficially forcibly democratized unity of homogeneous people, state and nation that has endured throughout the post-war period.
The Konzern Z prompted Atze Brauner, head of film studios Grunewald and Konstantin Film, to write a letter to the editor and it led, begrenzt die Epidemie.
Stop the hysteria. As a large advertisement in the Welt is well-founded. He senses more than he realizes that the completely disproportionate nature of the scandalous emotions to their cause is closely linked to drastic anti-communism and a lynching mood towards unnatural people suspected of infanticide. Quote, I am not a CDU fan, especially not after I recently learned that the CDU Mandrager is developing intensive initiatives to bring the war criminal Prieb to the mercy of German society. I find it just as scandalous how the judiciary is dealing with Egon Krenz. Disproportionately worse perpetrators enjoy unabashed freedom, and the fate of Mrs. Weimer is no less tragic, because the legal component, according to which, in case of doubt, the accused should be given the benefit of the doubt, seems to have been forgotten in this country.
End quote.
Bronner no longer understands the world that for so long had presented him in the manner of Hanschen Rosenthal as the model reconciliation Jew of the FRG, the insistence on the formal legal process and the keeping away of popular elements from the political and legal system of the FRG, the mistrust of persecution rage and punitive hysteria, all this is recognized by Bronner, without saying it explicitly, as a necessary condition for the survival of Jews in post-war Germany. Under the impression that this condition is dwindling, he turns to the people. There is no reason why the common man should feel affected by such events. But what tragedy are we witnessing in this context? As if the country's finances are being squandered and immeasurable damage is being done to the Federal Republic. Die Welt, February 12, 2000. Bronner's appeal to the cool mind can achieve nothing with a people who have always despised calculation. In contrast to Italy, Germany remained steadfastly loyal to fascism when it no longer had any social benefits to offer. For National Socialism, one thing was even more formative than the state economy and full employment, which of course must rightly be regarded as the classic hallmarks of fascism in the 1930s and 1940s, the alliance of mob and elite, willing to consecrate themselves to destruction together if only enough others have to lead the way. The terrible core that cloaked representative democratic corporatism is once again exposed. The alliance between the socially envious mob and the elite, which craves direct, unrestricted enforcement power unhindered by compromise, is being reforged as the Berlin Republic or New Austria. The end of coercive democracy leads us to expect deregulation enforced by plebiscite, to compensate for whichever new victims are made for murderous envy and resentment. Symbolically, professional civil servants Bild headlined on March 1, 2000, Scandal. Civil servants retire at 55, only 7.5% less. Politicians and association functionaries have to serve. In real terms, i.e. in terms of life and limb, it is Tschüssen, sexually abnormal, and socially inferior people who are hit. The wishes of the mob and the elite converge in hatred of the party state. Gone are the days when editorials echoed the quintessence of social and civic education and both piously pointed out the GG's reservation against direct democracy and insisted on the formalization of state action. The plebiscite is now also demanded by the mouthpieces of the educated middle classes and the BDI. The demanded no-party state is in reality the reprise of the one-party state of National Socialism, with all its informal plebiscitary structures, which actually turned the state and the people into a common being. The hot NATO war against Yugoslavia is over, bomber pilots and moralizers have returned safely to their bases, and just as the smoke has cleared over the ruins, the troubled conscience of German foreign policy seems to have calmed down, for the time being. With Fischer's admonition for going it alone at the UN in the matter of East Timor and the Social Democrats' words of power in the dispute over tank exports to Turkey, the world is back in its usual disarray. The complaint of Claudia Roth, the Green Party chairwoman of the Bundestag Human Rights Committee, may have sounded like a retrospective confirmation of those who have always known that morality, conscience, and human rights are a mere pretext for business. Quote, "When it comes to economic issues, human rights seem to take a back seat."
End quote.
Tangible interests, as they are valued in anti-imperialist planning games, seem to be guiding Schroeder and Sharping again, securing the location of the arms industry and the need to save money determine attention and indifference to certain parts of the world. It is undeniable that reason speaks here instead of conscience as a mixture of economic calculation and sober realpolitik. Unfortunately, however, this kind of reason is in no way immune to the voice of conscience. Even persecution maniacs can perform simple additions. However, the inner reference system of their actions hardly obeys the rules of formal logic. Roth's restriction when it comes to economic issues, then, i.e., when it is immediately about austerity packages and jobs, when two and two are added together, already implies the counter-question, and if not, then we are talking about Yugoslavia. The allies to whom the tears and the lifeblood of the German elites are devoted, the so-called Bosniaks and Kosovars, cannot pay for a new Leopard 2 tank on their own. Identification with them cannot be sold as a labor market policy measure. The compulsion to save money and the inevitability of acquiring yet another protectorate, Kosovo, after the billion-dollar grave of Bosnia, are deeply contradictory according to the rules of formal logic, of addition and subtraction. This makes the search for the supposed material causes of imperialist activity an almost impossible task, where mineral resources, which the First World is supposedly so obsessed with controlling, are actually to be found in considerable quantities. It is precisely there that German foreign policy shows itself to have a clearer mind than its critics. Not because this mind knows what its anti-imperialist critics should know, that abstract wealth, the result of capitalist exploitation, is not a useful thing and certainly not a cake to be divided by political cuts. It thinks more realistically than all official and critical geostrategy experts put together. Rather, the deficit-ridden public coffers simply prohibit the creation of zones of influence or even areas of control that would be as profitable for these coffers as a Tsarland enlarged 100-fold would be for the financial equalization of the federal states. Now that the war being waged in Chechnya and Dagestan is exactly the war that anti-imperialism mistook the Kosovo War for, the flimsy reactions to Russia's actions show that the 2+2 logic only applies to the economic pariah state of Russia, but not to the states of the Western community of values. The latter do not seem to dislike the fact that Russia's tried and tested energy cartels and rope teams and not Muslim gangster states control the supply of Caspian oil. Germany, of all countries, shines here with an unusual sense of reality, which the German government's economic organ FAZ, in the form of Heidmary Wiekarekzul praises. Large oil reserves are suspected under the part of the seabed that belongs to Kazakhstan in the Caspian Sea. Germany has so far held back in the race for extraction concessions and transportation rights.
End quote.
However, we hear little about the fact that other countries, apart from Russia, are fighting to create good weather or an infrastructure for investment in Kazakhstan. In contrast to the ominous competitors, according to the minister, the federal government wants to contribute to the development of democratic structures and the rule of law in the states of Central Asia, to preserve peace in the region and expand the market economy system. This included good governance and independent financing systems. But no money will be poured into a bottomless pit.
End quote.
What is already regarded as the proverbial bottomless pit in a place where the oil could only gush forth, where the world's largest deposits of zinc and tungsten, as well as significant resources of lead, chrome, or manganese can be found, is only a pitiful bucket compared to the barrels that were opened by the Serbian wars. This applies in particular to the costs of maintaining the Bosnian protectorate. Cooperation with Kazakhstan, which serves to finance longer-term investment projects, only amounts to around 25 million marks a year. Technical cooperation, in which German experts advise on individual projects, barely exceeds 5 million marks. Kazakhstan has received a total of 186 million marks in financial aid since 1994. In comparison, Ethiopia, the African priority country, received around 700 million marks from 1992 to 1997. However, the figures for the Balkans also leave those of Ethiopia, which is poor in raw materials, far behind. The approximately 10 billion marks that have flowed into Bosnia over the past 4 years, plus almost 3 billion for the neighboring states, serve as a point of reference for estimating the costs of the Kosovo Protectorate as the center of a Balkan Stability Pact or a new Marshall Plan. A cost estimate that will be far exceeded by the new plan, as formulated at the Balkan Conference on July 29, 1999, namely to create democratic model countries out of nothing in a free trade zone around Serbia. Joseph Stiglitz, the chief economist of the World Bank, aimed the highest at $100 billion. The EU Commission named almost 60 billion marks as the basis for a kind of Marshall Plan for the Balkans. Deutsche Bank research came up with the same figure. In addition, the deployment of a peacekeeping force of 50,000 men alone, according to a projection by Deutsche Bank research, will cost between $14 and $25 billion a year. Figures that were presented again on the eve of the summit spectacle in Sarajevo. According to estimates by the European Investment Bank in Luxembourg, reconstruction and refugee aid will cost around 98 billion marks. According to the head of the World Bank, James Wolfensohn, around 4.5 billion marks will have to be raised this year for immediate measures. 2 days later, official estimates emerge from the USA, which consider up to 740 billion marks to be necessary for reconstruction in the Balkans. In the face of such megalomania, the argument that rational, interest-driven motives are behind this is completely misleading. The desired eastward expansion of the German-dominated EU, the enlargement of the Eurozone, or even a deficit spending project pushed by industry. What is thus presented as a strategic goal is already a reality in the Balkans. The fact that the secret and/or actual national currency in each of these states is the DM could easily be seen even at the petrol stations of the rogue state of Yugoslavia. No war had to be fought for the convertible dinar in Macedonia or the convertible mark in Bosnia, and no stability pact had to be concluded. An eastward enlargement of the EU in its present form is in fact only being sought by the so-called accession candidates. The subsidy traps that would arise if depreciated regions had to be brought up to world market competitiveness would perpetuate the financial crisis that the German reconstruction of the East alone has brought the EU into on an unimaginably larger scale, not to mention the effects of free labor migration. Only the American model is conceivable: free trade with Mexico with the simultaneous installation of self-propelled guns on the Rio Grande. However, such a comparison can only be made with the proviso that Mexico's demand potential far exceeds that of most Eastern European candidate countries and that the wage pressure exerted by Mexico on the U.S. labor market cannot shake a social partnership in the sense of Rhineland capitalism. There is no equivalent in American to the concept of social dislocation, invoked by the Junge Welt for the period after the planned introduction of the euro in the Balkans in 2003. Quote, "The merger of two regions with such different levels of productivity in a free trade zone cannot, of course, remain without considerable social upheaval. Factory closures and mass unemployment will be an inevitable consequence."
End of quote.
The JW author can hardly be referring to the Balkans, which have already left the feared future behind them, i.e. have returned from industrial production and wage labor to subsistence production and simple exchange of goods. The German nationalist Marxism shares his nevertheless correct prediction with the EU think tanks. None of the proposals of the authoritative CEPS, Center for European Policy Studies, in Brussels amount to more than the mere re-regulation of a free trade zone that is already in the making. They do not envisage integration along the lines of Portugal or Spain, but rather seek a new form of association to be created. In concrete terms, this means abolishing customs duties on EU products, introducing a free trade zone, then joining the customs union that exists between Turkey and the EU in 2003 and firmly pegging the regional currencies to the euro. This does not change much compared to the current situation, the normal type of post-socialist economy. On the basis of subsistence and exchange in kind, a currency-controlled black market is emerging that can only feed itself from two sources: from the infusions of a hypertrophic international bureaucracy, as in Bosnia or Macedonia, and from its function as a money laundering machine for the profits of the ghetto economy, the grubby twin brother of the service society. One should speak of a ghetto revenue rather than an economy, because the circulating foreign currency is only a split-off part of the remaining demand power of the world that left the ghetto, for goods that are still rare or illegal there: drugs, sex, and virtually unpaid labor. The unctuous prosperity rhetoric of Fischer, initiator of the Balkan Stability Pact, is merely a self-soothing pill against the possible realization that a foreign exchange economy at a retarded level of productivity simply means misery without end, which no international financial aid in the world can do anything about. Peace, democracy, and prosperity, the motto of the Balkan summit in Sarajevo, Fischer had already promised the countries of the region, with the exception of Milosevic's Serbia, 2 months earlier, but also that the Stability Pact is not a shortcut to the EU. He then went on to explain this strange junction: "We must do for Southeast Europe today what was done for the West after 1945 and for the East of our continent after 1989.
End quote.
Precisely because no amount of money can bring about a new 1945, but only an eternal 1989, this is the prospect that the magic formula of the Marshall Plan is supposed to banish. It's just too bad that the demand-oriented left and the official festive speakers are so keen to believe in it that they are already embarrassed by the sober bookkeeping. Many people are thinking of a new edition of the Marshall Plan, which contributed $11 billion to the reconstruction of Europe after the Second World War. The basic principle at the time: Washington paid the funds directly to American exporters. The recipients of the imports in Europe then transferred the equivalent value in domestic currency to a fund, which in turn financed investments for reconstruction. A successful principle, but in contrast to the 1940s and 1950s, almost all of the Balkan countries today lack even the beginnings of an economic structure with functioning companies. There is a great danger that, as in Russia, large sums of money will trickle away to no effect. Even Bosnia, well endowed with financial aid, is not only far removed from the eternal peace of Fischer's provenance, even the Keynesian illusion that economic aid to the protectorate would create a demand from abroad evaporates as quickly as it arises, for not only would without foreign aid this country would have died very quickly, Fr. July 27, 1999, as the ICG, International Crisis Group, the most important political consultancy agency active in Bosnia, sums up, its survival also holds no benefit for the donor countries. Despite everything, the country's gross national product is only a third of what it was before the war, which also makes it uninteresting as a consumer of industrial goods from those donor countries. The same naturally also applies to the neighboring states, which owe their meager continued existence only to international presence. Albania, for example, has received the highest per capita aid of all countries since 1990 after Namibia, without anything having improved there. The interest in Bosnia and Kosovo, i.e. in the establishment of cost-intensive open-air laboratories for political experiments, does not come from the sources from which oil gushes, not to mention the order books of industry, which does not care whether state-financed bridges are built over the Elbe or the Neretva. In all likelihood, the Kazakhs would be just as happy to sell their newly acquired sovereignty as the state that the Itza-Begovic clan only created in order to sell it off. The fact that he succeeded in doing what the Kazakhs, fobbed off with development petty cash, will never succeed in doing, and that the KLA chief's calculation in Kosovo seems to be working out just as brilliantly, is not due to the arithmetic of the budget or location of the donor states, and certainly not that of Germany, the largest donor to Bosnia with an estimated 25% share. Only a fraction of the acumen that left-wing critics use to look for connections that definitely do not exist behind the ideological backdrop, applied to the backdrop itself, would help to shed light on the Yugoslav riddles. Ideology is not merely the instrument of lying priests who hide their highest selfish interests behind religion or morality, as the early Enlightenment assumed. It is not mechanically separable from its source. The belief in democracy is neither deception by the elites nor error on the part of those who adhere to it, but a product of the abstract freedom and equality of exchange. The fact that peace and prosperity are destroyed by the result of this free exchange, the highest form of democracy, the world market, is something the believer cannot comprehend, much less accept. The new colonies in the Balkans are pointless according to criteria of platitudinous rationality of purpose. But they are by no means pointless. They serve as practical proof that the world system of exchange has more in store for its participants than complete indifference to their existence. What used to be called system convergence, the overwhelming similarity of the Western, especially West German, welfare state to socialism, the certainty that prosperity can only be wrested from capitalism through a non-market, political principle, makes the deficit-induced demise of the socialist states appear as a harbinger of what also awaits the Western authoritarian distributive state. Templin in the Tagesspiegel November 10, 99, ruin. Using ruinous means to scare away the fear of ruin. This is the source of the billions on which the dummy state of Bosnia lives. This is the reason why the West has taken on a region that has been written off, in order to prove that society is much more livable and lovable as a civil society, after the collapse of the Yugoslavian welfare state. 10 billion to prove that the principle defeated in 1989 was the reason for all the evils that followed this victory. Proof that they do not want to give to the actual inhabitants of those protectorates, but to themselves. If the Dayton Agreement was already marked by a galloping loss of reality, its implementation, in NGO speak, implementation, is even more so. The constantly lengthening implementation period, the constantly expanding powers of the OICHR, Office of the High Representative, up to the unlimited duration of an unlimited educational dictatorship cannot be characterized in any other way. In Bosnia, the capital of interventionism, Times December 17, 97, there are an estimated 50,000 members of the international military and administrative bureaucracy, plus around 200 NGOs. The only thing more grotesque than the effort involved are the goals of this new type of colonial administration, goals that will remain unsolvable even as a task for generations, Fischer. Nothing less than a self-sustaining economy is to be created on the ruins of state industry, which has been cut off from the world market, which is not eternally dependent on total alimentation from the West and does not seek to secure the reproduction in clan and gang economies that the vanished state once guaranteed, and does not pursue the decentralization and local autonomy laid down in Dayton as a distribution of international alimony according to ethno-nationalist principles, but as a peaceful multicultural ring game. Because what must not be cannot be, undesirable developments such as in Bosnia are attributed to a kind of subjective factor instead of the regression of the market society. Political disenfranchisement was followed by socio-psychological disenfranchisement. Because ethnic cliques and nepotism cannot be seen as the adequate survival strategies that they actually are, they are interpreted as a traumatic legacy of the authoritarian state, which can only be overcome through targeted de-traumatization. Quote, Bosnia is a very sick society in which people are not familiar with the most basic democratic principles. OHRN, Washington Post, June 10, 1997. The OSCE in particular is dedicated to such empowerment with its own democratization branch. The Bosnians, for their part, prefer such disenfranchisement to the fate that would befall them if the tap were turned off on this large-scale therapeutic experiment. What the Bosnians have to fear more than a slackening of the PIC's, Peace Implementation Conference, engagement is the emergence of fresh competition. A credo quia absurdum est like that of the Dayton protecting powers may not diminish, but it can turn to other substitute objects of gratification. After all, the Muslims and Croats of the former SR Bosnia-Herzegovina, who were also hostile to each other, qualified for international aid and the sympathy of first the German and later the entire Western media simply by seceding from the authoritarian distributive state in a coup. In the meantime, others have also rendered outstanding services to the anti-totalitarian mission. The credit of these others, headed by the Kosovo Albanians, is still almost unencumbered in comparison to the Bosniaks, who have been proving difficult to treat for 5 years now. Albania and Macedonia are also hoping for Bosnian-style alimentation, which has been and will continue to be a reward for anti-Serb affronts. Kiro Gligorov, president of Macedonia, knows the rules of the game and knows, the crisis, i.e. the war against Yugoslavia, gives us a new chance, Taz, July 31, 99. The task that the Federation Bosnians were supposed to solve is unsolvable with the best will in the world, because the transfer payments to the protectorate are only made for the purpose of demonstrating that it is possible to live well under capitalism without transfer payments. The Bosnians were given the task of proving that unemployment can be eradicated by setting up a business and that those who want to work can eat without the welfare state, i.e. that it is simply a matter of the will of the superfluous to end their superfluousness, but it won't be enough in the Balkans with cash and cement. Capable people of integrity are needed to manage the money and lead the reconstruction. For their sake, investors must be persuaded to commit themselves to the have-nots. Societies must mutate into pluralistic democracies, which until now were more akin to totalitarian dictatorships. Berliner Zeitung, July 30, 99. A lack of ability and integrity must therefore have prevented a civil society in Bosnia. In the face of such overwhelming bourgeois logic, Marx could only think of Shakespeare 100 years ago. To be a handsome man is a gift of circumstance, but to be able to read and write comes naturally. And it is no coincidence that reports of corruption in Izetbegovic-controlled ministries and the Bosnian State Bank are circulating just in time for the Balkan summit. Suddenly, after 5 years of empowerment, Bosnia is covered with socialist remnants that prevent a proper banking system and thus a flourishing trade. It is always the faded socialism that prevents, via corruption, the paradise of free exchange of small owners of themselves. Quote, none of the Balkan countries has made much progress on the path from a state-run economy to a market economy, and none has come close to the social product of 1989, the year of the fall of communism. Businesses are lacking everywhere, and political instability and corruption are hampering economic progress. Zeit, June 17, 99. The catastrophic progress is leading to the very situation that the West perceives as being contrary to prosperity qua market. The fight for the free market and against corruption is like a dog chasing its own tail in vain. What's more, because the cure produces the disease, the same diagnosis is inevitably always given. The corrupt dictator, embodiment of the ineffective state economy, is targeted. Milosevic is unchangeably and incomparably condemned to play this role. However, the futility of the financial effort, the widening gap between the pressure to save in the donor countries and the establishment of further laboratories for the future in the Balkans, makes even former bearers of hope appear in a different light. It was clear from the start that the Izetbegovic clan would treat Bosnia like Al Capone treated Chicago. The fact that this corruption has suddenly become an obstacle to growth has nothing to do with a change in the way things are done in Bosnia, but with the despair of Western illusionaries that the future Bosnia is supposed to stand for, the future of the rebuilt welfare state, is turning out to be what it has to be: gangster-s paradise. Whatever the new distribution formula for an even more disastrous Greater Bosnia II called the Balkan Stability Pact will look like, the villain who is responsible for the predictable failure of the venture is excluded from the pact and thus already determined again. Expelled at the substitute object Montenegro, it will again be Serbia that prevents the Balkan upswing. It was not least the futile wait for a post-socialist economic miracle that led the Social Democratic International, which rules in Europe and the USA, to follow the anti-Serbian course set by Germany. The Treaty of Rambouillet was a faithful descendant of Dayton in its social reformist parts, its projection of a future society in Kosovo, only that the aggression against the designated troublemaker, the successor to the central state of Yugoslavia, has taken on a completely different scale. Dayton minus the Serbian Republic is now the Stability Pact for Kosovo. According to the new German model, the Albanian freedom fighters are also being prescribed subsidiarity, but the Germans have known since the times of the Winterhilfswerk, not just since the Dayton disaster, that a civil society without blood ties, without ethnic purity, does not work. Otherwise, the high song of post-etatist civil society resounds like an echo from the Bosnian forests. When Clinton calls on the states of the region to take more personal responsibility, to take their destiny into their own hands, it is no coincidence that this sounds like Blair/Schroeder and the daily speeches to the metropolitan unemployed. In any case, the statement that socialism should be brought to its knees was not the stupidest explanation for the war against Yugoslavia. But it was a projected, an imagined socialism, because the crisis and downfall of real socialism were only a prelude to the downfall of its own socialist implant, the welfare state. It is not actual socialism that needs to be defeated, not even the overpowering desire of the masses for it, but the almost obscene memory that even in the victorious West it was the state and not the market that guaranteed welfare. A memory that urgently needs to be erased, because the People's State brand West is structurally no less deficient than the brand East. The aim now is to prove that the revenant of the early bourgeois illusion, in which the state was a disruptive factor on the path to justice, which only the market can guarantee, is working better at the end of the statist, i.e. social democratic, age than before it began. The fact that social democrats, of all people, are the ones to provide this proof, which is likely to be more difficult than turning lead into gold, increased the appeal of Milosevic and Yugoslavia as an enemy image outside Germany as well. The more violent the metamorphosis that the respective ruling social democracy has undergone or is currently undergoing, be it America's formerly Keynesian Democrats or England's formerly strict statist Labour Party, the more furious the attacks on the formerly courted dreamland of the third way, between socialism and capitalism. The third way between state and market cannot keep up with the memory of the Golden Age, as the aged Erich Hobsbawm described it. It is as if the social democratic leaders, who are certainly more hysterical warmongers against Serbia than their conservative predecessors, and the social democratized post-war society they represent, whose common sense consists of wanting to bind capital as the engine of the common good to the state, are at war with their alter ego. This is all the more vehement the more the money proves to be the actual sovereign of society and, in accordance with its immeasurably increased organic composition, increasingly no longer regards the citizens of the state as means of its utilization, but endeavors to write them off as dead costs of production. The more clearly the debit of the public coffers of the victors of 1989 and the soundless demise of their opponents reveal that the empirical world is becoming useless to capital, the more clearly it also becomes apparent that one and the same mind, otherwise preoccupied with austerity packages and jobs to be secured, is staying out of East Timor and Kazakhstan in order to give shape to its projections with billions and billions in the former Yugoslavia at the same time. So it really is about human rights in the Balkans. The crisis of integral statism is expressed in the ostentatiously defended liberalism that culminates in the establishment of Blairite protectorates. The citizen returns as a completely socialized zombie. If the original substrate of formal human rights, the property-owning citizen, rejected the state as a parasite in the name of equality and freedom, today this state throws its property-less subjects back into the market society in the name of independence and subsidiarity. The hatred of dictators, who autocratically keep segments of society free from the indiscriminate terror of the exchange economy as a reward for pure loyalty, feeds on the envy of no longer being able to act like them. This is why social democrats of the third way are also at the forefront of the human rights war. On the one hand, they are avenging the downfall of the social people's state of social democratic provenance on the projected fascist Milosevic, a downfall that reinforces the regressive need of the people for this, without social democracy being able to fulfill it. On the other hand, the stereotype corrupt despot violates market and self-determination, because of which the human rights war against corruption and for civil society self-determination is being waged, is also the learning objective that the social democracy of the 21st century is trying to inculcate in its domestic clientele. However, the overall social democrat of the German model not only projects fascism, but also acts as the executor of National Socialism. Like the others, Germany is not only waging war against its own business basis, the manifestation of the crisis character of the market and exchange. It is also waging war against its patent on this type of war. For it was Germany that undertook the historical attempt to put an end to this character of crisis by preparing the final solution for interest-bearing capital, the sphere of circulation delusionally embodied in the Jew. In this respect, Germany is not only waging a war against the deficiency of the welfare state, but in the truest sense of the word against its own past that does not want to pass away. It is waging war against Auschwitz. However, the current anti-fascist campaign in Yugoslavia is too similar to the historical one, not in terms of the result but in terms of the degree of projectivity. Not only did Germany find the same auxiliary peoples with somnambulistic certainty, but also the same enemy. Today's German efforts are also aimed at eliminating an imagined troublemaker. If the original war of conscience was waged against the Jewish principle, which threatened to plunge the German ethnic group into undeserved misery, then in camouflage it is the Serbian aggressor who is keeping peoples, who inevitably invite the Germans to identify with them, away from the fruits of the market. But in order for German innocence to be pursued again without bias, it must first be credibly restored. For this to happen, the former victims of the First German War of Conscience, which was not fought for filthy lucre but for the redemption of the world through the sacrifice of evil, must today be the perpetrators. Since Israel must be avoided as a material opponent of war and a rogue state, it has been an ideal one for the last 50 years, Yugoslavia and Serbia are being held harmless. It has to serve, so to speak, as a projection surface for the ritual purification of the new Germany from the old Germany, with which this new Germany, however, maintains an intimate affinity precisely in its projectivity, in the inseparable unity of delusion and reason of state. However, the ideological systematization is no longer folkdom, as Nazi anti-Semitism was. It cannot be, because it must inevitably disappoint the citizens longing for fascism as a unity of Volksgemeinschaft and welfare state. Anti-totalitarianism, which today bundles projections, promises deregulation instead. But that is why it is so irresistible to the elites, who can no longer fulfill their social mandate. With its help, they can sweeten the retreat of the deficient welfare state, which was particularly embarrassing for German social democrats, as a late but all the more effective anti-fascist purification. Anti-totalitarianism, which lumps the concentration camp and the gulag together and wants to deal with the century of camps solely by ending state intervention in the free exchange between labor and capital, also ennobles the pettiness of austerity packages, which is traditionally regarded as low-mindedness in Germany, into a cathartic cleansing of authoritarian tradition. Nazism, the GDR and the welfare state have one thing in common. Quote, the de-differentiation of society and its functional subsystems through the primacy of a hypercentralistic political controlling authority. This not only captures the totalitarian character of the dictatorships, but also their decline. The subsystem economy becomes crisis-ridden because it no longer obeys its internal control parameters of efficiency and profit, but is overridden by political imperatives, the academic ventriloquist whispers. Report on the conference The Europe of Dictatorships, Tagesspiegel, October 25, 1999. The crisis of the welfare state makes Germany the most aggressive proponent of a people, get up even without social welfare, on the Balkan substitute object. But because Germany will also be most concerned with blatantly placing the education for denationalization that the Bosnians are receiving on the curriculum at home, the special aggressiveness of German imperialism will continue to exist, as a reflex of the love for integral statism that has become impossible. This reflex results in indifference to the consequences of one's own warlike actions, which presents itself as disinterested morality. In this, new German anti-fascism is only disappointed National Socialism, that Germany can no longer afford to be Germany. With Joe Biden, a supposedly new wind is blowing through the White House, to the delight of all employees of German-language quality editorial offices. Above all, a different political culture beyond nationalism and racism is being hailed after 4 years under Donald Trump, who was perceived as both uneducated and populist. Expectations were high for the man who nobody really knew what he stood for. Biden won the primaries primarily because he is not Bernie Sanders and the presidential election because he was chosen by everyone who wanted to thwart a second Trump term. The fact that Biden, in addition to rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement and rejoining the WHO, which was celebrated above all by the Germans, has neither returned to the nuclear agreement with Iran with waving flags nor given up his opposition to the German madness known as Nord Stream 2. That he ordered the final withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan with hardly less dissent and is not demanding any less of the economic giant Germany in terms of its NATO contribution, all of this is forgiven Biden in this country simply because he is not his hated predecessor. The audacity with which it is concealed that the father of the U.S. vaccination success exclusively attributed to and admired by Biden was, of all people, the one who, according to the unanimous opinion of the entire German quality press, was either considered the Attila Hildmann of America or the greatest vaccine nationalist of all time due to his Operation Warp Speed for the unconditional invention and procurement of vaccines, only completes the picture painted of a President Biden as an
unconditional Trump opponent.
On the other hand, however, it would be foolish to reject Biden's American family's plan to strengthen the U.S. welfare state simply because it may not only bear traits of neo-Etatism, Udo Di Fabio, but is also obviously an anti-Trump plan due to its counterfinancing through tax increases. If there is a need for skepticism towards Biden's social plans, it is because he has spoken at least once too much about the American middle class as the main addressees of his plans, i.e. at least once too little about the section of the population that has long since fallen out of this category, is mostly at home in the Rust Belt and voted for Donald Trump because he did not leave them out in the cold as a basket of deplorables like Biden's party colleague Hillary Clinton once did. In other words, if Biden's expansion of the American welfare state needs to be criticized, it is because of the immensely high ideological cost price of the tacit agenda of finally turning the social issue into a racial issue of at least equal importance and thus finally helping it to achieve a cultural hegemonic breakthrough. President Trump has stood alongside his, albeit poor, criticism in preventing this because, unlike his Democratic rival, he has not labeled the ever-increasing proportion of the U.S. population that can no longer be counted as middle class as either racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, or all of the above, and has denied them eligibility for welfare state funding as a kind of punishment for their supposed bad attitude. The fact that Biden's new economic policy, which despite the planned tax increase is largely an ecologically motivated deficit spending of Keynesian provenance, of which one should know that it only promotes the creation of long-term jobs in the higher to highly qualified segment, is in reality not so new compared to that of his predecessor and, by post-national German standards, should be considered just as nationalistic and protectionist in substance, is deliberately lost in all the joy over the Biden cabinet celebrated as diverse and multifaceted. In its few bright moments, at least the Zeitung für Deutschland wanted to notice that Joe Biden is much more a personification of Trumpism than a newspaper in the service of the cosmopolitan export world champion would like. Only at first glance is it surprising that President Joe Biden is sticking to the protectionist China policy of his predecessor Donald Trump. All trade restrictions and tariffs remain in force. In addition, Biden is now looking into how the production of important goods can be brought back to America. From import restrictions and subsidies to instructions to all government agencies to only buy products made in America, no means is off limits. The rest of the world can accept this. America first remains. FAZ, February 25, 2021. Because people in this country are completely infatuated with the new colorful symbols of power, preferring to talk about the various origins and sexual orientations of ministers according to the principle of gossip, i.e. preferring to move at the level of politically correct representative tribalism. It was not surprising that their own audience was also extensively informed about other trivialities such as the redesign of the Oval Office. For example, the Süddeutsche Zeitung ran the headline on January 22, 2021, Biden removes Trump's cola button. Shortly afterwards, another quality German newspaper reported that Biden wanted to keep the button after all, but use it elsewhere, Frankfurter Rundschau, January 27, 2021. With this button, the 45th president had a sugar-free drink served to him on a silver platter whenever he needed it. Along with the function of the Coke button, the portrait of Andrew Jackson, who was the 7th president of the United States from 1829 to 1837, also disappeared. Jackson was not only one of those who turned the party to which Joe Biden belongs into a mass party after the split in the Democratic-Republican Party. He also made sure that the party's program was permeated by the spirit of the advocacy of slavery and the later Jim Crow segregation at least until the New Deal in the 1930s. Jackson's term in office as the first Democratic president also saw the expulsion of Native Americans. The fact that Biden had the portrait of one of the founding fathers of his own party removed is exemplary of how the Democrats deal with their own ugly party history, which they are only too happy to suppress so that they can present themselves to the world as the party of flawless anti-racism and civil rights. Of course, the fact that the then-President Jackson was known for his detachment from the country's ruling political elite does not fit into the Democratic picture. Bayerischer Rundfunk was therefore probably not that wrong when, on the occasion of the removal of the Jackson portrait from the Oval Office, they speculated about the motives why Trump had a portrait of an original Democrat hung on the wall next to his desk when he moved into the White House in 2016. Jackson, who had fought his way up from very humble beginnings, was one of the first populists in American politics and was possibly also held in a certain esteem by Donald Trump, especially since the man had also been strongly opposed and polarized society.
End quote.
Just reading such sentences sends a cold shiver down the spine of the university-educated middle class. For them, the term populism stands for the egotistical and unbridled sense of entitlement of the uneducated and thus as a synonym for what they understand by fascism and right-wing extremism. In the 1960s at the latest, the New Left, which primarily claimed to come from the student milieu of the up-and-coming new middle class, initiated a process that continues to this day and is becoming more radicalized. It was no longer just a farewell to the proletariat with a turn to pure morality and linguistic magic. The classic class question has also long been regarded as an expression of white patriarchal supremacy and thus as the enemy of all minority collectives. Repulsed by the attitude of the older members of the middle class and the cronyism of the universities with the American military actions in Vietnam, the offspring of this class became radicalized. Barbara and John Ehrenreich therefore described these developments in 1977 as a renaissance of the radicalism of the professional managerial class. The New Left had emerged under the economic conditions of the 1960s, which were still characterized by an upswing and coincided with an expansion of those sectors in society in which the new middle class with an affinity for education found employment. The celebrated replacement of the industrial society by a service and knowledge society fueled a general optimism about progress and gave new left-wing students hope for a liberated and socialist society. With their analysis, the Ehrenreichs broke with the classic two-class theory. The petty bourgeoisie was considered to be historically outdated, which is why it would sooner or later descend into the working class anyway. In addition to the bourgeoisie, the working class and the old middle class, they categorized a new middle class, the professional managerial class, which includes teachers, social workers, psychologists, actors, journalists and engineers, among others. We define the professional managerial class as a class consisting of wage-earning intellectual workers who do not own the means of production and whose main task within the social division of labor can generally be described as the reproduction of capitalist culture and capitalist class relations.
End quote.
The Ehrenreichs located the beginnings of the new class around the beginning of the 20th century. The professional managerial class emerged with incredible speed in the years between 1890 and 1920 and thus falls within the period that historians refer to as the Progressive Era.
End quote.
It was no coincidence that it emerged under the conditions of monopoly capitalism. For the first time, the production of surplus value through the concentration process of capital reached a level that made it possible to finance a class of wage earners who, from the point of view of capital, performed unproductive labor. On the other hand, class conflicts in the USA came to a head in those years and could hardly be pacified by police action. Ideologically, the new class gave rise to progressivism, which pushed for state intervention, higher taxes and increased social control of private life and was the party political domain of the Republicans until the New Deal under Democrat Franklin D. Roosevelt. All of this activity around churches, the settlement movement, social work and journalism contributed to a growing political awareness and push for reform. Rarely were they radical. Conservatives were not happy about this, but they strengthened the middle class in the city and in the countryside. They showed that change was possible without overthrowing the political and economic system, through reform rather than revolution. The power of entrepreneurs could be curtailed, poverty and income inequality were addressed without falling into the abyss of socialism.
End quote.
The aim of creating harmony between the classes led to the development of a specific form of anti-capitalism, which brought the professional managerial class into opposition to the bourgeoisie and also to the working class. They understood that their self-interest was tied to the reformation of capitalism, and they formulated their understanding of this more persistently and clearly than the capitalist class itself. The role of the emerging professional managerial class, and this was also their self-image, was to pacify the class conflict of capitalist society and to create a rational and reproducible social order. It is anything but coincidental that these lines by the Ehrenreichs read like an answer to the question raised not only by Werner Sombart as to why there is no socialism in the United States. Sombart's famous ironic answer, "All socialist utopias were ruined by roast beef and apple pie," names one of the three main causes, which, in addition to the strong fragmentation of U.S. society due to immigration, also include the long incomplete original accumulation by the settlers moving west, which considerably reduced social pressure in the constantly growing industrial metropolises. Since the New Deal, the Democrats have been able to unite the majority of workers in the USA behind them. However, this support has been declining for decades, while the Democrats are increasingly becoming the party of the university-educated, from which today's left is almost entirely recruited. The sympathy for the Democrats and the enthusiasm for a presidential candidate Biden, who is conspicuous above all for his blandness and who, with over 81 million votes, was able to unite more voters behind him than any other president before him. The previous record holder was Obama in 2008 with 69 million. Can only be explained by the fact that the professional managerial class pulled out all its mobilization stops like never before in U.S. history. The fact that Sleepy Joe Trump is the president of the professional managerial class cannot be changed by the placement of the bust of trade union leader Cesar Chavez in the Oval Office, which could not have been chosen more prominently, as it stands in the middle of the new president's family photos, unlike the newly erected busts of Martin Luther King Jr. and Rosa Parks, which had to give way to that of Winston Churchill. If one wants to speculate about the motive for such a placement, then one could assume that someone here is at least secretly aware of how little the working-class clientele must feel represented by the Democrats and therefore intends to feign a false image at the symbolic level in order to at least keep up appearances. It also fits in with this image of deception that Biden, in his balance sheet speech after 100 days in office, pointed out that the country was not built by Wall Street, but by the middle class that was created by the unions in the first place, even though Wall Street was one of the biggest financiers of Biden's election campaign with 90 million in donations. Trump was only supported by them with 50 million. The FAZ did get to the heart of Biden's obvious deception by stating that the new president sometimes sounded like a labor leader, but tellingly the paper could not bring itself to correctly name such machinations as the populism that they are. The successes of Donald Trump and the Brexit supporters are seen as scandals, as the return of the same old evil that had long been considered a thing of the past. Terms such as racism, sexism, nationalism, and fascism, which have long since been reduced to empty formulas, serve as explanations for these successes, but they cannot or do not want to explain anything. Their purpose is rather to prevent any actual analysis of social change that has made the aforementioned successes possible. For any such analysis would not be able to avoid naming the profound functional change of the left in general and of social democracy in particular. If you look for reasons for the deep fall of the European Social Democrats, you quickly come across the fact that the party is trying to be left-wing in a very modern way. And being on the left today means, first and foremost, acting like a cosmopolitan, culturally sensitive elite regardless of the consequences, as social production conditions dictate in times of deindustrialization. Among the left in particular, issues of diversity and empowerment have long since become more important than, for example, increasing wages and reducing working hours. While the cosmopolitan character of capital was once seen as a precursor and pledge of social liberation, as it was by Marx and Engels, today it is an end in itself for the left and as such must be defended against reactionaries of all stripes. It is no longer just the postmodern academic guild, but also a social democracy that has long since ceased to be primarily classically statist, that is acting as a lobbying company, including a global NGO business for the deregulated world market. After Brexit and Trump's election success at the latest, the Social Democrats are certainly self-critical and complain that they have lost touch with the so-called ordinary people, the workers and the precarious. However, they are unable to admit that the lamented social divide could have something to do with the fusion of left-wing ideology and that of the global market, with a consequent shift away from a critique of social conditions towards a popular education in particular cultures, identities and genders of all kinds. The tolerance that social democracy prides itself on is in fact ignorance towards those branded as intolerant, without ever asking why the supposedly intolerant are so unable to enjoy the blessings of the cosmopolitan service society. The statistics alone provide these reasons. A glance at the newspapers read by the former electorate would suffice. Quote, unemployment among Hearts 4 recipients is lasting longer and longer. This is according to new data from the Federal Employment Agency. According to this, the average duration of Hearts 4 unemployment in 2015 was 619 days. In 2011 it was 555 days. Despite a good economy, the length of time spent in the Hearts 4 system has increased by 11.5% within 4 years, according to the data, BZ, November 10, 2016. It is obviously impossible to even take note of this. The Social Democrats, regardless of their own. The third way, which Tony Blair and Gerhard Schroeder embarked on at the turn of the millennium under the slogan of New Labor or New Center, continues unperturbed, and Agenda 2010 is still regarded as the measure of all things in this country. The agenda is the programmatic adaptation of the German model, by means of which social democracy has finally turned its back on the milieu of blue and white-collar workers, from which the social losers have mainly come for years and from which the large mass of SPD voters were once recruited. With it, social democracy finally changed from an elitist social partnership state and class party to a party of moral panic, Molly Lilla. Without any major scruples, they turned to the new clientele of the center, which was soberly described in a 2015 thesis paper by the Osnabrück SPD local association Voxtrup, SPD in the polls. Why and how do we get out of the 25% hole again? The SPD now draws a larger proportion of its voters from the so-called upwardly mobile and intellectual milieu in particular, primarily academics, employees with intermediate and higher school-leaving qualifications, civil servants, and increasingly the self-employed in the younger and middle age groups than it did a few years ago. Voters with a below-average level of education and lower-level employment, previously the traditional core voter potential of the Social Democrats, are increasingly migrating away.
End quote.
So when the SPD candidate for Chancellor Martin Schulz announced in his inaugural speech at the end of January 2017, bringing society together is the core competence of the SPD. I invite everyone to join in and work together to find the best solutions for our country. Then this should also be understood as an invitation to the old SPD milieu, which has long been under general suspicion among SPD leaders of being made up of people who want to make intolerable racism, anti-Semitism, and misogyny socially acceptable again. As Schulz added to his invitation in order to avoid misunderstandings, to all these racists, extremists, and populists I say, the entire SPD declares war.
End of quote.
3 recent examples illustrate how or against and for whom this fight should be waged. Frank-Walter Steinmeier, German foreign minister after all, was quoted by Der Spiegel in August 2016 as saying, "Hate preachers like Trump, those responsible for Brexit and the AfD won that they were playing politics with people's fears. This is an incendiary device for society." Spiegel Online, April 8, 2016. Boris Palmer, the Green mayor of Tübingen, was called the Donald Trump of the Greens by Niels Annan, foreign policy spokesperson for the SPD parliamentary group in the Bundestag, for his criticism of Merkel's welcome culture, FAZ, November 24, 2016. When Sarah Wagenknecht finally claimed in her Bundestag speech on November 23, 2016 during the budget debate that apparently even a Donald Trump has more economic policy skills than the grand coalition of CDU/CSU and SPD, the following reaction was recorded: laughter from the CDU/CSU, contradiction from the SPD, shouting from the SPD, "The new racism." In the following, the stages of the SPD's change in function and character, how and why it was able to develop from a German place of longing for state socialist regulations into an anti-racist educational institution, are traced once again. In the course of its own statist economic and social policy in the 1970s, the SPD increasingly became the party of public employees, civil servants, and the self-employed. At the same time, the so-called Third Industrial Revolution that began in the same decade saw the erosion of the traditional working-class milieus and with it the loss of party members who met classic social democratic criteria. In a work published in 1985 by Thomas Nowotny on the future of social democracy, key aspects of the crisis in social democracy that had been ongoing since then were already summarized. It spoke of the fact that the working class, fearing the loss of its modest prosperity, was becoming conservative and was therefore increasingly distancing itself from social democracy, as well as the fact that new social movements that were no longer rooted in the working class could not be reached by the party. The SPD's Berlin program of 1989, which was valid until 2007, was supposed to be an attempt to respond fundamentally to this. However, this attempt at a programmatic balancing act between tradition and more recent developments was bound to fail. From the stated radical structural change to which work is subject, the need for a broad reform alliance of the old and new social movements was derived, the core of which should, however, remain cooperation with the trade unions. At the time, the SPD comrades were just as unwilling to take note of the fact that the latter were concentrating on the particular interests of their members in terms of collective bargaining as a reaction to the radical structural change as they were of the fact that the new social movements saw themselves as wanting to consolidate themselves in contrast to existing traditional organizations. While the Berlin program was already at the level of the new social movements in terms of language and in the jargon that has long since become mainstream today, spoke without justification of the need for a new culture of coexistence and enrichment through cultural diversity, the content fell short of the requirements of the long-proclaimed risk society, Ulrich Beck. They turned a blind eye to the precarization that was already taking hold everywhere at the time, the so-called breaks in employment biographies and the perpetual scrabbling around at a low level that was only slightly above social or unemployment assistance. However, elsewhere in the program, sentences sounded downright unseemly by social democratic standards. The state, it says, cannot solve all social problems. Those who overburden it create sprawling bureaucracies whose effectiveness diminishes and which can neither be financed nor controlled. We are against the nationalization of society. This determined the direction and pointed the way to Agenda 2010, with which the SPD wanted to reinvent itself programmatically. When the SPD won the 1998 Bundestag elections with 40.9% of the vote, CDU 35.1%, and Gerhard Schroeder became chancellor, the election victory was largely due to the widespread anti-coal sentiment. Even if the SPD was not elected because of an explicitly propagated counterproposal, Schroeder was nevertheless a highly ideologically motivated head of government. His model for the future of the SPD was called New Center. In June 1999, just 3 months after Oscar Lafontaine had resigned as finance minister in the Schroeder cabinet, it became known to a wider public for the first time with the infamous Schroeder-Blair paper. Under the title The Way Forward for Europe's Social Democrats, it does not contain a plea for a social democratic version of the neoliberal night watchman state, contrary to what Lafontaine claims. It is true that Schroeder and Blair speak out against a renaissance of deficit spending and massive state intervention in the style of the 1970s. However, this is not to advocate a withdrawal of the state, but rather to enable it to gain unprecedented access to the individual on an extended scale by making the private lives of individuals the responsibility of the state. All too often, rights have been valued higher than duties. But the responsibility of the individual in the family, neighborhood, and society cannot be delegated to the state. It is the logic of the matter that where right becomes duty, the state must sanction neglect of duty. This propagated extension of state powers to the private sphere already anticipated the basic idea behind the later Hartz IV legislation. What Tony Blair's New Labour referred to as the Third Way, and Schroeder called the New Centre, was mainly based on the British Anthony Giddens, whose 1998 book The Third Way, The Renewal of Social Democracy, provided the key ideas. Giddens posed the question of whether social democracy can survive as an independent position at all. He noted that the social democratic parties can no longer rely on a uniform class base, and therefore can no longer rely on their previous identities. It was therefore imperative to create new identities in a socially and culturally more confusing environment. The politics of the Third Way is the attempt to bring about a new relationship between the individual and society, to redefine rights and duties. The central motto for this could be, no rights without obligations. As an ethical principle, it should apply not only to recipients of state benefits, but to everyone. According to Giddens, this principle, which contains the state's access to the individual and their private sphere as discussed above, should become the central feature of future social democratic identity. What he still called the democratized family was later called the community of needs under Schroeder, but the basic idea remained the same. In what way should social democrats propagate this ideal of the democratized family, and what specifically can a government do? As in other areas, the focus should be on striking a balance between self-determination and responsibility, combining positive incentives with sanctions. To achieve this balance, the state must play a decisive role as an investor. This means that welfare state spending should be converted as far as possible to an investment in human capital. The concept of the individual as human capital, which is used here exclusively in an affirmative way, then also appears consequent in the same diction in the Schroeder-Blair paper. For Giddens, this investment is linked to the need for a fundamental cultural rethink. It is about creating a cosmopolitan attitude so that a cosmopolitan workforce can emerge, which, similar to the distinction between manual and intellectual workers or between high and low skills, distinguishes itself from those who only operate locally. With this kind of literally selective thinking, social Darwinism is inscribed in Giddens as if by magic, and the identification of the useless and superfluous is virtually mandatory. His cosmopolitanism has nothing to do with the ideal of a world citizen, whose sympathetic rootlessness is always a declaration of war against every identitarian delusion. For Giddens, it is much more about limitless 24/7 flexibility for the labor market, which he calls lifelong learning in the same place. A phrase that not only appears in the Schroeder-Blair paper, but is now being drummed into the customer as a permanent compulsory task in every job coaching. The opponents of such cosmopolitanism are just as consequent. Significantly, Giddens' definition of the enemy does not differ in any way from the anti-national anti-racist one, which makes it clear how contemporary anti-racism and anti-nationalism correspond with his social Darwinism. National identity must tolerate ambivalent or multiple affiliations. Anyone who does not do this automatically adheres to xenophobic nationalism, and that's that. It should come as no surprise that Giddens also advocates communitarianism. Community is fundamental to the new politics, but not as an abstract slogan. The more globalization progresses and affects the local level, the more urgent it becomes to deal with community. The purpose of this is also immediately explained. Top-down distribution should give way to more place-based distribution systems. More generally speaking, the transformation of the welfare state should go hand in hand with the further development of civil society. Certainly, German social democracy has never anchored communitarianism as deeply in society as Tony Blair's New Labour in the UK. Anyone who still doubts that Gerhard Schroeder's uprising of the decent in 2000 was not the selfless act of an upright anti-fascist, but the calculation of an ice-cold ideologue, who the Antifa fell for at the time under penalty of nationalization, should take a lesson from Giddens, the revival of civil society is an essential element of third-way politics. Deciphering the ethical principle of this cosmopolitan third way as the now valid civic duty of anti-racism and anti-nationalism would be the prerequisite for recognizing that the invocation of civil society does not mean the withdrawal of the state, but rather a new quality of its access to the public and private sphere. Under Schroeder, civil society was made into what it is today, a means of state domination. With this undertaking, Schroeder created a problem for himself, which he also acknowledged in an autobiographical book from 2006. The Chancellor's concept of the welfare state was difficult to explain to the traditionalists in my party, but above all to the trade union officials, it led to great uncertainty among the SPD's core voters.
End quote.
In a remarkably factual and highly topical manner, Schroeder also explains why not only New Labour under Tony Blair had to reach its limits with a third way in the United Kingdom, but also what the fundamental difference between two competing models of Europe is, without knowledge of which Brexit cannot be understood. Quote, ultimately, there are two very different visions of the future of our continent. On the one side, represented above all by Germany and France, are those who can and want to see Europe only as a political union. Political union ultimately means transferring central national competences, such as in the areas of economics and finance, domestic policy and law, but also foreign and security policy to the European level. On the other hand, there is the idea of Europe as primarily a common market whose participants need economic rules, while political processes should remain largely national. This position is very pronounced in the UK. It has an impact in the Eastern European member states, which are reluctant to hand over sovereignty rights gained after the collapse of the Warsaw Pact to the European level. British European policy, on which I had pinned many hopes, turned out to be a great disappointment for me. This has little to do with the people involved. Every German government has to take note of the fact that there is still a persistent orientation towards the empire in Great Britain. In addition, Britain's special relationship with the USA is a burden on the country's engagement with a European future. More than other countries, the UK is prepared to anticipate American European policy and make it the subject of its European policy.
End quote.
The fact that public outrage over Agenda 2010 was limited at the time due to German anti-Americanism against the Iraq War, which could only be mobilized by a social democratic chancellor, was not intended. However, it was expressly welcomed as a favorable effect, which at the same time proved that, in case of doubt, the declaration of hostility against the Americans is more important to the majority of Germans than their social existence. Schroeder writes, little notice was taken of the explosive power of the agenda because the party and parliamentary group, like the entire German public, were dominated by the debate about the impending war in Iraq. So we were able to continue working silently.
End quote.
It is only against this background that it becomes clear how Schroeder was able to conceive the agenda, without any involvement of the party in the Chancellor's office, and introduce it in a flash, as is aptly described on the website of the Federal Agency for Civic Education. However, the hangover for the SPD on the morning after the mass party against America was all the more severe. The bloodletting caused by people leaving the party and joining the WSG or PDS and the unmistakable distancing on the part of the trade unions weighed heavily. The party was now faced with the problem of having to defend Agenda 2010 after Schroeder was voted out of office in 2005 on the one hand, and on the other, not being able to refute Oscar Lafontaine's accusation that Hartz IV is an expropriation of workers. Lafontaine continues, an average earner who has paid into unemployment insurance for decades will only receive unemployment benefit for 1 year if he is over 50. He has paid in €60,000 and only receives €10,000 back. He will only receive Hartz IV benefits if he uses up or sells off what he has put aside and saved for his retirement. FAZ August 7, 2007. This is the factual core of the insecurity and worries about the future that have gripped large sections of the German middle class with Hartz IV and caused them to permanently distance themselves from the SPD. There is some evidence to support the thesis that without Agenda 2010, very different protest movements such as the Stuttgart 21 campaign, significant motto, Stay on Top, or Pegida would never have gained such popularity. The magnitude of the dilemma facing the party finally becomes clear when one recalls that Schroeder's aim was a kind of reinvention of social democracy, a reinvention with which the party was to demonstratively turn away from the eroding traditional SPD milieus. What constituted this center was determined above all by the exclusion principle, i.e., which sections of the population could be neglected in the future or left to their own devices. A 2009 survey conducted by the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, which is affiliated with a political party, shows that Gerhard Schroeder has ultimately done a great job. When asked whether the reform policy of the federal government should be continued after Agenda 2010, 42% of respondents voted in favor of further reforms and 57% against. The gap between those who Anthony Giddens would have described as cosmopolitan in the main and those who operate locally could hardly have been wider. The majority of those voting for further reforms were pensioners, Green Party supporters, 16 to 24-year-olds, respondents with A-levels, higher earners, civil servants and CDU/CSU supporters. On the other side of the spectrum were the unemployed, supporters of the Left Party, Hearts for Households, supporters of right-wing parties, blue-collar workers and skilled workers. This clear result illustrates better than anything else the problem of the SPD after the Schroeder era. Having largely alienated traditional voter groups, which can be found almost entirely on the side of the rejectors, the SPD is now primarily looking for voters in social circles in which, in contradiction to the apparently higher willingness to reform, the fear of decline and loss is demonstrably much more prevalent than in the listed group of rejectors. And, as empirical material sufficiently proves, this need not have anything to do with the actual living conditions of many better-off
Germans.
Nevertheless, the SPD will remain a reform party in Schroeder's sense, as its members are predominantly recruited from the milieu of civil servants and executives. It can be assumed that the fear of decline and loss that certainly also exists among comrades does not go hand in hand with professional arrogance as blatantly as in the case of the Greens, but nevertheless determines the tone and practice of the SPD. Even the SPD's Hamburg program, which was adopted in 2007 and has been in force ever since, by no means proclaimed a major change of direction after the agenda disaster. Instead, it continues Schroeder's New Center policy. It talks about the further development of the welfare state into a preventative welfare state, and that in the spirit of Anthony Giddens' social Darwinism, the welfare state must understand education as a central element of social policy, and therefore focus more on citizenship status and less on employment status. With the Hamburg program, the SPD attacks even more directly all those who still want to see themselves primarily as wage-dependent and fight for their rights with this self-image, and even more so those who plead for a little more idleness. They are seen as refusing to be forcibly recruited as citizens, and thus automatically as opponents of the community of the flexible and tolerant, which is also invoked in the Hamburg program as the combination of an activating state and an active civil society. That's why the culture of the democratic society can be described as culture of the democratic society cannot be dismissed as anti-racist folklore or decorative anti-national accessories, but rather as the core of the self-image. We are in favor of dialogue between cultures. Only a lively culture of recognition enables a society in which we can be different as human beings without fear.
End quote.
Adorno, who was always concerned with the autonomy of the individual and his greatest possible laziness, did not speak of recognition in dialogue in his aphorism Mélange, which was referred to here, but of the reconciliation of differences, i.e. of overcoming alleged collective characteristics. Making him, of all people, the mastermind of anti-racist, anti-national communitarianism is also very popular outside the SPD. In social democracy, which is suffering particularly badly from the aging of its members, this falsification of Adorno is intended not least to build a bridge to the narcissistic Generation Y, i.e. those born between 1980 and 1999. This generation, which is supposedly always driven by the why question, why stands for why, has long since become second nature to the cosmopolitan demands of the market. This is why it is of particular interest to social democrats. As Wikipedia characterizes this generation, it corresponds in all respects to the character required by the social democratic third way with Agenda 2010. The Ypsilonians are masters of improvisation. Their lives have lost the straightforwardness that was typical of their parents. For Generation Y, life is much less predictable than it used to be. Despite all the stress they feel, Ypsiloners also enjoy this because it makes them independent and free. They are ego-tacticians who assess all important life decisions according to the immediate advantages and disadvantages for themselves and their well-being. In times of political and economic turmoil, when a job for life may never exist again, young people are investing more in their education and training than ever before. A high level of education is becoming the most important ammunition in the battle for a place in society. But it is also seen as the key to a self-determined life. Generation Y is graduating from high school en masse and flocking to universities and colleges to keep as many options open as possible. Almost 60% of them achieve this, setting themselves apart from the other 40% of their cohorts who are unable to keep up with this development. Once they have arrived at work, these 60% of well-educated people, who represent something like the elite of Generation Y, want to exchange as much fulfillment, joy and recognition as possible for it. They reject hierarchies and regimentation and want to have a job as early as possible in a team in which no one bosses them and they can demonstrate their skills. Intensive work and lifelong learning are a matter of course for them, but they have also learned to manage their energy. Not because they can't work hard, but because that's the only way they can and want to give their full engagement. They have something like a built-in burnout barrier. Leisure time is Generation Y's training camp. This is where the ego-tacticians learn to find their own way through the jungle of options.
End quote.
But this cosmopolitan breed of people will not be able to be captured en masse either as new members or as new regular voters, much to the chagrin of their main ideological supporters in the SPD. Wikipedia also has this to say about the stress-loving ego-tactician: Generation Y is not apolitical. However, they define politics differently than they used to. Many issues previously defined as political are now more a question of consumption, ethics, or lifestyle for Ypsilonians. It would be easy to see that the SPD, which has long since ceased to be a movement party with at least an ostensible lifestyle of its own, does not even meet the basic requirements to be considered hip. As Martin Schulz said, bringing society together is the core competence of the SPD. This is the kind of talk from someone who, in 2001, played a leading role in founding the Nuremberg Center, which was set up primarily for the purpose of implementing Schroeder's agenda policy within the party, FAZ, November 22, 2001. The boundless cynicism of Schulz, the candidate for chancellor acclaimed by his comrades, whose infamous speech in the Knesset in 2014 should be understood as a special warning against this man, is coupled with a very special kind of civil society fight against anti-Semitism, which the party has been waging for years. In November 2016, the FAZ reported on what happens to someone who, against the wishes of his comrades, is not quite so cosmopolitan, tolerant and cosmopolitan. When longtime SPD city councillor Bernhard Oakes wanted to denounce anti-Semitic rants by North Africans 4 years ago, his parliamentary group colleagues whistled him back. The risk of being pushed into the xenophobic corner was too great for them. Oakes, a trained typesetter and one of the few remaining workers among the SPD functionaries, then left his party with a heavy heart after more than 30 years of membership, December 11, 2016. In a remarkable text entitled What the Left Must Do Now, authors Dirk Jork and Nils Heisterhagen recently wrote about what the future will most likely hold for the left in general and the SPD in particular. If the left maintains a course that aims for the new center, it will be crushed between the forces of business as usual and pure moral politics and the forces of system-critical populism. FAZ, January 26, 2017. There is nothing to suggest that the course of social democracy will change in the near future. That is why we wholeheartedly wish it a gradual but hopefully inevitable downfall. When some of the most important social democratic governments in Europe, Sweden, the UK and Germany were voted out of office in the late 1970s and early 1980s, Dahrendorf's prediction of the end of the social democratic century seemed to come true. This was because a phase of Keynesian welfare policy, which began with the New Deal in the USA and was predominantly Social Democrat-inspired, came to an end and, after the Second World War, determined a demand-oriented economic policy that was flanked by social policy on a scale that people in the central states of Western Europe had never experienced before. This trend has been in decline since the 1970s, and the political influence of social democracy as a third way between communism and liberal capitalism has declined accordingly. So-called neoliberal policies a la Reagan and Thatcher set about dismantling and liberalizing social systems and privatizing state-owned businesses. Depending on opportunity, necessity and pressure from business and politics, this dismantling took place radically and against some resistance, as in the UK, or consensually and corporatistically, as in the FRG. Conservative politicians were not always necessary for this process. In France and at times Italy, it took place under socialist governments. And at the end of the millennium, conservatives, but not social democratic politicians, are probably dominated by the bourgeois catastrophism that dominates the mood at the turn of the century or millennium. The policies of the dominant capitalist states are being led into the year 2000 by social democrats. At the G7 summit in Cologne in June, the Japanese representative will be the only one who belongs to a conservative party. 11 out of 15 governments in the EU countries are dominated by social democrats, 2 others are governed by a grand coalition. In the UK, New Labour is the sole leader, while Germany, France and Italy are governed by left-wing alliances. So has political neoliberalism lost? Initially, it has, because its successes in denationalizing the economy and lowering wages have cost it the majorities of those who previously allowed this to happen relatively unopposed, which later caused them to turn away from the conservative parties. It took the European Social Democrats 10 to 20 years to regain their ability to govern. This return to political power has taken on such proportions that there is talk of a renaissance of social democracy, and Dahrendorf's dictum seems to be turning into its opposite. The response to this is interesting. Although there is still the conservative complaint about Europe's new left, it is decidedly restrained. The Bolshevik specter that has historically always accompanied government social democrats may still exist in remnants of bourgeois culture, but it no longer represents a serious fear.
La Fontaine is not Lenin.
On the other side of the political spectrum, the quantitative successes of the new social democracy are awakening desires. Loud cheers can be heard from the crypt of left-wing Keynesianism. On to Euro-Keynesianism, Rudolf Hickel greeted Lafontaine as finance minister. His demands for interest rate cuts reveal the will for a fundamental paradigm shift. Intellectuals read Keynes, demanded Robert Missick, and fantasized, the new wind is blowing through Europe from the left, because the voters themselves have opted for a more radical change. Jungle World, which is regarded as radical left-wing, also began a series on the topic. To kick things off, Rudolf Hickel, guardian of the Keynesian Grail with an official professorship, clarified what neo-Keynesianism is all about. Quote, the macroeconomic rationality rediscovered by the new federal government is ultimately aimed at improving entrepreneurial sales opportunities.
End quote.
That was the most left-wing part of Hickel's contribution. Inevitably, the chief Keynesian of the PDS, Joachim Bischoff from the journal Sozialismus, was allowed to toot the same horn and pose as the savior of the world and German economy qua demand orientation. Of course, he did not fail to criticize the half-hearted political conception of red-green, which would save the task for the PDS that George Lutz formulated in the Jungle World. Quote, the new red-green government can be put under pressure from the left.
End quote.
He sees definite opportunities for the European left due to Schroeder's election victory and wants to free Keynes from his dogmatic petrification. The opposite position came from Robert Kurz. He makes a fundamental effort to expose Keynes as a representative of bourgeois vulgar economics and once again invokes the uselessness of any intervention in the economic process, as everything is heading for collapse anyway. One cannot shake off the feeling that neither side really understands what is going on. While Hickel has already proven in the last alternative memoranda that his chosen Keynesianism has nothing to do with redistributionist left-wing Keynesianism, he sees an opportunity under the new government to finally be taken seriously again as a political advisor, and the radical Keynesians, Bischoff, Lutz, criticize the half-heartedness of the impending change, but above all see new opportunities for a left-wing, social democratic renaissance. Critics such as Kurz believe they have.
To prove its uselessness.
The Keynesian pillars in the German government, Lafontaine and his state secretaries Flassbeck and No, emphasize that they are not interested in a return to the policies of the 1960s and 1970s. They are not talking about redistribution. They strictly emphasize the necessity of stability policy and budget consolidation. One of Keynes' cornerstones, deficit spending to stimulate demand through government debt, is not up for debate at all. Incidentally, this applies to all currents of the new social democracy. In Great Britain, Labour began its return to government power in 1987 with an explicit renunciation of Keynesian demand management. A joint memorandum by Lafontaine and his French colleague Strauss-Kahn on the occasion of the introduction of the Euro states, we will ensure that the increase in government spending remains considerably below the potential increase in production, in order to create the conditions for future tax cuts, which in turn will contribute to further expansion. Our joint strategy therefore departs both from the deficit spending approach that many commentators still too often associate with socialist and social democratic policies, and from the narrow focus on fiscal targets that was the hallmark of our predecessors' economic policies. By focusing on strict spending targets instead of deficit targets, we want to create scope for urgently needed further deficit reductions.
End quote.
The policy mix that the Franco-German finance ministers claim for themselves aims to mix supply policy with cautious demand policy. Lafontaine's most important lever, softening the interest rate policy, which is regarded as excessively harsh, without attacking the stability sacrilege. Lafontaine sees tax policy as another ideal way of controlling the state. Lowering corporate tax should stimulate the supply side, while lowering income tax should stimulate the demand side. Everyone should benefit from the reduction in non-wage labor costs, just as the energy tax would burden both sides if it were not for the many exemptions for companies. However, this plan is increasingly proving to be a zero-sum game, which is why the tax changes seem so cumbersome and unconvincing, satisfy no one, and are a long way from the promised big win. A quick look at another social democratic hopeful, the new Italian head of government Massimo D'Alema, shows that all that is left of what is meant by neo-Keynesianism, which was recently called shopkeeper, is the state protection and social policy flanking of what has been created by the policy that has been stigmatized as neoliberal. Even under the left-wing Catholic Romano Prodi, the primary political goal was to fulfill the Maastricht criteria, stability, budget consolidation. The result was further social tightening and more unemployment. D'Alema confessed his policy mix to the FAZ: we have to support demand within the Stability Pact. If we want to translate growth into investment and jobs, wage growth must remain moderate and the labor market must become more flexible. Otherwise, everything will just flow into higher wages and profits.
End quote.
His most significant success to date is a social pact with the trade unions. Their wage restraint is to be rewarded with a 3% reduction in Social Security contributions, 1% less tax in the most important tax bracket, and $6 billion in tax relief for companies for reinvested profits. Even before coming to power, the leader of the Italian socialists had emphasized in an interview with the FAZ that his party had succeeded in creating a combination of social and liberal values, after both the ideas of the state economy and unbridled liberalism, a la Margaret Thatcher, had failed. Lafontaine certainly does not want to abolish the European Central Bank, the Frankfurt-based copy of the Bundesbank. After all, this work of Kohl and Weigel was pushed through with the approval of a majority of social democratic states and appointed as an omnipotent monetary authority. Only France put up resistance, but not left-wing Keynesian resistance, but helpless national resistance, because it saw its economic policy leeway coming under even stronger German dominance. Yet Trichet, the French alternative to Duisenberg as ECB president, is a recognized representative of the current of bankers known as monetarists. Lafontaine's push against a hard interest rate policy and monetary stability was therefore not aimed at a soft euro, but in agreement with ever larger sections of economists against an excessively hard, deflationary monetary policy that would rob states of the leeway to shape poverty management. When the head of economics at the FAZ, Jürgen Jesk, declares Lafontaine a traitor to the fatherland in a venomous comment, this is more than unfair. His two controversial proposals, the harmonization of taxes in Europe and the creation of monetary policy target zones, have only German economic interests in mind. This would further reduce the little leeway that non-German competitors have compared to the highly productive German industry. Neither a more favorable tax law for non-German companies nor devaluations would be possible in order to remain halfway competitive in the productivity race by reducing costs. With the euro, the hard money politicians were already pursuing the goal of bringing the competition under control, and for this reason Great Britain, which will ultimately not be able to escape the influence of the DM zone, has so far refused to join the euro, just as the strongest protest against tax standardization was voiced by Great Britain's considerably less productive industry. There is no doubt that Lafontaine's diction is not that of Tony Blair and Anthony Giddens or Bodo Hambach. Nevertheless, he has proven to be the hard hand that reconciled Schroeder/Hambach's new center with the Social Democratic Party tradition, for which the latter, explicitly Hambach in his book Aufbruch, are grateful. If one strips Lafontaine's traditional social democratic diction of justice of its phrase, a very similar content appears behind it, the German path to the third way. At the SPD Government Party Conference in October 1998, the left-wing Keynesian Lafontaine, of all people, proposed the conversion of unemployment and long-term care insurance to tax financing, which would have undermined the traditional German social insurance principle in favor of a means test. The claimed relief from Social Security contributions for all is of course a joke. Companies would be exempt, while employees would increasingly have to take out private insurance. The most leftist thing in Lafontaine's globalization book is the proposal to adjust real wage increases to productivity growth minus 1%. It must be examined whether this level of wage growth is sufficient to ensure sufficient consumer demand in the European economies.
End quote.
And the trend towards forced labor is also unmistakable. Quote, in our working society, however, the right to work is also contrasted with the moral demand that every citizen, especially if he is supported by the state, should participate in socially necessary or useful work. If the state assumes responsibility for ensuring that every citizen can fulfill his right to work by ensuring full employment, the state must be allowed to oblige those citizens to work who live off society but refuse to contribute to it. However, the second step cannot be taken before the first. The obligation to work can only be demanded by those who have previously offered work.
End quote.
He expressly praises proposals from the Friedrich Ebert Foundation's social liberal think tank for the creation of a low-wage sector. In its final report in 1998, the Future Commission of the Ebert Foundation advocated the concept of a citizen's income, within the framework of a uniform, tax-financed basic income, which would presumably be at the level of social welfare. Additional earnings would be taxed at 50%. Positive effects are said to be the incentive to take up work, and the significant reduction in costs borne by employers. However, the cost of change would be difficult, as it would be necessary to intervene simultaneously in tax law, social law, and the wage structure. When Tony Blair stated at the new Labour Party conference in Blackpool at the end of September 1998 that Labour had become a pro-business and pro-enterprise party, he was already one step ahead of Lafontaine with his statement that the companies of the future need employees who identify with the company and think and act like entrepreneurs.
End quote.
One of Blair's most important masterminds is Anthony Giddens, formerly a left-wing sociologist at the London School of Economics. This organic intellectual of Blairism, Daniel Ben said, has now presented his elaboration of a concept of the third way as a book. Together with Ulrich Beck from Munich, he is the inventor of the term second modernity. Both are also editors of a book series with the same title published by Edition Schurkamp, for a supposedly new phase of capitalist development in the age of globalization. Both Beck and Giddens, and in their wake Hambach, somewhat more crudely, see themselves above all as masters of new conceptual definitions. Quote, "The whole world of ideas of nation-state sovereignty is fading, and with it that of capitalism tamed by the welfare state. To call this tightly coupled institutional structure the first modernity and to distinguish it from a still blurred second modernity means first of all avoiding the protectionist reflex that has paralyzed Europe intellectually and politically since the collapse of the bipolar world order."
End quote.
Whereas in the past, epochs of social development were historicized retrospectively, here the two act as genuine forward thinkers. The key categories of the still blurred second modernity are reflexive modernization, Beck, Giddens, beyond left and right Giddens, the global age Albrow, governance beyond the nation-state, Zern, and the post-national constellation Habermas. As both work as political advisors, they have a perspective despite all the vagueness, the realistic view of pessimistic optimism. Because anyone who diagnoses decline without awakening today is blind, anyone who speaks of awakening without decline is naive.
End of quote.
This already hints at what lies behind the verbiage, a hard-hitting policy of social flanking of capitalist change. The realpolitik radicalism of British social liberalism, which has so far only been formulated by a comparatively small number of people in Germany, Beck, Hambach and the Green Party's Oswald Metzger, has its history in the preceding development under Maggie Thatcher. It was the extent of her social, trade union and legal deregulation that created the conditions for Blairism. So how does the theorist of the third way describe his idea? Giddens writes, "By the third way, I mean a theory and a political practice by which social democracy takes account of the fundamental changes in the world over the last 2 or 3 decades. This is a third way in the sense of an attempt to move beyond old-style social democracy such as neoliberalism."
End quote.
Because, at least as a system of economic governance, socialism is gone. So what is the point of the term left-wing party? Left remains equality and social justice, answers Giddens, whereby by equality he means the old social democratic concept of equal opportunities. In future, politics of lifestyle is necessary, in which choice, identity and reciprocity are at the center.
What does that mean?
Not left-wing or right-wing decisions, but discretionary decisions, choice, such as for or against the EU or nuclear energy. Self-determined action, democratic procedures, cosmopolitan pluralism, but also philosophical conservatism, are values of the third way. The latter refers to the preservation of livelihoods, ecology, and the protection of the family, which Giddens expressly does not want to be understood as reactionary. However, what Blair said to the Times in July 1995 in a clearly reactionary way dominates labor practice. The family is important because it is where you learn respect for yourself and for others. The family is where you learn to take responsibility, and learn for the first time that freedom has limits. Family is the opposite of selfishness. We build society on the foundations of the family.
End quote.
When Blairism is stripped of its platitudes, what emerges above all is a communist-oriented model of community. Community, according to thought leader Giddens, is fundamental to the new politics. This requires a civil society consisting of a small group movement, charitable, voluntary work, common good entrepreneurship, and, inevitably, the democratic family, which should create a balance between self-determination and responsibility. The fact that the German social welfare system, parents are liable for their children and vice versa, comes to mind as a positive example in the perspective of parental contracts is probably due to philosophical conservatism. His positive welfare is similarly flowery. The guiding principle should be investment in human capital instead of direct payments. We should replace the welfare state with the social investment state. How should we understand this? So advice is sometimes more helpful than direct financial support. The minstrel of Blairism explains the communitarian ethic of the third way, the reform of the welfare state as a new balance of both risk and security. Having dispensed with collective solutions, the politics of the third way seeks to bring about a new relationship between the individual and society, to redefine rights and responsibilities. Perhaps the central motto of the new policy could be as follows: no rights without obligations. Unemployment benefits, for example, should be linked to the obligation to actively seek work. It is the task of the state to ensure that the social systems do not dampen the motivation for such a search.
End quote.
Giddens' borrowings from the guru of communitarianism, Amitai Etzioni, are obvious. Etzioni's concept of public spirit does not simply rely on voluntarism, but on the middle ground between state coercion and economic incentive, on the moral infrastructure of society centered around values. Thus, one of its central values is the work ethic, according to which one must also work one day if one receives money, e.g., social welfare, for one day. Social reality, however, speaks a different language. The Welfare to Work program for young people, borrowed from the New Deal, creates a system of compulsory work with basic social security. There's no talking and convincing, the knife is put to your chest. Giddens' approach of stopping the decay of everyday social behavior collectively also obscures reality. If this is not the only reason why he claims that less serious crimes often have a compounding effect, his call for reintegrating policing into the community, by which he means close cooperation between citizens and the police, not punishment, but combating crime through education, persuasion and social counseling, and even more so British practice, is quite different. Zero tolerance and law and order is a labor issue were first part of New Labour's program before Social Democrats in the USA and West Germany adopted them. The English Express columnist Stephen Pollard is closer to what he calls the real third way when he summarizes succinctly, for business, for the market, tough on crime and for a traditional education system.
End quote.
Giddens adopted the concept of charitable and voluntary citizen work from his German colleague Ulrich Beck. Beck, whose main work is work on the concept, has also ventured into the field of political consulting. Back in 1996, he explained his concept in a Spiegel essay, Work, Housework, Family Work, etc., takes the place of wage labor, and because we are known to live in a blocked society, propagated the following: what we need is a citizen-state alliance for a civil society, if necessary against labor and capital.
End quote.
Only a year and a half later, he came closer to this alliance. Beck was appointed by Biedenkopf and Stoiber to the Bavarian Saxon Commission for Future Issues alongside such prominent neoliberals as Maynard Meigel. Beck's proposal thus initially became a civil society citizen-state alliance with capital but without trade unions. In Section 3 of the Commission's report, Measures to Improve the Employment Situation, which Beck helped to write, the model of the future is described as people as entrepreneurs of their own labor and services of general interest, who are needed for the transition to an entrepreneurial knowledge society. Beck's civic work is included as a supplement to gainful employment and initially of an experimental nature, as part of a low-wage strategy. This strategy envisages reducing the lowest wage to the level of social assistance. If earned income falls below the social assistance level, it says, the employed person can receive supplementary social assistance, which is a matter of course, but only becomes clear in its meaning in the postscript, according to which the social assistance level for those capable of working will also be reduced in future. The members of the Commission have stated that otherwise public budgets would be flooded with a flood of low-wage welfare recipients. Ambivalent effects of the strategy, growing inequality, poor neighborhoods, declining health, lower life expectancy and rising crime, would have to be accepted as long as the strategy of renewal towards an entrepreneurial knowledge society has not yet become sufficiently effective. For German workers, the strict application of reasonableness requirements should also apply, so that the foreigner problem would also be solved, as the incentive for non-EU foreigners to come to Germany to work would be reduced. Flanked by non-marketable but public welfare-oriented civic work, a possible erosion of democracy would be prevented in the face of growing individualization. Committees in the municipalities, self-organized under the leadership of entrepreneurially capable individuals, select the projects. Civic work will not be deprived of its value, but will be rewarded both materially and immaterially. The former means qualifications and honors, mother or father cross for housework and family work. The latter social assistance for those who are existentially dependent on it. But, and this is particularly important to the authors, they are not unemployed, which would eliminate unemployment. Bodo Hambach, the lateral thinker or mastermind from the Ruhr region, has an astonishing simplicity of thought, which is why you would never think that there is more to his concept than meets the eye. His theoretical principles read like this: it is a matter of taking a third path between a superficial vulgar liberalism and the old thinking of the post-war state.
End quote. That's it.
Otherwise, his book can be summarized in a few advertising slogans: solid political craftsmanship is required. There is no way back to the politics of distribution. We need equality in the start, not in the result. We need instruments that promote self-help, personal initiative, and entrepreneurship. Only an activating state can expect public spirit from its citizens. It is not the well-intentioned that counts, only the well-done. Ludwig Erhardt's principles of pragmatism and anti-dirigisme are needed when it comes to combining liberal principles and the fundamental values of social democracy into a powerful synthesis. In NRW, the SPD has tried out a staged corporatism. The politicians sit down with the most decisive representatives of business, works councils and trade unions to solve a concrete problem, never with the procrastinators. We need an offer policy from the left. Where it distributes money instead of opportunities, the welfare state is on a crash course. We need to turn the welfare state from a safety net into a trampoline, from a hammock into a springboard that bounces individuals back into working life, into personal responsibility, into participation in society. Any job is better than none. Work, even low-paid, low-skilled work, is more conducive to dignity than any social transfer, no matter how lavish. The SPD has turned to the new center of this society to forge a new alliance for change.
End quote.
Forethought is possibly the opposite of reflection, because that is not what matters when sailing into the wind like this. Hambach is simply enthusiastic about the opportunities of globalization.
End quote.
He is probably familiar with Giddens' naturalization of current capitalism, the description of globalization as a state of nature. Anthony Giddens says, globalization is simply here, and it determines the way we live.
Period.
And we have to turn it to our advantage.
End quote.
It is probably not only due to Hambach's Ruhr Valley socialization that he uses particularly pithy and striking diction to make it clear what matters to social democrats: the state, the strong state. Of course, this was already true for Noski, but when you read Hambach or hear Scheele and Clement exclaiming hard edge, it is no longer the tone of a representative of a workers' party, but the language of the state, which cannot help but constantly protect itself from the pests it constantly produces and reproduces. Hambach once again. The situation in the mid-1990s was reminiscent of the moment when the sociologist Max Weber saw the hour of a charismatic leader in democratic parliamentary systems, in which the muddled situation only seems to be resolvable by someone who sweeps the files off the table.
End of quote.
This is probably intended to feign education, but it is clear, the leader is Schroeder. The new social democracy is less than ever in the tradition of a directional party, even though it has the corresponding milieus as members and voters, needs them and serves them rhetorically when necessary, for which it maintains a left wing. Throughout its history, social democracy has always fulfilled the task of binding the working class to the capitalist state. The resulting conflicts, including the competition with the left wing of the labor movement, formerly revolutionary and later real socialist, at least gave rise to the hope that it might be possible to achieve social change through pressure from outside. After all, the labor movement was an emancipatory response to the oppressive capitalist conditions, and its parties a reflection of this.
But today?
Where is the content? Where is the organization, apart from the associations, trade unions and state-integrated organization, and where are the masses? Social justice in a thoroughly capitalized society is what remains of the left, writes Giddens. All other ideas that give an inkling of liberation are borrowed from the liberalism of the last century. All modernization is an adaptation to the latest state of capitalist development. Bodo Hambach is the personification of modern man, without an idea, reduced in his personality to all the accessories that the modern man of success needs: networked, designer suit, brand name cigar, and what else there is to brands, not forgetting his modern villa, always with his nose to the wind, without social competence, but as social as the purpose, the profit and its security require. Rationalized from head to toe. The design of the new social democratic parties is no different. They stand for an attempt at social modernization and stabilization that tries to keep the natural event of capitalism and its barbarization of people in controllable forms. In doing so, they are moving closer and closer to their former competitors, the conservative and liberal parties, but they are more advanced, less scrupulous and heartless, because they have internalized the social relationship to nature much more strongly, because they subordinate everything to the end and see themselves as managers of politics. If you look at the social democratic governing parties in Europe as a whole, you will see a convergence, despite their different emphases. What they have in common is a departure from Keynesian demand management, deficit spending, market restrictions, full employment, equality, not to be confused with equal opportunities, and the principle of social and state solidarity. What they have in common is a tough stability policy, deficit limitation, privatization, low wages, and the obligation to work. They are the pinnacle of modernization. Whether they will succeed in reorganizing the much-cited erosion of social cohesion may rightly be doubted. Everything is pushing for increasingly authoritarian conflict management. But at present, the new social democracy has the better concept of managing the state's inhabitants. The communitarian public spirit is the social cement for which the Giddens and Becks are responsible, their ideology. But what does all this have to do with the left? What is left then? Such an alignment of social democratic parties could speak for a European, even a world state. The competition between states and the fact that the civil barbarian human being still remains a human being stand against it. If I were to have a beer with Hambach, please understand correctly, a pure punchline hypothesis, he would tell me after the 5th to 8th glass, man also needs feelings. Anti-Americanism and anti-Semitism are booming. Quote, "The crisis has far greater dimensions than the one that followed the attack on the Twin Towers and their collapse 7 years ago. Because this time, the attack on the very American beliefs is not the work of external enemies. It comes from within, from the depths of the system. American capitalism, largely unchallenged by state control, has produced its own suicide bombers, whose explosive devices, the derivatives, even surpass the effect of the jihadists' flying bombs."
End quote.
The critic of capitalism who commented on the financial crisis of 2007-08 with these sentences is not called Robert Kurz, and he is not employed by Neues Deutschland, but is the editor of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. What has happened when a Berthold Kohler agrees with the great thinker of fundamental Wortebspal Tungscript, when Wolfgang Thierse, Angela Merkel and Oscar Lafontaine simultaneously denounce the great Satan on the other side of the Atlantic?
Quite simply,
the global economy is in crisis and a scapegoat must be found if the capital relationship itself is not to be called into question. Helmut Schmidt put it in a nutshell in Die Zeit on September 25, which had the slogan "Civilize Capitalism." In its headline, "The culprits are in New York." Angela Merkel also sees the culprits in the governments in Great Britain and the USA, which have flatly refused to intervene in the financial markets to the extent that they consider necessary, to gesture, September 2008. But what has actually happened? Are Merkel and company not right when they claim that the US government has been too negligent? Hardly, because the gigantic amounts of capital that are being shifted back and forth in the form of securities and loans will not become more charitable if a state forces the financial flows into a clearly defined riverbed. The purpose of capital is its utilization, not the welfare of mankind. If you try to harness it for the latter, sooner or later you will inevitably fail due to the logic of the law of value, and, because you are completely blind to the nature of capital, you can only explain this failure as the result of a conspiracy devised by sinister forces. So much for the basics of the critique of capitalism, which anyone could read in Marx in its unfolded form. However, the fact that not only anti-capitalists such as Lafontaine or Muntefering castigate unbridled capitalism, but suddenly also advocates of a verbally anti-state economic liberalism, is a development that is rooted in the logic of capital itself. After all, the production of crises is intrinsic to capitalism, and capitalists and their propagandists have always asked the state for help when things were not going well. Despite rumors to the contrary, there have long been no more market radicals, only liberals who want to limit state intervention to precisely those emergency situations, one of which has now become particularly drastic. Because use value in a capitalist society is only a necessary evil for the utilization of value, an annoying shell that the processive thought thing of value cannot shed. Capital has created a sphere for itself in times of chronic overproduction that allows the illusion of accumulation independent of commodity production to become real until the scam is exposed and the speculated capital turns into hot air, a mere fictitious capital, similar to the colorful banknotes in a game of
Monopoly.
As long as the game goes well and nobody doubts the rules of the game, speculation on future profits and losses, on price increases and shortages of goods offers the opportunity to multiply large amounts of money many times over and feed them back into the production process as, to use the vocabulary of capital G prime. However, if speculation promises higher profits than the production of goods, then there is a high probability that the available capital will increasingly be bet on the financial markets instead of flowing into the acquisition of means of production. The capital invested in securities and derivatives can be brought back from the financial sphere into the production sphere at any time, but only if it has not yet been lost. It is then the particular characteristic of this crisis that the banking system threatens to collapse first. This results in a chain reaction, because bankruptcy is accompanied by the bankruptcy of all those who have deposited their money in this bank. The banks got into this situation because, driven by greed, which is the subjective expression of an objective compulsion, they granted highly risky loans in the hope of high returns to people who wanted to buy or build property largely without any collateral, but were unable to repay these loans when it became clear that the returns the banks had hoped for would not materialize thanks to falling property prices. The real estate loans, which were speculated on at dizzying heights on the stock market in the tried and tested manner precisely because of their high risk, turned out to be rotten and caused panic among the speculators. The money they had planned to pocket dissolved before their eyes, and there was nothing they could do but redeploy their remaining funds at a huge loss. The banks, however, which have gambled away their customers' money in the form of bad loans, can no longer pay out the money as soon as a significant number of depositors want to withdraw it. In other words, they are broke. It is now the state that is stepping in to manage the crisis. The German state, for example, is guaranteeing private savers that their deposits are safe in order to prevent further banks from being decapitalized as a result of the general panic. However, because the banks are trying to keep their money together until the crisis is over for understandable reasons, they are no longer granting loans, which makes larger investments impossible. The boomerang effect exacerbates the crisis by extending it to the area of commodity production, where it actually began. In addition, a considerable part of the share capital has turned out to be worthless, i.e., also merely fictitious capital, which, because it merely represents speculation on a profit that never materialized, cannot be used for value creation. The holders of these shares can therefore no longer do anything with their securities because nobody wants to buy them. What's more, the major shareholders, based on their securities holdings, have also taken out loans to buy even more shares. Both the banks, which granted the horrendous loans in the hope of high interest rates, and the shareholders, large companies that wanted to secure shares in competitors, fund managers and, particularly in the USA, private investors, are now empty-handed and have lost some of their deposits. This is not only regrettable for the respective shareholders, but can trigger a further chain reaction that causes lasting damage to the overall capital due to the extent of the sudden dissolution of supposed values. The initial results would be shrinking growth, the closure of locations, the associated loss of jobs and falling tax revenues. The $700 billion package that the U.S. Congress has now passed, after all, in order to buy off shareholders' worthless securities and guarantee liquidity for the banks so that they can pay their creditors and prevent more banks from collapsing, is unique in its size. But on the other hand, we should not pretend that this is the first time the state has stepped in to ward off or mitigate certain effects of the market economy. What is new this time is the condition enforced by the U.S. Democrats that the state should share in the future profits of the rescued companies in order to relieve the burden on the public budget. In this way, the American sovereign of all people is turning itself into a real total capitalist and proving the European anti-capitalists right, who are constantly positioning the just welfare state against the underhanded locust capital. The fact that even the much-cited market radicals now have to admit that the invisible hand cannot regulate everything, indeed that a visible hand is needed in parallel, pleases the European supporters of the strong state. For them, this crisis has finally proven that the state must take the speculators by the scruff of the neck. The fact that Bertold Kohler's Wall Street jihadists are not immediately deported to Guantanamo and tortured there until they confess to wanting to plunge the world into the abyss does not please the friends of the just state at all. The need for punishment becomes all too clear in the equation of an anti-Semitic mass murder with a failed mass speculation. At the same time, this equation levels out the violence of radical Islam by portraying it as harmless compared to the unworthy actions of the speculators. Finally, anti-Americanism is served by adopting the language of alleged homegrown terror. The attack comes from the depths of the system. The real terrorists, according to the tenor, are the criminals on the stock exchange, unscrupulous fanatics who represent primeval American beliefs. The fact that speculators may indeed be greedy for money and quite unscrupulous, because this is one of the basic character traits of this industry, so to speak, but that no one asks what function speculation actually has for the prevailing economic system, shows that the slobbering denunciations are not a criticism of capitalism, but a call for the virtual exorcism of demons. The fact that in times of monopoly, individual groups of companies can often only survive successfully if they constantly increase their capital stock to astronomical proportions is not due to speculators, but to the internal logic of capital, which is geared towards unrestraint. Speculators, like ordinary proletarians, only living more comfortably, are cogs in the wheel of the automatic subject, which threatens to extend its power to every area, no matter how remote. While the USA has acted as the engine of capital in recent decades by representing the most important sales market for goods from all over the world thanks to its hegemonic position and the associated credit guarantee, conversely all countries are also dragged into the maelstrom of the financial crisis when America falters. Everything is connected to everything else. This apparent banality applies to a society that is shaped by blindly raging social laws of nature into a totality that makes a mockery of any call for a planning and organizing state. But if the state were to admit that in reality it has nothing under control, this statement would not only delegitimize it, it would also increase the panic and thus the crisis. That is why the already hated and seemingly omnipotent American sovereign, who was not impressed by the good advice of the Europeans and overconfidently plunged the world into chaos, is to be sacrificed. German Finance Minister Peer Steinbrück expresses this official government line as follows: "No one should be deceived. The world will not go back to the way it was before this crisis," quoted from Junge Welt, September 26, 2008. In doing so, he also made use of the bad analogy between crisis and terrorist attack, which by no means implicitly refers to the sacrifice still to be made. And like Al-Qaeda in September 2001, Steinbrück sees the major events 7 years later as the beginning of the end of American hegemony. The USA will lose its status as the superpower of the world financial system. According to Steinbrück, the reason for this loss of position is to be found in the irresponsible exaggeration of the laissez-faire principle, i.e., the play of market forces in the Anglo-American financial market system that is as free as possible from state regulation. In other words, a strong state is needed. From the finance minister's point of view, this has no less a task than prosperity that is as crisis-free as possible. However, because a German finance minister is also aware that capitalism is not possible without a crisis, he not only adds the word as far as possible as a precaution, but also names the culprits of the future with great foresight. The market participants must fill this framework, set by the state, creatively, not driven by greed and short-sightedness, but by responsibility for society. That is my understanding of a social market economy. Responsibility for the community instead of greed. That is the essence of the original German absolutization of the citoyen, which at the same time promotes his incapacitation. The denunciation of egoistic interests under the aegis of the state, which whether proletarian or bourgeois are identified as fundamentally harmful to the community, is the gateway to the suppression of the individual, who must make sacrifices for the community when necessary and should not dare to behave in accordance with a capitalist predicament. What is illustrated by the speculators is also to be understood as an example for future campaigns against other antisocial elements. The negative foil of American capitalism has the function of disqualifying as un-German everything that could stand in the way of the general dystopia of crisis-free prosperity, and thus also the perpetuation of oppressive conditions. Capitalism without formal freedom and equality, a bourgeois state without class contradictions, society without individuals. This is the German dream that still does not seem to have been extinguished after 200 years. A colleague of the aforementioned Berthold Kohler, the notorious Frank Schirmacher, is already forging ahead in this direction. In the FAZ of October 4, he emphatically proclaimed the end of democracy. George W. Bush had multiplied freedom, democracy, and prosperity by zero. He has, with borrowed ideals, declassified the ideals. The outgoing president had conceptually enslaved the democracies by using their constitutional vocabulary, from freedom to human dignity, as a means of his inscrutable practice of rule. According to Schirmacher, quoting John Berger, each of these terms means exactly the opposite of what it once meant. Democracy, justice, human rights, and terrorism are terms that have been stolen from humanity, so a new beginning is needed. European societies must painstakingly learn to put one and one together again in order to start afresh. Unfortunately, Schirmacher does not reveal which terms he prefers, given that democracy has supposedly been so devastatingly devalued. However, the delusional invocation of the alleged attack on the traditional European image of man, which Bush has perpetrated, shows that the longed-for new beginning after the apocalypse has less to do with Bush's policies and more to do with the messed-up soul of a German leader. Let the paranoia melt in your mouth. Quote, but what it meant to be endemically forced as a contemporary into the thinking apparatus of this presidency was first noticed by the inhabitants of the deepest depths, those literary spiritual beings who brighten the night with their own lights. At the same hour that George Bush was drawing the world into his thought processes with the words democracy, freedom, and self-defense, and at the same time establishing a thought police surveillance system at home that leaves no library or laboratory out, the writer John Berger prophesied a re-education to fear, a vegetative state in which the body already knows what the head does not even suspect, the pain of living in the present world.
End quote.
Because the American re-education camps are impossible to locate and the thought police are nowhere to be seen, only the manic person already knows in his head what his fellow citizens, who do not live in the deepest depths, cannot yet know. There is a huge conspiracy that encompasses all areas of life and is leading the world to the abyss. Quote, Western societies have reckoned with everything, but not with this attack from within. It is almost unbelievably comprehensive, starting with the rhetorical preparations for the war against Iraq, through climate policy, the attack on the Constitution, the surveillance systems covering all intellectual and scientific areas, to the implosion of the financial system.
End quote.
A conspiracy theorist as he is written in the book, but unfortunately the fact that Schirmacher is obviously a madman says absolutely nothing about whether he will be politically successful with his program, which could only express what the majority thinks. The radical left is wordless to approving of this new, for the time being still verbal attack on Western democracy and the bourgeois individual, which breaks out in the comments on the financial crisis. They feel vindicated in their belief that capitalism is in crisis and therefore, as they have always said, does not function properly. The American capitalists are finally being read the riot act, and the fact that it is German state personnel, among others, who are taking on this task is not perceived as worrying, but as the highest accolade for their own criticism of capitalism. Franziska Drossel, chairwoman of the Jusos, for example, summed up, the financial crisis confirms that our criticism of capitalism was and is correct. We can say that this system is heading for the wall. You can see that very clearly now. I find it very telling that just a few weeks ago, people were called sectarians or dreamers if they talked about nationalization. Today, neoliberal hardliners are talking about nationalizing parts of the financial sector. These people are now adopting attack positions. In this respect, yes, There is a lot of room for left-wing positions again. Neoliberalism is at an end.
End quote.
And in fact, the left has already thought up this form of anti-capitalism articulated by Kohler, Schirmacher, and others. The radical left has thus once again shown itself to be the social force that has forged ahead in an avant-garde manner and always has a good nose for which path the state and the people will take. As the engine of anti-American resentment, it has always been the majority of the left that has driven society forward into the arms of an authoritarian community. Radical critics of this call for collective regression, such as Theodore W. Adorno and Max Horkheimer, were pilloried as decomposers. Instead of taking up the legacy of the aforementioned critics, even that part of the left that has retained a certain degree of residual reason wallows in shallow academicism and avoids all the crucial questions. It is by no means a coincidence that the collective critic is nowhere to be seen just at a time when the Germans are beginning to come to terms with the crisis and its barbaric logic, a time when the ranks are tightly closed and no more dissent is tolerated. This is where it becomes clear that all the predictions that the anti-German side has been reeling off in recent years, almost like a prayer wheel, in order to perhaps scare one or two people, were correct. The only difference between the German left and the left critical of Germany is that the latter has a few more scruples about talking straight. But behind every line, the joy of the new age of Frank Schirmacher already peeps out, which it is to be feared, has been heralded in the election of Obama as well as in the renewed rise of Russia. How could one define Obamania? As the most modern stage of anti-Americanism, perhaps? As a casting hysteria that erupted because Michael Moore apparently decided who should be president? In fact, when the Democratic presidential candidate Barack Obama gave them the black Joseph Fischer in Berlin in July 2008, the German masses cheered first and foremost for themselves, as if they had finally managed to convert the United States to statism and Islamophilia. The candidate who, if he had to be elected here, would have a totalitarian approval rating, also threw them exactly the kind of chunks that they like to hear and that only barely disguise the resentment in this country. In Obama's speech, walls had to come down. As always when it comes to pandering to the West's enemies and especially when it comes to delegitimizing Israel's defense, there was a world without nuclear weapons, not an Iran or a North Korea without nuclear weapons first. And finally, climate protection was seen as the greatest challenge. The typical eco-misanthropy that thinks civilization is a corrupt fountain and breath poisoner anyway. The same mob that demonstrated for Saddam by the hundreds of thousands a few years ago and ensured that entire chains of stores could live mainly from anti-Bush souvenirs recognizes itself in Obama. And unfortunately, the hype is not limited to Europe, even if it appears here in an almost flawless form, mostly unclouded by expertise. After all, the Obama avalanche was finally set off on January 27, 2008 by Edward Kennedy, whose political resume mirrors the intellectual decline of the Kennedy dynasty for a reason. It was, of course, the New York Times that published an unspeakably schmaltzy eulogy to Obama that day entitled "A President Like My Father," penned by Kennedy. This set the tone for the quasi-religious, redeemer style that has since been gratefully adopted by everything that considers itself progressive, even in the USA. The hysteria of old Europe and the other America became even more unsavory on April 4, 2008, the 40th anniversary of the shooting of Martin Luther King by the racist petty criminal James Earl Ray. The fact that King, like Obama, belonged to the black community, which in itself was simply coincidental, finally stylized the candidate into a figure of light. Not even the world's US correspondents are immune to this delusion, and so the otherwise pleasantly sober Torsten Crowell ranted on April 3 about Obama's promise of reconciliation and the redemption from a nightmare, April 4, 1968 and November 4, 2008. Such a line of emotion is not a product of kitschy world spirit, but American renitence against itself. Martin Luther King is said to have been right: there is a promised, unfinished land. If Obama wins, a bullet and 40 years of grief would be avenged without violence. When a Welt commentary is almost drenched in anticipation that America might finally become what Germans always want it to be, then it is clear why Europe on both sides of the Atlantic loves Obama. And he is quite rightly the transatlantic darling of the media's enemies of Israel. Without their support, the candidate would not have been able to survive the embarrassing revelations about his true political background, nor his mendacious cover-up blather afterwards. For years, Obama had proudly boasted that he was a leading member of the Trinity United Church of Christ of Chicago star preacher Jeremiah Wright. Obama had even appointed Wright, who had been traveling through black church communities across the country since 1972, as his spiritual advisor. Naturally, he married the Obamas, baptized their 2 children and blessed their home. It is fair to assume that he may have spoken in Obama's presence as he always did and as can now be seen on YouTube and the country's cable channels. Reverend Wright has been preaching for years that the USA should actually be called USKKK, after the Ku Klux Klan, that AIDS is an epidemic artificially caused by the USA to weaken black people, that the government has drugs imported for the same purpose. Only days later, Wright also commented on September 11 in line with his worldview, "We supported state terrorism against the Palestinians and against Black South Africa, and now we are indignant because these things are backfiring on us."
End quote.
A flawless anti-Semite in the Black Panther tradition. Of course, Obama claims not to have heard of such tirades, which he now suddenly describes as inflammatory and disgusting, in all those decades. At least that's what the candidate claimed in mid-March in the Chicago Tribune and in a televised speech. Obviously, Obama's ears are like Clinton's lungs. The former smoked pot but didn't inhale, while the latter always went partially deaf when Wright was talking. But if Obama can be credited with the fact that it is certainly difficult for a Christian to contradict his pastor, a presidential candidate is under no such constraints when choosing his foreign policy advisors. However, just as in Barack's church congregation, we have encountered and continue to encounter relevant enemies of Israel. Samantha Power, a Harvard professor and best-selling author who believes that a pro-Israeli lobby is steering U.S. foreign policy and who has since been fired, albeit only under public pressure. Or Robert Malley, who served as a Clinton advisor for Camp David II, and publicly blamed Israel for the Intifada. Or, anything but coincidentally, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Jimmy Carter's former national security advisor. He recently reaffirmed his unwavering, deeply hostile attitude towards the Jewish state in a book with the same title, Palestine, Peace Not Apartheid. Although Obama has learned to eat chalk in this respect, Danny Ayalon, former Israeli ambassador in Washington, is still likely to consider him a liar, and his advice to Israel is to view Obama's candidacy with concern. He seems to have succeeded in uniting the anti-Semitic, conspiracy-addicted left-wing fringe in America with the right, and in giving this project a pseudo-messianic pop appeal. A look back at Jimmy Carter's presidency, which was very similar to Obama's, is particularly unhappy. Carter can take credit for having facilitated the consolidation of Ayatollah Iran after 1976 through particular stupidity, and that was not all. Thank God, however, no president, no matter how bad as Obama will in all probability become, will be able to reverse the fundamental orientation of U.S. society towards Israel, which is based on centuries-old shared social ideals: reclamation of the wilderness, Bible reference, and rule of law. Just as little, by the way, as it will be able to weaken the fundamental anti-Americanism of despotic regimes and their followers. In these two facts lies the true core of those commentaries, such as Hannestein's, which console themselves and point out that even a President Obama would not turn America into a province of Europe. However, this is less due to Obama than to the fact that America has so far only ever temporarily placed itself in the hands of that current of Democrats which the man with the sail ears represents so perfectly, and which has been trying to preach the German ideology to Americans for a century: the mystical unity of the people today, that of the communities, under the sign of the strong state. An ideology that has been misleadingly labeled liberal in the United States since Woodrow Wilson's time. The intellectual history of those liberals, i.e. the elitist left in the USA, which runs along the lines of Sorel, Nietzsche, Mussolini, Heidegger, and finally Derrida, is the subject of a study by Jonah Goldberg that is sure to cure any reader of romantic notions of another America. Liberal fascism clearly shows how truly European in the worst sense of the word the left wing of the Democrats was and is. After all, Wilson's wartime socialism, prohibition, the mendacious Kennedy myth, LBJ's Great Society, and finally the Clintons' patchwork collectivism, the community activism that would tolerate nothing outside the respective identities and communities, grew on its progressive muck. A policy that remains true to the anti-individualist tradition of the left-wing Democrats and has come up with ever new excesses of quotas and affirmative action, and whose fruit and beneficiary is now, ironically, the Hillary Victor Barack Obama. Goldberg also shows, however, that the Obamas have only ever been able to prevail in U.S. history when they have succeeded in mobilizing through crisis fear. Only then does the promise of the Great Society, of state regulation based on the European model and in anti-racist terms even going beyond the model, create majorities. And it is precisely this kind of crisis mood that Obama is now receiving free delivery via the stock market crash and is using it accordingly. There is no mistaking the fact that the current real estate and therefore stock market crisis was not originally caused by a lack of state intervention, but by a typical case of too much, a democratic one of course. The Community Reinvestment Act of 1977 obliged banks to grant home loans according to social and community criteria. This so-called "A House for Everyone" campaign thus goes back to Carter's presidency with its Democrat-dominated Congress. Carter wanted to strengthen sedentariness, a sense of responsibility, and, of course, ties to neighborhoods and communities, the typical communitarian idea that had replaced the legacy of the direct centralist ideas of big government among the Democrats at the end of the 1960s. Susan Sontag rightly castigated this development as fascinating fascism, because communitarianism thrives on a romantic ideal that is linked to various currents of cultural deviance. The propagation of new forms of community stems from youth and rock culture, the Third World movement, and occultism. The Clintons, who were connected to this milieu like no one before them in US politics, deepened Carter's politics once again, and Obama himself built his political career as a community organizer in Chicago on this transfer system. A system in which banks were massively coerced, both by law and by social pressure from NGOs, to lend money to uncreditworthy borrowers, mostly members of minorities from socially deprived areas. In other words, it is communitarian social policy that was at the root of the huge real estate hype, which is now dragging down prices as borrowers are no longer able to service their loans en masse. This has all been known for a long time, but the Democrats, as the biggest beneficiaries, have refused to curtail this system. It is therefore not only a principled aversion to the interventionist state, an aversion that Hegel already accused the Americans of, that led a large part of the US population to oppose the 2008 support packages, but also the knowledge that Obama is the Beelzebub who wants to cast out the devil. Like Carter once did, he is failing because of the very thing Europe is cheering him for: pseudo-religious anti-individualism on the one hand, and the fact that America's enemies will certainly not take into account the fact that there is someone in the White House who understands them well. Obama's victory makes his obsessive supporters realize how empty their lives are, was the title of one of the Onion's fake video news clips about the almost incalculable number of young, nice, committed people who have spent the past weeks and months convincing Americans to vote for Barack Obama at doorsteps, on the phone, or by email. David Plotz, a 24-year-old student from Chicago, was one of these Obamaniacs and says today, "I celebrated the first week after the election. But now I'm really a bit depressed." This state of apathy, in the Onion video, "The Obama activists wander the streets like zombies with a blank stare," is hardly due to Obama's broken election promises. There were hardly any anyway. Rather, the future president successfully maneuvered his way through the election campaign with platitudes, insinuations, and suggestive slogans, especially as no one wanted to find out exactly what Obama was up to. "Yes, we can" initially meant no more than, "Yes, we can make Barack Obama the next president of the United States." However, this limited goal had a tremendous impact, specifically initiated and coordinated by Obama's campaign team, which has extensive experience as a community organizer. 3 million Americans donated over $600 million to the campaign. Obama's email address book contains 13 million entries. 2 million supporters created profiles on his interactive website my.barackobama.com. 35,000 volunteer groups were founded in the country. Obama is now the head of the largest, best organized, richest, and most enthusiastic political enterprise in the country, sums up Omar Weso from the African-American magazine The Root. You could almost get scared of all this mass frenzy, but in the USA it has narrow limits and a limited half-life. All the euphoria, all the contentless activism that came almost out of nowhere from people who until then had cared little about political issues is more reminiscent of the absurdity of a techno party without music and drugs. The exhaustion and emptiness that followed the auto-suggestive effort the next day is therefore only logical, as is the return to business as usual that has already begun, both among Obama supporters and in U.S. politics. Republican Robert Gates remains Secretary of Defense. Hillary Clinton, who also tends to stand for continuity, becomes Secretary of State, and Obama himself is now settling into the Washington establishment, to which he was actually supposed to represent an alternative. Disillusionment will also be limited because Obama's election victory is based on the perception among Americans that their country is in one big mess, which will be extremely difficult to get out of. And even from the left, such as the Progressives for Obama Alliance, in which established left-wingers like Tom Hayden and Barbara Ehrenreich have joined forces, Obama is facing only muted criticism. They have never really considered him to be one of their own anyway and have only given their support with all kinds of restrictions. The Obama phenomenon means something different in the USA than in Europe, where it is quite bizarre. As an Applebaum notes in Slate magazine, what's wrong with the cheering Germans? Their country hasn't elected a black chancellor, or a Turkish one for that matter, and won't do so anytime soon. And since the new president will also be more concerned with American interests than European aspirations, she gives the international left 6 months before it unites again behind the banner of anti-Americanism. The change announced in an endless loop is therefore less about the content of American politics. However, it remains to be seen how much the form of American politics has changed, and may yet change, as a result of the way Obama was elected. Precisely because of the large self-generating support scene, which is unprecedented in American history, Obama has succeeded in appearing like an independent candidate, even though he ran on the Democratic ticket. And since this independence was not just fiction, but was expressed in the active engagement of millions, the question arises as to what Obama is now doing with these supporters. The dilemma is, as Nicholas von Hoffman puts it somewhat pointedly in The Nation, either the Democratic Party destroys Obama, or he destroys the Democratic Party. The second option can occur if the Obama community becomes a permanent parallel organization of the Democrats, and can thus be used as a means of power against the finely balanced, already traditional lobbying within the Democrats. Our voices are more powerful than the most entrenched lobbyists in Washington, Obama declared at the end of the election campaign. The main argument against integrating the movement into the Democratic Party is that the campaign's main attraction was to win over people who wanted nothing to do with the existing party system and whose ideology is more likely to be fed by Web 2.0, fueled by the head of Google and advisor to Obama, Eric Schmidt, with slogans for the faithful such as, "A community will always make better decisions than an individual." On the one hand, his campaign manager David Plouffe has been able to use the 13 million email addresses collected by Obama to appeal for donations for the financially ailing Democrats. On the other hand, Obama, who had already unorthodoxly dispensed with material support from Democratic political action committees during the election campaign, is now trying to maintain the loyalty of his supporters. He gave his paid helpers an additional month's salary if they became unemployed after the election campaign, and his helpers were also allowed to keep the laptops and Blackberries from the campaign. In continuation of the professionalism and the almost fetish-like bottom-up principle of the campaign, Obama supporters were given a questionnaire in which they were asked to express their personal ideas on what next, in order to be able to make the most pragmatic, i.e. successful, decision possible on the organizational issue. And this was done top-down, even though the questionnaire states, "Now it's up to you to decide how we move forward." Tony Lloyd, an early Obama supporter, operator of one of the first post-election websites and apparently already severely affected by inner emptiness, has made his decision. "There's a whole army out here just waiting to push further in the direction we've taken. Whatever Obama asks us to do, we will do it."
End quote.
America is the greatest propagator of violence in the world, gone mad over a war that is an enemy of the poor and totally poisoning the soul of America. This war, in which we are testing our latest weapons on the population like the Germans tested new drugs and new methods of torture in the concentration camps of Europe, is being waged with the deadly arrogance of the West, and is only a symptom of a much more serious disease of the American mind, which is approaching spiritual death. True, these words sound as if they come from the Goddamn America speech of the Reverend Jeremiah Wright, Barack Obama's Chicago pastor. But this condemnation of American politics is taken from a 1967 sermon by Martin Luther King Jr., whose birthday, January 15, 1929, has been commemorated annually with a national holiday in the USA since 1983. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated on April 4, 1968 by James Earl Ray on the balcony of a motel in Memphis, Tennessee, with a shotgun blast to the head. In response, riots broke out in around 100 cities in the USA, in which 40 people died. A further consequence was that the Memphis City Council, which had previously shown itself to be intransigent in serious and violent disputes, now met the demands of the Public Employees Union, which King had come to Memphis to support, head-on. The fact that the Baptist preacher King still has great significance in the USA 40 years after his death is demonstrated not least by Barack Obama's attempt to become president of the USA. It is no coincidence that Obama entered the election campaign the day after the national holiday for King in January 2007. And in early 2008, Obama was the keynote speaker at the Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, Georgia, where King was a pastor, to commemorate the civil rights activist. Incumbent George W. Bush is also making an effort to be associated with King. He attended both the groundbreaking of the King Memorial on the National Mall in Washington and the funeral of King's widow, Coretta Scott King, in 2006. These appearances by Bush were always accompanied by protests from those who see such appropriation of King's legacy as sacrilege: leftists, liberals, socialists, communists. Whether black or white, they all argue with their own interpretation of the political legacy of the man who became an icon for the civil rights movement, but they all agree with former FBI Chief Edgar J. Hoover that King had communist subversive intentions. One is probably closer to the truth if one sees King as a kind of conscious catalyst for a development that the American sociologist Gunnar Myrdal had already observed in 1944 in dealing with racism in the American South. A great many Americans from the North, probably the majority, will be shocked and shaken in their conscience when they learn the facts. Therefore, it is of the highest strategic importance for blacks to get publicity. King followed this advice from his first national appearance at the Montgomery bus boycott in 1954-55. When Rosa Parks, inspired by the Supreme Court's decision against discriminatory segregation in schools, refused to leave her seat in the white section of the bus in December 1954, King and some fellow campaigners seized the opportunity to make this a fundamental American issue. They organized a boycott of the local bus system that lasted almost a year and resulted in the desegregation of public transportation. Inspired by this, King founded the Southern Christian Leadership Conference in 1957 and tried to encourage people to take direct action against the segregation laws in the South of the USA, following Rosa Parks' example. This organized self-help of the black population in the Mississippi Delta not only aroused the immediate anger of whites, but also worried the most important black advocacy group up to that time, the National Association for the Advancement for Colored People, which wanted to bring about desegregation by purely legal means. King's strategy was initially perceived by both whites and blacks as provocation and aggression. King became known for his advocacy of nonviolent resistance, including love of one's enemy, for which he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1964. But even if King was serious about the principle of radical nonviolence, the success of his approach was always linked to the threat of violence and its repeated use. On the one hand, the pressure on the USA to abolish legally institutionalized racism in the South was not only created by King and his followers, but also by the practice of numerous other groups who turned to armed self-defense. Second, King's tactic was objectively to incite white supremacists in the South to violence through nonviolent insistence on black civil rights, with the result, the revolution will be televised, that these scenes made national news until federal authorities had no choice but to use National Guard troops against the white mob. This method proved perfectly suited to the almost archaic and pre-modern conditions in the South. However, the movement of black Americans triggered by King and others soon overtook the Baptist preacher. Martin Luther King has not the slightest authority in the North. He has reached the end of the line, declared the black writer James Baldwin as early as 1962. The Student Nonviolent Coordination Committee, SNCC, which was founded in 1961 following the sit-ins that quickly became popular, was soon only connected to King by the nonviolence in its name. Otherwise, it shared neither his willingness to cooperate with the liberals nor his ideal of civic integration, and soon no longer shared the idea of peaceful protest. Instead, the SNCC relied on militancy and open confrontation, no longer attacking the legal, but rather the social and economic constitution of the USA and developing an increasingly pronounced revolutionary gesture. Instead of freedom now, the slogan was now Black Power, as the Black Panthers shouted. Stokely Carmichael, one of their activists and later a member of the Black Panther Party of Self-Defense, expressed his relationship with King in 1966 as follows: "I see Dr. King on TV every day and I say to myself, this is a man this country really needs. This is a man full of love. But every time I see Lyndon B. Johnson on TV, I say to myself, Martin baby, you've got a long way to go."
End quote.
This development, which culminated in violent riots in Watts, Los Angeles, and other black ghettos from 1965 onwards, also included the great popularity of the Nation of Islam between 1955 and 1965, the only grassroots movement in the USA, as Baldwin commented approvingly on the rise of the organization of Elijah Muhammad and his acolyte Malcolm X. With an apocalyptic, anti-white and anti-Semitic worldview, they agitated against Martin Luther King, the modern Uncle Tom paid by the whites. As Malcolm X explained, King took this development towards radicalism and militancy into account both verbally and in terms of content. Accordingly, he toughened his positions in the course of the 60s. He referred positively to the anti-colonial movements in Africa and Asia, increasingly intensified his protest against the Vietnam War and proclaimed, "We are in revolutionary times." Above all, however, he tried to overcome the phase of the civil rights movement by inspiring the black and white proletariat for a revolution in economic conditions in the USA, which did not exclude preferential treatment for blacks, the forerunner of affirmative action, but nevertheless only saw it as a partial element of a fundamental change. A building that produces beggars must be rebuilt. The 1963 March on Washington, which is only remembered today because of King's speech, "I Have a Dream," was called the March for Jobs and Freedom. And King's last action, the Poor People's Campaign, was also aimed at the social and economic structure of the USA. However, the campaign got off to a slow start and was abruptly interrupted by James Earl Ray's bullet. It seems more like the late Martin Luther King Jr. that Barack Obama wanted to build on, at least in his Philadelphia speech. Not only does he want to continue the long march of those who came before us, but with his attempts to rationalize racism, he appeals to a spectrum of people of all skin colors, which he wanted to call on to protest against the war in Iraq and against the real culprits, against a corporate culture determined by greed, against lobbyists and against companies that you work for and then go abroad, for no other reason than to make a profit. Cesar Chavez, a devout Catholic and avowed supporter of Catholic social teaching, is largely unknown in Europe. Der Spiegel, for example, knew practically nothing about him and yet declared him a posthumous resistance fighter against Donald Trump, the bust of the trade union leader and civil rights activist, 1927 to 1993, stands amidst several family photos of the Bidens. He campaigned for better conditions for farm workers in the USA, many of whom came from Latin America. Trump was an opponent of migration.
End quote.
The Austrian Courier seconded, the bust of Cesar Chavez, 1927 to 1993, is seen as a clear message for Biden's new migration policy. The Latino had campaigned for the civil rights of his ethnic group and fought for better conditions and higher wages for agricultural workers.
End of quote.
The term trade union leader only applies to Chavez in a broader sense. Although he had headed the National Farm Worker Association since 1962, which merged with the Agricultural Workers Organization Committee in 1966 to form the United Farm Workers Organization Committee, and of which Chavez became the head, his comrades in arms were only actually farm workers in the early years. Instead, in the course of his political activities, students and other members of the middle class increasingly gathered around him. Strikes were no longer possible under these circumstances, and the focus shifted to boycott campaigns in keeping with the times. Between 1966 and 1968, young students joined with experienced activists and disadvantaged farm workers to build a boycott network that stretched across North America. It was every committed citizen's dream come true. By simply changing consumer behavior, you could influence society in a relatively convenient way, even if you had to do without luxury goods such as grapes for a while. Chavez himself called this tactic reverse capitalism. At the height of their influence, hundreds of volunteers from the boycott campaign made it impossible to sell grapes in 9 of the 10 largest cities in North America, and the market for grapes collapsed. They blocked transportation to European markets. It was their contribution that ultimately made the collective agreements possible.
End quote.
However, all the improvements in working conditions achieved by the campaign were gradually reversed in the course of the 1970s, and Chavez's union collapsed. It was this medium-term lack of success and the substitution of ethical consumption for the strike that boosted Chavez's popularity in the Democratic Party enormously. Bill Clinton honored him as early as 1995, and Barack Obama used his slogan "CSE Pueda" in the translated "Yes, we can" version for his first presidential campaign in 2008. As president, Obama even declared March 31 as Cesar Chavez Day. At first glance, Chavez as a person is very much to the taste of today's leftists, who also like to present themselves as paternalistic fighters for more justice with an ever-sharpened view through ethnic glasses. He was Latino and thus a member of a minority, considered to be non-white, an admirer of Mahatma Gandhi, and at the same time the leader of a trade union that largely managed without workers. Although it seems only logical to refer to Chavez in a positive light, at second glance he is hardly a politically correct thought leader. Not only did he repeatedly speak out against illegal immigration, he also organized so-called wet lines to prevent illegal border crossings. Chavez saw immigrants from Latin America as one of the main reasons for the unsuccessful attempts to better organize agricultural workers in unions, as they acted as wage suppressors and potential strikebreakers. Even during the Trump administration, the self-proclaimed race and justice reporter Russell Contreras placed Chavez alongside right-wing anti-immigration activists and militias in an article published by the Associated Press in various American newspapers in 2019, and provided a vivid depiction of his vigilante measures to secure the border. In 1973, members of the United Farm Workers, led by Chavez's cousin Manuel, set up a wet line along the U.S.-Mexico border near San Luis, Arizona, to stop Mexican migration. Manuel set up 17 tents along a 40-kilometer stretch of the border and had his men physically attack migrants. The Yuma Daily Sun newspaper reported that cars were set on fire, men were beaten with a plastic hose, and one man claimed attackers burned the soles of his feet. Miriam Powell wrote in her 2014 book The Crusades of Cesar Chavez, a biography, that the Mexican Labor Federation had broken with the United Farm Workers over this and denounced the wet lines as a campaign of terror. Its chairman, Francisco Modesto, reported that hundreds had been beaten up and 2 men castrated. To the chagrin of today's progressives, it is no coincidence that Chavez is also highly regarded by supporters of restrictive immigration policies such as the Center for Immigration Studies, which has been said to have some influence on the Trump administration. Since 2016, a National Border Control Day has been celebrated every year on Chavez's birthday. His attitude and ruthless methods in the 1960s and 1970s were also the result of the trade union struggles of the decades before. Since the 1940s, the Bracero program between the USA and Mexico had been an advantageous guest worker program for many fruit and vegetable farmers, with fatal consequences for local agricultural workers. Their wages fell drastically and working conditions deteriorated. Not only were countless workers competing for the same job, but the Mexican guest workers also accepted work for much lower wages. The constant turnover of workers under the guest worker program made unionization and wage struggles impossible. Before the program ended in 1964, unions invested at least as much energy in fighting the guest worker program as they did in wage struggles and efforts to better organize farm workers. However, the campaigns against unregulated and unlimited immigration, waged from a permanent defensive position, were not unique to the farm workers in the southern states, nor have they only been a feature of the trade union movement in the USA since its beginnings. The campaigns stand for a well-known and objective trade union dilemma, which unfortunately cannot simply be resolved with a cheer for international solidarity. How can nationally constituted rights of wage laborers be enforced and strengthened without having to literally leave low-wage competition beyond the nation-state standing in front of closed doors? Of course, there is nothing wrong with immigration if people want to escape the miserable conditions from which they come. But in order to be able to wage wage battles, it is necessary to adhere to common interests and a policy aimed at integration. Immigrants, on the other hand, are often viewed with suspicion by the long-established citizens of a country, not least because they are competing with them for the same jobs. In the fight against low-wage competition and precarious employment, it is not uncommon for people to lose the awareness that chronic unemployment and the accompanying fall in wages are not only a consequence of guest worker programs or illegal immigration, but above all that the capitalist mode of production of competition is accompanied by an inevitable, continuous development of the productive forces that changes the organic composition of capital. Such a false awareness has never been the unique selling point of U.S. trade unions. Rather, their specificity resulted from a tradition of class struggle and socialism that was only slightly developed in comparison to Western Europe and from the fact that, due to immigration, they have always been much more strongly organized according to national origin. Even if it may not fit into the ideological worldview of the post-national flower dreamers, of whom the professional managerial class is teeming, it remains true that under the conditions of the nation-state and capital, immigration legislation has a decisive influence on the social and material standard of living within national economic borders. Among today's progressives, even stating this simple fact is considered suspicious of right-wing populism or even racism, as Angela Nagle had to learn when she published an essay entitled The Left Case Against Open Borders in the journal American Affairs in 2018, which was not spared being described as outstanding by Slavoj Zizek and which reads, "From the first legal restrictions on immigration in 1882 to Cesar Chavez protesting with his famously multi-ethnic United Farm Workers in 1969. Against business owners who employed illegal immigrants, labor unions often stood in opposition to mass immigration. They saw the deliberate import of illegal immigrants working for low wages as a weakening of their bargaining position and a form of exploitation. One cannot help but recognize that the strength of the unions depends on their ability to limit the further influx of workers. But this becomes impossible if the entire working class can be easily and cheaply replaced. Open borders and mass immigration are victories for the bosses."
Quote, end.
Given such words, it was of little use to Nagle that she spoke of a racist argument from the trade unions, spoke out clearly against Trump and made it clear that for her it was not the left-wing criticism of the inhumane treatment of immigrants that bothered her, but the complete lack of a concept against global inequality, to which the apologists of open borders had no answers. The now-defunct Trotskyist International Socialist Organization, for example, promptly accused her of doing the business of the right. Nagle combines right-wing talking points, i.e. misconceptions, prejudices and blatant lies about immigration and the history of the labor movement, and garnishes them with left-sounding rhetoric to sound like an authentic radical.
End quote.
In contrast, they were less sensitive to the sound of their own sound. It corresponded almost completely to what the Ehrenreichs had described in the then still new communist groups of the 1970s, in which the International Socialist Organization was also founded. As we see, the radicalism of the professional managerial class arises primarily from class interests, which includes the interest in gaining cultural and technological hegemony over the working class. In this sense, the professional managerial class has the potential to develop what at first glance appears to be a contradictory phenomenon: radicalism against the working class. This possibility finds its most pronounced form in the recurring desire to realize a technocratic socialism in which bureaucrats, planners and experts of various kinds take the place of the bourgeoisie in society. Indeed, within the framework of any left ideology that is incapable of understanding the professional managerial class and its class interests, there is always the realistic possibility that the dictatorship of the proletariat will ultimately turn out to be the dictatorship of the professional managerial class.
Quote, end.
The new left of the 1960s and 1970s, which still operated with Marxist vocabulary, has long since outlived its usefulness. Everything that was bad about it continues in a radicalized form in today's left. Contrary to what Angela Nagle suggests, however, the ideology of open borders is not simply a product of literally borderless moralism, but the expression of an irreversible antagonism that separates the professional managerial class from the mass of workers. Identitarian culturalism is the ideological means by which the professional managerial class wages its class struggle from above against all those it must keep below itself in order to maintain its social position and preserve its material possessions. The class interests of the professional managerial class, which are primarily reflected in the demand for higher taxes so that their own jobs can be subsidized by the state, are often glossed over with the slogan of social justice and denied by claiming a congruence of interests with the working class. Against this backdrop, A specific form of full pseudo-anti-capitalism has developed in which, following the unacknowledged Chinese model, the experts of a central committee are supposed to tame the anarchy of the market. This is the only way to explain the enthusiasm for a decidedly non-Marxist socialism called progressivism that prevails in large parts of the Democratic Party. Progressivism serves as a vehicle for establishing a technocracy or expert rule that attempts to evade democratic control, which is denounced as populist, just as it necessarily undermines institutional checks and balances. The Green New Deal announced by Joe Biden with its massive state interventions to boost the green wing of capitalism, demands to increase the number of members of the Supreme Court, the abolition of the electoral college system and the filibuster or the upgrading of Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico to states with their own senators, an inviting migration policy, diversity propaganda and cancel culture, or the restrictive corona policy are expressions of a general political mood that prevails in the Democratic Party. The question remains as to how progressivism can be reconciled with the prominent placement of the bust of a trade union leader in the heart of power, of whom the organizers of the annual National Border Control Day on Cesar Chavez's birthday rightly say that the left has made him out to be a prophet of open borders. But that doesn't answer why they did it in the first place. Because they could just as easily have presented Chavez as a cautionary example of a mastermind of Trumpism. The fact that progressivism stands for a merciless battle for cultural hegemony, which is also aiming for sovereignty over the interpretation of what progressive employee representation will look like in the future, is demonstrated by the Progressive Trade Union Alphabet Workers Union, AWU, which was founded at the beginning of 2020. The AWU is the first trade union in the do-gooder hotspot Silicon Valley and was founded by Google employees Dylan Baker and Nikki Anselmo, among others. What Die Welt reports on the motives of the two for founding the AWU could hardly better illustrate where the journey in terms of progressive trade union work is heading and why a legend like Cesar Chavez absolutely has to be ideologically appropriated for this. The AWU is not a classic trade union. Baker and the others are not campaigning for higher wages and better working conditions. So what does the AWU want? We demand, says Baker, that Google acts according to the ideals of the employees. His colleague Nikki Anselmo takes a similar view. The new union should ensure that our values are respected, she explains. Contemporary political commentary often recalls the Great Crisis of 1929, not without educational intent. Quote, the continuing fall in share prices, spectacular company collapses such as that of the American telephone company WorldCom, balance sheet manipulation in well-known companies and the greed of managers are being perceived by more and more people as signs of a major economic and social crisis. It is not surprising that all this brings back memories of the great crash of 1929 and the subsequent economic crisis.
End quote.
The decline in values in society must be countered by restoring trust. This requires rigorous exposure and prosecution of corporate scandals, FAZ July 29, 02. The economy is therefore too important, especially in times of crisis, to be left to entrepreneurs and managers suspected of national unreliability. Now the upper management's lack of loyalty to the national cause is to be remedied. On this occasion, politicians and journalists are naturally happy to play the tribune of the people, presenting the bosses to the snarling mob as wipers to remind them of their responsibility. When the people are really angry, they organize a revolution from time to time, Tagesspiegel July 8, 02. 4 years later, the Alliance for Jobs, which Schroeder had still been promoting during the last election, is being replaced by a social mobilization to fight immorality and unemployment. If successful, a social consensus would replace the round table with the collective bargaining partners, who would be presented as representatives of one-sided interests. Quote, now the greed is likely to become notorious. Fearless public prosecutors in Dusseldorf are determined to take Joseph Ackermann and Klaus Wickel, among others, to court for the 150 million marks in severance payments they approved following the hostile takeover of Monisman AG by the British mobile phone company Vodafone. There is no better way to describe the collapse of old values. The bosses of Deutsche Bank and IG meddle together in court, the chief entrepreneur and the chief trade unionist, so to speak.
Deutschland AG in the Dock, FAZ 27, 28.7.02.
In all the commentaries on this phenomenon, the crisis is not discussed in terms of its destructive effect on individual life prospects, but in terms of the potential purification that it may bring, the disciplining and strengthening of virtues vis-a-vis those spoiled by prosperity and the selfish winners who mock the common good. The crisis as a renewal of solid foundations cast by collective effort that are capable of supporting the fragile global economy, as a renewed turn to honest work and righteousness. What is right for the subordinates should be fair for the leaders. Quote, the greed of some, not all managers is poison for social peace in the country. It is now primarily up to the leaders of the German economy to show corporations and small and medium-sized enterprises, including in their day-to-day business, that the situation is under control. Only then will the Germans emerge from the economic crisis stronger, i.e. motivated. FAZ 27/28.7.02. From the crisis, especially in Germany, the energies of advancement are born. The economic miracle was already in the Trümmerfrau. The simple virtues are discovered in the reduced life. Saturation sounds like sedateness and digestive sleep, instead of catching up and becoming world champion. High unemployment figures can mean two things. On the one hand, they represent the potential of those who are not oversaturated, those motivated by need. On the other hand, they render any call for engagement ad absurdum, as they clearly show that additional work is not needed. Therefore, mobilizing joint efforts only has a calming effect if it is accompanied by the promise to eliminate unemployment. Encouraging the belief that the potential inherent in the superfluous has simply not been properly recognized so far already contains the moral armament from which trust and confidence can spring instead of despondency and dispute. At least as bad, probably worse than the decline of the real economy, is the loss of basic trust in the population that everything will somehow work itself out again. The FAZ 27/28.7.02 put it succinctly. Confidence in the ability to overcome crises through enduring values. This is the stuff of national myths. Also perpetuates the interpretation of quasi-natural economic crises as crises of morality. Not long ago, a completely different revolution was supposed to turn the Germans into a nation of industrious share savers and people share owners. However, loyal savings account holders are currently triumphing with their secure 2% interest rates. The dream of easy money, which many people shared, is followed by a grumble about their own gullibility and the suspicion that someone has taken advantage of them. The memory of those who appeared at the time to encourage people to buy is still fresh. And how the new investors felt flattered and in control of the process when they were told that with their new telecom shares they now belonged to the group to which all the company's attention was directed, the shareholders and the dividends paid to them. This is how the potential attack member has always imagined capitalism. While share prices continued to plummet, the credit for the reputation of management and politics was also used up. If there were no effective measures against balance sheet falsification, fraud, and the greed of managers, people would increasingly turn to other forms of investment, explained the chairman of the Schutzgemeinschaft der Kleinaktionäre. If you can't even trust the reports from companies anymore, you might as well put your money in the casino. TSB July 31/02. This is not yet a threat of revolution, but after all, in German Jux und Dollerei does not stand for fun either. This is a call for drastic measures. Politicians also have a reputation for unreliability and a lack of public spirit, although it is sometimes unclear whether this suspicion relates to enrichment and rip-offs or a lack of stamina. In view of his rapid departure, the Tagesspiegel, for example, described Gysy's resignation, which was at least morally justified, as irresponsible political desertion and hypocritical. TSB January 8/02. The PDS, as an advocate of left-wing moral renewal, was particularly out on a limb with its demand for transparent politicians serving the general public. Gysy's move was therefore preceded by particularly fierce accusations from disappointed members of his own party. In his farewell letter, Gysy himself sees himself as a victim of the milieu. I am afraid of my own personality change, because he had begun to take privileges for granted. The person of moral integrity can therefore not survive in politics. Gysy underlined this by announcing his retirement from politics altogether. This resigned and therefore popular message of politics as an overall corrupting milieu was decidedly misguided according to the Tagesspiegel. The salon socialist Gysy eagerly spread this moral tale of the poor little people and the evil politicians. As he walked away, he spread it once again to great effect.
End of quote.
That's not how it works. Those who fail must not spread mistrust about the whole state of politicians. The reliable values derived from German traditions only have a sedative effect if they also provide an actionist drive. In any case, Gysy was called out. This attitude leads to an almost nationwide refusal to reform, because there are no reforms without cuts, and cuts down here are not legitimate as long as those up there are having a good time. TSB January 8/02. Theology professor Richard Schroeder had already pointed out a few days earlier that ultimately it is about everyone. We judge our politicians according to strict moral standards, stricter than we apply to ourselves. TSB July 28/02. The call for a moral rearmament of the bosses is only the background music for cuts in the general public. The consensus reform proposals in the final report of the Hartz Commission on Modern Services in the Labor Market of August 16/02 are also in the spirit of sacrifice. For each of us, making a living was more than a grueling part-time job that we took on out of civic responsibility for the community.
End quote.
When it comes to reform zeal and moral surplus value, it is no coincidence that the VW Group is involved. The social democratized Nazi flagship company knows its way around, regardless of whether it's about sacrifices for the community of solidarity or good deeds to support domestic demand. The group is not only interested in the work performance of its employees, but also in the car consumption of the income classes represented by its core workforce. This already played a role when the Wolfsburg plant was founded. The subsidized 1,000 Reichsmark car developed for the new car plant was intended to literally mobilize the German people as a KDF car. In order to achieve this goal, a sales cooperation was agreed with the German Labor Front, DEF, in 1937. After 1945, VW constantly took on a pace-setting role, not so much in the usual continued propagation of a company community, but rather in the company wage and insurance structure of the FRG, the equality of women in production and, for example, in the company pension scheme, company health insurance funds and continued payment of wages. In 1960, former VW boss Heinrich Nordhoff justified the profit sharing of workers and employees by stating that this is perhaps the only practical way of attracting the cooperation of every employee and making it meaningful. VW has always seen itself as a socio-politically active company and derived this self-image from its importance. It is currently the world's fourth largest car manufacturer with 320,000 employees. The group not only sees itself as socially and politically active, but also claims to be the innovation leader in the definition of what is considered social. For example, Peter Hartz, head of human resources at VW, credits his company with having redefined the term social as the preservation and creation of jobs and the preservation of the competitive employability of the workforce. Preserving as many solvent consumers as possible, one could also say, as demonstrated by the introduction of the flexible 4-day week, 28.8 hours per week, at VW in April 1994. VW reacts to permanent unemployment with a corrective action to ensure that it can finance a broad-based automotive industry even under these conditions. Through the Volkswagen Bank, for example, the group offers financing for the purchase of a car, combined with insurance against involuntary unemployment. Up to 12 monthly installments could be covered by the insurance. In this way, we are continuing our innovation leadership and at the same time fulfilling our social obligation, said the bank's chief representative. Social responsibility, i.e., getting the unemployed back into work, was also the group's decisive argument for getting the trade unions on board with 5,000 by 5,000. The model of employing 5,000 unemployed people for a standard wage of DM 5,000 in a separate company on the factory premises in Wolfsburg, which was not fully implemented, made the factory employees, organized in 11 work groups, personally liable for quality, as the company management transferred responsibility for faultless production success to the work groups. It is therefore understandable that at least the plant employee would also like to see the boss of a quality liability. The Tagesspiegel recently gave the head of Trigema, Wolfgang Grupp, a chance to have his say. Grupp is certainly still known from the television commercials, which are introduced by a chimpanzee next to the company logo and the insert German quality, underlaid with national colors, before the boss assures himself and his 1,200 employees in the Swabian Alb that he manufactures his t-shirts exclusively in Germany. If I put my fellow human beings on the street and at the same time employ other people in other countries, says the responsible man, then I have not fulfilled my duty as an entrepreneur in a social market economy. But back to VW. VW's Auto 5.000 GmbH is to achieve a 20% reduction in wage costs through internal savings, but also through public subsidies in the double-digit millions. The ex-unemployed factory was described by VW as an alternative to relocating production abroad. It was also promised that, if successful, outsourced production could be brought back to Germany. In the project collective agreement, negotiated with IG Metall, the factory employees are obliged to work 3 hours of training time in addition to the value-adding working time of 35 hours per week, half of which remains unpaid. This practice corresponds to an increasingly widespread enforcement of qualification by the employment offices, which is often carried out as unpaid work in the form of trial work or an internship, which means that job placement processes are used for normal work. It should be noted in passing that such developments were also included in the report of the Hartz Commission, which calls for a qualification component, in accordance with the requirements of the hiring company for temporary work placed by the employment office. VW not only stands for creative organization, but also as an example of a humane industry. The company underlines such attributions, as in June 2002, when VW announced that a Volkswagen social charter now applied in its production plants worldwide. The company and its Global Group Works Council have set themselves the goal of paving the way for European values worldwide. The VW management no longer considers globalization for the sole purpose of increasing profits to be compatible with its social responsibility. In particular, the right of all employees to form and join trade unions and employee representative bodies, as guaranteed by VW, will cause offense to the US companies, which have been trying for years, not without success, to create union-free zones in order to undermine collectively agreed wages. Mannheimer Morgan, August 602. The company prefers to reduce collective bargaining liabilities with the help of the works councils. According to IG Metal boss Wickel, VW is the first company in the automotive industry with such a social charter. The charter rejects the use of forced, involuntary prisoner and child labor. It also gives the trade unions the opportunity to present their own role as a socio-political one. Instead of an assertive interest policy for the international proletariat, the whole thing smacks of a trade union contribution to improving the image of the domestic export industry. However, the trade unions would like to maintain the myth of being a social movement. For example, Verdi, a trade union with over 2 million members, is a member of ATTAC. This is better for its reputation than highlighting the day-to-day business of co-management. VW is a good example of a reform winner in the welfare state, as the German car industry has been characterized by considerable modernization and productivity increases on an international scale in recent years. Since VW was able to considerably expand its position on the European market after 1989 and has also become a representative of growing German influence, VW is also of international importance as a socio-political player. The company is an almost ideal propagandist of the German model. The anti-globalization criticism, according to which globally active companies can be controlled less and less by the state, i.e. the national unreliability or independence of large internationally active companies is increasing, does not really catch on with a global corporation VW. After all, it does not stand there as an exploiter of the predicament of the unemployed, but as their carer. VW combines the two demands of the opponents of globalization, the shaping of globalization and national reliability, and if it were based on such criteria, would be a prime example of a loyal company. VW has set out to manage unemployment, which depresses wages, together with state social policy as an idle resource. To this end, the unemployed are upgraded as a public resource and as competitors to the job owners. Labor market and social policy will be intertwined more intensively than before. Unlike in early capitalism, subsistence and labor are no longer linked in such a way that physical existence is tied to the work of the unemployed. Now that the state has already paid for the maintenance of labor power by granting unemployment benefits or the minimum subsistence level, the general public embodied in the state also sees itself as the moral owner of labor power, as is made clear by the 400,000 welfare recipients employed by the municipalities. There is a clear increase in exhortations to recognize certain obligations to the general public. This is where statist compulsion to work and communitarian mobilization are intimately linked. Education is expensive and should therefore not be taken for granted, but should oblige us to be actively grateful. One of the aims of the Hartz Commission, which is proposing a training time voucher to finance additional training places, is to raise awareness of this. The purchasers of such securities would be guaranteed training funding by investing the money paid in on the capital market. This idea from civil society gives direction to the aimless flood of gratitude for a training place. Entitlements are to be collected in the Ausbildungszeitwertpapier, like in a discount stamp booklet. Grandma, grandpa, and relatives can purchase these in any amount, just as a grocer could advertise that he gives discounts for more training on his sales. In the meantime, the Bundestag has also welcomed an initiative by the Robert Bosch Stiftung, which has drawn up a manifesto for voluntary services in Germany and Europe. It is entitled Youth Renews Community. Quote, the concept of general voluntary service advocated here acknowledges the social significance of civilian service, which was founded as a substitute for military service. As a voluntary community service, it does not compete with it, of course, but sees itself as the more forward-looking option in the medium and long term. The prerequisite for this is that the funds currently flowing into civilian service from the current public budgets, currently around DM 2.7 billion for around 140,000 places, benefit the endowment fund for the basic equipment of voluntary service.
End quote.
In 2000/2001 alone, more than 15,600 people took part in publicly subsidized voluntary services such as the Voluntary Social Year or the Voluntary Year in Monument Conservation. Until recently, the so-called active labor market policy stipulated that jobs created in this way must not compete with commercial work, but this requirement has been removed by the Job Active Act. This law regulates the possibility of reducing the cost of public infrastructure with funds from the second or third labor market. But what actually is public infrastructure? this will be more difficult to determine in future. This is because the intertwining of labor and social policy also corresponds to the integration of regional resources into industrial policy. And in this, VW is once again a pacesetter and the vanguard of left-wing green trade unionists, university staff and unemployment initiatives, who are intervening with an initiative for a welfare state-oriented labor market policy. In the course of a general discussion about the limits of the welfare state, they are calling for the synergetic connection of the labor market and structural policy as one of the main points.
End quote.
At its headquarters in Wolfsburg, where the group provides 60% of all jobs, VW is a partner in a public-private partnership called Wolfsburg AG. This company, founded in 1999, has two shareholders, VW and the city. It aims to bundle economic, labor market, and social interests in order to realize the AutoVision concept. AutoVision is linked to the plan to promote the establishment of supplier companies, to strengthen medium-sized automotive suppliers, to expand flexible temporary work for local companies, and to develop a leisure and entertainment market. By 2008, Wolfsburg AG, Ein Region in Bügung, May 2002. In this way, VW is also creating an environment for its multi-million euro VW car brand experience park, which was presented back in 1996 and opened at Expo 2000. With the VW Experience Park Autostad, VW emotionalizes its products, as with a glass factory in Dresden and also the socio-political public relations work, as a brand staging of the company on 25 hectares. For an entrance fee of around €12, visitors are admitted to an adventure park that has already been described as an alternative to Disneyland, FAZ September 27, 1999. According to Otto Walks, managing director of the Autostad, the VW brand, which includes traditional Western, Southern, Eastern and Northern European names as subsidiaries, stands for the renaissance of real values, TSB October 7, 2000, and of course, for its flair of social progress. The recently replaced VW Boss Peach characterized the underlying calculation as follows. In this, 70% is emotion. If they hit the feelings, they are much better in business. When Chief Human Resources Officer Peter Hartz announced the AutoVision concept in 1997, there were still over 17% unemployed in Wolfsburg. The aim of the project was to have unemployment within a few years. In June 2002, the rate was reported at 8% despite the poor state of the car industry. In 2001, an annual average of 3,160 people were employed in the temporary employment division of Wolfsburg AG's personnel service agency. 95% of these were loaned out to VW. As VW has a monopoly position in the city, it is particularly easy to directly link corporate investment and urban development. Corruption is unnecessary there. Whereas representatives loyal to the company used to be placed on city committees, a company with 50% city participation is currently being set up to coordinate the authorities in the promotion of VW infrastructure. The Hartz Commission's report refers to Wolfsburg AG as an example of successful integration between the municipality and the economy. The forced interplay between employment and social policy is reflected not least in the merging of unemployment and social welfare benefits for those classified as fit for work. Various projects, e.g. as model variants for rationalizing the cooperation between employment offices and social welfare agencies at the Federal Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, pointlessly abbreviated to Mozart, as if the composer had been a pioneer of the labor service and not someone who was passionate about gambling away his money, and other projects, such as wage subsidies, job centers, etc., have been running model trials all over Germany for some time. The tasks of the Federal Employment Agency increasingly have the character of investments in the future or also of a socio-political nature. Accordingly, services from the Social Welfare Office, Youth Welfare Office, Housing Office, Addiction and Debt Counseling and Temporary Employment Agencies are to be offered together in the new Hartz Employment Agencies as labor market-relevant counseling and support services. Quote, in the face of rapid economic, technological and structural change, no state can afford to leave the skills and abilities of its population unused.
End quote.
This first sentence of the Hartz Commission's report already contains the program. Instead of an appeal to the economy to create jobs or distribute them by reducing overtime, a more comprehensive concept is presented. In order to achieve the goal of full employment, labor market, economic and social policy initiatives must be coordinated. This is why a new set of instruments is being created, which should enable networking between federal states, local authorities, companies and chambers across administrative boundaries. In future, these coordination centers will not only advise companies on the introduction of flexible working time models, but will also promote a regional economy of self-responsibility by supporting regional networks of small and medium-sized enterprises and regional economic cycles in areas where no export potential has been identified, particularly in the East. So-called activating assistance means mandatory integration into the state administration of unemployment.
No service without return.
The general guideline is a general reduction in state subsidies, or, if this is not possible, the use of the unemployed for charitable causes. Unused labor would suggest that state planning is incomplete. After all, unemployed people who work in Hartz's temporary employment agencies, PSA, would become workers receiving benefits for at least 6 months, but without pay. Whether the agencies are run by the Employment Service or, as recommended, by private financiers, the unemployed would ultimately be state-supervised employees who would be threatened with a suspension or reduction in pay if they failed to fulfill their contract. Quote, "A job in the PSA is assessed according to the same reasonableness criteria as any other job. Accordingly, more work is demanded."
End of quote.
Those who cannot find part-time employment in the commercial sector are placed in the non-commercial sector. Quote, "By using PSA workers in the nonprofit and social sector, this field is being reshaped. In structurally weak regions, it may be necessary to place more people in nonprofit and voluntary work via the PSA."
End quote.
The international NGO community and the homeless intelligentsia can also hope to participate. From the pool of job-seeking academics with appropriate professional and foreign language qualifications, a personnel reserve can be formed to support the industrial and culturally offensive foreign policy.
End quote.
With Hartz, the freedom to participate constructively should play a decisive role. It is as if alternative economists such as Joseph Huber and ex-Marxists such as André Gorz, who already propagated a dual system in the 1980s, in one area there is standard employment, in the second an alternative economy tailored to dropouts, had been involved in co-authorship. The report envisages a new definition of individual freedom of choice between different options as well as between the fundamental acceptance of the offer of integration and the decision for personal alternatives outside the employment system. Entitlements to social and material security through cash benefits would be linked more strongly than before to the acceptance of offers and personal contributions. However, people could also become self-employed, HAG, do a mini-job, €500, or forego unemployment insurance benefits. A personal contribution has even been considered for the loan for companies linked to a new job called the job floater. The job holder should be able to participate in the repayment of the loan by receiving a corresponding share in the company for his expenses. What is set out in the Hartz paper will not simply be put into practice in this form. However, the direction in which integrative social policy is heading will only really become clear once a summarizing concept of this long-standing development has been formulated. The Hartz Commission, which was commissioned by the federal government to draw up proposals for reducing unemployment, was not only concerned with saving the €3.8 billion already cut from the federal budget for employment and social affairs from 2004. The aim was to harness the experience and results of various pilot projects and targeted mobilization, such as the scandalization of employment office activities, which led to the replacement of the state administrator Jagoda by the reform-minded Gerster for changes in the employment and social sector. Hartz is not an incision, not a sudden experiment, not an election firework, but a project that was propagated for the election on a larger scale and has long been underway. For the Hartz Commission to be successful, the question is whether the timing was right in order to achieve an overarching consensus. The trade unions are already massively involved in the restructuring of social policy through collective agreements, such as the metal pension, which bypasses the existing social insurance schemes. With long-term care insurance, parity-based financing was replaced by sole payments by wage earners and limited to basic security, thus keeping wage earners free of costs and shifting part of the social welfare budget onto the insured. The reduction of so-called non-wage labor costs has been a declared goal of the Red Greens from the outset. However, parts of the wage-paying side want Social Security to be further decoupled from employment contracts. This has nothing to do with less government, as is often said in discussions on the subject, because a state-arranged basic Social Security system corresponds most directly to the desire for decoupling. This is why the same issue of the FAZ, August 1602, published a long article by the Happy Unemployed and a call for a boycott of the official handover ceremony of the Hartz report to the Chancellor, which took place on the same day in front of 500 invited guests in Berlin's French cathedral. The Hartz paper was criticized by the chairman of the Ludwig Erhard Foundation as a perversion of flexible employment relationships into objects of care by a state agency. With such anti-statist criticism, however, he reveals himself all the more as a representative of a particular group. Although the call for more market and lower non-wage labor costs is in line with the Hartz Commission's concerns, the lower non-wage labor costs would only be included if the entire concept is successful and the costs for the unemployed are actually reduced, which is too cumbersome for the economic representatives. First and foremost, it is important to gather national support for the elimination of unemployment. We built up Germany after the war, we achieved reunification, and now the unemployment problem. I am convinced we can do it, said Hartz in the French cathedral. According to the Korn Mission report, the reduction of unemployment is to be entrusted to a project coalition for the further development of the Alliance for Jobs. In this coalition, a multiplier community of 6.1 million professionals of the nation is to be addressed to mobilize the rest of society. In addition to clergymen, artists, scientists, teachers and journalists, the professionals of the nation are also to include trade unionists, members of parliament, employees of public employment offices, welfare organizations, associations and unemployment initiatives, of which entrepreneurs, managers and business functionaries are just a few among many. This kind of service is too heavy-handed for many business representatives, while the left is helping to exert pressure on managers via national responsibility. Quote, "What makes the detailed proposals, the modules of the Hartz Commission so significant is what resonates. It is about a profound, indeed a new definition of social democracy. Anyone who takes this concept too far must accept the accusation of being, if not elitist, then at least lacking in solidarity." TSB August 1702. The disagreement with the economic representatives is about the way in which individually enforced voluntariness should be exercised more by the market in the one case and by the state and all those who are willing to do good in the other. One can only hope that a further merging of wage and social policy will at least be slowed down by such disputes. Since social democracy, also known as civil society, has long since established firm bastions, it is a question of modifications and not of fundamental orientation. The main changes in the social sector in recent times have been the establishment of so-called welfare markets, in which private providers deliver social services, compete for state contracts and seek to increase the expenditure of customers for their services. In the modernization process of such a communitarian market, voluntary engagement becomes its elixir and corrective. This is recruited through responsibility for better offers or the unaffordability of emotional warmth. The critical public becomes the medium for articulating dissatisfaction and constructive suggestions. The current Shell Youth Study fits in with this, assuring parents that their children not only see motor vehicles as the epitome of individual freedom, but are also blessed with creativity in addition to values such as order, diligence, and security. The Elbe floods have rightly pushed the discussion about the Hartz proposals into the background for a while, as it is about the same kind of mobilization. And several newspapers are happy to quote the Neue Osnabrücker Zeitung, which notes how the call for a national show of strength mobilizes voluntary sacrifice across politics, the media and all other institutions, and in an admirable union of solidarity together refutes the many prejudices about the coldness of our society, its selfishness, its elbow mentality. For the otherwise so often deplorable overall state of our country, this combines signs of confidence, which stem from the sight of the depressing images. The well-felt challenge to formulate things even more sharply, which in this case could only mean for editor Dankwart Gurich, in view of the already jagged competition, to grow an upper lip beard and chant that the hero of these days is an astonished Volksgemeinschaft that recognizes and finds itself. It is a self-unleashing motor that unleashes undreamt of liberating forces, a willingness to tackle, to make physical efforts and sacrifices, sacrifice and a readiness to act that has burst forth so powerfully.
End of Quote.
Existenzgeld is the latest left-wing hit with the irresistible sound of subversion and even real political intervention, even if it has not yet been able to climb to the top of the charts of the most popular movements. It is an almost rigid defensive stance taken by the protagonists of subsistence money against Marxological sophistry, which could desecrate their sentimentally presented wishes for a reconciliation of dignity with value through stringent analysis. One could be forgiven for thinking that they are driven by a secret knowledge of the real futility of their late autonomous activism, to which they nevertheless devote themselves with their usual Prussian doggedness. It looks as if a certain type of disappointed leftist is simply projecting all the content and aspirations that characterize their earlier fixation on the social question onto the not-so-new salvation idea of a living wage, in the fabulous and fatal hope that something better than the various company, district and jobber groups must surely come out of it, if not any real change. These connections to various political demands are neither automatic nor utopian, but lines of a political debate that wants to bet on the fact that there is no revolution, but only a becoming revolutionary. And only becoming old and making nice. However, the postmodern movement junkies' demand for a living wage is not only an indicator of how strongly the left statism is set in concrete. For example, A representative of the exit group from Frankfurt/Main came to the following conclusion at the Existenzgeld Congress in Berlin: the national state is not a fixed entity. It develops through social struggles. In consequence, this is the left-wing variant of a way of thinking that relies on the nation-state in an unconsciously fetishized manner, in all seriousness, in the hope that this is the horse that is worth betting on in times when every postdoc candidate in economics talks about globalization. Nobody takes offense at the fact that since reunification at the latest, a pogrom-minded German collective subject is not only being protected, but is also being talked into a popular critique of capitalism. The subsistence allowance is to be paid for through the redistribution of corporate profits, was the comment in a report on meetings of social grassroots initiatives in the TAS as early as 1993. The subsistence allowance is to be demanded more offensively, and at the end of the 1990s nothing has been learned. Redistribute work and wealth was the slogan of independent initiatives for the unemployed, among the main protagonists of the subsistence allowance demand, at a rally against mass unemployment in the fall of 1998. In doing so, they placed themselves in the unfortunate tradition of Bebel, who prided himself on having deliberately omitted the Marxian fetish chapter in Capital due to its incomprehensibility and, not coincidentally, had a certain pedagogical understanding for anti-Semitism as the socialism of the stupid guys. The tenacious misconception that the self-valorization of value can be theoretically separated into the work process on the one hand and the production process on the other. The price of the commodity labor is not a market price, Ulmer 1999. Basic social security as a whole points beyond the existing wage-labor-centered capitalist social system because it decouples income and wage labor. Lira 1999. As if these two did not represent a contradictory but nevertheless inseparable identity, that the commodity exchanging society is merely an unfairly handled distribution process, subsistence money as redistribution from rich to poor, Ulmer 1999, which would only need to reflect on a moral economy by means of a regulator. A way of thinking that can only conceal its anti-Semitic point with social democratic autonomous effort when it insists that capital is essentially divided into functioning capital, on the one hand, and interest-bearing capital marks on the other. Quote, the prerequisite for the introduction of a living wage is of course the radical redistribution of social wealth from top to bottom, as a result of an extensive distribution struggle between labor and capital, Lira 1999. It is almost inevitable that the changed exploitation conditions of capital are not acknowledged. Outdated ideas about the value of labor and ideological stubbornness prevent the introduction of a living wage. The current situation is described as the consequence of a rigid system of assistance that is no longer fit for purpose because it is no longer up to date, Gisbert 1999. The fact that it is not about the model of a functioning welfare state, which can be helped to achieve full employment with left-wing Keynesianist advice, but about the post-Fordist superfluousness of existing labor, and thus also the so-called Industrial Reserve Army. This insight is obviously prevented by outdated ideas and ideological stubbornness. This is also the case with Johann Grob, who concedes the capital of the good old days Godesberg sense. Quote, capitalist society no longer seems to be in a position to distribute the wealth produced in a functionally meaningful way, Grob 1999. An insight into the logic of capital as an automatic subject would obviously have fatal consequences for the desperate search for the universally coveted revolutionary subject, which is as necessary for finding identity as the invocation of individuality is for the culture industry. For these leftists, a revolutionary subject is always and only a collective subject that appears fetishized as a concrete community, in contrast to an abstract cosmopolitan society. And in a community you have to help each other and not hold anyone accountable, let alone lecture them morally. Quote, it is pointless, because it is wrong, to simply assume that there is some kind of false consciousness that needs to be corrected by mere enlightenment. So how does the ideology of work get into people's hearts and minds? And could the demand for a living wage also start here?
End of Quote.
Those caught up in everyday drudgery are to be won over for an emancipatory activity or a mini-happiness imminent to capitalism, not getting up, no stress, doing projects. Aranka and AK 1999, quasi as a personal image of a romanticized sensual immediate utility value, or in the words of Ernst Bloch, who is also popular in these circles, active leisure. In a contribution to the discussion in AK, Frieder Dittmar does not shirk from stating the following, not only abstract. Existence money has an immediate impact on our everyday lives and unfolds a huge surge of utopian scenarios, or how would your life change if existence money existed? Is obviously a more inspiring question than what would your life look like under socialism, or what would the child be called? Because we ourselves hardly believe that we can experience a society beyond the prevailing conditions, we no longer know how to achieve it, let alone what it might look like, Dittmar 1999.
And the United Front Command from the Humboldt University, Autonomus Seminar AG Existenzsicherung of the Aktionsbündnis Erwerbslosenproteste, offers even more. Purpose-free Personal Work, lies Ure, enjoyment.
This state also describes the artist's work. Work whose purpose rests within itself appears to be the state that is actually worth striving for. AG Existenzsicherung, 1999. The authors failed to realize that this kind of occupational therapy eagerly contributes to the nationalization of the nation-state by barbarizing the legalized selection criteria of the nation-state to such an extent that the right to existence of every citizen is no longer measured by the demand for his work, but solely by being German. The claim to subsistence money is a human right and is based solely on the fact of having been born and living permanently on the territory of the FRG.
End of quote.
Ultimately, the only remaining instance of appeal for a right to a good life is the state, in complete contrast to its most loyal, democracy-loving, left-wing subjects. Quote, a culturally appropriate standard of living is just as much a fundamental right as the right to vote, the right to demonstrate or freedom of expression, Lira 1999. Or the right to play the lottery. The organizers of the Work Conference for a Living Wage and a Radical Reduction in Working Hours, on the critique of the wage labor society, must have already suspected something. Why else would they have given the introductory article of their conference newspaper, Aranka and AK 1999, the title Caution, Ambivalence, Political Instructions for the Demand for a Living Wage? In the text, they then openly admit, in principle, i.e., even after the introduction of a living wage, the compulsion to work, the patriarchal coding of production and reproduction work, of material and emotional work, the racist exclusion of refugees, and the self-evident nature of labor-intensive cheap labor, which is often reserved for migrants, remain.
End of quote.
Even Analyze and Critic is forced to ask itself what the whole discussion is all about when it has been appropriately castigated by the hallucinator of the new proletarianism, Karl-Heinz Roth. In the few remaining left-wing groups that are still active in connection with the social question, the demand for a living wage is increasingly becoming a beacon of hope. Paradoxical, when this demand as an expression of a mass movement has its best days behind it.
End quote.
And because this has long been known in the subsistence money scene, the objective there is different from that of the old operaist, even if it does not contradict a mass movement. Quote, that is why the demand for subsistence money seems to offer the chance to overcome the marginalization of the left, Dittmar 1999. Instead of a grassroots movement, the right to a say in social policy is now the object of desire. The Austrian Church, whose paternalistic chatter has now found its way into a reader published by the Heinrich Boll Foundation, also wants to find ways out of marginalization, left-wing jargon, for exclusion from the hegemonic social discourse as well as for the inadequate timing of the consequences of one's own political intervention. Quote, for the churches, the main goal is to guarantee all people in Austria the material basis for a dignified existence. The division of society into a majority of contented people and the rest, a surplus population, offers strong risks for social cohesion.
End quote.
However, the social cohesion that the majority of the autonomous AK, Aranka, Wildcat, and all the others like to rant about is never that of a free association, but that of a collective forcibly welded together under the imperatives of the capitalist valorization of value, which is only ever able to grant itself its historical constitution and legal legitimacy through recourse to the people, the state, and the nation. All subjects locked together in this collective, who have to earn their right to exist solely by constantly carrying their own commodity of labor power to market, are therefore globalization including Kurz's Thai women or anti-racism, unquestionably nationalists, Horst Pankow, and anti-Semites in waiting. Those under the brutal yoke of exchange value idealize and desire the historically created nation-state as the guarantor of the existence of a supposedly natural community of protection and destiny. Schauble. The German worker needs and longs for this guarantee of existence just as much as his immediate competitor, the German unemployed. However, since the German state took the lead in the workers' movement, both have been fighting together for what, in their perception, constitutes their existence in the first place, creative capital, in contrast to the abstraction of grabbing capital, for which, personified, the Jew must ultimately stand up. What distinguishes German socialization from that of other nation-states is its successful formation into a Volksgemeinschaft, i.e. the reconciliation of the contradiction between state and people in the Nazi people state. Once formed in this way, the post-fascist society of the Federal Republic no longer recognizes any class contradictions, but only the body of the people and its enemies. A state fetishist left that wants to address social contradictions within the society in an immediate and unreflected manner, i.e. to make them the lever of practical change, necessarily falls into the trap of not seeing the imminent contradiction of the self-valorization of value, but only the disruptive cogs that do not mesh seamlessly with the gears. These can then just as easily be seen in the state as the ideal total capitalist, which robs the good people of their well-earned fruits of labor, the homeless financial capital or the neoliberal Americanization, as well as in the parasite who is unwilling to work or in the unemployed migrant, as the ordinary German does, who is therefore a burden on the community. Thus the people's comrades are blissfully united in their blind rage at the wasteful materialistic moment of Western hedonistic decadence, because the deceived masses suspect that this promise, liberalism's promise of happiness, remains a general lie. It arouses their anger, they feel mocked. The fantasy of the conspiracy of lecherous Jewish bankers financing Bolshevism stands as a sign of innate powerlessness, the good life as a sign of happiness. A left that operates in this tradition, both theoretically and practically, is and remains the common sense of the anti-Semitic and racist mainstream, embellished by the left with cheap renitence. It is no coincidence that it is precisely this left that is so addicted to the demand for a living wage today. The pattern of its affirmation of the situation, which calls itself criticism, has remained the same, just softened by the strikingly displayed ability to learn, which ultimately has no consequences. The reform political attempts to implement the demand for subsistence money go back to the once quite friendly idea of decoupling wages and work as a step towards overcoming the socialization of work and value. In the sense that money once also contained hidden emancipatory potentials that confronted the toil of its acquisition with its abolition, Max Horkheimer noted, someone inherits a lot of money. How nice that he is kept in life without earnings, without work, without pain. Then they screech, how unjust. Do you realize that this is a little bit of justice that remains in this world?
Happiness without merit.
Happiness without merit. The protagonists of the living wage have turned this reasonable claim into a subversive revolutionary projection of social democratic redistribution policy in the service of the community. It was Horkheimer's insight that happiness as an expression of man's emancipation from entanglement in first nature and self-inflicted abandonment to the totality of second nature in this world could not be achieved with the screechers of injustice. Their modern-day revenants proclaim, existence money is feasible, Mr. Neighbor.
This is a banner of the Aktionsbündnis Erwerbslosenproteste. En this formula expresses almost the entire misery of the Kiezblockwarte.
Mr. Neighbor. If you can't think of anything better than addressing your fellow human beings and citizens in this way, in the hope of making politics with them, i.e. winning majorities, you must know which society you want to be in. You must know that your contact person understands society in the same way as you do community. He must know that he is always better off with anti-capitalist resentment among his folkish clientele than with a critique that promises to attack the constitutional conditions of the German state in particular and capitalist conditions in general. While early socialism à la Proudhon still demanded that neutral money be separated from the extraction of surplus value, the critique of capitalism by the existential money pimps implies that the national welfare state money is the antipode of vagabond international finance capital. This theoretical separation, however, promises the continuation of the folkish critique of capitalism under late capitalist auspices. While the former still relied on redeeming labor from the sphere of circulation by means of the state, today's advocates of the welfare state model believe that this sphere of circulation is to be guaranteed by the state alone. Once the functioning capital was then decoupled from the interest-bearing capital, it would be of general benefit to the occupants of
the state.
The real irony now consists in the fact that precisely those who would otherwise hold out for the material creation of value are now calling for the unboundedness of money that was feared a moment ago. In other words, the detachment of the monetary realization of value from material production. Separating the monetary form of capital itself into a useful, productive and good one on the one hand and a parasitic, unproductive and bad one on the other is the post-fascist reflex to the definitive superfluousness of existing labor power. At the point at which the constant self-realization of value as an equally constant process of crisis becomes clearly visible and tangible again, even in the welfare states of the first world, at the point at which the subjectless logic at work here sovereignly renounces its material, the working subjects, those who otherwise defended the material value, the use value praised as sensual. Against the abstract value, the exchange value, tend to divide the value realized as money into two. Again, the money of the nation-state is supposed to be the bulwark against the capital of the world market, which is seen as unmanageable. The fetishist consciousness cannot help but take the side of productive capital, as it perceives it as a lifeline in the midst of the crisis. In interest-bearing capital, the capital relation reaches its most external and fetish-like form. Here we have GG prime, money that produces more money, self-valorizing value, without the process that mediates the two extremes. In merchant's capital, GWG prime, at least the general form of the capitalist movement is present, although it only exists in the sphere of circulation, and profit therefore appears as mere profit on disposal, but at least it presents itself as a product of a social relation, not as the product of a mere thing. The subsistence money, ideologically stuck in the model of a more or less smoothly functioning welfare state, sees the state not only as a way out of the crisis of the working society, but also as the governor of the process of individual emancipation, in the sense of liberating people from so-called false work. Of course, this fails to recognize that a transformation from a society oriented towards wage and gainful employment to a society oriented towards securing a livelihood is not capable of liberating the individual from his or her subject form, but rather only flanks and secures the barbarization of late capitalist society into a real community of destiny behind a friendly smiling face, i.e., even the fiction of productive usefulness as a legalized guarantee of survival of the state subject would give way to sole membership of the imagined community. The selection criteria of the national collective would take on a new, and yet all too familiar quality. Whereas the bourgeois nation-state had still represented the right of everyone to reproduction as a historical achievement, at least as an ideal claim to production and material concession, a decoupling of wages and work would mediate alimentation solely through being or not being German. The appearance of economic usefulness would give way to the reality of political national affiliation and thus clear the way for a definition of nation that completely sheds its ties to the business economy and relies solely on the imagination of a natural people. But with one exception, the publication Rückkehrung 1999, from the Young Left, what has recently been formulated as a so-called critique of subsistence money is subliminally rooted in the same precepts as the object of its critique. In particular, the groups around the newspaper Wildcat, which a few years ago managed to justify the German pogroms as riots from the right, are of course concerned in their critique of subsistence money with something quite different from the folkish implications of this demand. According to their political tradition, which they derive from the Italian struggles against labor in the 70s, they think that the introduction of a living wage would mitigate the potential of social struggles by harmonizing contradictions. Quote, "The starting point is the certainty that independent struggles can no longer exist in the face of post-Fordism and the diffuse factory. Instead of questioning the theories of post-Fordism and criticizing their positive reference to capitalist development, they serve as a theoretical phrase to justify the need to mobilize and unite the atomized subjects from above. The demands are not linked to the struggles, but are based on an abstract reference to income and the state."
End quote.
The Wildcats, always on the shining path of worker self-management, once again attempt in their critique to concede a per se antagonistic will to the incapacitated labor power container, as if they could simply evade the imperatives of exchange. For them, worker self-management, like solidarity, is a stage on the way to the abolition of labor, although the universal self-management of producers is bound up with the requirements of production. But with the trick of assuming a class consciousness that can basically remain unaffected by capitalist socialization, they manage to reinterpret admittedly occurring resistance, the spontaneous struggle for more wages and less working time, into a revolutionary movement that is just waiting to flare up from a spark to a flame. Following in the footsteps of the Italian operaists, they have fallen for the fallacy that the chief operaist theorist Tony Negri offered as an intellectual novelty in 1978. Quote, "The program that has now emerged is the self-determination of the worker over the social working day as a fabric within which the current dynamic of the communist mass movement is pursuing the destruction of all organization of labor based on coercion. As far as the scenario of the 1980s is concerned, we may be able to project a situation in which the destructuring power of the proletariat is measured by the extent to which it separates itself within the body of society as a whole and thus conquers a high degree of independence. We believe it is possible that in these liberated social spaces a new form of cooperation will develop that contains extraordinarily advanced moments of communitarian organization. We are well aware of the harshness of the clash. Here we are talking about squats and factory occupations in those years, but at the same time we see before us a new process, that of the reappropriation of the project called communism."
End quote.
Wildcat also works with these fallacies. As if the apersonal constraints of the market did not set insurmountable limits to self-realization at the latest, she believes that as long as the idea and thus the will to liberation only exists, the nature of production itself would also develop towards the progressive and ultimately towards its complete abolition. In doing so, they fail to recognize that the exploitation of value runs unconsciously through history as a non-being and does not give a damn who is personally responsible for it. The Wildcat perception is the subjectivist expression of a necessarily false consciousness. The Wildcats project into the adulation of the revolutionary subject working class all the immediacy of the struggles that has long since been lost from the real confrontations. Equipped with the remnants of anti-authoritarian impulses, Wildcat is only just able to polemicize against the communitarian appropriation of its exclusive subject working class, in the hope that it has not yet been atomized. In the demand for subsistence money, the fetish of the good meets the index of the wrong, more ideally than in any other movement hype. The hope for change is thus entrusted to the last straw, in the knowledge that this clutch is worthy of mercy. The arguments that are held against the critics relate less to the cause than to the defense of sacrosanct wisdoms of movement and liberation. The fact that subsistence money promises immediate liberation from wage labor and consciously peddles a favorite term of the seen life world is the only advertising tactic that could help the pioneers conquer a political future. This has long since belonged to the liberal advocates of the basic pension and their Catholic subsidiarity colleagues. Instead of campaigning for ever new projects, those on the left who lay claim to happiness without earnings should rather practice advanced criticism of social conditions. Then the demand for a living wage would ultimately take care of itself. After all, any attempt to eradicate the all-pervading coldness is doomed to failure, probably because it does not touch the social order that produces and reproduces this coldness. If anything can help against the cold as a condition of misfortune, it is the insight into its conditions. And as long as this insight is not shared by either the existential money left or the majority of its critics, it will probably remain il sogno di una cosa for the time being. At least in the past, it was not only Germans who had the ability to imagine state rule as the exercise of parental care. As early as 1651, the Englishman Thomas Hobbes, still a pioneering ideologue of organized power of people over people, succeeded in differentiating parental and despotic rule from sovereignty by appointment. Of course, the author of Leviathan did not intend to make any qualitative assessment, for example with regard to the legitimacy or illegitimacy of the different types of rule. On the contrary, Hobbes regarded both as equally legitimate because they owed their existence to the same reason, fear. In view of the beneficial effect of sovereignly generated fear, the containment of death or servitude, in favor of the development of life and liberty, the sources of fear ultimately appear almost insignificant to the state theorist. In the further course of the argument, the two types of rule fall into one again, because for Hobbes, rule is legitimized per se by fear. Therefore, the characterization of the types of rule can also be contradictory in itself, without this significantly affecting Hobbes' affirmation of the state. Under instituted rule, people would have to affirm their rule out of fear of one another, under parental and despotic rule also out of fear, but out of fear of the one whom they instituted. For the state ideologist Hobbes, for his predecessors with their immediate religious arguments as well as for his successors filled with the spirit of the Enlightenment, rule is something self-evident, something that a priori can only be based on appointment, even if the appointers are not aware of this. In this respect, establishment and fear are not opposites for the 17th century state ideologist, unlike for some contemporary friends of rule with their self-confident, rationalizing affirmation of the state. And unlike his heirs who indulged in the illusion of pure voluntarism, Hobbes was well aware of reasonable objections to his deduction and knew how to dismiss them accordingly. In both cases, the aforementioned types of rule, they the people, act out of fear, which should be remembered by those people who consider all contracts concluded out of fear of death or violence to be invalid. If this were true, no one, in any form of government, could be bound to obedience. For Hobbes, obedience to the sovereign is the precondition for the taming of the qua naturally wolfish human character, through which the exchange contract of individual submission for general peace is accomplished. For Hobbes, fear, elevated to the purpose of the state, is the anticipated terror of the expected violent consequences in the event of contravention of state decrees. The passion that makes men least likely to transgress the laws is fear. Indeed, with the exception of a few noble-minded people, it is the only force that makes people obey them when there is the prospect of an advantage or pleasure from breaking the law. Although today's state ideologues usually only express such negative anthropology behind closed doors and only want to limit the effects of fear to selected internal and external enemies, they also know that the ideologue Hobbes was right as a theorist of domination. And they are aware of the casualness of his distinction between instituted and parental/tyrannical rule. Another word for fear is terror, and this is the prerequisite and basis for every type of rule. However, modern rule has become so ideologized that it largely no longer wants or needs to know about its origins. The state as tyrannical parental power, i.e. the patriarchal power of the father, underwent a feminine metamorphosis in most Western countries as patrie, patria, nation etc., but in Germany significantly, as the neuter of Vaterland. The Oedipal fantasy of Western patriots, who associated patrie or nation with the coveted mother harassed by foreign men, was always overlaid in Germany by the masculine projection of emperor, leader and guardian of the constitution. Only in Germany was it possible to develop such a grotesque distortion of the Hobbesian ideology of the state, as expressed in talk of the father state. Father state is not some kind of phantasmagoria like Uncle Sam, who as an archetype of explorers and pioneers protects the equally maternal and virginal homeland from the intrusiveness of male competitors and presumptuous pseudo-fathers, or Marianne and Britannia, who figure as unredeemed Oedipal fantasies, but somehow stands for the whole. Father state is a polymorphous, incestuous entity that transcends gender and genealogical boundaries. An entity which, of course, also has historical facticity. Unlike in the major Western countries, whose formation into bourgeois states took place qua revolutions or events similar to this term, events whose actors were based on the ideology of the usefulness of a bourgeois state for private interests, the founding and significant development of a Germany was exclusively the product of state initiative. What the great historical father figures of the Germans emperors, social democratic substitute emperors, leaders and post-war chancellors endowed with more or less authoritarian charisma, accomplished across the political metamorphoses of German statehood as a collective historical work of folkish national communitization, today comes to the fore in a superficially idyllic image of parental rule. The current father state of the Germans is represented by a rather harmless-looking pair of parents, an almost classic Leistchen-Müller figure, the federal chancellor, and the cozy, babbling actor of a small-town savings bank director, the federal president. In their public appearances, neither attaches any importance to intellectual brilliance or so-called pioneering visions. With their renunciation of individual vanity, with all the boredom of their characters, both seem to represent the enforced boredom of a late bourgeois society, which is therefore able to calmly surrender to the sleep of the self-righteous, because apparently nobody wants anything more than the constant continuation of what already exists. However, below the representative level of the harmless-looking state-parent couple, things are increasingly rumbling and the sharp dogs are barking. Hessian Minister-President Roland Koch and Foreign Minister Guido Westerwelle embody the status of pack leaders. The acne craters on their cheeks bear eloquent witness to the painful devastation of failing to cope with Oedipal trauma. Again and again, it seems, one has to prove one's equality with an unconsciously hated father figure by presenting oneself as a successful hunter of newly discovered enemies of maternal affection. Koch and Westerwelle have currently identified these enemies among the poorest, the Hartz IV recipients. Another sharp dog, the overweight SPD leader Sigmar Gabriel, on the other hand, sees the enemies at the top of the social pyramid, among tax-dodging multimillionaires. Regardless of their different objectives, both declarations of hostility are just as well received by the communitized people of the state as they are by fellow politicians, and they are in fact not as different as they might first appear. The public civic debate in Germany regards them as serious contributions to shaping the welfare of the family state, even if there is criticism here and there of their verbal acuity. The German father state and his family are currently concerned about special children of the state, the very poor and the very rich. Hartz IV recipients and tax evaders are equally suspected of national unreliability. Admittedly, for very different reasons, Hartz IV recipients have largely played out their role as the vanguard of an industrial reserve army, as forced state recruits for a general reduction in variable capital costs. The general lowering of the German wage level through the mass availability of almost free labor has produced an effectively functioning low-wage country with a relatively qualified and, above all, motivated workforce. Despite this success, however, there are still millions of people on an income of €359 a month, and now the question of usefulness or uselessness is being raised. €359 is still too much. According to the message from Koch, Westerwelle and company, it must become even less so that the usable workforce confidently works for even less than it does now. Performance must be worthwhile, is Westerwelle's credo, and that means the average wage must become even lower. If you are already being attacked for it, Westerwelle proclaims with the verve of pursuing innocence, that those who work must have more than those who don't, then that is intellectual socialism. In plain language, the person who works has more if the unemployed person receives less than €359. He considers mental socialism to be a dangerous mental infectious disease, capable of destroying the harmony of the German state family. In this delusional projection, socialism has nothing to do with real phenomena and the content of historical socialism, but embodies the perceived threatening possibility, which could still be generally present even in Germany, of the effective articulation of the particular interests of those condemned to profitable exploitation. The criticism of the verbal sharpness of the persecuting innocents does not question the hunting fever for national pests, but would rather see it directed in a different direction. The deputy leader of the SPD in North Rhine-Westphalia, for example, said, "For Mr. Westerwelle, only those with big bank accounts are high achievers, the poor should be satisfied with handouts."
End of Quote.
Of course they should. Even the SPD woman is not arguing for an increase in Hartz IV rates and certainly not for the abolition of the so successful wage reduction measure. But those with the big bank accounts. Yes, Their bank statements and tax assessment notices do not contain a command-style note like those on the so-called integration agreements of Hartz IV recipients. Quote, if you are staying within the area close to your time and place of residence, it must be ensured that you can be contacted personally by letter post on every working day at your place of residence or habitual abode at the address you have given home. In the event of an unannounced or unauthorized absence, the entitlement to unemployment benefit too lapses, even if this becomes known at a later date.
End of Quote.
Those with large bank accounts are a little freer. After all, they are supposed to use their freedom to increase their account balance and the state income. But because freedom can also be used freely and is usually wanted, these people are also suspected of national unreliability. It may seem like something out of a bad soap opera when the German Foreign Secret Service bribes Swiss and Luxembourg bank employees, then waves real or fictitious tax evader CDs around, and the national mob howls with satisfaction when the weekly figures of confessed self-reporters are published. The misused freedom of these people in a civic sense is that they do not use it for civic purposes. Their performance, like that of the low-wage workers, should also be worthwhile privately, but above all for the state sovereign. Like everyone else, the German state faces the problem of having created an internationally successful currency, but not being able to fully control its success, because the international free market availability of the currency is ultimately one of the basic conditions for this success. The highest possible possession of the general equivalent of liquid money is the prerequisite for relative freedom in state-organized capitalist society. In this respect, it is an expression of the enforced and consensual lack of freedom of the many not only not to grant the few their privilege of freedom, but also to approve of state measures against tax evaders, which ultimately also reinforce their own lack of freedom. A somewhat absurd situation in which freedom finds itself in the late bourgeois parental rule of the Germans. But it really is like this. In a society that considers the damned necessary struggle of the lower classes against their ever-increasing impoverishment to be a terrible evil, even the private egoism of tax-dodging capitalists must be explicitly defended against the national coercive community. Even the stupid expression on the face of the bourgeois and ex-post boss Zumwinkel, when he was presented to the media 2 years ago after a house search, showed that a person does not have to be absorbed in his civic role. Even members of the lower classes do not, of course, have to be absorbed in their roles as undignified followers in the traditional bourgeois sense, as current examples from other capitalist states show. But the Germans obviously feel like children of the state. They applaud to no small extent the sharp dog Sigmar Gabriel, who is calling for tax evasion to no longer be punished as a misdemeanor, but as a crime. And that promises to be a lot of fun, as a commentary in the Berliner Tagesspiegel on February 20th already pointed out. Fortunately, there is only unpunished voluntary disclosure in the case of tax evasion. Imagine a rapist voluntarily reporting to the police and going unpunished for it.
End of Quote.
Yes, the tax evader as rapist of the motherly or inspired by the latest sexual policy discussions, childishly innocent body of the nation. What wonderful socio-sadistic fantasies could unfold here, what previously unknown traumas and psychological murder attempts could be uncovered. To come back to Thomas Hobbes, one could say, Germans please themselves as subjects of a parental despotic rule qua institution. As has always been the case in German history, the children's fear of father state is transformed into a need to punish those identified as pests. And according to public opinion, the desired punishment should certainly serve as a model for Europe. Francis Sarkozy, for example, is scolded unchallenged in the German media for still not having overcome trade union resistance and abolished the 35-hour week. The children of the German state are currently looking with real horror at Greece, where even civil servants are putting up considerable resistance to the government's austerity package, imposed by the EU. The strike by Greek customs officers in the third week of February, unthinkable by German standards, caused sheer horror in this country. They had obviously never heard of a father state there and probably don't want to hear anything like it. Someone like Michael Jaeger from the East-West Weekly Freitag speaks for the good guys in this nation. For him, when he has to explain the DVU success in Saxony-Anhalt, one thought is obvious. People see how serious the crisis is and want fundamental solutions to be offered. But instead of fundamentally attacking government policy, even the opposition's candidate for chancellor believes he has to conform to it as much as possible. The result? Protest voters.
End quote.
Jaeger knows how to help. The CDU should not kowtow to the DVU and make the foreigners the scapegoat. The SPD should realize the alliance for work together with the Greens instead of a grand coalition at the federal level. The Greens themselves should speak ever more loudly about ecological restructuring. Quote, finally, we expect the DGB to give the jerk speeches on May 1st that Roman Herzog only avoided. Speeches that name the opponent, cynical big business.
End quote.
The direction of the ARD television evening was far superior to Friday. It had already had the commentary on the election in Saxony-Anhalt in the can for months. It broadcast its jerk speech, in keeping with the times in media terms, via Tatort, from the Bremen studio, directly after the Bonn round. The topic: why are foreigners being burned? The story: a Turk and a German work together at a shipyard and have been friends for years. The Turk leaves the shipyard and becomes a successful small businessman. The German stays until he is no longer needed.
But the friendship lasts.
They live side by side in workers' housing estates, and the Turkish man's daughter is engaged to the German man's son. The Turk secretly puts up collateral on the mortgage of the German, who gets into trouble with the payments on his house. When the Turkish family goes on vacation to Turkey and the German friend goes to check on the neighbor's house, he discovers the correspondence with a bank regarding the house. It is clear to him that his unfaithful friend is trying to rob him of his property. So he takes the can of gasoline and the matches. Tragic entanglement: a Turkish couple, friends of the landlord's son, spend the night on the upper floor. The arsonist knows nothing about it and becomes the murderer. The son solves the mystery and reveals to his father the futility of his motive. Logical ending: the father commits suicide. Conversation between father and son along the following lines. Quote: you don't know what it means when you're no longer needed. When there's less and less money. And the poorer ones with their friendship and their money. It's so degrading. We shouldn't turn foreigners into scapegoats, Michael Jaeger from Freitag demanded, and the crime scene from Bremen demonstrated it, in the area of tension between social issues and the need for tolerance towards minorities. Because tolerance can best be translated as painstakingly restrained willingness to kill, i.e., always with the prerogative of the majority in mind, it is worth asking about the limits of gentleness in all German tolerance efforts. The answer to this question is just as inherent in a Tatort or Lindenstrasse episode as it is in a trade union ruckus speech. The May Day speech of the DGB Executive Board, translated into plain IG Bau German, marks the proximity of tolerance and pogrom just as much as when a foreigner on television is reduced to his human dimension, i.e., he is accorded the same characteristics as all Germans. If the Turk from the crime scene had not been a stupid Ali, who constantly courts the love of a German asshole with slimy affection and incomprehensible generosity, but someone who simply wanted to round off his estate around the neighboring property, then he would have been judged. Then we would have to consider what is perfidiously implied in the movie. Aren't the Turks' businesses, import-export, possibly unclean like any foreign prosperity in this country? Has our arsonist then clearly overshot the mark, but at least out of honorable motives? Let's stay in the bleak reality. Then the arsonist will not have intended the fire purely to cause damage, but will have designed it as a furnace for the foreigner and his family. As a rule, however, this is still in the hate fantasies of a failed citizen. The act will be expressed in nagging calls to the police about loud music, etc., and a protest cross at the DVU. Just like the film Arsonist, we have to take the people, Michael Jaeger, seriously, i.e., those people from Saxony-Anhalt who, because of a lack of prospects, are putting their dream of ever new Hoyerswerdas, Rostocks, Zollingen, Molns, Lübeck with a pithy little cross called protest. With those who have made the immediate expulsion of all non-Germans, their program Saxony-Anhalt residents are officially 24% unemployed. In fact, with all unregistered forced housewives, early retirees.
Retrainés, over 30%.
For the most part, they have virtually nothing to expect on the labor market, and they know this quite well. But they did not vote for the DVU because for once someone is clearly naming their social misery and offering solutions. The election campaign of all parties was dominated by the social issue, which emerged here as an East-West issue. All parties campaigned with snappy slogans against unemployment, and none concealed the fact that nothing would change. You have to be a democratic socialist like the editor of Freitag if you want to recognize any alternative in ecological restructuring programs or trade union strategy papers. When the DVU writes in its party manifesto, "We advocate a comprehensive program of social security for the German workforce and for the creation and safeguarding of jobs through effective state support and provision," then it is, apart from the openly racist appeal, just as far as the other parties. With regard to the NPD's programmatic statement, it is not the people that serve the economy, rather the economy must serve the people. However, the management of the national economy is the task of the state and is subject to its ultimate responsibility.
But that may change.
Even the fascist war economy program of the national competition would not be elected because anyone believed in it. Voters are interested in the mixture of the unbelieved dream of the state as an economic leader and full-time employee, and detached from this, the self-presentation as an activist citizen, which is expressed in the willingness to kill for Germany. Voters are not so stupid that they have not understood the message. Behind tax reforms and job creation ideas, whether neoliberal, social liberal, or ecological, there is one guiding principle: we do not spend more than we earn, in other words, less and less. Quote, because no serious party and no economic program that can be financed by the market economy offers them a concrete chance in life in the foreseeable future, they have so far had little choice but to protest impotently, Tagesspiegel. The young Nazi from Saxony-Anhalt, with his pronounced sense for neat clothing, appropriate posture and military haircut, knows that he has no market value as a variable capital for employment subject to social security contributions, collectively agreed wages, etc. He knows that his future lies in precarious jobs. He knows that his future will lie in precarious employment, which will either be imposed on him by the state, asparagus cutting, or by the market, delivery driver for Pizza Hut. He himself would be the last person to make unreasonable demands. He does not storm the employment offices because he knows that there is really nothing to distribute. It is clear to him that the state must not run up higher debts, because otherwise the mark will soften and the EU criteria will not be met. He does not even demand higher welfare or job creation measures that would provide him with an adequate income, and of course, he knows that foreigners, who do not exist in his country, cannot take anything away from him. The young DVU voters do not expect any real change in their situation from any of the parties involved, and only 3% trust the DVU to pursue better policies, Freitag correctly analyzes. Before continuing, they want to provoke, shock, frighten. And this neglected voter potential can only be changed in the long term through viable perspectives. An existential challenge to democracy.
End quote.
As if they had not long since found the viable alternative in living people who need to be transported to their deaths, and as if the DVU did not offer exactly that, in a consequent extension of what the foreigner policy of the two democratic parties has stood for years. The Tagesspiegel is also looking for the livable and sounds like the DVU on its posters. In view of the scandal of 5 or 6 million unemployed, politics and business must now agree again on the primacy of the social. A primacy of the social, of course, which can only help the Saxony-Anhalt Nazi youth morally on their feet, because the same newspaper had already stated that no serious person would offer the brown clientele a concrete chance in life in the foreseeable future. Because the labor market has nothing for them, they, and with them the entire public, turn to the state, which everyone knows will not distribute more in the future, but less and less. In contrast to the Keynesian era, the appeal to the state does not refer to economic policy intervention via deficit spending, but to a mixture of social warmth and a regulatory state function. The protest citizen can only agree with his state in the persecution of troublemakers, those who do not belong, who are singled out as special along the same national lines of exclusion. The National Socialist Catalogue of Persecution remains the binding template, from B for disabled to Z for gypsy, from J for Jew to S for gay and A for foreigner anyway. In better times, their special status is ascribed to them as multicultural status, which is easily transformed into a license to murder when the social question comes knocking on the German door, as the election night crime scene vividly demonstrates. The citizen, as an impoverished politician of order, only knows the war against foreigners, which he wages precisely when there is no privilege for himself. This is the core of the social question in post-Keynesian times, which in Germany are post-fascist times. The will-less petty bourgeoisie, into which 40 years of the welfare state in both East and West have educated the working class, consists through and through of what the experience of the people's state has left of an emotion that used to be called hatred, the desire for annihilation. A reflex, would be a euphemistic description, that is directed almost as much against itself as against others. The fact that they don't kill each other is because there are still regulatory tasks to be done before that, tasks that can be accomplished by ticking off voters or patrolling for security and order, by murdering or beating foreigners, gays, the disabled and punks half to death. Content is only of secondary importance, commented AK on May 7, representing the entire liberal and left-wing press. There is no longer a relevant difference. However, the PDS, as an original left-wing force from the region, which prides itself on its social content, has never been the enemy of the brown brood and is careful never to take a fundamentally anti-fascist stance. The friends from the Zonenjugentreff know that when the PDS talks about Nazis, they need not feel addressed. Nazis out is the only poster the PDS puts up with the equally bold subline.
Out of our heads.
A look at ND's election commentary makes it clear why, not so unintentionally, the PDS is not a real threat to the national awakening. ND began with an analysis by a specialist. Marcel Brauman, who has already written for MUT and therefore knows that the social question is mutating into the national question, explains in the article Ferngestuert Dampfwalls Erschüttert den Landtag, remote-controlled steamroller shakes the state parliament, the Nazi triumph as a mixture of social protest and xenophobia. Christine Ostrowski is responsible for the political profit that democratic socialists can draw from such mixtures, a party Nazi that the PDS will have to reproach until she and her kind have been excluded with a clear justification. Ostrowski asked in the ND of April 30th, "The right steamer?" and states that it is not a matter of talking at the mouth of the people, but of looking the people in the mouth. If this had been done early enough, everything would have turned out differently. Our task would be to take up the protest and make it politically productive. Nazis, vote for the PDS? An option that Brown theory organs have been thinking about recently. But let's continue listening to Ostrowski. Every third construction worker in the East is unemployed. At the same time, quite a few foreign employees work in construction. Can you blame a local construction worker for getting angry when he loses his job, not least because of this? And yet, the construction worker is not a Nazi or a racist. He feels unfairly treated, and rightly so. However, the direction in which he looks for blame does not show those who are really responsible, but those who are even weaker.
End of quote.
The concern about the state of mind of the mostly fascist German workers in the East allows conclusions to be drawn about their own potential. The ND is still a little embarrassed to express this clearly. Nation UND Europa, NE, May 98, helps it along with its arguments. Quote, "One can probably conclude that the mass of PDS members and voters are nationally oriented and believe that international finance capital is working through the ruling system parties to destroy the welfare state and culture in Germany."
End of quote.
Already in the NE issue in April, a reader had declared, "As long as the German right is fought by the center-left with all dishonest means, right-wingers will vote for the PDS." And in the May issue it continues, "One thing is certain, the PDS is at all times the stake in the parliamentary flesh of the Federal Republic of Germany, and it is currently the only known party that opposes the neoliberalist global strategy."
End quote.
The question of whether the PDS is a communist party can be confidently answered in the negative, and the Northeast author consequent states that the PDS belongs in the Bundestag. He would like to see a distinctly national party, as a complement to the PDS, which exposes the anti-grassroots and people-destroying course of the neoliberal internationalists of the CDU, SPD and the Greens, but the cards are not bad for that either. If you open the ND again in the first week of May, you will find several letters to the editor on Ostrowski's article. Certain people with very dubious interests were, incidentally, agitating against Ostrowski. The 19-year-old MP Mirko Macri knows what he wants to stand up for in Parliament. "I am someone who thinks and feels German and would like to represent German interests." When asked, by Spiegel TV, 3.5, what he meant by this, he becomes visibly embarrassed, stammers and breaks off. He knows that as a politician he is obliged to formulate the message positively, and as an inexperienced politician he is involuntarily honest. It is not because he is particularly stupid that he does not know the answer, he remains silent because there is none. He could have said that German thinking is intensified Heidegger contemplation, undertaken by forest walkers on wooden paths, and that the representation of German interests is the introduction of the Reich Labor Service. Neither is positive. German existential ontology must always be negative, not as a critique of the wrong, but as a resentment against thinking in general, and no one dares to offer the Reich Labor Service as an alternative to German action.
The times are not like that.
Tav Schur, a German thinker with a direct PDS mandate, had already formulated the dilemma before the elections in Saxony-Anhalt. Hitler still got to grips with the problems by building autobahns. Today, the problems are too big for that.
End of quote.
The problem of those who want to solve the social question is not Hitler and National Socialism. People have long since got used to making something of the fascist work programs. Schur agrees with our young member of parliament that the National Socialist program of 1933 would not work today, and they are both right. During the Great Depression from 1929 onwards, the Weimar Republic literally ran out of work. While millions and millions of precarious existences in the service sector had just been able to keep their heads above water between 1924 and 1929, they in particular were left with nothing, augmented by an army of people who had just been laid off from the production process. A system that could only imagine full employment with the addition of armies of superfluous workers such as sales representatives, war-disabled match sellers, war widows running cigarette stores en masse, and a huge and correspondingly unproductive agricultural population had no way of compensating for the loss of these jobs that only just ensured survival. At the same time, unlike today, there was hope worldwide and under various circumstances, attempts to get the major crisis of capital under control through economic planning activities by the state. Job creation measures, which were implemented in large-scale projects such as dam construction, the development of transport routes or large-scale technology projects, were intended to reduce unemployment. Central economic management measures were intended to make the market fundamentally immune to crises, and the masses of unemployed people who were put to work were supposed to boost the domestic market again through their increased income.
The Programm feilet.
The modest contribution it made to the structural improvement of Fordist economies, a prerequisite that has completely disappeared today, was disproportionate to its triumph as a war economy. Nevertheless, state economic interventions were able to create work, which those entrusted with it took up voluntarily, and which also gave them a relatively better financial position compared to their previous existence as starvation sufferers. In the early years of the Reich labor service, when it was still voluntary, but also in civilian job creation schemes, the few marks a day with free board and lodging were a mockery compared to wages in industry, but for those who had no or virtually no entitlement to benefits, they were at least a temporary means of securing their livelihood. Germany in 1998, on the other hand, has by no means run out of work. The tendency of capital to drive the share of variable capital towards zero remains unaffected. Forced labor can be allocated quite democratically and without the state. The freedom of choice between taking up work and vegetating just above the subsistence level in precarious employment, which the Weimar Republic was no longer able to guarantee, is the alternative to state-imposed forced labor in the era of deregulated markets. Work will not run out as long as it is worthwhile to exclude a large proportion of the superfluous from state alimentation and make them work for the price of sheer survival. The Germany of 1998 still has a long way to go before it reaches the absolute point it reached in the early 1930s. Only when the sale of labor in the service sectors becomes impossible because no more social wealth can be extracted from these services, only when labor for the tertiary sector can no longer be bought at a price that allows for continued physical existence, will the market liberal path have reached its actual end. Employment and welfare offices, whose function in future will be to hand out alarm clocks to their clients free of charge, as Tony Blair's England so bluntly demonstrates, are cheaper and leaner than gigantic employment authorities that organize any kind of freeway construction. As long as the state helps guarantee a labor price above market value, it is doomed to buy non-marketable living labor on terms comparable to the guaranteed labor price. As a result, unemployment benefit or welfare payments in this country earn as much as 40 hours of toiling for an ever-increasing number of English people. In order for the blunt capitalist exploitation to work in England, even there the remainder that cannot be placed is tied to socially useful activities that earn them the relevant £20 more per week that would be missing for a glass of beer if they were on benefits. In Germany, this remainder will soon be determined and will be higher in the zone than in the richer and therefore more service-needy West. The zonies know best what they are facing. Since 1990, their biggest employer has been the state as the alimenter of the superfluous, just as the state was until 1990 as the purchaser of every quantity of living labor, at that time, however, for supposedly productive purposes. What they imagine state-guaranteed work to be is a Nazi-compatible communal experience at the conditions of an average Western wage, such as shoveling sand in the Oderbruch for DM 2,500 net. This is the only reason for the conspicuous listlessness of Saxon conscripts who did not want to see a harvest battle in asparagus cutting, but only harassment. In the radical left, it was long frowned upon to answer the question of the motives of those who beat non-Germans to death or vote for the corresponding parties by referring to their social background. This is a justified mistrust of the excuse made everywhere for the perpetrators, who, because they are in a bad way, could not do otherwise. In fact, the Nazi voters are in any case those who are either really in a bad way or the much more numerous ones who are driven by the incidentally very German fear of losing their job, their pension, their Deutschmark, etc. This makes the fascist vote one that could easily attract 30% or more of the electorate, although the party in question could well be called the CDU or SPD. Certainly, a new full employment miracle would not eliminate fascism, but it would reduce its immediate articulation, in the form of mass marches such as on May Day in Leipzig or the unrelenting wave of murder attacks, to a much lower level for the potential victims compared to today. Fascism is the most obvious answer to the fear of unemployment lurking in all members of the highly capitalist countries, which is administratively warded off and therefore nailed to the platonic starry sky, even in periods of glorious full employment. Because everyone knows that he would be superfluous according to the state of the art as long as production is being carried out for the sake of production, everyone perceives his employment as a disguised unemployment benefit, an arbitrary and revocable branch of the overall social product for the sake of maintaining conditions. Because in 1963, when Adorno wrote these sentences, the preservation of conditions was economically effortless and politically necessary, whereas today it is more difficult to divert anything and there is no political pressure to do so, the fear collective senses the dangerous proximity to a possibility that still seemed apocalyptic in 1963. Those who are not issued life cards could in principle be sent away tomorrow, the migration of peoples could continue, which the dictators have already stimulated once before, right up to Auschwitz. The everyday mind believes that the allocation of life cards is a right that can only be maintained if, beyond the undeniable superfluousness of individuals in the production process, a usefulness unquestionable by the rationality of capitalist economy is attached to the chosen ones. As a selection mechanism, which in case of doubt always sends the others on the migration of peoples, the proof of Aryanism must be combined with active affiliation, i.e., initiate the great expulsion for the sake of German labor. 60% of voters in the zone agree with the demand German jobs for Germans. Between 32 and 41% of young people organized in trade unions, in both East and West, declare that they are right-wing or rather right-wing. They are thus opting for a civic murder program in the name of productive work, which, as they themselves are well aware, is disappearing, because with their attitude they are also offering execution. This occupation of the social question by a growing majority of the population is not a necessary crisis reaction and is always a criminal one, but it consequentially solves a bundle of problems that right-wing and left-wing ideologues, of bad will on the one hand and good will on the other, are constantly putting together anew. The radical left's refusal to name the social question as a specifically German crisis scenario with a fascist option lurking within it is always also due to its own revolutionary proximity to this not at all revolutionary topic. For far too long, the radical left, including parts of the anti-German left, has ignored the fascist content of the social question in particular. The social question is not a synonym for the indescribable impoverishment of ever larger sections of the population, it is already the answer. Those who call for a solution to the social question not only want state intervention in an economy that no longer yields anything for the individual, but are already looking, whether knowingly or not is irrelevant, for social harmony under the sign of a just people state. Radical reformist hopes in a concept that has never worked and, unlike in the 1930s, has no prospect of any success in the 1990s, are regularly disgraced and no less doggedly relaunched. It is forgivable to have done something wrong when you have tackled it for the first time and have no experience, not even critical theoretical experience. But although a critical minority realized as early as 1930 where KPD politics would lead, namely to programmatic and practical bankruptcy even before the ban came. Relatively more leftists drew the labor and thus state fetishist conclusion in 1998 in the face of the crisis than in the 1970s and 1980s. The fact that the social question is now indistinguishable from the national question is obviously easier to express than for this realization to become part of critical intervention. In the corresponding appeals for the preservation or creation of new jobs, the correct insight of having to fight to improve one's own miserable conditions is turned into its activist opposite. There is no fight against the state as the guarantor of a humane order, because the inhumane order is presented in Friday jargon as cynical big business. Capitalism appears as a form of national economic activity that can be socially controlled and productively participates in the common good in useful, manageable units. This is why the form of resistance against cynical big business is not called criticism, which, as we know, can also be armed, but quite rightly protest. Protest means letting a powerful person know that you are not satisfied with him, but at the same time you see yourself unwaveringly as his subject. Protest is the faithful insistence on an equality of interests between the citizen and the state, an equality that harmonizes with one's own interests even when one's very survival is in question. In the civic protest, the bourgeois form of consciousness, interest, shrinks to an empty reflex. Where the social question, with its unavoidable accessories of solidarity and warmth, is invoked, what is meant is the collective of the truly loyal, rallying around their sovereign, who believe they have to protect themselves against the inclemencies from outside, thus naming what the sovereign's actual task is: war against national competitors and community against the supposed revenants of the external enemy within. Social protest is not a reflection of the revolutionary hope of earlier times, but only a reflection of the worst manifestations of Weimar left-wing radicalism, the nationalization of the workers' parties. The social question in Germany is necessarily a call for pogroms. It is the knowledge of what community really means, the triumphant threat of the repetition of atrocities once committed, which have been kept secret and glossed over for 50 years. It is the expression of a dead society that is unable to develop any critical potential in times of crisis, but instead replaces activity with regression and revolution with destruction. The dead DVU society murders dispassionately, but out of an inner urge, just as it dispassionately accepts what is done to it. It is resistant to any instruction, immune to any utopia, and incapable of any spontaneous emotion. Its members no longer have cars and are concerned about the price of petrol. They know that every business park will be an investment ruin and demand the destruction of nature reserves. They are 70 ecological because the only eyes that look at them kindly and whose gaze they can bear are the eyes of their dogs or baby seals. They are the result of the late capitalist adventure and the spawn of German existential ontology at the same time. The goal of history is being toward death. This is confirmed in the TAZ by the inevitable Hans Joachim Maas, the Heitmeyer of the East, who knows that the rage comes from within and actually means the parents and not the foreigners. Those GDR socialized looser parents, whose preference for the DVU is hardly noticeable in comparison to their bald-headed brood, are meant, and in the foreigner the dead GDR is to be murdered once again as a prerequisite for social purification. Maas consequent recommends Stahlgewitter. Only when the last foreigner has been slain will Germany be ready for warmth. There are only two possibilities: either continued prosperity, which is no longer realistic in the East, or a different policy with common values of solidarity and solidarity. In response to the TAZ question, where should it come from? Maas replies, things have to get really bad before people are prepared to open up. The English path to forced labor has long been mapped out. Apart from the misery of an ever-growing minority, it need not be accompanied by the misery of the constant threat of pogroms. While racism is at a relatively low level there and the proles of all countries of origin toil side by side for dumping wages, in Germany this fate is only to be reserved for Germans. While Britain's last real girly girl, Lady D, seems to have gone home to make way for the likes of the latest Grand Prix de Eurovision contestant of distinctly non-British origin, the mood in Germany is so full of love that the neighboring European is freezing cold. The middle classes are making the fears of recent Tatort productions come true in the hit song Business too. With Gildo Horn, they are presenting themselves unsuspectingly and thus the German answer to the social question as well as international show business all in one. German inwardness, whose offensive message of really wanting to love everyone, is no longer presented by a Nicole from the laboratory of the Schläger professionals, but by a paragon of the just milieu who insists on authenticity, whose supposed self-irony wants to be measured against the winkingly chosen average, someone who is loved across all milieus because of his offensive sweating, his embarrassing hairstyle, and his paunch. So much loved that neighboring countries, especially Holland and Switzerland, have to put up with the accusation that they are keeping it up with the Teutons because of the German cell phone owners who have marched there to vote for Gildo. Elsewhere, the glamour of show business is used to preserve a remnant of beauty and seduction that seeks to escape the miserable mediocrity and menace of everyday life, while Germany celebrates itself. What people recognize in the Gildo frenzy, the mob rule, has long since been laid out in the love parades. This staging of joylessness passed off as joy, which manifests itself threateningly in the sweating march of the great German hedonist army and thus already celebrates its supposed contents such as love and peace as their opposite. The love message of the bard, whose actual profession, social worker, has much to do with the incorporation of Nazi murderers into the great Volksgemeinschaft, is the message of the Volksunion Deutschland through its commentators after the Saxony-Anhalt election, who knew little to lament about threatened foreigners, but all the more about the great cold. The message of love to the whole world does not mean billions to be embraced, but about 75 million Germans. The dream of love with nut corners is that of the state as guarantor of the unity of economy and politics. The dream, which is supposedly civilized in the collective swaying for Gildo or the stomping for techno, has long since celebrated the finally found real belonging to the nation. The jubilant collective, which is identical with itself, senses that each individual has been given the task of acting as the force of order in the German people's state, which comes together in exuberant love through massive murder. Just as the father in the crime scene of April 24 speaks a frank, personal word to his son for the first time after burning 2 Turks, every protest election in this country, and the Gildo election is only seemingly more harmless than the one in Sachsen-Anhalt, it has to get really bad before people are ready to open up. Life in the flat countryside is undoubtedly terrible everywhere. Nobody in their right mind would want to live in one of the places described by Sinclair Lewis in Main Street or Babbitt, 2 of the best books about the impositions of the provinces. Boredom, oppressive confinement and narrow-mindedness prevail, people can't stand each other, and new roommates are basically regarded as disruptors of the established order, and thus at the same time, as targets of their own aggression. Hardly anywhere in the Western Hemisphere is it as terrible as in the East German provinces. Basically everywhere, as it was said on GDR television, between Cape Arcona and Fichtelberg, Brocken and Landskron. If you want to talk about these conditions, you have to talk about the party that, through its party-affiliated foundation, financed today's event and is an integral part of everyday East German culture thanks to its apron, side and alliance organizations, its press apparatus and its work with senior citizens and city districts, the Left Party. In reference to a much-quoted quote by Max Horkheimer from 1939, it even has to be said, if you don't want to talk about the Left Party, you should also keep quiet about the repugnancies in the East German provinces. The Left Party is not only an expression of East German conditions. It not only condenses everything that makes life in the East so unbearable, aggressive whining, a dull cult of community and bad taste. The Left Party is also the central catalyst of these conditions. It is what its predecessor organization, the SED, always wanted to be: avant-garde. The party does not assume this avant-garde status vis-a-vis the working class, of which the SED no longer wanted to know too much. Instead, the Left Party presents itself as the representative of an oppressed people who are fighting back against imperialist foreign rule, or, as Sarah Wagenknecht regularly puts it, imperialist foreign administration. Even though the proposal by Dresden PDS politician Christine Ostrowski to transform the PDS into an OVP, an East German People's Party, was voted down within the party in the 1990s, the successor to the SED has long been a people's party in the worst sense of the word. Accordingly, the central prerequisite for becoming part of the Left Party is not what used to be called a progressive attitude. Rather, anyone who wants to be considered as a client, negotiating or alliance partner of the PDS must have an East Zonal origin, or at least an East Zonal attitude. It was in this spirit that Gregor Gysi founded the Committees for Justice in 1992 with the right-wing CDU member Peter Michael Diestel from Brandenburg, a kind of East German association of displaced persons and disenfranchised people, which, in the words of Gysi, wanted to exclude controversial issues such as asylum policy for the sake of their common origins. In this sense, after a latency period of almost 20 years, the left in the old federal states functions as a catch basin for the honorary Aussies of the West, for a milieu that mourns the good old days of the Schmidt era, feels permanently lied to and cheated, and attributes its own dissatisfaction to the invasion of foreign locusts, Franz Muntefering. And it is in this spirit that the Left Party is always on hand when East Germans once again rally against homes for asylum seekers, pastors from the West, or the accommodation of Jewish quota refugees in order to justify even the biggest messes by pointing to the loss of polyclinics, jobs, and, especially when the material argument can be too easily disguised as a lie identity. Firstly, this signals to the East German people that someone understands their failures. Secondly, it is incited to further excesses. And thirdly, they are given patterns and phrases of justification for these excesses, with which they can rationalize their hunting instinct in the future and justify it to Western television. In particular, the formula of loss of identity, which is now part of the standard vocabulary of every Mecklenburg campground brawler, is likely to have been spread in the East by the PDS in the first place. While the party's executive committee is often still practicing its maneuvering, the essence of the Marxist-Leninist dialectic of social and national liberation, which was drilled into the older generation during the party's training year, comes across undisguised in the regional papers, at the general meetings and district party conferences of the left. Looking at the party base and the party's voters, it becomes clear what has also been observed in the Third World since the beginning of decolonization. The struggle against foreign domination is directed less against domination than against foreigners. In percentage terms, the Left Party not only has the largest proportion of xenophobic voters of all parties represented in the Bundestag. The almost obsessive enthusiasm of the PDS-affiliated press for Hamas, Fatah, and company should also be understood not least against the background that the Palestinians are waging a proxy war for genuinely East German desires with their fight for the native clod, the autochthonous traditional society, and the associated right to the great hallelujah against foreigners. When Neues Deutschland reports on the shootings in Hebron, Gaza, and Ramallah, it is writing less about the conditions in the Middle East than about the longed-for uprising of the Schwarz Pump, Black Pump works. Campaign group against Besser Wesses, the true Handenstalt and foreign workers who, according to Oscar Lafontaine, are taking jobs away from Chemnitz family fathers. Wherever the Left Party is particularly strong, it is therefore particularly dangerous for foreigners. Wherever the Left Party can achieve great electoral success, it is particularly difficult for nonconformist young people, and wherever the Left Party can exercise the famous cultural hegemony, public tolerance towards neo-Nazis is also particularly high. This may seem surprising at first. Anyone who was active in anti-fascist initiatives in the 1990s usually knew one or two PDS city chairmen, members of the state parliament, or MPs who volunteered to register a demonstration or ask a small question in parliament. However, this registrant either wanted to see the neo-Nazis against whom the demonstration was to be held as an import from the West, as young people who had been seduced by nasty cadres from the old federal states. Or, at best, he acted with the backing of a few board members against the party base. When a PDS member of the Saxon State Parliament registered an anti-fascist demonstration in Wurzen in the 1990s, probably the most important neo-Nazi center in Germany, according to the Office for the Protection of the Constitution at the time, he was not only criticized by some of his parliamentary group colleagues. The general meeting of the regional PDS also vehemently distanced itself from the demonstration. The boundaries between right and left were never particularly clear. The Gysi party's regular flirtation with the nation, from Count Einsiedel's German nationalism to Gabi Zimmer's I Love Germany speech and Oscar Lafontaine's social patriotism, is certainly in keeping with a bad left-wing tradition. Nevertheless, the Left Party stands not only for occasional border crossings, but for a phenomenon that Kurt Hiller already described in the 1920s with regard to National Bolshevism a la Carlo Patel, Otto Strasser or Autograph with the formula left-wing people from the right. The Left Party could therefore just as well be called the Right Party. For years, the party has not only had the highest proportion of voters who put their second cross with the NPD or DVU. When it comes to enthusiasm for law and order, traditionally more of a right-wing issue, the Friends of the Left have also long since beaten the voters of the other major parties. According to the current Saxony-Anhalt Monitor, an empirical study that has been carried out in the former GDR districts of Halle and Magdeburg since 2007, 75% of left-wing party voters in Saxony-Anhalt believe that security is more important than freedom. This means that the greater the voting preference for the Left Party, the greater the willingness to sacrifice individual liberties for a stronger state, and experience has shown that this means invasions of privacy, social control, and harsher punishments. Like all ideological parties, the Left Party is elected less on the basis of its party program, which is, of course, bad enough. The Left's programmatic cornerstones define the USA, whose policy would aim for a world completely subordinated to the valorization of capital, and the international financial markets as the world's great evil. Instead, it is elected for what it stands for, as Gregor Gysi regularly says in his marketplace speeches. This standpoint program can also contradict the official party program. A few years ago, even the longtime PDS vice chairman Wolfgang Gerke had no choice but to admit what is probably still true today: the party is not elected because of its occasional criticism of racism, which is likely to be seen at grassroots level as a quirk of the party executive, which is under West German influence anyway, but in spite of it. In this context, Oscar Lafontaine's regular violations of the party program are a signal: nothing is eaten as hot as it is cooked. This renunciation of consistency and consequence, which enables supporters of the left to project even the most contradictory ideas and desires onto the party, makes the association, and this is probably its central attraction, an idealistic total boss. Here is a brief digression. If we take the figures from a number of empirical studies and a series of everyday observations as a basis, the typical East German, referred to below as Silvio Normalversager for the sake of simplicity, has firstly gained materially as a result of reunification. According to 69% of Saxony-Anhalt residents, the standard of living has risen. 59% believe that the opportunities for personal advancement are better in reunified Germany than in the GDR, and 81% are convinced that personal freedom has increased since 1989. Nevertheless, he is permanently dissatisfied. On the one hand, he mourns the GDR, about which he could not say enough bad things in 1989-90. 6 out of 10 Thuringians, who can be seen here as thoroughly representative of the East Germans, want to have been satisfied with socialism as it existed in the GDR in retrospect. A small majority find more good than bad things about the GDR. In this context, it is also interesting to note what the inhabitants of the new federal states found good about the GDR. 77% of those living in Saxony-Anhalt believed that dealing with each other was better in the GDR. The allocation of apprenticeships and the 45 years in the same machine park, which the GDR's social plan provided for school leavers, were converted into better social security by 57% of respondents. And 68% of respondents praised childcare in the GDR by referring to the childcare centers where you could leave your children from the age of 8 weeks from 4 in the morning until 10 in the evening, so that you no longer had to look after them and let grumpy kindergarten teachers take care of them. On the other hand, hardly anyone, less than a fifth of respondents in Thuringia, really wants the GDR back. East Germans seem to be unable to stand being anywhere near where they and their peers are. Secondly, Silvio Normalversager initially called for capitalism, the Deutschmark and reunification. Helmut, get the Deutschmark out. The Saxons are coming at a steady run. But now that he has received the whole thing, he doesn't want to know anything about capitalism or his own call for it. His situation does not seem to him to be the result of his own actions and decisions, but rather the consequence of evil machinations by dark forces. In this sense, he sees himself permanently disadvantaged, cheated, and taken advantage of. More than half of Saxony-Anhalt residents believe they are treated as second-class citizens by West Germans. 23% of East Germans completely agree with the statement Germany is dangerously over-foreignized, and have no fear of making a fool of themselves in the face of a foreign population of 2%, when those who dangerously over-foreignize the country would first have to be searched for by a special investigation unit. 9. And thirdly, Silvio Normalversager behaves like a zoo predator when it comes to special offers. He was and is at the forefront of the legal and semi-legal grabbing of home ownership grants, scrappage premiums, and subsidies of all kinds. Nevertheless, he never tires of complaining about the elbow mentality and greed. As everywhere where egomaniacs complain about a lack of collective spirit, pointing the finger at others east of the Elbe is primarily intended to legitimize one's own lashing out at supposed community pests. Measured in terms of population size and proportion of foreigners, it is still at least 10 times more dangerous for a Spaniard, Vietnamese, Portuguese, or Mozambican in East Germany than in the old federal states. Almost twice as many East Germans as West Germans agree completely with the statement that foreigners should be sent back to their countries of origin if there is a shortage of jobs. Silvio Normalversager is therefore reminiscent of an overgrown toddler who has not yet fully developed his ego. It regularly confuses its own actions with the actions of others. It vehemently rejects responsibility for the porridge on the wall, the wet diaper, or the dismembered teddy, and it has not yet learned that you cannot go to carnival as a pirate and an Indian at the same time, and attributes the resulting renunciation. If you go as a pirate, you cannot be an Indian and vice versa. Not to logic, but to the maliciousness of its environment, which it then bullies to compensate. These three characteristics, meckermania, self-incapacitation syndrome, and projective self-relief, can also be observed in the PDS, meckermania. Anyone who has followed the development of the party over the last 20 years knows its history is a unique success story. In the final years of the GDR, the SED had completely run its course. In the first all-German federal elections in 1990, only 2.5% of German voters voted for the PDS. In the long term, its presence in the East German state parliaments also seemed to become precarious. In the meantime, left party representatives sit in 12 state parliaments. The PDS successors received around 12% of the second votes in the last federal election. The party was involved in government in several states, and the expansion into the West, long the party's problem child due to its repeated failures, has also been successful. Despite this, the Left Party is permanently dissatisfied. It regularly believes that it is treated unfairly, disadvantaged, and persecuted. When it becomes known once again that a Left Party member was a Stasi collaborator, Left Party members speak of a witch hunt. See for example Berliner Zeitung of December 3, 2009, as if witch hunts were not exactly a specialty of the GDR State Security Service. When Andrea Ypsilanti is reminded during her coalition negotiations with the Greens and the Left Party that she had categorically ruled out cooperation with the left during the election campaign, the comrades do not see this as a reminder of the maxim promises are to be kept, which even preschool children are confronted with, but see a nasty smear campaign at work. And when ARD points out to Peter Sadan, who already wanted to run for the Left Party in 2005, that he will have to temporarily suspend his role as a crime scene commissioner because, according to the broadcaster's guidelines, elected representatives and candidates for a mandate are not allowed to appear on television as creative persons, the party senses a devious conspiracy. Anyone who opts for the left in Germany, according to campaign manager Bodo Ramelow, must expect a professional ban, exclusion, and ostracism. Self-incapacitation syndrome. At the beginning of February 1990, the then GDR Prime Minister Hans Modrow, still honorary chairman of the Left Party, took up the reunification rhetoric of the early SED, presented a plan entitled Deutschland einig Vaterland, Modrow Plan, and proposed the unification of the two German states. While the radical left rally, founded in Hamburg in April 1989, attempted to fight reunification until 12:05, Modrow proudly referred to his own contribution to German unity in the first all-German parliamentary election campaign. And while an anti-German or anti-national left, both terms were still used synonymously at the time, emerged in the context of reunification and the radical left, Gregor Gysi accused Chancellor Helmut Kohl, of all people, of not doing enough for reunification in February 1990. So far, the Chancellor has not been prepared to make a single political concession for the sake of German reunification, and that is anti-national. Now that the party has gotten what it has been banging the drum for like no one else on the left, it is not only presenting reunification as the super-GAU of German history again and again. It also no longer wants to remember its own enthusiasm for unification and consequent refuses to take responsibility for its part in the black-red-gold hysteria of 1989 FF. The Left Party never tires of complaining about rip-off Wessis and diet hunters. The stupid thing is that they don't seem to realize that their talk of skimming and ripping off mainly describes themselves. Whether it's Saxony-Anhalt's model left-winger Petra Sitt, who stole a cheap lipstick years ago, the Schwerin parliamentary group leader Katharina Muth, who stole an eyelash spiral a few years later, the Saxony-Anhalt state treasurer Rolf Bernhard, who squandered 200,000 Deutschmarks of party funds on dollar speculation, or the Left Party in Berlin which, with an eye on its Senate seats and cheap food in the town hall canteen, is whistling about its program, its promises and its voters, and is putting into practice the very anti-social measures that it otherwise so loudly condemns: wage cuts at the transport companies, sale of municipal housing, increase in kindergarten fees, etc. The party displays a mixture of lack of principle and aimless greed. Those who bag cheap cosmetics despite their MP salary are not stealing out of need, but because the opportunity seems favorable, that would make any West German used car dealer of the early 1990s envious. Ultimately, the longing of the left party voter, and probably also of the grassroots comrade for authority and security, should be understood against this background, since he assumes that all people have as unsentimental a relationship to social manners, rules, and conventions as he does. He lives in permanent fear. The classic authoritarian is not so much a traditional Philistine who cannot imagine breaking a law or one of the countless unwritten norms of behavior, but rather a thwarted rebel with a need for self-disinhibition. Because he has not been able to develop a superego that tells him what is right and wrong, he demands the constant presence of the police, law enforcement, and security services for fear of doing something wrong. Since he has not been able to develop an inner moral authority, he clings to an external authority that he secretly despises because it prevents him from living out his need for disinhibition. Anyone who does not want to completely abandon the hope of humanizing the flat country, the great dream of socialist and communist village teachers of the early 20th century, should at least realize that the central problem of the province in the east of the republic is not so much the much-discussed distribution network of right-wing extremist lifestyle devotional objects as the left party. Even if the neo-Nazi comradeships, which the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation would probably have liked to talk about today, are often more dangerous than the pensioners' regulars tables of the PDS District Association in Cothen. When the verdicts against the 4 young Nazis who tortured 12-year-old Kevin so brutally in nearby Pummelt in January 2006 that he was diagnosed with 34 individual injuries after the crime were handed down at the end of May in Skånbeck in Saxony-Anhalt, not all of the perpetrators were in the dock. Kevin, who was maltreated because his darker skin color would tarnish the purity of the village of Pummelt, did not come to Pummelt of his own free will. Coming from a broken West German home, he was initially looked after by the Youth Welfare Office in his home parish, which then handed him over to the Skånbeck Deaconry, which finally placed him in the Pummelt Children's Home. The public prosecution should have been extended against the employees of the West German Youth Welfare Office responsible for Kevin, and even more so against the officials of the Diakonisches Werk Skånbeck who were responsible for his extradition to one of the worst corners of the zone. After all, they deliberately forced a person whose skin color is a little darker than that of other young people, Süddeutsche Zeitung, to live in the deepest province of the zone, and thus knowingly brought about a situation in which the person concerned had to fear for life and limb on a daily basis. In Kevin's case, those responsible at Diakony could therefore be accused not only of gross negligence, but even of complicity in a violent crime against a person under their protection. Similar charges would have to be brought against government agencies that are still forcing hundreds of asylum seekers with darker skin to live among self-confessed zonies. But this is of course wishful thinking. To consider the forced deportation of a 12-year-old to the zonal province to be criminally relevant or even to bring an action against the Diakony in a German court would require a social consensus that life in the zone is absolutely unacceptable for non-Aryans. Because this consensus does not exist, the Skånbeck Diakonia Association took cynicism to the extreme and, instead of at least paying for the damage that could be compensated for as the responsible party, asked the public to pay. In the meantime, the Skånbeck Diakonia Association has set up a donation account for therapy for the victim, Tagesspiegel, May 23, 2006. Actually, the special conditions in the Special Awareness Zone, as East Germany was once ingeniously and unwillingly referred to in the world, should be so well known that nobody believes the grotesque lies of interested civil servants who claim that things are the same everywhere in Germany as they are in the 5 new states. But anyone who thinks they are allowed to talk about conditions in Pummelt must expect to receive a warning. Such a one-sided perception obscures the fact that right-wing violence is an all-German problem, stated Heike Kleffner, the head of the mobile counseling service for victims of right-wing extremist violence in Saxony-Anhalt, against all empiricism, TAS April 24, 06. Kleffner is the figurehead of a professional association of independent Antifa experts who are now completely in the pay of the state and who, because of their unfounded gossip, are partly responsible for the fact that small children are passed from the relatively safe West Germany to the hell of Pummelt by misguided Youth Welfare Office employees. Kleffner's statement in the TAS differs in no way from that of one of her favorite enemies, Georg Schonbohm, who, as an outspoken right-wing politician, hardly plays down the conditions in the zone any differently than the intrepid fighter against the right. The danger of becoming a victim of violence in Brandenburg is no higher than in many other regions of Germany. Tagesspiegel, April 21, 06. However, Kleffner and Schonbohm differ considerably in their assessment of so-called right-wing extremism in the east of the country. While one assumes it to be effective everywhere and speaks of a modernized right-wing, which in many places confidently carries out cultural hegemony and occupies every public space that is left to it, the other claims for his area of responsibility. There is a small minority in Brandenburg that is xenophobic and ready to use violence.
End quote.
A look at the statistics seems to prove both of them right. The current report on the protection of the Constitution for the whole of Germany states, the number of right-wing extremist acts of violence increased by 23% to 958. 1-0 for Kleffner. But, the number of violent right-wing extremists increased to 10,400 in the same period. Schonbohm's equalizer, 10,400 right-wing extremists prepared to use violence are a small minority in relation to 80 million German citizens. However, the question of where in Germany the most violent acts occur in relation to the population remains unanswered. The Tagesspiegel, in which Heike Kleffner publishes as a guest author, stated, "It is true, the risk of being attacked by right-wing thugs in East Germany is up to 4 times higher than in the West."
End of Quote.
So everything seems to be clear. The minority that goes on the hunt for foreigners in Brandenburg, among other places, does not seem to be as small as Schonbohm claims, and a danger is probably not as all-German as Kleffner portrays it if it materializes with such a high probability in a certain corner of the country. But in a newspaper in which Kleffner and the Antifa editor responsible for it, Frank Janssen, are allowed to make the announcements, inconvenient facts and figures are simply falsified if they cannot be completely denied. The Tagesspiegel continues, but there is no reason to gloat, right-wing radicalism also exists deep in the West. No one wanted to gloat and no one ever claimed that there were no violent Nazis in the West. The question was how right-wing extremist acts of violence compare between East and West. This is the Tagesspiegel's answer. The NPD and DVU in Saxony and Brandenburg are being ideologically and materially upgraded from the old federal states, and the sites of shame in post-reunification Germany can also be found in the West, in Solingen, in Lübeck, in Mölln.
End of Quote.
The influence and significance of the DVU and NPD in the zone will be discussed later. The murders in Solingen and Mölln, which took place in the early 1990s, have been identified as right-wing extremist and West German. The arson in the Lübeck hostel, 1993, on the other hand, has never been solved. It could just as easily have been right-wing extremists as migrant residents. Be that as it may, the question was where, in relation to the population, are the most right-wing extremist acts of violence committed today, and we still don't have an answer. At last, the Tagesspiegel has come up with some statistics. There are more xenophobic acts of violence in North Rhine-Westphalia than in the eastern German states, albeit with significantly more inhabitants. The entire zone, excluding Berlin, has 14.5 million inhabitants, North Rhine-Westphalia 17.7 million. Is the author now saying that there were more right-wing extremist acts of violence in NRW than in the zone, or is he comparing one of the 5 less populous zone states with NRW? He leaves that open, knowing in advance, the problem is an all-German one, May 23, 06. The truth is this: in 2005, 121 right-wing extremist crimes were committed in NRW with its almost 18 million inhabitants, 107 in Saxony-Anhalt with its proud population of 2.8 million, and 97 in Brandenburg with its population of 2.6 million. 000 inhabitants. The first to fourth places are occupied by Eastern German states, led by Saxony-Anhalt with 4.29, followed by Brandenburg with 3.78, Thuringia with 2.25 and Saxony with 2.07. Schleswig-Holstein in western Germany came fifth with 1.94, followed by Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania with 1.63. Or to put it even more clearly, the 5 most populous federal states, all of them in the West with a combined population of more than 55 million, bring up the rear in the all-German hit list of violent right-wing extremism. The willingness to attack a foreigner, a Jew, a homeless person or a tick per 100,000 inhabitants is 0.69 in NRW, 0.66 in Baden-Württemberg, 0.62 in Bavaria, 0.59 in Rhineland-Palatinate and 0.41 in Hesse. It is even clearer. The probability of becoming a victim of right-wing extremist violence in Saxony-Anhalt is more than 6 times higher than in NRW and even 10 times higher than in Hesse. Didn't someone say, referring to the figures of the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution, which are based on the police reports of the federal states, such a one-sided perception obscures the fact that right-wing violence is a problem throughout Germany? Does this perhaps have something to do with the fact that Heike Kleffner said this in pursuit of her professional interests as the quasi-Antifa representative of the creepiest state in the Republic, Saxony-Anhalt, where Pummelt lies just behind Skånbeck?
We don't know.
The only thing that is certain is that she has relegated Georg Schonbohm, who has also accused empiricists of perceptual disorders in relation to the state for which he works, to second place when it comes to trivializing right-wing extremist violence. By using the term right-wing extremist violence, the Office for the Protection of the Constitution has narrowed down the possible answers as to which milieu the perpetrators come from. Based on this definition, the perpetrators can only be relevantly organized members of the comradeships or their direct environment, which can be recognized by corresponding attributes and stereotypical slogans. This does not really fit in with the knowledge gained in recent years. Most of the perpetrators arrested in the zone did not even have loose connections to the organized neo-Nazis. Many of them were so decidedly average in their outfits, cultural preferences, or leisure behavior that all those who want to stick to the definition of right-wing extremist preferred by the VS and the Antifa experts are left with only two answers. Either the perpetrators were extremely cunning and deliberately concealed their beliefs and their links to brown networks, or they were following orders, as it were remote-controlled, which were camouflaged as cultural codes and disseminated to the unsuspecting public by highly organized masterminds. The first alternative can be ruled out from the outset. The personality profiles of the perpetrators are of such hard-to-beat simplicity that their behavior simply cannot be accused of deliberate duplicity. The second alternative has the shortcoming that the masterminds in a brown zone network are neither available in sufficient numbers, nor do they have the sufficient qualifications for such a broad-based cultural infiltration. The number of organized groups has been stagnating for years, and Schonbohm, in contrast to Heike Kleffner, is even correct in his assessment that right-wing extremism is gradually losing its recruitment base. Taz, May 1606. The times in which an explicitly right-wing extremist youth culture in discotheques, at concerts and parties, or in the form of relevant brands, patches and hairstyles actually became more and more dominant have been over for years. On the contrary, since the end of the 1990s, more and more young people have been turning away from Nazi subculture and the NPD milieu. Hip-hop, skateboarders and punks are the most popular. The right-wingers are also at the top of the anti-popularity scale among East German teenagers, reads the headline of a press release from the Berlin Archive for Youth Cultures, whose staff surveyed more than 1,014 to 18-year-old East German teenagers about the most and least popular youth subcultures. The results are food for thought. Quote, "It is true that male East German youths are more willing to use violence than their West German peers. At the same time, however, the majority of young people reject the militant right-wing scene and do not want to have anything to do with its members in their personal environment. One reason for the rejection of the right-wing scene and its cultural offerings is the rapid increase in the appeal of alternative music and youth cultures since the mid-1990s. Right-wing extremists are no longer seen by more and more of their peers as the avant-garde of tomorrow, but as yesterday's dorks who still haven't managed to jump on the bandwagon. Even the colorful costumes of individual model neo-Nazis, who strategically and cleverly parade Che Guevara shirts, Palestinian scarves and Beckham iros at media-effective appearances, do little to change this. The same applies to the majority of East German regions, schools, youth clubs, etc. In the meantime, anyone who doesn't want to become an outsider in the youth culture market avoids the right-wing scene and turns to trendier youth cultures, currently especially hip-hop, punk and the skater scene. Their image is traditionally anti-right-wing and anti-racist. Now, however, the boom in these scenes means that even young people who think in racist terms are increasingly joining them. Being a Nirvana and Lancer fan is no longer a contradiction in terms for them. In contrast to the tradition in West German grammar schools, in the new federal state's political reflection on the identity-forming basis of a scene is not a priority when joining it. Of course, there are still very small but highly aggressive and active right-wing extremist cliques and comradeships in all regions of Eastern Germany that are much more visible than in the West. The number of violent and other crimes remains constantly high or is currently even rising slightly."
End quote.
A mixed result. On the one hand, there has been a clear decline in the neo-Nazi culture with its unmistakable symbols and rituals, which was seemingly unstoppable until the late 1990s, and yet on the other hand, the high level of violence shows no sign of abating. It is not the neo-Nazi content that seems to have fallen into disrepute, but the way in which it is presented. The culture industry has taken hold of the youth of the zone, put them in a race to catch up with their peers from the West, and brought their self-proclaimed avant-garde into disrepute. Nazis are shit, they have learned by now, and with good reason. No one has the aura of being a social failure, behaviorally conspicuous and self-righteously authoritarian like the members of the Kameradschaften. In 2006, the Zonenjugend relates to the neo-Nazis in the same way that the alternatives have related to the K-groups in West Germany since the mid-1970s. They share the content, but avoid the dogmatists. What's more, it has become clear that there is actually a much broader basis in the population for specifically Eastern zonal content than could be assumed in the years when the Nazis were still fighting relatively successfully for cultural hegemony. However, there is no reason to sound the all clear. With the gradual retreat of the boot Nazis, the unpleasant mixture of widespread hearts for benefits, everyday commuter life, and the aggressive self-confidence of being a victim forever, which has led to the sustained national socialization of the zonies since the fall of communism. has lost the smell of being right-wing extremist and thus remains beyond the criticism of the right-wing Minister of the Interior and the left-wing Antifa expert. The brutalization of more and more of these dull local patriots, who are just as violent against white Wessis as they are against the dark Wessie Kevin, has long been an original East zonal achievement. The more the zonies find themselves, the less they need to borrow from the West. On the contrary, since the region's reputation has suffered because of the local brown comradeships, people have been joining together to form anti-right-wing communities, demonstrating together, e.g. as Schoenbeck against violence and intolerance, and carrying on as usual, but this time without organized right-wing extremists, about whom it is now known that they are ideologically and materially equipped from the old federal states, as the Tagesspiegel is not the only one to prompt them. In the popular study German Conditions by Wilhelm Heitmeyer, head of the Institute for Interdisciplinary Research on Conflict and Violence at the University of Bielefeld, one of the most important key words in the socio-cultural milieu of social workers and right-wing extremism experts, where Heike Kleffner also regularly has her say. The first empirical material on a national socialism without Nazis has been published involuntarily. The declared aim of the study, which has been published annually since 2001, is to investigate so-called group-focused misanthropy in Germany using scientific analyses with exemplary case histories, essays, and interviews. Under the headings, Starting Point, Xenophobia, about the loss of the Wendy and not just the hostile attitudes of East German women, there is an interview with 3 women from a small town in Saxony, which has lost around 20% of its population compared to GDR times. It is a small town that is representative of the entire zone, in which the unemployment rate at the end of 2005 was 15.4% and the foreigner rate was 1.3% of the population. In the following, one of the 3 women interviewed will be quoted in more detail because during the interview she presented herself as the most aware of the 3 and thus expressed truths that others, who think in a similar way, are not even able to formulate. The Simone chapter cannot be closed with a shrug of the shoulders to landscapes that have formed their genre, i.e., in the case of the 5 new countries, paranoid whiners. Rather, the necessary criticism of such an all-round authoritarian personality presupposes not dismissing her as a specimen of an incorrigible collective of hopeless cases, but rather confronting her uncompromisingly with the fact that she does not have to live in her circumstances, not regionally and certainly not mentally. Even a single mother who is proudest of being a single mother should be made aware that she can and must take personal responsibility for her deplorable state in every respect. There is simply no excuse for the fact that she now holds those whose federal republic she and her kind wanted to join personally responsible for her unemployment or her son's national preferences, and to this end has joined a community of increasingly disinhibited homeland protectors. If only she had wanted to, she could have escaped the dreary conditions. The preconditions for this existed and still exist. It should be insisted to Simone that her retraining as a foreign language correspondent could obviously not have been a devious act by the Employment Office influenced by Wessis, but a perfectly sensible state measure for a mother of 4 born in 1965, who by her own admission always liked languages, to find work again, even if not in the zone. This originally realistic, but with each year of stubborn perseverance in her homeland, dwindling possibility of breaking out of her doom as a self-helper is the yardstick by which her thinking is to be measured and the reason why it must be denounced as pathological. Even a zonal Simone would have to point out without false consideration that without her own will to turn away from the cow warmth of the collective and the flow, nothing of her hope for a future perspective, especially for the children, can be fulfilled. When Simone complains in the interview that we have no prospects here because they have ruined everything, or when she brands Angela Merkel as a traitor to the fatherland influenced by Wessis, then she speaks of the National Socialist who would never vote for the NPD, who naturally does not identify with Hitler and all that, and is therefore all the more convinced that the ordinary people need their leader who finally sets a clear line, so that the whole of Germany, i.e., above all Simone herself, can really let off steam on the streets. The fact that the longed-for leader in this case is presumably called Oscar, because his Wessie heart beats to the left enough for the ordinary people in the East, naturally causes no offense in a study conducted under the responsibility of a Bielefeld professor of interdisciplinary conflict and violence research. Instead, it expresses sympathy for Simone and the 2 other women interviewed. Beyond clichés and mean values, they speak in a differentiated, critically informed and true-to-life way about their lives on the margins of society.
End quote.
Because so much affirmation for the academic reputation of the university can't be that good, a very peculiar general criticism of East German women was attached to this praise. Unlike other women, East German women represent the elbow mentality of the new meritocracy, which emphasizes their own ambition and assertiveness and motivates them to devalue strangers as competitors.
End of quote.
If one follows the interpretation of the Heitmeyer staff, then statements by Simone such as that things were less stressful in the GDR, that one could be glad that there are still trade unions or that money only benefited the rich instead of the poor, do not represent typical East German fixation on the state, which the Left Party and the trade unions cultivate just as much as the NPD. Thus, because the ideologue and the scientist wants it that way, an obviously nationwide National Socialist mentality is bent into a quasi-pro-capitalist Anglo-Saxon elbow mentality. With their reference to the elbow mentality of the zonal Simones, the academics from Bielefeld have inadvertently even spoken part of the truth. Social Darwinism taken to extremes is not the product of liberal capitalism, but an expression of the most consequent realization of German real socialism. If the Simones from the zone were to recognize the foreigners as competitors and thus as equal market subjects, instead of devaluing them as annoying blackheads to be driven out in a completely social Darwinist manner, only then would they be capable of solidarity and would stop using not their elbows but baseball bats, brass knuckles and combat boots against foreigners from case to case. Anyone who fails to recognize the special state of mind of East German patriots as the widespread National Socialist attitude that it is trivializing neo-Nazism in Germany. Those who, as anti-fascists seemingly committed to the right cause, are almost manically searching for right-wing extremist structures and cadres in places where they are no longer needed, are exonerating local politicians and hearts for administrators. In doing so, they remove any criticism of their highly dangerous activities in establishing a Volksgemeinschaft of failed victims of Western elbow mentality. The bankruptcy of such an anti-fascist manhunt was documented by the TASS on the occasion of the racist attack on the dark-skinned Ermias M. in Potsdam in mid-April. So far it is unclear whether the perpetrators come from the so-called comradeship scene or not. This means that even the committed opponents do not know who they are dealing with this time. An uncertainty that reinforces the feeling of helplessness.
End of Quote.
The fact that the Potsdam perpetrators could be completely normal East Germans, normally brutal and uninhibited, obviously does not fit into the concept against the right. And so it is not only there that people have been shirking the truth for years, which can actually no longer be ignored. The constitutional protectors found out that the NPD has its strongholds in the regions of right-wing violence.
These A. Marzahn-Hellersdorf, Lichtenberg, and Treptow-Köpenick, Tagesspiegel, Mai 24, 2006.
Strange that the otherwise so research-strong Antifa has not yet found out that there are quite other strongholds than those of the NPD in the East Berlin districts mentioned. In Treptow-Köpenick, Marzenhohenschönhausen and Lichtenberg, the PDS/Left Party has been the undisputed strongest party for more than 10 years, provides the district mayors and sends its candidates to the Bundestag by direct mandate. With a few exceptions, this correlation can be extended to the entire zone. Where the PDS gets the most votes are the regions of right-wing violence. But you've never heard anything about that. An upright Antifa activist will therefore hardly be disturbed by what a former central organ proudly proclaims. Quote, elections will be held in Hoyerswerda in September. The incumbent there, Horst Dieter Bromwig, will be 65 years old and has to retire. A broad alliance of parties now wants to prevent another left-wing politician from succeeding Bromwig, who was the first PDS man to win the office of mayor in 1994. The success of the party alliance would be all the more welcome as the city is considered a red stronghold. In the city council, the Left Party is the strongest force with 10 seats, ahead of the CDU. In the 2004 state elections, Dietmar Jung, now deceased, won the direct mandate against CDU State Secretary Andrea Fischer, Neues Deutschland, May 1906. No great study is needed, especially not one from Bielefeld, to find out that there is a considerable overlap between those Hoyerswerda residents who applauded or lent a hand themselves when the asylum seekers were driven out of the town in 1991, and those who elected the first PDS mayor to office in 1994 and thus turned the brown stronghold into a red stronghold overnight. After all, the party functionaries have trained their base to reject violence against foreigners even if they feel like second-class Germans and victims of the Wessis. That this learned renunciation of violence would have brought about a surge of civilization that would have put an end to the litany of the actual victim of the circumstances is a rumor. The PDS has cultivated the left-wing voting winner, who hardly thinks any differently than the NPD voter, which is confirmed time and again by considerable voter migration between the two parties, into a permanent problem. You can twist and turn it any way you like. The main agency responsible for the constant reproduction of National Socialist sentiment in the East is not called the NPD or Freie Kameradschaft, and certainly not Georg Schonbohm, but the Left Party. Effectively combating the Nazis in the zone would therefore not mean entering into political alliances against right-wing extremism and xenophobia with the cadres of this party week after week, as Heike Kleffner and other state personnel do. It would be much more important not to provide the Eastern comradeship of the Left Party with a quiet hinterland for their zonal patriotism by granting them anti-fascist absolution. As long as the fight against xenophobia and right-wing extremism is not also directed against national socialization by avowed zonies, which takes place far away from right-wing extremist structures, people who have taken up the fight against Nazis cannot be expected to understand why Islamization among migrants is not so much the responsibility of Islamist structures and cadres, but rather, as in the zone, the expression of a related national socialization from below, which here is merely colored green instead of brown. The pure and inexplicable evil incarnates itself in the skin, to which society comes like Ripley to the alien in the eponymous horror epic. Just as the horror film avoids de-demonizing evil through long and meticulous shots and therefore likes to work with silhouettes, indistinct short shots and partial depictions, the newspaper pages and the inserts of the news often only show close-ups of boots of relevant brands, sometimes with an attack dog. It almost seems as if the sudden transformation of the sheepdog-loving nation into a nation of dog chasers in the early summer of 2000 was the opening chapter of an anti-fascist purification. At the same time, the corresponding hysteria heralded how the uprising of the decent Schroeder, intended to deal with creatures identified as aggressive per se by dog race, country of origin or age. The right-wing extremist youth suddenly mutated from a recognized, albeit misguided, part of German light culture, to public enemy no. 1. Whose depravity has no parents and no teachers, who no longer have any contemporary German characteristics. And yet it has not changed and does no other business, i.e. gossiping, arson and desecration of monuments, than it has done for years and years, to the open applause of East German passers-by on the one hand and to the sympathetic rebuke of educators, the media, the judiciary and legislators on the other. The upsurge of anti-fascism across the political and media landscape has nothing to do with the fact that neo-Nazism has become worse or even that it was only noticed 10 years later. Rather, the aversion to the youthful neo-Nazi stems from the knowledge that the dream Germany of the 1950s and 1960s was doomed to die, the knowledge that the post-war lie constitutive of post-fascism was beginning to be exposed, the self-deception of a seamlessly successful fusion of the beloved National Socialism with a free market to form Ludwig Erhardt's formed society, which knew and wanted to accept neither stray dogs nor just such young people as a real phantasm. Quote, there were probably more German fascists in 1965 than in 1935, but most of them were also good Democrats and members of allotment garden associations and conscious consumers and visitors to the Teutonic Grill on the Adriatic and television viewers and garden party celebrators. But they all needed a German culture, a German everyday life that reconciled the fascist soul, the structure of the perception of acceleration, grievance and past happiness with life in the free market economy. Thus a dream Germany emerged, in which Purcell washed whiter than ever and the Stukas howled over Russia, in which people sang homeland songs and decorated Christmas trees and were deeply offended when the Gemütlichkeit was shaken.
End quote.
In their function as troublemakers for the Volksseele, the bald men are quite similar to the bums who were usually sentenced to labor camps and worse by the cozy windbreakers in 1965. The troublemakers of the year 2000 would not even find such a labor camp unwelcome if they were allowed to act as capos. But the bomber jacket wearers would even prefer to swap them for the proverbial windbreaker in the traditional manner after an appropriate period of Sturm und Drang. They are not a threat to this coziness out of their own volition, i.e. deliberately, but precisely because their emotional and mental makeup is all too similar to the vast majority Schroeder, of those who are decent. In the eyes of the young Nazis themselves, it is not they but the previous generation who have left the German path of virtue. They proudly feel themselves to be folkish national revolutionaries, the last representatives of work, blood and honor in a completely depraved world that has betrayed them, forward in the struggle against the power of the ruling politicians. Create the anti-capitalist economic order now, is the chant of the NPD, and the Kameradschaft Gera has not only internalized its Adolf Hitler, aka 18 and Nazi inspect, but also its Horst Mahler, the system is the fault. They strive to exemplify the true German way of life by hunting down the personifications of the un-German, the foreigners, the disabled, the gays and the tics pars pro toto, all in line with the resentments of the majority. The definition of the enemy groups as roofing felt, or the terms press coal for Africans, wood lice for the homeless and ticks for left-wingers have long been as present in everyday language as they have inevitably become part of the consciousness inventory of the civic exchange subject, previously spoken behind closed doors. What is the difference between the youthful Nazi alien and the more sedate fellow citizen, and why are the young authoritarians, who are actually so excellently conditioned, not co-opted into the organs of state power, as was the custom and practice until recently? Because it is precisely the unconditional will to belong without friction or interruption, the demand for what was taken for granted in the good old days, that makes these young people hostile to the system. The hegemonic youth culture, Taz, August 30, 2000, as the Minister of Culture of Saxony-Anhalt calls it, is right-wing and thus closely related to the Gemütlichkeit of the decent, but it is also their illegitimate bastard. This has turned it from the dream of obedient foremen, non-commissioned officers and senior teachers into the nightmare of the news center and business associations. That Reich that NPD youth functionaries, oi bands for example in the scene hit by Kraftschlag were Sinn die Skins aus dem Großdeutschenreich, and neatly parted high school students alike rave about, a crude mixture of Kim Il-sung, the German labor front, racial purity and petty bourgeois desires for conformity, is just as much the defunct center of National Socialism as that of its legitimate successor. It differs from the Reich in which, for example, the participants in the anti-APO marches organized by the Berlin Senate at the end of the 1960s lived spiritually only in the national revolutionary gesture, which precisely marks the longing for those actual 1960s that has become a provocation. The hymns of praise by Deputy Federal NPD Chairman Eisenecker for the North Korean Jewish doctrine of national self-sufficiency, as well as the praise of the GDR for having resisted Americanization, stem from the disappointment of having been driven out of Dream Germany. It should be self-evident that the fated GDR did not deserve the fascist fondness it received after its demise. What made actually existing socialism and the formed society into such fervently desired phantasmagorias was precisely the fascist promise fulfilled by post-fascism, for authoritarian submission, the lifelong promise to remain a subaltern and to take on the impositions of the battle of production, to receive material as well as symbolic recognition as a working class or at least, as in the early FRG, as Otto Normalverbraucher or kleiner Mann, by the people's state and its ideological apparatuses. Incidentally, the outlet of hatred for such existence were and still are today those who are assumed to have enjoyment without work, from corrupt politicians to the homeless. But this pact has been broken, more obviously than ever since the federal presidents, a jolt must go through this country, has been replaced by curtain-raising sermons of new social democratic realpolitik. Because the Nazi skin is so similar to the state proletarian, its subcultural dress and body code, which originated in England in the 1960s and was already characterized by working-class nostalgia at the time, merely imitates the signs of militarized work under fascism in today's Germany. If this guaranteed its predecessor's symbolic elevation, it guarantees today's Nazi skin official ostracism. It is ostracism for wanting to penetrate the well-ordered world of regulated authoritarian industrial relationships, the remnants of which he finds just as difficult to enter as other superfluous people, coming ever closer to the human waste of the sick, disabled and otherwise failed, not only in his own perspective but also in that of the decent citizens. He hates them particularly intensely for this, and not only in Eberswald. Quote, on Thursday, 13-year-old right-wing extremists beat a deaf 17-year-old half to death. Right-wing rage is gathering in the prefabricated housing estate in the Brandenburg district. The special school for the mentally handicapped is wedged between concrete blocks. It stinks of urine, right-wing slogans and brutal slogans adorn the freshly painted wall on the first floor.
Wäschet out red swastika fleshs trug se weit peint.
This is the school for the loonies, the crazy ones, shouts a boy in a bomber jacket from the balcony of the second floor of the neighboring apartment building. His friend comments, and here we are in the ghetto, Berliner Morgenpost, October 28, 2000. The lust for destruction stems from the desire to participate in the phantasm of a Germany whose gates will remain closed. The more health, conformity and belonging to the Volksgemeinschaft are demonstrated on the maltreated foreign, disabled, etc., deviant. The more health, conformity and belonging to the national community are proven in the maltreated foreign, disabled etc. deviant from the norm, the more deregulated post-fascism rejects the bloody proof of love of its spurned offspring. Not out of compassion for the victims of this hustle and bustle, but because the trade secret of post-fascism is mercilessly exposed by the distorted image of the ideal citizen of times gone by, the bomber jacket wearer, he loudly demands the fulfillment of the promise of equality of the Volksgemeinschaft, which the elderly withhold from him for this reason, in order to continue practicing it for themselves as a community of values, solidarity and early retirement, i.e. to be able to finance it. Against its will, this generationally isolated community must therefore practice fascist anti-fascism in order to deny that it is flesh of their flesh that is murderously struggling for recognition as heirs. It is about the form of equality. Does the state continue to ensure that existential fear can be suspended in the subaltern equality of people's comrades, or is one exposed to the equality of a market that immediately devalues the ticket of German ethnicity? The answer to this question was given by the President of the Bundestag in the debate for tolerance and humanity, against xenophobia, anti-Semitism and violence in Germany on September 28, 2000, I hope, no, I am convinced that everyone in this House is united in the defense against this threat to our peaceful coexistence, this attack on the values on which our democracy is based.
End of Quote.
Thierse knows exactly where this attack comes from and that it ultimately only claims what the old people had. Quote, among the values that the GDR imprinted on people, it was probably the idea of equality and justice that had the greatest impact. I don't want to criticize that. The need for justice is a very basic human need. But it is now becoming clear that the specific manifestation of the idea of equality has a reverse side: the compulsion to conform, the inability to deal with differences and to endure social differences.
End of Quote.
The framework of the post-fascist generational conflict has thus been defined. The higher the popularity of people-oriented German socialism among the under-30s, the more sinister they become to a civil society that fights the right as the left, as those who have taken up the void of the left, today, after the failure of the radical left, incorrigible. Militant enemies of bourgeois society apparently have no choice but to turn to the far right, Tagesspiegel. Against their own brood and their national revolutionary impositions, those still benefiting from the last national revolution are tenaciously defending their achievements: pension, retirement, and job protection against dismissal. They are being defended against those who also want to enjoy these achievements and whose hatred of the un-German makes it abundantly clear what the claim of the elderly is based on alone: on being German. The anti-social outbreaks of violence are pure terror of conformity, but in the sense that a desperate will to conform seeks to prove itself as delinquency. While they are still rotting away in prison, they strive for nothing other than conformity and are no different from the bourgeois they would like to be, the brown cells in the Schwarzpump prison. Quote, the Packer guy also complains about the bad influence of the prison. But he's more referring to the scumbags, bums and late risers who never learn to work, can't get off their asses and let the days pass by like that. He doesn't want to become an AC here, he says, Tagesspiegel, July 8, 2000. The fact that the hatred of the sea is so common to young people in East and West that in the first season of Big Brother unemployed and marginally employed twins philosophized almost every evening about how important work is for the personality and how much they detested benefit fraud does not mean that the forms of expression of the generational struggle are not very different. If the boot Nazi, the revenant of militarized work, predominates in the East, this is the consequence of the abrupt collapse of the proletarian world, in which, after all, a cult had been driven around the young guard. The fact that the leisure society has installed itself in the milieu of the labor fetishists, of all places, calls for the skin attributes to simulate the national proletarian, which is often also dear to the old. In contrast, the generational struggle as such is much more pronounced in the West. People compete with their liberal or left-wing parents, who apparently do not want to age. The view that their rotten bones are blocking their way to the comfortable feeding trough appeals to the anti-bourgeois aspect that has always fascinated the disgraced bourgeoisie about fascism. Only under the yoke of terror of the dissolved autonomy of time within the new economy and the completion of 3 internships abroad by the age of 23 can the level of prosperity of the parents at least be simulated. The experience of the abolition of youth is made differently, but nevertheless unites under the sign of neo-Nazism, making the proletarian skinhead and the bourgeois neo-Nazi compatible. If the East hates because the glorification of the national youth has turned into the opposite, the West hates simply because it is denied the life phase of youth. This is why the neo-fascist youth cannot generally be classified in the social worker myth of the victim of modernization. The young person who has no prospect of a middle-class future can be found in this idiom just as much as the smart up-and-comer. The generational conflict between a socially violent overconformity on the one hand and repressive rejection of this rebellious conformism by the state on the other is in no way an expression of a still existing or even newly emerged social hegemony of anti-fascism. Ultimately, the conflict, which disguises itself as state anti-fascism versus national socialism, can be described as follows. The young claim the National Socialist ticket for themselves, which the old deny them because it can only be redeemed by themselves mercy of early birth. In 1992, Wolfgang Port clairvoyantly described what followed as a reaction to the fact that the old in the East knew how to keep their sheep dry with reunification, for example by crediting pension entitlements, years of service and asset conversion, at the expense of those who could only have acquired entitlements. Years of service and assets in the company that was closed by the previous workforce in 1989-90, the GDR, so on that night, that of the Rostock-Lichtenhagen pogrom in the fall of 1992, where, to the applause of adults, a bunch of pretentious children and adolescents were about to irrevocably screw up their own lives. It gradually became clear even to those involved that the elimination of the asylum seekers could at best be an appetizer. It is difficult to say what made the old people on the balconies and at the side of the road more happy, the anticipation of dead gypsies or the confidence that the gypsy youths would soon be behind bars. The advocates of a cultural hegemony of anti-fascism, to be achieved in alliance with the institutions, from AK to ZAG, come from the anti-fascist left and in their own way make common cause with this type of Fixender altar. The clever political masters sense the chance of an emergency exit from a scene that has long since become nothing more than the self-organization of the misery of youthful superfluousness, the exit to social advancement. In a kind of escapist mimicry, they are copying the recipe for success of those who have so thoroughly civilized the FRG. Even if smaller roles are being baked today, instead of professorships, there are merely journalist and pedagogue positions to hand out. The former march through the institutions has become a mere sprint into the institutions, which no longer has a program other than no more repression without us. So the question is ultimately what we make of it. Just as for Bechstein, Schonbohm or Scheele, there would also be a theoretical opportunity for radical leftists to strengthen the situation, to strengthen their position, or simply to use the spaces created in the public debate to become socially more capable of discourse again.
End quote.
Even more frankly, quote, it is precisely this mood that we must try to exploit. For us, it's about exerting more influence, reclaiming a bit of cultural hegemony, to sound out possible scope for action for the left and, above all, to use it.
End of quote.
And as a proper renegade candidate interview goes, it does not go off without a rejection of one's own hot-headedness. Quote, Antifa was not always the same as Antifa, is not always the same as Antifa, and will not always remain the same as Antifa. The term alone has changed over the years, has been adapted to the respective necessities and moods. Interim 509, July 9, 2000. Such an unconditional willingness to adapt to the respective necessities will also be bitterly necessary for public careers, because competition has broken out in unbridled fierceness among the life-hungry elderly themselves. The fear for their own privilege is increasingly being discharged in symbolic punitive actions against the abusers of such privileges in the form of civil servants, politicians, and political parties. Port had already assumed in 1992 that the few foreigners would not be enough to ventilate the resentment that everyone harbors against everyone else. But hardly anyone would have guessed just a few weeks ago that this all and mutual resentment would disguise itself as an anti-fascist deregulation state against national revolutionary neo-Nazi anti-socials. In general, it is almost impossible to predict who or what will be the next projection surface for the universal resentment of persecuting innocents. At best, it is clear that it will always be the weak who will feel this resentment, not only symbolically but also physically, asylum fraudsters and perverts anyway, and increasingly, in the spirit of zero tolerance, it will be antisocial young people who will suffer this fate, regardless of whether they themselves are neo-Nazis who despise weakness or merely dope dealers loitering on the corner. The only thing that is certain is that it was not merely greed for Western cars and bananas that drove the life-hungry old people in the fall of 1989 to endanger the future of their own children, but a desire for annihilation directed against youth as a symbol of all living things. The particular cult of virility, which is intended to banish the fear of superfluousness among male youths, will only increase the desire to punish them as soon as they dare to make national revolutionary claims or otherwise fall out of line, i.e., as soon as they are not content to act as hired thugs or disco bouncers and are no longer satisfied with gossiping about stigmatized foreigners in semi-secrecy. However, the old people and their brood all share the same projections. For what the post-industrial knowledge society demands adaptation to is deeply repugnant to both. The classic hateful image of fascism, the caricature of the citizen as a coupon cutter and speculator, personifies the promise of society's sustainability. It is precisely this figure that is the focus of the state's now openly expressed desire for its ideal citizen, to be self-sufficient and at the same time no more than a cog in the organic unity of the working people and the warfare state. The more it is demanded that everyone should be the architect of his own happiness, the more the criteria according to which happiness was once to be enforced become obsolete. The ox tour through authorities and associations, the Protestant work ethic, submission to the impositions of mass labor, which makes the citizen's existence appear to be justified before capital and the state, which he has honestly earned through his willingness to work. Where millions can be raked in, at least suggestively, by anyone at any age, made or lost at the touch of a button, there is no reassurance, no fair remuneration, but mere panic. Profit without effort, indeed without work, purely through speculation and luck was and is suspect to everyone. What is demanded and promoted today, however, is precisely the type of person that the fascist state promised to rein in, for which the Führer was so loved by the Germans, the private citizen who rakes in money, speculates, and is far removed from the state. So what the state demands with its anti-fascism, personal responsibility and qualified immigration contradicts its historical purpose as a people's state. If being German only means increasingly poorly subsidized access to social security systems and is no longer understood as a synonym for creative work, then fascist hostility to the system arises. The hatred is now directed at the state because it promotes un-German things, because it supports the disabled, asylum seekers, Jewish cultural institutions, etc., with the funds that should actually go to the young, healthy working bodies. So schools for the disabled and Jewish communities appear to be illegitimate beneficiaries of the state. And so today, even those who actually demand the total state can become enemies of the state, which in turn can only respond to this demand with repression that glorifies itself as anti-fascist. This repression is the core of the new state anti-fascism. Its program is an illiberal liberalism that only achieves civic loyalty by giving in to the need to persecute and punish the decent. These would be satisfied with symbolic persecution or law and order. The young right-wing radicals, on the other hand, who seek to take persecution and punishment into their own hands, become the object of law and order and thus serve, albeit in a different way than they themselves intended, folkish edification. Those who now want to help anti-fascism achieve social hegemony are participating in this hooliganism. A radical left-wing anti-post-fascism, however, would have to take up the fight against what unites right-wing youth culture and liberal society: the apparent naturalness of social failure, the personalization of guilt for the superfluousness experienced. In view of the alternative of forcibly transferring one's own superfluousness to the inferior neo-fascist variant, or understanding it as proof of the individual inferiority of the young Nazis, state anti-fascist variant, taking sides with the state variant is absurd even from a realpolitik perspective. Rather than taking part in the large-scale educational experiment civil society East, one should rather support the demands of, for example, the asylum seekers forcibly housed in Rathenow, who only want one thing: get out of the East. By individualizing economic failure, breaking it down into youth poverty here and 60-hour-a-week startup terror there, state anti-fascism loosens the blood tie between national labor and the total state. But this is not an expression of progress, because the lean state must on the one hand make use of the fascist longing for personalized persecution, but on the other hand can no longer satisfy the demand for state recognition of German work, and certainly no longer across generations. The frenzy of the allegedly senseless violence of the young Nazis is thus constantly incited anew, in order to then release the youthful social ballast for firing once again. In this game, the role of a nationalized Antifa, which is allowed to enjoy its hegemony as a reward, would be even worse than that of the so-called 68 generation. On the other hand, to assert the right of the superfluous to not have to prove their usefulness, which has long since gone mad, be it by slapping the weak, be it by galloping over adaptation, to thematize the right of the devalued to the land of milk and honey beyond the exchange of equivalents, would be the task of an anti-postfa. The main enemy is in our own country. Karl Liebknecht's slogan became the motto of the Anti-Fascist Alliance call for this year's revolutionary Luxembourg/Liebknecht demonstration in Berlin. This slogan reveals the hopeless situation of the rest of the movement left today. It has agreed on anti-fascism as its alliance bracket and is constructing a main enemy in order to avoid having to talk about the obvious opponent of emancipatory aspirations. Liebknecht and Luxembourg had already identified the masters of politics and capital alone as the enemy, and in 1914, they still assigned the leadership of the SPD to them as corrupt vicarious agents. The voluntary participation of the majority of the population, including large sections of the proletariat, did not cause them to break with the basic principle of social democracy: the assumption of progressive, emancipatory potential in the wage-dependent majority of the population because of their wage dependence. This unites the founders of the KPD with their misguided descendants of today. The dignity of the German proletariat, which can only be imagined as having been betrayed by its leaders, is unwaveringly upheld. When Luxembourg spoke of the SPD as a stinking corpse, the strong word expressed her deep disappointment at the final loss of an organization to which she had devoted her entire life up to that point, and at the same time the defiant conviction that a thick line had to be drawn between leadership and membership. The solution to the problem was seen by the communists of the first hour in a new organization, which was to be distinguished from the old one by a principled leadership. To trumpet the same corpse slogan today, but now to use it against the PDS, on the other hand, is not evidence of a time-related error, but of deep-seated obduracy. Luxembourg's mistake was hardly avoidable. There was no Marxist or otherwise revolutionary thinking that would have been able to interpret the national integration of the European social democracies, with the German and German-Austrian social democracies far ahead, in any other way than by accusing a supposedly corrupt leadership of treason. If today Liebknecht's dictum about the main enemy is turned into a revival of a commemorative exercise by late-born revolutionaries who perform a Sarah Wagenknecht memorial march in the name of the revolutionary class struggle against German imperialism, then the critical examination of Liebknecht and the revolutionary and theoretician Rosa Luxemburg is not desired, and certainly not of the catastrophe of the revolutionary movement in Germany. Identification with the martyrs is intended to strengthen one's own will to persevere with par-religious appeals to emotion. It ties in with a tasteless commemoration of heroes that turns the dead into icons and their ordeal into an affirmation of a cause for which they were always assumed to have fought by their self-appointed heirs because their politics of the day demanded it. The borrowing from the GDR's cult of the dead for Liebknecht and Luxembourg, which the Western-influenced Antifa is doing today, lies only superficially in the shrewd occupation of abandoned terrain. The state Antifa of the GDR and the West German, autonomous Antifa were aware of the substitutive significance that the cult of the dead has for a would-be mass movement. The pound with which the Antifa believes it can gain in the competition for political hegemony is its democratic and at the same time militant tradition, expressed in its dead. Since 1991, the Association of Anti-Fascists of the GDR has proven that this exercise can be achieved with a real socialist credo as well as with strict patriotism for the basic law. No sooner had it been wound up like the GDR and confronted with a Western counterpart in the form of the formerly DKP-oriented VVN, which had turned around in time, than it also turned around without having to go to the roots of its self-image. It was a mistake that the communist resistance was placed so much in the foreground in the GDR, according to his hasty self-criticism. This had to be corrected, because Antifa was an important part of the democratic heritage of the entire German people. And when communist anti-fascism was to be excluded from official remembrance as being just as totalitarian as fascism in the 20th of July 1994, it was the Hessian Minister-President Eichel who also wanted to guarantee the communist dead a worthy place in the grove of honor of the German nation. Of course, the Antifas, who still want to be revolutionary, want nothing to do with such democratism and are nevertheless at its mercy. They defiantly oppose it and point all the more vehemently to the communist tradition, without even suspecting its essential affinity with the democratic one. When it comes to defining friend and foe, they do not deviate one iota from the line of the old guard. No one can be expected to rebuke them more resolutely than the ABO Antifas and their entourage when the main enemy is not demotrophically identified as the most reactionary and imperialist circles etc., and is instead pointed at the ruling Solidarity community in Germany. Certainly, the autonomous Antifa once started out differently. In strict contrast to the DKP-inspired traditional anti-fascism, it took a more radical approach. This was expressed in a willingness to attack Nazi structures in the flesh as well as in brute rhetoric. There was nothing to be heard of the mandate of the basic law, but all the more of rapid fascisation and the urgent need for revolutionary self-defense against the encroachments of the fascist state and its organs of repression. In substance, however, it never got beyond an analysis that criticized capitalism's tendencies towards monopolization and understood fascisation as a preventive program against the masses' tendencies to revolt. This meant that their anti-fascism, including the alliance with the masses that it implied, had as much in common as possible with the democratic program of the DKP. The practical need for an effective attack on Nazi terrorists made the organizational debate, which repeatedly flared up in autonomous circles, a perennial issue, but the autonomous self-image of clandestine connections prevailed again and again. The immediate connection to the Communist Party concept that can now be observed is the result of the complete collapse of any movement political approach outside of Antifa after 1989, combined with the increased attractiveness of traditional ML positions after the fall of the GDR, with whose state anti-fascism one never wanted to make common cause in the good old West German way. Honoring the dead goes hand in hand with a defiant will to persevere, as expressed in Ernst Busch's post-war song So Long Die Mörder Leben auf der Welt, in which the souls of the murdered communists lie over the country as smoke from the crematorium as a warning, as long as the murderers and their successors are not reckoned with. The Ernst Busch fan community shuddered at the message of this song, but did not draw any conclusions about the country of the murderers. In agreement with the singer, they knew how to distinguish between real murderers, Nazi functionaries, industrial magnates, junkers and concentration camp guards, and involuntary ones, who were classified as followers or inciters and were intended to be educated. Communists of Ernst Busch's generation in particular knew that they were lying to themselves. Liebknecht and Luxembourg still had good reason to assume that the proletariat was being incited by its leadership. This was not only confirmed by the events of 1918-19, but also by May 1, 1916 in Berlin and numerous other manifestations of a lack of patriotism. Their reduction of the murderers to a ruling clique and their compliant fellow murderers revealed at least part of the truth. Busch's song stands for the Communists' agreement to extend the clique theory of 1914 beyond 1933. It remains silent on the main enemy at home and silent on the Volksgemeinschaft. The pathetic accusation that there are still Nazi murderers in the world cannot be turned around into the evident truth that we live in a world of murderers also constitutes the fixed point of an avenging attitude towards the allegedly few immediate culprits. Never really having come to terms with the circumstances that led to Auschwitz and Dachau went hand in hand with whitewashing one's own clientele and led to all the more hateful accusations against those leading Nazis who were not caught. The fact that the series of martyrs opens with Liebknecht and Luxemburg is a consequent expression of a fatal view of history. The Volksgemeinschaft that merged into fascism was only just beginning to emerge in January 1919. Liebknecht and Luxemburg's murder was therefore actually carried out at the behest of a clique and was not covered by the enthusiastic approval of the entire people. To equate the January murders of 1919 committed by the killers of a victorious counter-revolution with a murder program from 1933 onwards is the real distortion of history. One must not admit that the defeat of 1933 was a total one and that even less was left of the revolutionary working class afterwards than of the communist cadres. The Rosa and Karl cult after 1945 serves to make us forget the lockstep of all Germans from 1933 onwards in the campaign of extermination, not only against active communists, and thus to maintain the dialectical legend of the proletariat and its avant-garde. By assigning guilt to certain responsible parties, who were also responsible in any case, in the form of a judicial process, state-sponsored anti-fascism presented itself as the executor of justice. An anti-fascism that sounded its never again in the mere personalization of horror and presented the state and party as a bulwark, whose personnel often only survive by chance. Behind the personal integrity of anti-fascism lurks its objective complicity with the disaster. The dirtier the cronyism with the people and the nation became, the more glorious the martyrs and their organization appeared, committed to preventing the return of terror. Anna Seghers entitled her 1949 anti-fascist party and family saga Die Toten bleiben jung, The Dead Stay Young, which suddenly became popular poetry. In it, an ancestor of a heroic lineage, who is murdered in the very first pages, haunts and inspires the struggles of his successors. Introduced as a class-conscious worker and comrade-in-arms of Luxemburg and Liebknecht and, like them, murdered in January 1919, he plants his class mission, an ominous mixture of historical and natural metaphysics, into the womb of his beloved in time with sperm. His son only learns the truth about his father late in life, but his blood is stronger and drives him to the front of the class, for which he of course dies heroically in the fight against the Nazis, not without first impregnating a woman, thus conjuring up an offspring who will finally sow the seeds of the dead in blood and mission. Seghers' novel is an exemplary account of what anti-fascism still means today. The fight against counter-revolution in 1919 as the beginning of the long history of struggles against the Freikorps, then against the Hitler fascists and finally, as it were, extended against West German imperialism, which in turn is forced to resort to immediate terror, for example in the form of industrial espionage and sabotage to the detriment of the GDR. As Seghers reports in her late novels The Promise and Confidence. The defeat in 1919 then resulted from the betrayal of the majority social democratic leadership and the terror of the ruling class, both of which made use of the Freikorps. Fascism was ultimately a consequence of this split that led to the defeat. But Anna Seghers' literary infusion of party communist historiography and expectations of salvation is inscribed with a biological constant, and not by chance. Even before the First World War, the appointment of a section of the population as a class called by necessity to the revolutionary completion of history was the conviction of those social democrats who adhered to the revolutionary takeover of state power by the proletariat. The collapse of 1914 forced them to consolidate their conviction with faith. While the old Engels and his younger contemporaries still believed that they could see the correctness of their conviction from the German election results, later generations pointed to the increase in the proportion of the population that either belonged directly to the proletariat by virtue of its social position or was condemned to be absorbed into it. The bitter experience that the consciousness of the class lagged further and further behind this promise did not result in an analysis of the real reasons for the defeats of 1919 FF, if one leaves aside a few considerations in history and class consciousness, Lukács. There was simply more work to be done on consciousness, to shake it up, etc., which was to be achieved primarily through organization and agitation. The structurally militarizing and simultaneously bureaucratizing cadre party was the answer to the incomprehensible unreliability of the masses. Its best fighters, leaders stylized as heroes like Liebknecht and Luxemburg and unknown ones like Anna Seghers' novel hero, were transfigured into relay runners who passed on the mission, which they ennobled through their martyrdom, to similarly responsible comrades. The traumatizing experience of the political unreliability of the class, even of large sections of the cadres, had to fixate the steadfast all the more on the moral qualities of the steadfast. The special quality that made their perseverance possible seemed to be of equally special substance, and nothing is thicker than blood. Blood in the double meaning of the word, as a cipher for heredity and shed as a testimony to the greatest heroism, even unto death. Thus, the inherited blood became proof of the SED cadres' claim to leadership, and it was no coincidence that they had high hopes of the Luxemburg comrade-in-arms from the second rank, Wilhelm Pieck. In his autobiography, Honecker proudly referred to his father, who was one of the founding members of the Saarland Communist Party. The spilled blood, in turn, was proof of the moral claim to leadership in order to continue the line of the dead. In this way, the dead remain young, and the very young today forge their alliance with the very old when Emil Karlbach and Fritz Teppich are brought on stage as moral pledges of their anti-fascism. It was never just recognition or emotion about the courage of the elderly that attracted so many listeners. It is the eerie consonance in ideological questions that allows hardly 20-year-olds today to study the party and struggle programs of the KPD from the last years before 1933 unimpressed by any doubts and to break off monstrosities such as the organizational debates of the Antifa M in Göttingen or ABO. The revolutionary organization, which, depending on the economic situation, appears more as an electoral association or as a clandestine fighting association, finally becomes a fetish, where marginalization becomes evident to the mass fighters and the real failure is compensated for by the self-reflection as a chosen member of a collective called to higher things. Heinz Kessler, of whom one can only say that as defense minister of the GDR he did not violate German or international law, is turned into a martyr of the revolution, and the young Antifa also has its authentic heroes. In Göttingen, for example, a young woman named Connie, whose accidental death was caused by the police, was not mourned as a friend should have been, but was stylized as a comrade and the scene's own Rosa Luxemburg the day after her death. The elevation of her actual struggle against the National Socialists to a theory of anti-fascism by the revolutionary workers' movement was not purely pragmatic. After January 30, 33, she was indeed dependent on anti-fascist cooperation with non-communists. However, the attempt to educate Germans in anti-fascism was an extension of the nationalization of German communism, which shaped the party's line at the latest when Ernst Thälmann took over the leadership, even if the majority of its members did not do so immediately. The national line, which ultimately culminated in anti-fascism, brought with it the eminent advantage of a practical and ideological gain in terrain that would not have been possible with the class struggle program of earlier years. The KPD thus fell into the biggest trap that was nonetheless inherent in its own history. A trap that finally broke its back even more than the physical destruction of its most experienced cadres. By virtue of being the only truly organized German opponent of the Nazis, as she herself called the 50,000 murdered communists, she claimed a special right to leadership in an anti-fascist alliance project. In view of the actual marginality of the communist idea, under its influence this necessarily turned into just as much of a whitewash of the people as the Persilschein practice practiced in the Western zones. After 1945, the GDR established anti-fascist democracy over there, which always legitimized its attempts to create a socialist Germany with a historical mission to the entire German people, i.e. always for the sake of the better community, and over there the anti-fascist admonishers against rearmament and an authoritarian state, who fought with the rulers over the true mission of the Basic Law. Both variants needed to refer to fascist barbarism in order to establish and stabilize conditions that were far removed from overcoming what had once made German fascism possible. Both were content with the warning reference to the still not completely eliminated danger of fascism, and in doing so strengthened the very thing that made it possible in the first place, the productive collective of the state people. While the GDR initially wanted to re-educate the people and ultimately simply rewrote history in order to win the people over to its side, West German anti-fascism turned into a peace movement, first against rearmament and then against nuclear weapons and democracy campaigners, thereby making a significant contribution to the modernization of a post-fascist model that no longer needed Nazis in the manner of the Hitler fascists. While the KPD had to deal with an overpowering enemy before 1933, which it played down in the hope of winning over parts of its clientele, today the Antifa is defending itself against an enemy that is once again identified beyond the masses in a few hundred specimens of the genus of organized fascists. They are looking for brown networks, where the masses are ready for open pogroms like in Rostock. A demonstration against Nazi centers like the one in Wurzen is a welcome opportunity to accuse the state of being in cahoots with the brown brood. In right-wing extremist or neo-fascist attitudes and willingness to act, the proper Antifa recognizes the practice of tightly organized groups that act in a similar conspiratorial manner to the state and capital, which they can only imagine as criminal secret societies for the subjugation and exploitation of the people. The obvious identification of large sections of the population of Wurzen, Greifswald, Fürstenwald etc. with their activist youth, who as a rule do not need any externally controlled guidance for their German convictions, must not become the main focus of their interest if they do not want to abandon their distinction between principles, seducers and seduced. Just as the KPD did not understand that the Nazi Party represented the majority mood in the country and that its own program favored rather than fought against it, today's anti-fascists believe that the active Nazis can be separated from the majority of the population through anti-fascist agitation. However, The majority of the population in 1996 differs essentially from that of 1933 only in that its folkish sentiments are not directed towards the establishment of a fascist state, because it has long since ceased to need one. Nevertheless, it recognizes that the state's will to establish more Volksgemeinschaft is certainly receptive to grassroots impulses. The majority articulates its own mixture of willingness to participate in a successful German path both internally and externally, and a willingness to kill Portuguese construction workers and other pests as a social issue. Whereas the KPD had attested to the Nazis that they cleverly presented the social question as a national one, while they themselves had deficits in this discipline, today's Antifa fails to recognize that since the triumph of the Nazis at the latest, the social question has been posed as a national question and tries its hand at staging and majorizing mass protests against the Bonn austerity dictate. This brings the communist interlude back to its social democratic roots. If today, under the leadership of the labor leader Blum, the social democratic community of solidarity closes ranks against the threat of total deregulation, then no radical left will be able to counter the danger of such defensive struggles. Instead, the conclusion is drawn from the rampant social misery that radical mass protest against Bonn's austerity policy must and can now be organized to the left of the Blum line. Even if this succeeds, the call for the state as guarantor of social welfare, which is necessarily inscribed in such efforts, will simply turn out to be the call of German citizens to Germany. The guaranteed pluralist central organ for the mainstream left of the PDS majority current, the Junge Welt, demonstrates why the left cannot let go of anti-fascism and its mass-friendly promises. Naturally, in the summer of 1996, its expert on the East, Holger Becker, at the end of a commentary on the activities of the brown youth on campsites in Mecklenburg, fell into the trap of complaining about closed youth centers and high youth unemployment. Why they do not turn their undisputed misery into other activities, such as looting the supermarket together with asylum seekers instead of protecting it against the foreign threat, would have been the right question, which he deliberately avoided. Even an attempt at a debate in JW on the perspectives of anti-fascism after the Wurzen demonstration in December only gave a faint glimpse of the problems. Jürgen Elsasser, who opened the debate, saw that the anti-capitalism of the Antifa is one that sees the enemy in financial capital and that the only stone was therefore not thrown at Dresdner Bank by chance. He reproached the Antifas for the bland bravado of their procession and lamented the lack of militancy against the right objects. However, his call for a better Antifa was just as futile as the attempt to recommend an anti-German orientation to the PDS or its communist platform. The evil in the brown towns can really only be combated by physical means. But that would still not be an attack against neo or other fascism, but an expression of the struggle against a variety of general German conditions. The JW dispute was concluded by a communist who seemed to argue partly correctly. Quote, "Those who perceive the fascists as the main danger can no longer correctly interpret and evaluate the real elementary processes of democratic disintegration and the barbaric decomposition of bourgeois formal principles. This means that they can no longer adequately grasp the real dangers emanating from the center of society, i.e., from the market economy and freedom, money, and democracy. All this is horrible, but it has nothing to do with fascism."
End of quote.
These sentences by Franz Schandl, who has brewed his insights from the creeds of the Austrian Communist Party and the value criticism of the Nuremberg magazine Krisis, would be agreeable if they did not serve to legitimize the attitude of the new German youth. Those who have been kicked are stepping back, but since, and this is uncontradicted, they are stepping in the wrong direction. In Elsasser's conclusion, they should be stepped on even more instead of seriously discussing the conditions under which they could free themselves from this fatal cycle. This and the underlying logic of capital valorization must therefore become the fundamental point of criticism, not the brown machinations. Where the value critic, in the tradition of the Nuremberg school, identifies the root of evil in democracy and the market economy, without, of course, being in the least qualified to criticize the state and ideology, he is to be agreed with. But when, a few sentences earlier, he stylizes the atrocious as regrettable but correctable misconduct, to which he at least attests the sympathetic quality of stepping back, he ends up exactly where the KPD formulated its program for social and national liberation with a different theoretical background. And even if he rightly ridicules a very crudely carved anti-German stance that misuses the slogan power of negation for helpless confessionalism and powerfully calls for tangible resistance against the entire population, how much more false and, above all, how perfidious is his advocacy of the perpetrators, who are pathetically referred to as the trampled, and only await redemption from the fatal cycle of violence. When Schandl recommends an unspecified emancipatory practice, in which anti-fascism has no role, we learn two things. Firstly, that it has necessarily arrived in the popular health movement via the social question, and secondly, that the same nonsense can be sold under the brand name of value criticism as under that of anti-fascism. After all, you can call the legacy of the eternally young dead whatever you like, a commitment to anti-fascist struggle or, somewhat more subtly, to emancipatory practice, as long as the willing executors are sympathetically taken out of the firing line as those who have been kicked and not criticized as voluntary members of the National Association of Free Germany. The baton of the order for the wrong program will be passed on. When the Bahamas editorial team published a statement in the fall of 2003 in which it spoke out against a form of anti-politics that views all attempts to avert supposed fate through compromise and reconciliation as an unnatural human intervention, the outcry was great. The left felt vindicated. After all, they thought they had always known that the anti-Germans were into bourgeois nation-states and were not really radical critics at all, but merely a late reincarnation of Winston Churchill. However, many anti-Germans were also somewhat perplexed by this sudden shift in terminology, as the term anti-politics had previously been regarded as a decidedly critical one, directed against state fetishism and the leftist urge towards realpolitik. However, there was something rotten about the term anti-politics. At the latest since the Iraq War, it smelled musty, because suddenly every anti-American leftist proclaimed themselves to be anti-politicians, ergo, enemies of the state. Such supposed enemies of the state accused the anti-Germans of having renounced communist criticism and having become propagandists of capital. They were nothing but German liberals. The army of screamers ranges from Robert Kurz, who defamed the anti-Germans as cheerleaders for the world police, to Junge Welt and the anti-fascist spectrum around the magazine Phase 2, which triumphantly stated in its last issue that the anti-Germans were only apparently critical of the turn to liberalism by some former communists actually, so it is suggested in Leipzig. The anti-Germans themselves are genuine liberals who are trying to cover this up. Against this background, it is hardly surprising that one of the issues of Phase 2 focuses on economics and politics in capitalism. After all, if the anti-Germans who constantly ruin legitimate criticism with their polemical exaggerations and thus make it unsuitable for left-wing discourse, have now supposedly become politicians, then the magazine for the radical left-wing movement must first of all sound out its own position on politics in a very differentiated and sensitive manner. And how do you achieve this? Clearly, the first step is to show with great pomp and circumstance that you are a great theorist who is above the subject matter and knows everything there is to know about economics and politics in capitalism. To this end, they invite the universally recognized expert on the critique of political economy, Michael Heinrich, to give a mind-numbing interview in which he explains that the Left Party is engaging in an abbreviated critique of capitalism because it falls back on the level of argumentation of the first volume of Marx's Capital. In other words, it lacks a genuine expert on the subject who would extend the critique of capitalism in a way that is true to Marx. However, because the left-wing debate is not about truth, but about the diversity of approaches, a few other lines of argument are needed to fill the issue with a remarkable show of opinions, a little post-structuralism here, a bit of ideological criticism there, a dash of crisis, and the whole thing is rounded off with a theoretically spiced-up critique of globalization. That's it. The aim is to prove once again that the true theorists have their place in the radical left movement. And they can't do without politics because it is their lifeblood. Neither do they want to get carried away with a critique of politics that would prevent them from having the famous impact on society, nor do they want to admit too openly that, formally speaking, they ultimately want nothing more than a Muntefering or Scholz. The latter are merely to be radicalized and overtaken on their own terrain, politics, by the radical left theorists. As the latter only ever think about conformist participation in the form of pompous pomposity and moral exhortations to lead a virtuous life, criticism of politics does not appear on the left-wing horizon. Subversive politics or total abandonment, i.e. state-approved life reform or unopposed submission, they know nothing else. The result is the slogan anti-sovereignty instead of anti-politics. As critical as the left wants to be, the result is always the same, an addiction to politics in a radical guise. While the anti-German advocates of a US-led war against Saddam Hussein have always been aware that their support does not matter, but that criticism taken to the streets is always capable of shaking or even toppling the ideological edifice of individuals, the left only grumbles about so-called neoliberal politics because they think they are the better politicians themselves.
The Initiative Antiherrschaftliche Gesellschaftstheorie, IAG, explains this in its Phase 2 editorial Staat gleich Politik.
Notes on economics and politics in capitalism. The separation of politics and economics is already its starting condition, whereby it assumes the role of the sacrosanct theorist who first separates the various components of society neatly from one another in order to reunite them in the correct order afterwards. Although it claims to want to address the question of the relationship between economics and politics, there is no longer any mention of a relationship in the rest of the article. Instead, society is portrayed as a hierarchical model in which it is not yet clear which component came first. Indeed, the question of the relationship between economics and politics is even wrongly posed, because the person asking the question, i.e., Marx, confuses social spheres, economics and the state, and social logics, rule and politics. Even if one disregards the fact that there is only one logic and not several different ones, this is a conceptual babble without sense or reason. The IAG represents the distorted idea that there are different areas that can be clearly distinguished from one another, each with its own logic. The radical left theorist now goes and works out which logic belongs to which area and how everything fits into the whole. The concept of this whole must necessarily be harmonious. He only recognizes contradictions as complementary spheres that interlock, and this is how structuralist one is, form a widely ramified network. Incidentally, the use of the term logic already shows this. If society is governed by a logic, then we are dealing with a seamless, rationally justifiable event. Because this network has no starting point, the theorist can pick out subject areas at will and use them to illustrate his system of thought. Today it is not gender studies, but politics. This, as we know, is to be strictly separated from domination, because while domination is a subordinating form of the establishment of society, politics is a collectively conducted dispute about this establishment. Domination is therefore not the necessary content of the social form of value, but is itself a form whose content is in turn politics. According to this understanding, politics is held in a stranglehold by its domineering form, and it is the task of the revolutionary subject to loosen this grip by abolishing domination. What then remains is domination-free politics. But if politics is shaped by domination, namely as politics of domination, then the question arises as to what means other than politics remain for the anti-domination subject. Contrary to all logic, the IAG insists that it must nevertheless be politics with which politics must be freed from its domineering character. This paradox reveals the conformist nature of radical left-wing theorists, who exchange the means of revolution for the continuation of the same old, because they are unable to detach themselves from the thought forms of political economy. Somehow, even the Operaist autonomists realize that their concept of politics is dangerously close to Habermas' domination-free discourse, which is why they point out that this discourse only appears to take place in a domination-free space. For some inexplicable reason, Antonio Gramsci seems to be the latest craze on the theory market. He may be outdated, but he is still good enough to avoid having to deal with critical theory. Gramsci is not only the reference figure for the IAG, but also for Rotker and Wagenknecht. In a way, they all copy the same crap. The terms neoliberalism, bloc, hegemony, and civil society shimmer brightly as signal words for the theorist looking for identification. In fact, the old German saying money rules the world is true. They don't write it that way, but differently. Civil society is not a neutral terrain to which everyone has equal access. If you want to be heard by a wider audience here, you have to continuously make it into the mass media, and to do so you need either a lot of financial power or at least an efficient organization with a corresponding multiplier system. However, if you have this, you can, like the business associations, even succeed under certain social circumstances in making a project for the establishment of society that suits you. In this case, neoliberalism appear to have no alternative. Criticism of the necessarily false consciousness?
Not à chance.
Instead, the IAG spreads a conspiracy theory that has been washed up. It is no coincidence that the employers' associations are the first to come to mind as the originators of the prevailing conspiracy of delusion, because they fall back on the classic social democratic myth that the state can only be criticized because it serves the interests of the wrong clientele. It is an instrument of bourgeois class rule. It is the ideology of personalizing a social relationship that is expressed here. The locust capitalists would buy the press in order to ruthlessly assert their interests. And they would not do this openly, but covertly, by using media power to make certain social ideas appear to have no alternative. Of course, the question immediately arises as to why the majority of Germans voted left rather than neoliberal in the last general election. Neoliberalism can't appear to have no alternative after all. But some kind of outrageous explanation for the obvious stupidity of the voters that does not alienate them has to be found if one wants to maintain the claim of making policy. Because the IAG refuses to undertake a materialist critique of politics, i.e., to criticize politics as a necessary submission of the subject to the state's monopoly on the use of force for the common good, which means that all politics, whether right-wing, left-wing, neoliberal, or communist, must assume a system-preserving character. It cannot take social subjects seriously. In their minds, they only ever fall for propaganda, even if they do not understand their own propaganda as such. However, the IAG does not confront the problem that the subjects could affirm, and sometimes even long for, domination out of themselves. Nor, incidentally, do their otherwise pleasingly politically critical comrades from the Friends of the Classless Society. In their paper Politics Opium of the People, they write about the attempt by the consciousness industry to portray the Opal strike in anti-American terms as a conflict between an unscrupulous Yankee corporation and the German socialist class. Yankee corporation and the German social market economy. The fact that wage earners could possibly produce anti-American resentment on their own due to their identification with the production community should not be the case. Rather, it is interested in understanding society as a neutral area that the left only needs to cultivate appropriately with its propaganda in order to become hegemonic and, if not as without alternative, then at least as an alternative, another world is possible, says Attack. The IAG denies the connection between politics and rule for the sole reason that it does not want its own politics to be spoiled. We do not understand politics to be the so-called political decision-making process that takes place in parties and parliaments, but rather a collective dispute about the establishment of society. This means that groups constitute themselves as political actors and attempt to make their respective project hegemonic, i.e. capable of generalization. It does not follow from this that, conversely, the procedures and practices negotiated as political decision-making processes should be considered unimportant. Rather, they should be considered as mechanisms that direct the pre-state political dispute into certain institutional channels in which it can be translated into concrete state actions. The affirmation of the state could not be clearer. And the argumentation shows how necessary politics is for the good of the whole. It must be hegemonic, i.e. supported by the majority against the minority. It should be generalizable, i.e. abstracting from individual interests. The collectively led dispute intended by the IAG means nothing other than breaking the state's head, which is why it is difficult to even make a substantial distinction between will-forming process and collectively led dispute. It doesn't help when it is asserted that it is fatal to continue to search for ontologically privileged subjects, be it the proletariat or any subaltern, because the IAG only says goodbye to the class in order to get to the people. Its project is real politics, real democracy, the real collective. That is why nothing prevents it from switching from politics to anti-politics at any time, i.e. from individual submission to the state, which is faked as mediation, to personal identification with the state and executing its barbaric potential in anticipatory obedience. The subtle difference between politics and anti-politics, namely that in the former society and state are in a relationship to each other and are not identical, which prevents the collective delusion from being able to take action unhindered, must escape the IAG, because it does not understand the state as a mediating instance of a certain social relationship at all, but merely as an instrument to be used at will. The more the IAG demands the instrumentalization of the state, i.e. left-wing politics, the more the mediating character of the state must recede into the background of the narrative, because the commodity-producing society appears as the result of the mere will of autonomous subjects and the state-established subject form itself is not called into question. The fact that individuals can only become aware of their social position in the production process as subjects, because anything else would amount to a lazy ontology, must be suppressed by the IAG because it is not concerned with enlightenment through critique anyway. A representative example is the ontology of Robert Kurz, particularly pronounced in his volume Die Antideutsche Ideologie. There, Kurz understands the subject as exclusively constituted by value and wants to radically reject it. All that remains is an abstract being in itself, which is then the bearer of the actual individual. Kurz's theory of the subject shows how unwilling he is to understand commodity production as a special form of social appropriation of nature. Consequently, Kurz can also do nothing with psychoanalysis. For him, nature becomes mere being in itself, which is abruptly juxtaposed with artificial society. This phenomenon becomes clear in all its triteness in Kurz's imitators, such as the value-critical communists in Leipzig. The critique of politics should start here, to denounce the subject's status as ideology, because it is capital that speaks through the subjects and breathes the language of fetishism into them. Politics, because it considers the subject to be true and not a socially produced fiction, is always the realization of capital's interest, i.e. the common good. The abolition of politics in the sense of an anti-politics that does without the actual emancipation of individuals into autonomous subjects can only lead to the transformation of the subject that believes itself to be autonomous into a state subject of capital, i.e. to the leveling of the difference between the individual and the state. While the bourgeois subject always believes that it is acting independently, particularistically and egoistically, but thereby reproducing the general, the state subject capital acts openly in the service of the whole, you are Germany. While the bourgeois subject, represented here by the IAG, believes that it can use the state as an instrument for the realization of its own interests, i.e. to pursue politics, the state subject capital acts anti-politically, i.e. against the mediation of individual interests. What appears to be merely a gradual difference, both act exclusively on behalf of the common good, turns out in reality to be a difference for the greater good. If the bourgeois subject knows egoism, which is the only thing worth appealing to for communists, the state subject of capital is always ready to sacrifice for the greater good. And not only that, just as it is always ready to sacrifice itself, it also demands the sacrifice of others. In the event of a crisis, it becomes a beast that terrorizes the world. Or in the words of Thomas Mann in relation to the Germans, the German as a politician believes he must behave in such a way that mankind loses sight and hearing, but he considers this to be politics. It is evil to him, so he thinks he should become the devil for its sake. It would be relatively easy to continue trying to persuade citizens to reflect through criticism if there were not always the danger that they would sacrifice their subjecthood in a fit of authoritarian longing and henceforth devote themselves to unrestrained anti-politics. The demands on the subject, whose status in late capitalism is becoming ever more precarious, and the rapidly growing feeling of powerlessness harbor, alongside the currently unlikely prospect of communist revolution, the danger of giving up, which would be like plunging into an anti-political frenzy. The most important representatives of this are currently to be found in the ranks of Hamas. Even more than the stagnating number of neo-Nazis, the increasing number of Islam converts shows that the offer of collective irresponsibility is attractive to more and more people. In post-Nazi Germany in particular, anti-politics has remained tenacious, which is why any bourgeois ideology should be doubly distrusted in this country. The IAG's propaganda is therefore not only bourgeois ideology, but also carries the seeds of something worse. And the fact that it makes no mention of this worse confirms this suspicion. The only good thing is that the IAG's social influence is tending towards zero, whether due to more tempting offers on the political market or because financially powerful entrepreneurs keep the mass media under control. After September 11, 2001, when President Bush did his job as well as he could after an unprecedented and unpredictable attack, he was met with nothing but hatred from Germany. His paltry patriotic speeches were interpreted as a diabolical mixture of primitiveness and megalomania, his determination as cowardice, his single-mindedness as arbitrariness. A barbarian in civilian clothes, as Germany's biggest left-wing magazine put it. At the same time as all the kitsch about the deaths in New York and Washington, which was dutifully and voyeuristically secreted, shuddering and gloating, the ideological attack was launched against a country whose enemies they knew to be in league with. It began on September 15 with Susan Sontag's article in the FAZ, according to which the attacks were undertaken as a consequence of the policies, interests and actions of the United States, and was far from over on December 29, when Jürgen Todenhofer posed the German question in the SC, why do we only ever wake up when hunger, injustice and hopelessness give rise to terrorism? And Germany was of course wide awake. When Todenhofer states that 20,000 children starve to death in the world every day, even though his topic was the war in Afghanistan, all Germans know what he means. They see the pictures of the collapsing towers and talk about 20,000 children. Any further argumentation is superfluous. No homeland, who will protect us from America? The Germans are so suspicious of the word capitalism that they strictly distance themselves from it across all political camps. Being called a capitalist has offended generations of German entrepreneurs, and even the most dogmatic economic liberal wants to be seen as a market economist. In Germany, the term capitalism is associated with the socially unacceptable and illegitimate seizure of an essentially moral order by selfish aspirations. It is their symbol for the elbow society and by no means only means rationalizers or stock market speculators, but also any expression of individualism that goes beyond the norm. Basically, the Germans are socialists in the evil and autocratic sense of the word, in marching and in the labor front, in the living room and in solidarity with the people, in spying and snitching, in betraying and punishing, in banning and criticizing. Unlike in Mayakovsky's left-wing march, they don't care whether someone turns to the left or right, every turn is a betrayal. The friendliness they long for is that of unquestioned order, the club room in the tenement building, the pub in the corresponding colony, the solidarity among committed idealists who point out to strangers that the park rules do not allow them to enter the lawns. Their ideal is committed to equality, and equality to seemingly natural attributes, which in turn refer to the great order that will sort everything out, but depending on the type of people and the region of the world, this is typical of the country. Socialists and communists were only ever likable in this country when they strayed from the predetermined, bureaucratically administered route. In other words, when radical left-wing chaotics occupied the factory without asking the trade union, when the FDJ fraternized with foreign guests in the bushes of Berlin parks at the World Youth Festival in the summer of 1950, or when a Swabian craftsman with no party affiliation and a preference for the KPD carried out a significant anti-fascist act and detonated an infernal machine that would have killed the Führer by a hair's breadth. But the sympathetic act was the exception and was punished. The factory occupiers were expelled from the party and the trade union. The sensual party youth were reprimanded, and George Elser found no place in the anti-fascist grove of honor. It all began with the Prussian scholastic Marx exegesis that had nothing more to offer than the state socialism of the German post office that Lenin so admired, a barrack socialism full of the joy of necessity and a willingness to give oneself. Flanked by a grotesquely submissive folk high school attitude in the so-called appropriation of culture, which in its wretchedness fell even further behind the edification attitude of the bourgeoisie, the German classics were consulted, like others their tarot cards, about the historical success of the working class. Organized by monstrosities of order called party or trade union, which, like a congenial continuation of the German Turnerbund, assigned everyone a place and a task in an incomprehensible game whose rules were laid down at the heights of the party leadership, where foolish bureaucrats endeavored to extract eternal truths from the Gotha program or Engels' popular late writings. This socialism, which pretended to liberate people, but in fact took them into the stranglehold of organizations reminiscent of savings clubs, which hijacked their free time with collective experiences of nature, including the impositions of free body culture, and which constantly trained them to do the same thing. This eternal community of perseverance, however, always knew how to successfully warn them against breaches of discipline and high-handedness, against spontaneism and selfishness, against decadence and corruption, against idleness, against licentious women, and above all, against impatience. So people fretted from election result to election result, from May Day to May Day, distributed boring newspapers and studied books that were about evolution and not about escaping the stuffiness of everyday life. In January 1933, people were still demonstrating against fascism for hours in seemingly endless columns around the same building that housed the KPD headquarters back then and the PDS headquarters today. Ernst Thälmann, paragon of an authoritarian petty bourgeois, stood there with his fist raised and took part in a parade that was both a lemming procession and a symbol of perseverance, and a few days later people stood there naked, free of weapons, free of the will to attack and devoid of any social alternative. What else did they have to oppose those other murdering and roaring socialists? They too came from the barracks yard, and although it was easy to recognize the enemy in them, those who thought about it secretly despaired of the difference. In the years of fascism, the most persecuted political force also gave no real reason for persecution, because all the potential necessary for armed insurrection or the necessary anti-fascist terror had been deliberately stifled in the years before 1933, and the courageous and determined members lacked the strength and imagination to act effectively on their own initiative. Since the Soviet Union ceased to exist, it is by no means only those on the left who failed miserably in their anti-fascist efforts who emphasize the great difference in their assessment of the two former main occupying powers. Now that everything is over, people dare to say that the Russians have always been closer to the Germans than to the Americans. As much as the Soviet occupation was hated, it was, after the first few desolate weeks, disciplined and poor. It could only impress through violence, and despite all the Soviet horror, it had ideals. How different and how much more threatening was that other troop, whose members were so strangely unconcerned about settling down and who carried a whole arsenal of foreign cultural assets with them, who didn't give a damn about the German fascists they had defeated and to whom they felt so superior that they looked down on the bad old men and bitter holdouts with a disdainful shrug of the shoulders rather than hating them. They generously assumed that the only path open to them would be obvious to the defeated. But they had never forgiven them for their sheer ignorance of German culture, hated their casual attraction to the German Fräuleins, never forgiven their abuse of Alt Heidelberg and the dark German cultural landscape as picturesque staffage for the photo shoot, preferably together with Fräulein. The members of the U.S. Army who had never read Thomas Mann recognized instinctively and spontaneously what he had spent a long life criticizing: the putrid smell that rose from the medieval walls, the narrow-minded backwardness of their inhabitants, their megalomaniacal misanthropy, and the connection between collective fanatical unease and the terrible crimes they had been confronted with during the liberation of Bergen-Belsen or Dachau. But they were not afraid of them and even considered them teachable. With unshakable naivety, Americans were and are convinced that their way of life is the only one that will endure and that it will produce a democratic citizen because it requires a private citizen who can get by without seeking too much reassurance in national collective events. Despite all the American innovations, the post-war FRG was not to be a world without ties, but a country of social partnership and a tied economy, the continuation of a dark German tradition. Nonetheless, the restitution of a political economy made possible by U.S. financial injections brought with it freedoms that not only corroded the facade, but also settled into the substance like dry rot. Everything that was at least outwardly dissolving in post-fascist West German society, the statutory authority of civil servants and persons of respect, the paramilitary hierarchies in companies and schools, the caste-like distinction between workers and employees, was not welcomed, however. Instead, people soon began to complain about the Americanization of everyday life in fashion, music, and the media, as if the decay of art and beauty had been brought in from outside. However, the Germans themselves had done away with art by instrumentalizing it for cultural edification in uprising concerts, KDF, beauty of work, and merging it with everyday working life, so that it lost its power of objection. What one had done oneself was resented by the Americans in the same way that only Muslims would resent the corrupting of their values by pernicious Western influences. The alleged loss of culture brought in from outside is no longer discussed in terms of specific individual phenomena such as rock and roll or the hula hoop, but in more abstract categories of general crises of meaning that have led to irresponsibility, selfishness, and the unrestrained eroticization of everyday life. These oppressive visions of doom, which see the Germans as victims of a decomposition of values to which everything must fall victim at some point, are repeatedly countered with recipes that point to the source of the destruction. In the 50s and 60s, the recommendation to simply gas anything that danced out of line was still popular in the vernacular. Today, it is rather the institutions of compulsory education, which need not be called the Reich Labor Service, that are on offer, but also preventive punishments that have long since stopped short of castration. From then on, it was fears of annihilation that initially formed a left-wing protest, which slowly fought its way into the heart of society via peace, 50s/60s, nuclear, 70s/80s, peace again, 80s, 1991s, accompanied by eco and old building protection. Soon it was not only the Anglo-American bombing terror that was negotiated as destruction, but also the renovation frenzy of the 50s and 60s, as a result of which far more old houses were destroyed than during the war, as was critically accounted for on the far left in the early 70s, which said everything about the renovators. It was said that Bubis and others had caused destruction from within on the scale of the area bombings of Sir Arthur Harris. What Bubis and others carried out in the first 2.5 decades of the Republic purely in the pursuit of profit was certainly not a glorious feat of urban planning, but as an attack on the old romantic country, the urban redevelopments represented a relative advance over an up-and-coming generation that would not only go on the hunt for speculators, but also set about transforming even the most unsightly residential silo into a homely idol that flies in the face of any progressive idea
of urbanity.
How incomprehensible and culturally desecrating the attitude of the Americans must have seemed to the Germans, who every couple of decades would tear down and rebuild everything instead of affirming the old for its own sake. The fear that has been in the limbs of the capitalist subject from the very beginning, the oppressive and never-ending fear of downfall, the failure of the forces, the disintegration of the personality held together so laboriously, justifies no difference between the USA and Germany. It was precisely after their greatest victory that not only the persecution of the communists broke out in the USA, but also the laborious conversion of the war economy for civilian purposes began, accompanied by high unemployment. During this time, Hollywood became gloomy. In the films of the Black Series, the actors become strangers to their own actions, the ground they thought they were on shakes, and their own reflection becomes an enemy counterpart. Only with difficulty does the phantasmagoria dissolve into a crime story that can be solved with the usual rationality. But as laboriously as the disintegrated personality is reassembled, the confidence that this is still possible is unwavering. Psychoanalysis, which became extremely popular in the USA in the 1940s and 1950s and is reminiscent of Freud with little more than a few incomprehensible terms, also reflects this confidence. As much as analysis degenerated into shrinkage, as charlatanically as it operated with unprocessed key experiences whose traumas were to be cured by electroshock, the old confidence remains recognizable even in this crude application. It's your life, make something of it. How different the psychopathology of German psychology and its clientele. Here, even the personality that has gone off the rails is always seen as a victim of evil forces that push in from outside and want to destroy the individual. As if it were not necessary to dare to rebel against this, pausing and introspection are on the therapeutic agenda. It is not only the clients of therapists and psychologists who are happy to lamentably admit that they are incurable victims. The German middle class can only feel comfortable as a member of a mentally broken collective of victims. It makes you wish for the good guy from the American movie who drives away his fear by whistling and, when in doubt, says insanely but steadfastly what no German can say: I'm the failure. A German would say, you can do it with us. What distinguishes the capital-constituted subject in Germany and the USA is seemingly marginal and therefore fundamental: its position on objectivity. The subject experiences the external world as fate, as a fate that arbitrarily thwarts its wishes and will. The heyday of bourgeois emphasis, when the world still lay before his eyes as a domain of the will to be conquered, may be over here and there, but in the USA it clearly echoes. Whereas their people defy fate, feel challenged and run against the overwhelming superiority of circumstances even when it seems completely hopeless, Here, social fate is something to which one submits grumblingly and reluctantly, to which one surrenders and whose executor one ultimately plays by destroying the supposed perpetrators of one's own misery with one's own hands. Personal responsibility, as it is demanded in Germany, is the relentless denial of that unfortunate remnant of subjectivity that might still be disturbingly stirring within one in order to be able to act all the more uninhibitedly against others. The German then reaches out to his neighbor and reproaches him for his indiscipline, or has it sanctioned by the state, or, if he is in a revolutionary mood, puts him in his place with appropriate neighborhood militias. Here, one acts independently only on behalf of a higher power. Initiative is developed only as an enforcement officer. This idealism characterizes the German subject as a subaltern activist, a character mask of the sovereign who has fully embraced the dictates of the apparatus as a state-mediated whole. In the USA, on the other hand, strange maxims from times long past are faithfully upheld despite all evidence. Those who don't let themselves be beaten down will make it. Those who are truly responsible for themselves have what it takes to make their own luck and can therefore make it from rags to riches. The basic ideology of capitalist socialization, which presents the individual as autonomous and society as the sum of the individuals, as their product that is also transparent to them, is expressed seemingly unbroken in such beliefs. Of course, this is a sheer lie, and the Germans seem to be closer to the truth when they see the world as incomprehensible fate and themselves as dependent. Their spontaneous everyday anti-capitalism, which is also an expression of their social character and therefore exactly what the left always wants to tie in with when they make policy, is due to this ability to face reality. But this seemingly illusionless anti-capitalism is regressive and resentful through and through. Germans put an imperson in the place of the doomed individual, in whom they never believed, and for this very reason, as avowed anti-capitalists, they know how to effortlessly fit into the gray train of fate of their people's comrades. Any criticism of capital formulated by the left must and will be measured by whether it fights this German anti-capitalism instead of serving it and even encouraging it to take action. The fate, the doom, of which the Germans speak is the subjectlessness elevated to a metaphysical principle, to which the subjects must conform. While the Germans attribute a metaphysical character to the given, the Americans lend individual pragmatism the consecration of a metaphysical principle modeled on Calvinism. Under the given circumstances, however, this bad and thoroughly mendacious ideology is nevertheless the placeholder of the better and a manifestation of emancipation. In the USA, what is constitutive of capitalism is openly evident. No one needs to have any illusions. Since everyone does their business openly, there is little room for German projections. In the USA, there is simply no reason to extraterritorialize the crisis and catastrophe character of capital and project it outwards in a correspondingly personalized way, and when this happens anyway, it looks as silly and laughable as Nazis are regularly portrayed in American feature films. The irreconcilability, the real cynicism of capital is openly evident here, but according to Marx, this brusqueness and not its social and cultural leveling is a prerequisite for revolution. Defying fate, even if it is nonsensical, is on the one hand an echo of bourgeois enlightenment. One is not impressed by God, the church and other powers and insists on one's happiness. On the other hand, it is pure arrogance. However, it is also the pretension of every revolutionary today who is concerned with happiness, first and foremost his own, which includes the happiness of all others. His project, even as a critique, is as futile as the endeavor for happiness of every subject today. His request is outrageous and hopeless, insane by the standards of any realistic instrumental reason, and that is why it must be undertaken anyway. The more impossible socialism is, the more desperate it is to stand up for it. Horkheimer. The defiance that such despair mobilizes, the stubbornness not to allow undiminished experience and insight to be marketed, the will to try again and again, all these characteristics that make up the rebel are, for the time being, no different from the self-assertion of bourgeois subjects, and revolutionary critique, which ultimately turns against the subject itself, feeds on their presence, preserving all these moments. The last enemies of the citizens are themselves the last citizens, but certainly not the collective monads of German provenance. Thus, even if shabby, ruthless in case of doubt, and not guided by any calculable reason, the Americans and their state still retain a remnant of interest in its advantages, in its continued existence and happiness, crazy to the point of crime and self-destruction, but only thereby still on a human scale. The German, however, mistrusts shirtlessness and fears the elbow. He shudders at lust and fears the insecurity that comes with it. He never dares to do anything for himself and hates everything that is not as crouched, as cozy as he is with his own kind. He senses superhuman qualities in the Americans and fears their gaze, which has long since recognized the self-created misery in which his enviers live out their resentment-ridden remaining lives. In Germany, however, the 20,000 children who die every day when the USA is attacked are a concern. Its inhabitants are accused of consciously implementing a world economy that people in Germany or Saudi Arabia have learned to accept as a given fate. The Americans, who preach egoism and shirtlessness, who untruthfully claim that they are in control, are held responsible for everything that happens to them as well as to the Germans or the Saudis because of this still pleasant wishful thinking. The terrible consequences of capitalist socialization are assigned to those who want to be individuals as personal guilt by the post-bourgeois lemur collectives. If the Palestinian invokes the child murderer Israel at every opportunity, the globalization-critical German knows how to think in broader perspectives and presents the child murderer USA. As a German, you have a Karl-Heinz Bohm and a Rupert Nudek, a Bucco and 1,000 NGOs to represent you. You help where you can, and yet you are powerless. Because America has the power is symbolized in buildings like the towers of the WTC, it dictates the price to Argentina and is called the IMF, it denies Africa AIDS drugs and exploits Bayer Leverkusen when it dictates the price of certain antibiotics that are supposed to be good against anthrax. All the strings run together in the USA, the CIA lurks behind every horror, and the world's most powerful army is always at the ready. Any criticism of wars and war crimes in Vietnam, not in Afghanistan, of domestic atrocities and persecution in the USA becomes a despicable lie and open resentment when it comes from people who secretly want capitalism to be as barbaric as it was under fascism. These prophets of doom pretend to be more humane than the Americans because they are in league with inhumanity. They deliberately fail to recognize the horrors of misery in the Third World. They do not want to lend a hand in the destruction of the dark cultures, to moderate self-administration without hope of earthly happiness, so that the little bit of exploitation that ensures survival there is maintained, but no more. They feel in solidarity with those regions where 20,000 children die every day, and yet in truth they are in solidarity with the ongoing deaths. The deaths caused by hunger as well as the spiritual collective deaths that are causing new people to be shot down alongside the 20,000 children because they want to break out of the morally enforced collective. Germans found societies for endangered peoples and deliberately blur the line between the disappearance of unworthy cultures and the actual physical threat to minorities. They, who already made a true animal film about Eskimos at the beginning of the sound film, seek and promote only that which is identical with themselves and are therefore in alliance with murder. Germans have never loved the wretched, except as autochthonous wretches, and see in the little bit of prosperity without their own culture that they demand the ugly grip of Coca-Cola civilization, which they know means genocide. The other, the soft grip that the administrators of the moral world economy are taking on the dependent and hopeless, surpasses the pure commercial interest of the USA in its calculated malice. The apparent lack of interest, which nonetheless claims economic and ideological control, wants the remote parts of the world to be firmly and sustainably connected, to be strengthened in their hatred of everything American, and from which the renunciation ideologies that seem to thrive there so originally are re-imported. What interests a leftist about the Third World is far removed from intervening in the barbarism that is rampant there. On the contrary, the aim is to perpetuate the darkness, to keep away what could give rise to false desires, to hold together what was already wrong when it had not yet finally gone mad through contact with colonialists. All this goes hand in hand with civic projects in our own hemisphere that are hostile to all individuality and luxury. Not that all this does not also exist in the USA, not that some evils such as communitarianism were not conceived there. There, however, wealth and poverty still meet unreconciled. There the poor fight, if not for revolution, then at least for wealth, and there, because no ideology other than that of the market is recognized, they at least negotiate shirt-sleeved and not with elbow pads. The USA has long been little more than a memory, however, that needs to be preserved against the culturalist march of the European community of values, which is still bothered by the desperate attempts of its subjects to get hold of a little luxury and happiness. In its left-wing section, it has now reached the point where either the concept of enlightenment and subject is completely discarded in order to beat a path sideways into the bushes of the post-bourgeois jungle, or else a stale cultural pessimism baked together from Heinrich Boll's responsibility prose and Franz Joseph Degenhardt's old age poetry is advocated, which offers the recipes from Lindenstrasse as a remedy and from there directly promotes the paradise of permanent renunciation and infinite unhappiness. Because nothing has been attacked for a long time, because one would not know what else there is to want, one laments the Bosnian street prostitution or one that leads through the whole world, Elsasserin, Junge Welt, October 1, 02, and in the same breath denounces the eroticization of modern youth culture. The Germans seem to be retreating into a sulking corner, but unfortunately this is not a private, crazy and harmless place, but so German that the worst missiles come from there, which are directed first and foremost against America, the lifelong challenge, if only because of the 20,000 dead children. The following considerations are intended to help dissolve a mésalliance that has long been taken for granted to such an extent that no objection from reality, no experience, however unpleasant, has been able to shake it. What is meant is the mésalliance between radical social criticism, i.e., Marx's, and the labor movement, including its successors. The example of Marx himself can be used both to recapitulate the transitory conditions under which this all too familiar relationship arose and to illustrate the resulting misunderstanding. A misunderstanding that consists precisely in the widespread view that the social critic must, by historical and political necessity, be somehow close to the defenders of the welfare state, who, not for the first time in German history, have turned out to be demagogues of the people's state. For if one takes Marx's criticism of German socialism, the German ideology, seriously, then the intellectual history of Marxism really is upside down. The workers' movement that broke out in Marx's name has turned the very ideology whose theoretically devastating critique Marx's thinking actually takes as its starting point into a material force. For 200 years, i.e., since Prussia pursued a policy of forced industrialization, a modernization from above in which the bureaucracy replaced the bourgeoisie, German socialism, i.e., the intellectual precursor of Prussia, has been the mortal enemy of an orthodox understanding of Marxism, but at the same time the model of Marxism's doctrinaire approach. It was not as if Marx and Engels had not noticed that they were accepted by social democracy as icons, but not as thinkers. Marx and Engels' criticism of the programs lacks only a little clarity on the essential point, namely the statism of social democracy. Marx rightly raged against the Gotha program of the Workers' Party, the later SPD. It was infinitely inferior to that of the Free Trade Party, because it demanded at least something that was not reactionary national, namely to make trade international. The Workers' Party, on the other hand, was reiterating the anti-socialist recipes of the state economy, and was clearly looking for an alliance with authoritarian Prussia when it raved about the spiritual and moral foundations of the Free State and its fabulous autonomy, against which the bourgeoisie was only a reactionary mass in the eyes of social democracy. Nevertheless, Marx and Engels considered this, as Erich Muhsam later mocked Bismarck's character of social democratic ideology, to be an infantile disease of the proletarian movement and not the essence of an independent, social democratic movement, which in its determination, reaches from Babel to today's no globals through what Marx had already castigated in the German ideology as a narrow-minded tribal and mutton consciousness. But just as this movement incorporated Marx and Engels, the monopoly of those who take up the cause of anti-capitalism in any form whatsoever is still considered untouchable today, the monopoly on the critical spirit and revolution, or at least on criticism and resistance. This resistance is fixed. It goes from below against above, from east against west, from south against north. The political character of the combatants, the social content of their actions, has become indifferent. Indeed, it is now in screaming contradiction with the basic attitudes of the left-wing would-be social critics, which they claim for themselves and which can only be held together by extreme force, or as Marx put it with regard to social democracy, within the limits of what is permitted by the police and logically impermissible. The critic committed to being left-wing is therefore necessarily schizophrenic. He must not only, which is crazy enough in itself, put the responsible ethical market individualistic Protestantism of George W. Bush on a par with the amoral nihilistic murder collectivism of the mullahs in order to then be able to rant about global fundamentalism. He also has to pretend, against all his own experience if he is under 40, that it is not the hurdles of the welfare state itself that prevent him and his peers from getting a regular job, and that this alone makes it so hard to leave shitty collectives like extended family, street gang, and ethnic community. He has to act as if the Franco-German form of the crisis is not the fault of the defense of the state, but of internationally operating locusts. In a word, his criticism must not be directed at the really blatant abuses, but must relativize the atrocities of the Islamic cutthroats and honor killers and act as a stooge of social democracy and its clientele, which, apart from the locusts Muntefering, hates nothing more than the unemployed competition, who must stay outside the company and authority gates, only to be insulted as parasites.
Clement.
This social democratic monopoly on criticism seems all the more untouchable, the more everyday experience in old Europe consistently teaches only one thing about criticism, that it becomes critical for those who criticize anti-capitalism. Rebellious needs against school, neighbors and family could therefore be satisfied simply by wearing George W. T-shirts, but by no means by those showing the former Cuban Minister of Economy Ernesto Guevara. However, not allowing one's own experience, which is easily possible at any time, as an instance that shapes one's view is a basic trait that has characterized intellectuals who want to be critical at least since the time when the workers' movement created its people's states with their associated raison d'etre. This habitualized rejection of experience and reality applied strikingly to the supporters of the Soviet Union and China, the blindly rabid apologists of socialism in one country and even more so to the others, who could not even be dissuaded from the three-world theory by Pol Pot. However, this was also strikingly true in the social democratized states of old Europe based on the LaSalle model, only those who were in favor and participated were critical, only those who served the bureaucracy and its further expansion were critical. In the 1960s and 1970s, people simply had to be in favor of educational reform, no matter how terrible they personally found the holistic method and comprehensive school pedagogy. At that time, you simply had to be in favor of the trade unions being able to push through the extension of public service regulations to almost all employment relationships, even if you were not comfortable with the state feudalization of the entire employment sector, and the exclusion of subsequent generations from the refeudalized large companies was the immediately obvious consequence. Youth unemployment in France, the country with the highest state share of gross national product in Western Europe, is officially at 30%. But what still holds this mésalliance of criticism and statism together today? The fact that the red-green state bourgeoisie, as the immediate beneficiary of subsidization, wants to hold on to it and therefore perpetuates a myth of continuity that stretches from 1848 to 1968 to Schroeder may meet the ideological needs of the profiteers from left-wing movements. But why should others believe it? What else does the trade union social democratic ecoelitist complex have to offer that could explain why it is supposed to be the only real environment for social criticism? Why he of all people is at least the lesser of two evils, why he should be excluded from criticism, as Titanic did recently, for example, when it was bashing the civil and objective Merkel and completely ignoring and deliberately sparing the man Schroeder, who presented himself as an atavistic state guerrilla and really did everything that anyone critical of Germany should have learned to loathe. The compulsory binding of the claim to practice social criticism of the apparatuses and institutions of the authoritarian welfare state, which has even degenerated to the point of repugnance, is justified, if it is questioned at all, by pointing out that the real movement counts for more than the utopian impractical views of the nosy critic. The little phrase about realism, which Marx had after all already used against the utopian socialists and which was the reason why Marx joined social democracy after all, despite all the cutting criticism, is then quickly uttered. Moreover, this reference to Marx has so much pseudo-evidence that even real existing socialism drew on it in its self-designation. Anyone who criticized it was not only a class enemy, but also a utopian nutcase, as if the most utopian idea, in the worst sense of the word, had not been that of Reelsaz, whose supporters wanted to shape a society in the image of a militarized social welfare office and ideologically exaggerated the whole thing with a folkish proletarian cult. The fact that the Reelsaz, i.e. Lassalle's Free People State in its purest form, was able to claim for itself the most famous sentence from the German ideology, according to which communism is the real movement that will abolish the current society, is the result of a deliberate misunderstanding. For Marx's confidence in the real movement was not based on the protectionist state, but on its opposite, the world market, globalism, if you will. Communism is not for us a state to be produced, an ideal to which reality will have to conform. We call communism the real movement that will abolish the present state. The conditions of this movement arise from the present condition. Incidentally, the mass of mere workers' mass labor power cut off from capital or from some narrow-minded satisfaction, and therefore also the no longer temporary loss of this labor itself as a secure source of livelihood through competition, presupposes the world market.
End quote.
In stark contrast to those who would later call themselves Marxists, Marx believed that the preponderance of the state was a temporary childhood disease of liberalism on the eve of the bourgeois revolution in Prussian Germany. Marx in the original quote, "Through the emancipation of private property from the Commonwealth, the state has become a special existence beside and apart from bourgeois society, but it is nothing more than the form of organization which the bourgeois necessarily give themselves both externally and internally for the mutual guarantee of their property and their interests. The independence of the state only exists nowadays in those countries where the estates have not completely developed into classes, where the estates that have been abolished in the more advanced countries still play a role and a mixture exists, in which therefore no part of the population can bring itself to rule over the others. This is particularly the case in Germany. The most perfect example of the modern state is North America."
End quote.
But everything that Marx aptly characterized in this sense as the material substrate of the German ideology, which he described here using the example of the fantasies of a Bruno Bauer, Max Stirner or Karl Grun, could also serve to characterize the German Sonderweg that has actually been embarked upon, as well as a characterization of what the current apologists of old Europe are still proud of. Marx writes, "During the epoch of absolute monarchy, which occurred here in its most crippled half-patriarchal form, the special sphere, to which the administration of public interests fell by the division of labor, acquired an abnormal independence, which was carried still further in the modern bureaucracy. The state thus constituted itself into an apparently independent power and has retained this position, which was only temporary in other countries, a transitional stage in Germany to this day. This position explains both the honest civil servant consciousness that never existed elsewhere and all the illusions about the state that circulate in Germany.
End of quote.
Marx's theory of revolution, like the entire critique of philosophy, i.e., the expectation that the contradiction in the existing is identical with a contradiction against this existing, presupposes that no one could seriously set out to transform these illusions about the state into an actual state program. But that is exactly what was to happen. In Marx's eyes, liberalism was simply more advanced with regard to the famous double freedom of the individual, to be free from all constraints that prevent its development, but also free from all means of putting this possible development into practice. This obvious advancedness is the trait of reality, the real movement that Marx believed he could muster against the statists. In order to achieve personal validity, the proletarians must abolish their own previous condition of existence, which is at the same time that of society as a whole, namely labor. They therefore also find themselves in direct opposition to the form in which the individuals of society have hitherto given themselves an overall expression, to the state, and must overthrow the state in order to assert their personality.
End quote.
Against this background of revolutionary theory and philosophical criticism, Marx accuses the statists of his time, the German socialists, of being doctrinaire and not orienting themselves towards the real movement, the movement that the revolutionary bourgeoisie had set in motion, namely to enable human action with world trade, which, however, could only be completed by the equally revolutionary proletariat. That the party of the proletariat, on the other hand, would make itself the vanguard of the real movement against reality, that it would reject Fichte's closed commercial state of 1800 and the distinction of Liszt's national system, 1841, between a political economy based on it, in which German statehood would come into its own, and the reprehensible cosmopolitan economy, under the guise of which England would actually try to rob the world, Germany, in practice, despite or because of the proven imbecility and baseness of the undertaking. Marx would not and could not believe this. Social democratism, which was ultimately saturated with Lassalle's Prussophile ideas and about which he spoke in private with hardly more kindness than about Liszt or the Prussian king, appeared to him to be an immature aberration of the workers' movement, not its essence, which it actually represented. Friedrich List was just as victorious over Karl Marx as the Bauers, Sterners and Grunz, the ideologues of German socialism, who had been run into the ground by Marx. They won because the people's state that was set in motion became a reality in 1933, when mass mobilization and the Prussian state were combined. That ultimately the movement that practically criticized bourgeois liberalism would not be an Enlightenment movement but a counter-Enlightenment one, not a communist but a fascist one, that the people's state of Louis Bonaparte would one day become the manifestation of future people's state solutions to the social question, that social movements would not be directed against the future Bonapartes, that finally the state, be it the reformed traditional one or the revolutionary self-established one, was to become the authoritarian protector against the dishonest form of existence of finance capital, and that the justified criticism of the liberal illusion was thus perverted into anti-Semitic resentment. Marx could not have foreseen all this, nor the fact that because of the aforementioned development, German socialism, the German ideology, would find enthusiastic adepts all over the world. For Marx rightly saw German ideology at the height of the bourgeois epoch as a relic from the political animal kingdom of Prussian Germany, a social despotism of which he writes to Ruge in a variation of Aristotle, that the Prussian, in his capacity as a small German prototype, is indeed a sociable, but completely apolitical animal, which still practices childbearing as recruitment service to the state, uncomplainingly accepts the enslavement of the family by the state and that of the individual by the bayonets. In Marx's eyes, the state of Prussian Germany, in which the classes were never able to emancipate themselves from the state, was actually still an almost prehistoric state. That is why he came to the conclusion, the existence of suffering humanity, which thinks, and of thinking humanity, which is oppressed, must necessarily become inedible and indigestible for the animal world of Philistinism.
End quote.
In this he stood in sharpest contrast to the Social Democrats, who saw in Prussia not the opposite but the forerunner of socialism. In this Lenin was not a bit different from Bernstein, Bebel, or Kautsky. Marx certainly could not have imagined that the German ideology would celebrate its joyous beginnings in much more exoteric garb than that of the social democratic Bolshevik functionaries, that the very narrow-mindedness that was so obviously behind bourgeois development, which had inscribed itself in this ideology, putting the people's spirit incorporated in the state in place of class consciousness, predestined it to channel anti-bourgeois resentment to this day. To illustrate this, there is no need to refer to forgotten masterminds such as Bauer or Grun, because Gregorstrasser, Mao Zedong and all the other ideologues of the Third Reich and the Third World had long since followed in their footsteps. The latter became the fountain of youth from which the movement that gave itself the attribute New Left drew in the 1960s. It was given the task of working out the folkish culturalist foundation of statism in all its hideousness. Marx had already noted this implication of the latest form of German ideology in the old one and criticized it in a way that is as relevant today as it was 160 years ago. We have seen again in this essay, i.e. Hermann Semig's Communism, Socialism, Humanism of 1845. What a narrow-minded national outlook underlies the pretended universalism and cosmopolitanism of the Germans. This airy realm of dreams, the realm of the essence of man, the Germans hold up to the other nations with tremendous self-confidence as the completion and purpose of all world history. In every field they regard their reveries as the final judgment on the deeds of the other nations, and because everywhere they are only onlookers and afterthoughts, they believe they are called to sit in judgment on the whole world and to let all history reach its final conclusion in Germany. We have already seen several times that this pompous and exuberant national arrogance corresponds to a very petty, miserable, and workmanlike practice. If national bigotry is disgusting everywhere, it is particularly disgusting in Germany, because it is held up against the illusion of being above nationality and above all real interests by those nationalities that openly admit their national bigotry and their reliance on real interests.
End quote.
The thought that exhausts itself and the world, i.e. the absolute subject, is the basis of the dream realms of all German ideologists. This German science, Marx, is indeed a reflection of backwardness, but at the same time it is also a potential attack on reality. This doctrinaire teaching is based on a behavioral pattern of absolute ruthlessness against the objections of reason and self-preservation and a lack of concern for the consequences of one's own actions. The world as the will and imagination of the German ideologue. A state of mind that still forms the basis of every German way and every model Germany, as recently relaunched by Generation 68 in the SPD. At the same time, social democracy has thus distanced itself most clearly in its history from the country whose conditions Marx and Engels had often called for, most recently in his critique of the Gotha program, instead of the idiotic free people's state, as a minimum goal, the United States of America. The fact that the aversion to the rootless and superficial North Americans, already pre-formulated in the same Semig essay in 1845, was also the basic ideological trait of the New Left, which in turn was so enthusiastic about the unleashed essay state of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, fits into the picture. The New Left thus proved to be the executor and radicalizer of social democratism in one. The classic SPD mission had come to its logical, but also financial end with the quasi-publicization of skilled workers and small salaried employees at the end of the 1960s and beginning of the 1970s. However, this also marked the end of classic emancipation statism, and the contradiction between emancipation and the budget inherent in its concept came to the fore. Until then, this emancipation statism had formed the core of what people had been used to describing as progressive until 1973, the year of the so-called oil crisis, state compensation measures against actual social disadvantages. The subsequent crisis statism increasingly took on its present form, which is becoming more and more clearly recognizable in the Age of Hearts 4, the form of an actual generational struggle in which both sides are organized in gangs, some in the GW, others in the gang. At the beginning of the permanent crisis in the budgets of the People's State, the young bureaucracy of 68 had once again made use of a vastly expanded emancipation budget, very prominently in education and social services, which ensured double-digit annual job growth rates in the civil service. These newly created duodecade universities and social projects became the reception centers for those who were no longer supposed to fit in and who thus became mere administrative material for the bureaucracy of 68 in the long term. While the type of academic cab driver that emerged from this pseudo-education and pseudo-supervision, in the better case and subproletarian temporary workers in the worse, was still an almost picturesque phenomenon that even managed to make ends meet to some extent in the old pre-89 FRG, the situation in the corresponding neighborhoods, be it in Berlin-Neukölln or Halle-Neustadt, became more dramatic with each new cohort from 1990 at the latest. Their residents, especially the young ones, have no chance on the cartelized job market, and on top of that, because they come from the socialist school, be it the 68 West or FDJ East brand, they often hardly have the most basic skills. This, admittedly brief description of the situation is likely to reveal points of attack for anti-German criticism in the coming years. A prominent role will be played by the phenomenon that the left-wing bureaucracy can still harness the precarious and unemployed for its purposes because they are stupid and German enough to demonstrate for the preservation of the welfare state in its current form. Where this absurd alliance might become fragile under the impression of the devastating reality, the left-wing bureaucrats and their errand boys in the left-wing circle, however class-conscious they think they are, rely on the pulling power of the more immaterial traits of the German ideology: old European cultural arrogance, anti-liberalism, anti-Americanism, and the invocation of archaic community and family economy, Incidentally, also in practical social work in the middle of Berlin's
inner city.
all the old shit, as Marx so aptly describes the pre-bourgeois state of mind in the Feuerbach chapter of German Ideology.
What follows from this?
First of all, that one can in good conscience dispense with any hint of loyalty to anything that calls itself left-wing today. Indeed, one must do so if one wants to be able and willing to actually call those who cultivate what is German by name without restraint. At the same time, this defines an essential task, to help break the spell that the elitist promise exerts in Germany, also and especially on its losers. In other words, to agitate for precarious and unemployed people to first of all reflect on their own interests and realize that the state trade unions of the FRG are just as much their enemies as the friendly social democrats in Potsdam who want to extract €20 more hearts for their electorate, an electorate that the same Philistines employ in their state-owned employment companies for €1. And to campaign at all costs against the fact that civil servant sociology professors are allowed to use social democratic sensationalist prose to promote the pink labor service in the social sector and, on top of that, to pose as a kind of leader of the unemployed. What we will also have to get used to in principle is the fact that things are likely to be quite prosaic in the near future, because the real movement of conditions is no longer at our side, the real movement is rather the one we have to stop. For the time being, therefore, betting on the growth of revolutionary aspirations has given way to hoping for a reasonable election result in the USA. It goes without saying that having to rely on the pragmatic neoconservative Bush instead of long-haired and bearded guerrillas when it comes to overthrowing at least the worst butcher regimes is a serious sacrifice for one's own subcultural revolutionary self-image. If the left, as it presents itself today after 200 years of German ideology, is the enemy, to whom should criticism be addressed? Certainly not to a bourgeois public, which does not exist as such in Germany. Criticism is always directed at the enemy, so the real hostility to the system in Germany must be set against the apparent and presumed hostility of the nationalized left. This is directed against a merely imaginary liberalization and westernization, desirable developments that have had at most a rudimentary effect in this country, while what is German, a system of capitalist anti-capitalism, collectivist asociality, racket rule disguised as a welfare state, should be confronted with relentless criticism. For Marx's demand from pre-March times to turn Germans into human beings, at least in the bourgeois sense, has remained unfulfilled. Without the criticism of the then contemporary preachers of socialism, the church fathers of German ideology, which was practiced in the name of this demand, Capital could probably never have been written.